I've transmigrated. And into the Dragon Ball world I'd always dreamed of. Vegeta, aren't you going to save Golan? He's an elite Saiyan, yet he was ambushed by a native and even had his tail cut off. Why bother saving trash like him? But, say one more word, and you can all stay here too. Soon 7 or 8 small spaceships rose into the air amid flames and entered space within moments. On the ground of this planet lay a child. He was about 6 years old with a sturdy tiger-like head and a round face, chubby and short. But right now he was covered in wounds, and the tail behind him had been severed. He was severely injured. SSS. Golan suddenly woke from his coma as a flood of information struck his mind. The sharp pain in his head made him grunt, and then he fell unconscious again. Just before he completely blacked out, a thought flashed through Golan's mind. I've transmigrated. Day turned dark, then light. The cycle repeated. During this time, Golan's previous life soul kept devouring the original body's soul, while his dimension also underwent a strange transformation. But Golan knew nothing of this. After 3 days, he finally woke again. I've transmigrated. Golan lay on the ground, finally sorting out the memories in his mind. He laughed joyfully. Dragon Ball was his favorite anime. How he never imagined that after sleeping he would wake up in this world. He hadn't found any system or golden finger in his transmigration, but he had become a Saiyan. His Saiyan identity and his past life memories were his greatest golden finger. After all, the Saiyan bloodline was extremely overpowered. If he transformed into Super Saiyan 1, his power would increase 50-fold. If he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his power would increase 100-fold. What about Super Saiyan 5, Super Saiyan 6, or even Super Saiyan 10? Although the highest Super Saiyan form seen in the anime was Super Saiyan 4, who could say that Super Saiyan 4 was the limit of the Saiyans? Limits were meant to be broken. Golan didn't believe Super Saiyan 4 was the Saiyan limit. Besides, there was also the path to godhood. If he combined Saiyan transformation with godhood, then punching gods of destruction and kicking Grand Zeno might no longer be a dream. Just as Golan was imagining his glorious future, he was ignoring a very important thing. Oh, it hurts. The agony of his severe wounds brought Golan back from his fantasies. Now it was age 737. Planet Vegeta had just exploded, and Vegeta's team had all been detained by Frieza. Golan was also a member of Vegeta's team. But 3 days ago during a mission, he had been ambushed by the natives of this planet, and his tail had been cut off. To be a member of Vegeta's team, Golan was naturally an elite Saiyan. But precisely because he was an elite Saiyan, he had been ambushed by a native and had his tail cut off. In Vegeta's view, this was an insult to the entire Saiyan race. So Vegeta showed no mercy at all. He directly blew up Golan's spaceship and left him to fend for himself on this planet. It hurts. The early story Vegeta is really ruthless. Golan lay on the ground. The pain in his body made his face deathly pale. Golan was not at all surprised that Vegeta could be so merciless even to his own people. After all, at this early point in the story, Vegeta was a little demon. For example, when Vegeta and Nappa invaded Earth, Nappa was severely injured by Sun Wukong. Nappa asked Vegeta to save him. But Vegeta thought that a companion who had lost his value was a burden, so he killed Nappa with his own hands. Damn eternal second place. One day I'll beat you until you kneel and beg. Golan's expression grew worse and worse. Besides his severe injuries, he also felt an intense hunger in his stomach. He had already been unconscious for 3 days, and had gone 3 days without a drop of water. In his immobile condition, forget seeking revenge on Vegeta later. He probably couldn't hold on for even another hour. The situation was extremely critical. Could it be that he would die right after transmigrating? Enduring the pain, Golan brainstormed desperately. The natives of this planet had all been killed, so there was no one left who could save him. His spaceship had been blown up, so he couldn't escape this planet either. Dragon Balls. Senza beans. That was even more unrealistic. D-damn. Now, apart from his mouth, every part of Golan's body was immobile, and blood was still spurting from his lips. In this situation, what possible way remained for him to survive? Wait. It was age 737. And planet Vegeta had just exploded. A flash of insight shot through Golan's mind. Got it. If there was one person who could keep him alive, it had to be him. BOTH Whis. Golan weakly called Whis' name toward the sky. Yes. In this situation, only the Angel of Universe 7 could save him. According to Dragon Ball Super story, Beerus had ordered King Vegeta to find the best pillow in the universe for him. In the end, King Vegeta kept the best pillow for himself and gave the second best to Beerus. That enraged Beerus. Frieza's destruction of planet Vegeta was in fact done at Beerus' instruction. Golan also knew that Beerus greatly disliked Saiyans at this time. But it was age 737 now, and planet Vegeta had just exploded, which meant Beerus had just fallen into a deep sleep. So Golan didn't have to worry about summoning Beerus. As for whether Whis would come when called, it should be possible, right? Mr. Whis, I have the most delicious food in the entire universe. Would you like to try it? Golan called out weakly. From his understanding of Whis, the angel shouldn't let such delicacies slip away. Whis, you absolutely must come. In an immensely distant space, an inverted pyramid world hung there, every corner filled with the breath of destruction. Beside the lake stood a refined man, tall and graceful, with pale blue skin and long white curly hair. A divine halo floated around his neck, making him look radiant and sacred. Beside him a cup hovered in the air, and inside it swam a tiny loach-like fish. One loach and one angel. Both turned their eyes toward the distant palace. Leaning against the cup, the prophecy fish said speechlessly, "He hasn't even destroyed that many planets, and Lord Beerus has gone back to sleep." What a lazybones. As a member of the realm of destruction, the prophecy fish naturally knew Beerus's power. Years ago, because of the Omni King's game of hide-and-seek, the gods of destruction from all 12 universes had once fought. Fight was perhaps the wrong word. It was more like Beerus being ganged up on by the other 11 gods of destruction. Yet in the end, Beerus alone knocked them all down. In the end, only Compa Beerus's own brother and Quitella that rat managed to leave in a dignified manner. That battle was also the one that earned Beerus the title of the strongest god of destruction. Unfortunately, despite his might, Beerus's laziness had caused his own universe to rank second from the bottom. It really made the prophecy fish too ashamed to show its face. Oh ho ho, Whis held a long staff in his right hand and laughed. If Lord Beerus heard you calling him lazy, you'd be finished. With that laugh, his sacred angelic image instantly shattered and became ridiculously amusing. No matter. Lord Beerus is fast asleep anyway. He can't hear you. How do you know I won't tell him after he wakes up? Whis you. The prophecy fish's eyes widened in panic. You're not really going to tell Lord Beerus, are you? Whis covered his mouth and snickered. Then it depends on how cooperative you are. The prophecy fish was speechless, black lines all over its face. What an astonishing master-servant pair. One loved sleeping and the other loved eating delicacies. Put bluntly, they were a gluttonous, lazy pair. In truth, the angel in front of it was far more terrifying. Beerus may have been the strongest god of destruction, but he could not even block a single casual move by Whis. Because every skill Beerus had was taught by Whis. Whis's true identity was Beerus's master. As for Whis's real power, no one had ever known. Fine, I'll give you all the delicacies I've been hoarding, but you must not tell Lord Beerus. The prophecy fish looked as though it were suffering heartache. Whis licked his lips, his eyes full of anticipation. Delicious food again. Suddenly, a weak voice drifted over Whis. Whis was the angel of a universe. At his level, he naturally heard someone calling his name, but he simply ignored it. He and Beerus had left many legends in Universe 7, so it was hardly strange for people to call his name. Following his usual habit, he would automatically ignore those voices. Yet the next second, Mr. Whis, I have the most delicious food in the whole universe here. Would you like to try it? Those words made Whis's eyes burn with fervor. Whis, what's wrong? The prophecy fish had just pulled out its treasured delicacies from a pocket dimension when it noticed Whis acting strange. Why did Whis look so excited? Wait. Whenever this guy wore that expression, he must have found good food. The prophecy fish immediately understood and was about to speak, but Whis beside it suddenly turned into a streak of rainbow light and shot into the sky. At the same time, he left behind a sentence, "My going out cancels out your recent insults to Lord Beerus. From now on, neither of us tells Lord Beerus." Damn it. He ran off to eat good food without taking me. The prophecy fish cursed at the sky. Yet just as it finished, it suddenly fell asleep, for no apparent reason at all. If Whis had not left, he would have been shocked, because this was exactly the prophecy fish's state when it began making prophecies. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Gran lay on the ground. 2 minutes had passed since he first called out, but Whis still had not come. Could it be? Could Whis really not have heard me? Gran coughed up another mouthful of blood. According to the anime, when Whis took Beerus from the realm of destruction to the North Kai's planet, the normal journey would take 26 minutes. But in the end, under Beerus's forceful demand, Whis reached the North Kai's planet from the realm of destruction in just 3 minutes. Likewise, with Whis's craving for delicious food, it should have taken him no more than 3 minutes to get here. As time passed, another 10 minutes went by and Gran's aura grew weaker and weaker. Damn it. Am I really going to die? I refuse to accept this. I haven't even punched Beerus or kicked the Omni King. Suddenly, punch Lord Beerus. Kick the Omni what? A voice bored into Gran's ears and his pupils shrank. Could it be him? Gran lay on the ground. He wanted to turn his head, but he had long stopped being able to move. Soon a figure walked over and entered his sight. Pale blue skin, white hair, and a staff in hand. An angel. When he saw the face, it really was Whis. Whis really had heard him, and he had personally descended here. At that moment, the pain faded from Gran's mind as joy surged through his heart. Whis looked down at the child on the ground and could not help frowning. A Saiyan. That couldn't be right. Wasn't the Saiyan race destroyed along with planet Vegeta by Frieza? Why was there still a Saiyan alive? Could Frieza have gone against Lord Beerus's will? Whis shook his head again. Whether Frieza had violated Lord Beerus's will had nothing to do with him. As an angel, his duty was to serve and teach the god of destruction. He had to stay neutral and never take part in any battle in the universe. So even if he knew Frieza had disobeyed Beerus, Whis would not react at all. Only, what did you just say? Punch Lord Beerus and kick whom? A mocking glint flickered in Wiss's eyes. No surprise the little fellow had probably meant punch Beerus and kick the Omni King. Good grief, how could a no-name little runt dare say something like that? Gran wanted to say, "Can you save me first?" but he truly had no strength to speak. "Oh dear, I forgot you're about to die now." Even though Whis said that he had no intention of healing Gran panicked inwardly. This wasn't right. Whis had already come with his love for delicious food, why wasn't he saving him? "I don't know how you managed to survive Frisia, or how you found out I like good food." Whis held his staff, seeming to guess what Gran was thinking, and looked down at him from above. "You lured me here because you wanted me to save you, but you're barking up the wrong tree. Why would anyone expect an angel to save a stranger for no reason, just for some food?" Angels were neutral. They served only the god of destruction and would not easily interfere with anything in the universe. Save a strange child. Don't be foolish. If it were someone he knew, that was a different matter. But the child on the ground was a stranger, and a Saiyan that Beerus hated. Whis did love good food, which was why he had appeared here. But he would never save Gran a Saiyan because of food. Gran did not know what Whis was thinking. If he had, he would definitely have said, "You weren't like this in Dragon Ball Super. Bulma just said there was tasty food on Earth, and you happily scurried over to help with everything. Why is it that when I say there's food, you won't even save me?" Hearing Wiss's words, Gran's mood instantly fell from excitement to despair. He had thought Whis would save him once he came. Who would have guessed it would end like this? Was heaven truly trying to kill him? Gran's aura suddenly weakened to the breaking point, and he slowly closed his eyes, a prelude to death. Whis looked down at him. This little kid was clever, injured to such a degree he had still managed to think of luring him over. What a pity. An angel could not casually interfere in the universe's affairs, and he could not save this child. Whis was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, a powerful aura exploded from Gran's body, accompanied by ripples in dimensional space. "Oh, this little one seems a little unusual." Whis looked down at Gran from above, and his expression suddenly turned serious. Gran originally belonged to the world where the Dragon Ball creator god resided, and his dimension was exactly the same as that deity's. At this moment, as Gran hovered on the brink of death, the soul of the original owner of this body finally crumbled, and Gran devoured it completely. Buzz. A faint dimensional pressure burst from Gran's body, and his power instantly surged to 200 times its original level. How is this possible? Wiss's eyes widened. What startled him was not Gran's surge in strength. That added power was still far too weak for him. What startled him was that Gran's dimension had actually broken through to the Kai realm. In Gran Zeno's universe, the dimensional ranks were divided into the mortal heavenly god Yama Kai deity, angel Grand Priest, and Gran Zeno realms. No matter who it was, raising one's dimensional rank required talent, and also demanded an enormous amount of time. The higher the dimension, the more time it required. A realm like the Kai realm would take at least 1,000,000 years. Yet today Whis had actually seen a child's dimension suddenly break through from mortal to Kai. That was a leap across 2 entire major dimensions. Years of cultivation had long made Wiss's heart as calm as an ancient well, but in this moment, he was genuinely shaken. Not good. He's about to die. At that moment, Gran's life was like a candle flickering in the wind. Whis could not hold back any longer, so he swung his staff. A streak of silver light sank into Gran's body. His injuries healed at once, and his life force returned to its peak state. As Gran's life force recovered, his dimension soared once again, reaching the peak of the Kai realm. What in the world is going on? How did he ascend again? Wiss's breathing grew rapid. This little one was far too bizarre. Just moments ago, he had clearly looked like he was about to die, yet on the threshold of death, he had broken through to the Kai realm. Not only that, after recovering, his dimension had advanced yet again to the peak of the Kai realm. Beyond the peak of the Kai realm, the next dimension was the deity realm at the level of supreme Kais and gods of destruction. Could he really break through to the deity realm as well? Wiss's mind was in turmoil as he kept staring at Gran on the ground. He had not detected the miraculous power of Super Shinran on Gran. In other words, the little one's breakthrough to this level had been accomplished entirely by himself. How had he done it? Whis watched Gran for over 10 minutes, and the dimensional fluctuations around Gran finally stopped changing. Phew. Whis let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. He, an angel no less, had actually been shocked to this extent one day. It was utterly unbelievable. It was also fortunate that Gran's dimension had stopped changing. Otherwise, if a 6-year-old child broke through to the deity realm and the gods of destruction, who had cultivated painstakingly for tens of millions of years, saw it, they really would become laughingstocks. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Gran still lay on the ground unconscious. His dimension no longer changed, but deep in his soul, a dimensional seed suddenly appeared. The unconscious Gran knew nothing of this, nor did Whis know what had changed within Gran. Staff in hand, Whis stood to one side, seemingly pondering something. Another half an hour passed, and Whis still wore a grave expression. Finally, he picked Gran up from the ground and turned into a streak of 7-colored light, leaving this planet. After 3 more days of unconsciousness, Gran suddenly opened his eyes and sat up sharply. Where is this? Gran gasped for breath and looked around. He was beside a lake. On the other side of the lake were many crystal trees, and glowing plankton floated overhead. I'm dead, so this must be hell, right? Gran muttered to himself. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from afar. This is the realm of the gods of destruction. The realm of the gods of destruction. Gran was stunned. The surroundings really did look just like that realm from the anime. The next moment he instantly realized, I'm not dead. Do you want to die that badly? Whis walked over with his staff in hand, looking at the child before him. Even now his heart still could not find peace. This little one had come back from the brink of death. His power was 200 times greater than before, and his dimension had also broken through from the mortal level to the peak of the Kai realm. No matter how one looked at it, it was hard to believe. No. Gran hastily shook his head and finally got a clear look at the person beside him. It was the gentle and refined Whis. Clearly Whis had ultimately saved him. But why did his tone feel so strange? Mr. Whis, I am truly sorry. In that situation, you were the only one I could think of. Gran stood up and bowed to him. Thank you, Mr. Whis, for saving me. It was rather clever of you to think of me in a crisis like that. But let me ask you, how did you know my name? Whis suddenly paused. This little one not only knew he existed, but also knew he loved fine food. He said meaningfully, you little fellow, you know quite a lot, don't you? Gran's heart clenched, but he quickly came up with an explanation. Although gods of destruction and angels rarely move about the universe, legends about you are anything but few. As a Saiyan, I naturally know a few of those legends. His childish voice echoed across the lake, and Whis said nothing. This part he did understand, because not long ago he had taken Beerus to planet Vegeta. So it was only natural that Saiyans knew of the existence of gods of destruction and angels. But one thing was very strange. This little one had earlier said he would punch gods of destruction and kick Gran Zeno. He even knew of Lord Gran Zeno. And how did you come to know the name of Lord Gran Zeno? Whis looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. It was normal for gods of destruction and angels to leave legends in the universe, but Gran Zeno was not someone just anyone could know about. A chill ran down Gran's spine. How was he supposed to explain this? Got it. Gran lowered his head and said softly, I read about it in the Saiyan historical records. That record said the strongest and greatest being in this world is called Gran Zeno. Since planet Vegeta had already exploded, he didn't believe Whis would keep digging at the matter. The Saiyan race. Historical records. Whis looked up at the sky, a flicker of recollection passing through his eyes, as if he had remembered something. Gran was taken aback. Did the Saiyan race really have such records? All right. Whis did not press further, and said casually, what about the most delicious food in the universe you promised? The sudden shift in topic caught Gran completely off guard. He was just going to stop asking. Or did the Saiyan race really have some significant background? Whis looked at him with a strange expression. Little one, I'm talking to you. You're not going to go back on your word, are you? Whis was indeed a refined angel, and it was true that he had to remain neutral. It was even truer that he could not launch a battle against any being in the universe. But if someone lied to him, especially when it came to food, then he would truly be furious. As for the consequences of his anger, although he could not take action personally, he would personally wake Beerus, who was still sleeping. Gran snapped back to his senses and was instantly speechless. Back then you had that look of total indifference toward the most delicious food in the universe, and I thought I was done for. Now that I look at it, you still want something delicious, don't you? Whis saw every change in Gran's expression and could roughly guess what the other was thinking. Do I really have so little principle? If it weren't for those bizarre changes in your dimension, do you think I would have paid you any attention? Whis grumbled inwardly, but he did not ask Gran about his dimension, because he could tell that this little one still did not know his dimension had already broken through to the peak of the Kai realm. Clearly the other was also unaware of the secret within himself. Even if he asked, he would not get the answer he wanted. It would be better to bring him back to the realm of the gods of destruction, where he could observe him up close. That was the reason Whis had brought Gran away at the time. It absolutely was not because he wanted to eat the most delicious food in the universe Gran had mentioned. Absolutely not. Mr. Wissam, do you have any ingredients? Gran asked cautiously. Whis frowned. You're not telling me you're going to cook it for me yourself, are you? Gran nodded firmly. Right, I'll make it for you myself. The food of that island country was almost all sushi and sashimi. Such bland food was fine once in a while, but if eaten every day, who could stand it? In his previous life, Gran had been born into a wealthy family and was particularly passionate about gourmet food, so he knew Chinese cuisine very well. He had also learned all kinds of cooking methods, pan-frying, stir-frying, deep-frying, and roasting, from renowned masters. This time he absolutely had to let Whis taste the cuisine of the great Chinese nation. This was Gran's way of repaying his benefactor. He absolutely was not trying to whet Whis's appetite so that Whis would teach him cultivation. Absolutely not. Well then I'll give you the ingredients and see what you can make. Whis waved his staff and a huge, unidentified fish fell out of an alternate dimensional space. Fish. The moment Gran saw that it was a fish, his mind instantly figured out how to deal with it. Then an all-fish banquet it would be. When the time came, Whis would surely enjoy it. And if he was in a good mood, would he teach me Ultra Instinct? If he would not teach me Ultra Instinct, it would be fine for him to teach me how to condense destructive energy. Haha. The short, tiny Gran stared at the big fish on the ground and chuckled foolishly. Hey, what are you grinning about? Aren't you going to let me see the most delicious food in the universe you mentioned? Yes. The quiet and solemn realm of destruction was soon filled with the clattering clash of kitchen utensils. Watching this, Whis felt a sudden pang of guilt. If Lord Beerus found out that he had brought a child back to the realm of destruction and made the place all smoke-filled and lively, he would be scolded for sure. Whis glanced back at the distant temple of destruction. Lord Beerus was still sound asleep, and that put his mind at ease. Then he would have good food waiting later, and he could enjoy it all alone. Meanwhile, Gran had finished breaking down the huge fish and began to prepare an all-fish banquet, all the while sensing his own power. Wait, according to my memories, I'm just an elite Saiyan with a battle power of 800. But why does this 800 battle power of mine feel so incredibly strong? Gran held a kitchen utensil in his hand. Strictly speaking, apart from the time he had spent unconscious, he had only transmigrated half a day earlier, so he still did not have a clear understanding of power. But he genuinely felt that he could blow up a planet right now. Should he try? Gran turned back to glance at Whis by the lake, who was lying on a beach lounger with his eyes half closed. No sooner said than done. He turned around, pointed his hand at the distant mountain range, and began to summon his power according to the method in his memories. Buzz. Like a water pump, Gran could feel power being drawn together from every part of his body. It was a pleasant tingling numbness. Wait, wrong channel. Gran only felt his body swell a little, and then a ball of ki suddenly appeared in his palm. So this is the ki blast from the anime. Gran was incredibly excited. When he was a kid, he had always fantasized about forming a ki blast. His dream had finally come true. Go. With a kitchen utensil in his left hand, Gran swung his right hand fiercely toward the distant mountain range, and the ball of ki flew out instantly. In just a moment. Boom. A huge explosion erupted at the distant mountain range. When the smoke vanished, Gran found that the mountains had not suffered the slightest bit of damage. That made sense after all. This was the legendary realm of destruction. However, why does my power feel like it's more than just 800 battle power? Just as Gran was still in a daze, Whis on the beach lounger by the lake slowly opened his eyes. He had witnessed everything Gran had just done, but he did not stop him. The little one's power had already risen to 200 times its original level. This was a blessing brought by his dimensional ascension. Of course, part of it was also due to his physical constitution. The Saiyan body, when brought back from the brink of death, unlocks the potential hidden inside. Whis had only realized this after watching Gran recover from his injuries. He never expected the Saiyans to have such a talent. For a moment, he felt it was a shame that Beerus had Frieza annihilate the Saiyan race. Of course, he would not try to stop Beerus. After all, he was merely an angel, and angels did not interfere in anything within the universe. There was one more thing. Whis observed the blank, puzzled expression on Gran's face. Just as he had suspected, this little fellow didn't know the secret within himself either. It was better to keep observing. Whis closed his eyes once more. Strange. Is 800 battle power really this strong? On Gran's side, he snapped out of his daze and hastily glanced at Whis, discovering that Whis hadn't paid any attention to the ki blast he had just thrown. Phew, that's good. He let out a sigh of relief and immediately went back to preparing the all-fish banquet for Whis. Pan-frying, stir-frying, deep-frying, grilling. He brought out every culinary skill in his repertoire. Gran was only 6 years old. His body was small, but it didn't hinder his skill. As time passed, the inviting aroma gradually spread through the realm of destruction. That aroma. Whis shot up from the beach lounger, his nose twitching nonstop. So fragrant. Whis swallowed hard. These aromas were definitely the most delicious smelling things he had encountered in all his years. If the mere scent was this intoxicating, wouldn't it be absolutely mind-blowing in the mouth? So the little one hadn't lied after all. He really did have the most delicious food in the universe. No, I can't take it anymore. The more I smell it, the more fragrant it becomes. Whis had originally wanted to keep up the image of someone who could stay indifferent even if Mount Tai collapsed right in front of him. But at this moment, he could not hold back any longer. Whoosh! A rainbow-colored streak of light flashed across the void, and he instantly appeared beside Gran. In front of Gran was a makeshift stove covered with all kinds of dishes. There was steamed fish, braised fish, sweet and sour fish, and spicy boiled fish. Aside from the fish itself, there were also countless preparations of fish, offal, fish bones, and fish skin. Every dish on the stove was unique, yet all of them perfectly embodied the three qualities of color, aroma, and taste. Gulp. Whis kept swallowing. It smelled so good that he was about to lose his composure. There's one last dish. It'll be ready soon. Gran processed the remaining ingredients and made them into a plate of sashimi. After the last dish was finished, Gran set the sashimi at the very end. This sashimi was no different from the style made in that little island nation, but since it was one of the dishes of an all-fish banquet, he had prepared it anyway. Sure enough, the moment Gran's words landed, Whis immediately began to eat. At the instant the food entered his mouth, an unrivaled freshness and aroma bombarded his taste buds. Whis's entire body shuddered. The knife work is superb, the heat control is excellent, and the fragrance is utterly explosive. Damn it, it's all the same ingredients, so why does your cooking taste this good? My God, whoever invented these cooking methods is a true genius. What do I do now? After eating this, I can never go back. What kind of garbage did I eat before? Whis was completely immersed in the world of delicious food. He tasted almost every dish, but the fish sashimi was the only one he did not touch. He ate this sort of thing often, and now he didn't even want to look at it. Gran nodded in satisfaction. This should be enough to win. Whis overthrew his stomach, which meant there was hope of getting Whis to teach him Ultra Instinct. Seeing Whis devour the food with such enjoyment, Gran couldn't help himself either. With his Saiyan constitution and the fact that he had been hungry for 3 days, he felt like he could eat an entire cow. Gran also joined the battle against the food, and bowls and plates clattered non-stop. 2 hours passed. Whis finally ate to his heart's content. He took out a napkin, gently wiped the grease from his lips, and regained his usual elegance. Gran, however, was only 60% full. The fish Whis had given him was still too small. For a Saiyan, 2 more fish of this size would be about right. Mr. Whis, how is it? Does the food I made deserve to be called the most delicious in the universe? Gran blinked his round eyes and spoke like a little adult. Whis looked down at the little pipsqueak, suddenly at a loss for words. He had never eaten food this delicious before. This kind of cuisine truly deserved the title of the most delicious in the universe. But seeing the pipsqueak's proud and slightly smug face, he didn't want to admit it. In the end, though, Whis nodded. It does deserve that title. Gran was stunned. He hadn't expected the man to admit it. Whis knew exactly what that tiny expression meant, and said with a mix of amusement and annoyance, "What? Did you think I would be too stubborn to admit it?" Gran scratched his head and smiled, not bothering to retort. He still wanted Whis to teach him how to train. Whis revealed a faint smile. "Everything you made is something I've never eaten before, and the flavor is absolutely exquisite. It was well worth saving that little life of yours. Thank you once again, Mr. Whis, for saving me." Gran bowed once more. This man was his savior, and no matter how many times he bowed in gratitude, it would never be too much. Whis waved his hand, signaling that it was enough. The two said no more, and simply enjoyed the peaceful time after the all-fish banquet. The lakeside gradually fell silent. Mr. Whis. Gran felt the timing was about right. He didn't belong to the realm of destruction. If he didn't speak now, he might be sent away from the realm of destruction before long. Seeing the little one look as if he had something to say, but couldn't quite bring himself to speak, Whis seemed to guess what he was after. He didn't say anything, simply turning his head to cast a glance at Gran. Gran bowed respectfully. Mr. Whis, may I ask you to train me? Among all anime, Dragon Ball is undoubtedly the most passionate and battle-intensive. Take it or leave it. Glenn had transmigrated to this world and become a Saiyan. He refused to fade into the masses in such a fiery world, and he certainly did not want to perish like an insignificant ant crushed by the collateral force of battles between the mighty. He yearned for heart-pounding battles, desired the thrill of breaking through his limits, and dreamed of standing atop the pyramid, gazing down upon all living beings. Most importantly, that bastard Vegeta had nearly killed him right after he transmigrated. He would definitely make Vegeta beg for mercy, teeth scattered all over the ground. Of course, all of this required formidable strength. And now was his chance. Whis was the son of the Grand Minister. He served Beerus as a servant, yet was also Beerus's master. Beerus's immense power, aside from his natural talent, could largely be attributed to Whis's guidance. Whis was a natural guide, and his strength remained unknowable to most. If there was anyone in this world more suited to be Glenn's master, it was Whis. Seeing Whis remain silent, Glenn pressed on. "I won't let you teach me for nothing. I'll be responsible for your meals henceforth. That's my compensation. What do you think?" Glenn lowered himself considerably. Was that embarrassing? Not in the least. Son Goku and Vegeta had groveled far lower before Whis and Beerus to grow stronger. If they could stoop that low, how could Glenn not? This was Whis we were talking about. Not to mention cooking for Whis. If Whis truly taught him to cultivate, he'd run naked through the streets. Seeing Whis still silent, Glenn grew uneasy. No way. Hadn't he conquered his stomach yet? That shouldn't be. Just as Glenn was beginning to despair. All right. Whis gave a slight nod. Glenn froze for a moment, then realized he had succeeded. Thank you, Lord Whis. Glenn jumped up and down with excitement. Watching the little brat's eagerness, Whis's lips curled upward slightly. If he hadn't intended for Glenn to stay in the Destruction God realm, how could he have brought him here? The dimensional shift within Glenn was genuinely bizarre. It piqued Whis's curiosity. He wanted to see what secrets this little one concealed. Of course, that compensation the little one mentioned couldn't be overlooked either. Though I've agreed to guide your cultivation, you may not remain in the Destruction God realm for long. Whis said suddenly. Glenn instantly cooled from his excitement, his small brows knitting together. What did Whis mean? Since you've read the history of your Saiyan clan, you should know the ruler of the Destruction God realm is a god of destruction. Whis glanced back toward Beerus's slumbering palace. Glenn understood immediately. You're saying if Lord Beerus awakens, he'll drive me away, right? Drive. Whis shook his head with a faint smile. Given how much Lord Beerus despises Saiyans, he might just destroy you outright. Hearing the word destroy, Glenn shivered violently. Destroy was the god of destruction's ultimate technique. It could annihilate anything weaker than it. Once destroyed, even the Dragon Balls couldn't restore it. Of course, the Super Dragon Balls were an exception. Glenn recalled Beerus's elegant posture when wielding destroy, and his fear vanished, replaced by fanatical excitement. If Whis agreed to teach him, then he must learn the destroy technique. Wait. No, he should master everything Whis possessed. Watching Glenn's expression shift constantly, Whis's lip twitched. What was this little one thinking? He should be afraid of Beerus waking up. I'm not afraid. As far as I know, Lord Beerus seems to love gourmet food too. Glenn suddenly spoke in his young voice. Even Lord Whis was captivated by my cuisine. How could Lord Beerus resist? A sudden thought struck Whis. This little one was right. Given Beerus's obsession with food, he might actually spare Glenn. Oh no. Then others would enjoy that cuisine too, not just him. What's wrong, Lord Whis? Glenn suppressed his laughter, clearly understanding Whis's thoughts. You? Whis looked at him with resentment gruffly. You know us well, kid. Glenn fell silent, not daring to speak further. All right, adjust yourself today. Tomorrow I'll guide your cultivation. And don't forget the compensation you promised. Yes. Glenn breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Whis didn't press further. With Whis's magic, a small house appeared by the lake, and Glenn officially took up residence in the Destruction God realm. Frisia's headquarters. The planet brimmed with technological industrial vibes within a palace. Lord Frisia, that kid Vegeta has completed the planet purification mission. A handsome man spoke. It was Zamasu. Don't give him time to train. Keep assigning him new missions. Frisia, seated on his baby mobile, spoke slowly. Frisia's body was covered in a hard shell with blood-red eyes and purple-black lips, two tear-like lines beneath his eyes. The whole figure appeared extremely vicious. Yes. Zamasu hesitated, wanting to say something, but holding back. Frisia narrowed his eyes, his voice raspy. What is it? Lord Frisia, one Saiyan is missing from Vegeta's squad. Zamasu continued reporting. According to recordings from the scouter, that Saiyan is named Glenn. He was ambushed by natives and severely injured, but Vegeta ultimately abandoned him. Oh ho ho. Frisia burst into sudden laughter, his voice as cold and sinister as a venomous snake. Zamasu couldn't help trembling. At this moment, he didn't dare speak, fearing the Lord might suddenly turn his wrath on him. Even though the entire Saiyan race has dwindled to so few, he, a Saiyan prince, still abandons his own people. That kid Vegeta is cold-blooded and foolish. Frisia laughed until tears formed. He shifted his gaze. Mr. Zamasu, don't you agree? Cold-blooded. In this world, who could match your coldness, Frisia? Zamasu naturally didn't dare say that. He joined in with a sneer. Truly foolish. How could such a stupid race possibly produce the legendary Super Saiyan? Hearing this, Frisia nodded contentedly. Indeed, how could such a stupid race possess a Super Saiyan? Mr. Zamasu is truly unparalleled in wisdom. You may leave now. Yes. Zamasu bowed and quickly turned to leave the palace, unwilling to stay near the capricious lord any longer. True to form, as he stepped out of the palace gates, Frisia's chilling, evil laughter rang out again from within. Zamasu shuddered and flew away without looking back. Meanwhile, the 5-year-old Vegeta returned to Frisia's headquarters. He had barely left the spaceship when he suddenly received a new mission through the communication device. Vegeta's childish face contorted with anger. Damn it, is Frisia really treating me as free labor? Raditz cautiously asked, what's wrong? Shut up and get on the ship. Vegeta leaped into the spaceship and called back. You'd better not hold me back or Glenn will be your fate. Before being softened by Bulma's influence, Vegeta was still too vicious. His words made every member of his squad shudder. Yes. Several small spaceships rose into the air with trails of fire quickly disappearing beyond Frisia's headquarters. The Destruction God realm. With Whis's consent, Gran settled down to live there. Early the next morning, Whis provided ingredients again, and Gran made breakfast for both of them. Breakfast consisted of 2 bowls of beef noodles, one regular size and one enormous. The smaller one was about the size of a normal noodle bowl, but the larger one was as big as a water vat. When Whis spotted the absurdly oversized portion of beef noodles on the table, his lips twitched. However, having witnessed Gran's appetite the day before, he refrained from comment. As Whis savored his beef noodles, stars sparkled in his eyes. It certainly seemed like the right decision to keep the little one in the Destruction God realm. Whis suddenly recalled Beerus and instinctively shielded his bowl. By the dining table, Gran slurped up his noodles and lifted his head. Lord Whis, what's wrong? Nothing. Whis offered an awkward smile. Having grown accustomed to rivaling Beerus over possessions, he found himself instinctively guarding his food whenever something delicious was involved. Gran nodded his head thoughtfully, then a memory surfaced. I've heard there's also a prophecy fish in the Destruction God realm. Why haven't I seen it? It has fallen into a deep slumber. Whis glanced at the youngster with mild amusement, noting how much the child already knew. Now then, eat without talking. Finish quickly, for we will begin your cultivation training soon. Gran suppressed the urge to retort, remembering how Whis had made those blissful sounds while devouring fish the previous day. Nevertheless, the prospect of beginning cultivation lessons spurred him to eat faster. After roughly 10 minutes, Whis employed magic to clear the dishes from the lakeside table, and the two stood together by the water's edge, Whis fixating intently upon Gran. His energy surged uncontrollably, his presence remained unsettled, every movement carried excess tension, he failed to conceal his aura, his mental state lagged behind his cultivation level, and his dimensional foundation proved unstable. Staring at Whis's peculiar gaze, Gran couldn't help but swallow hard. Lord Whis, what's wrong? Whis tapped his staff against his palm. Do you have any idea how vast the destruction god realm truly is? What was he getting at? Grand shook his head in confusion. No, I don't. With deadpan seriousness, Whis replied, the flaws on your person could circle the destruction god realm 10 times over. Grand fell silent, utterly dumbfounded. Truly the brother of Belmid, that tongue of his is dipped in poison. Grand gathered himself respectfully. Lord Whis, then how should I cultivate? At this stage you're not yet ready to train your power. Why? You recovered from near death just days ago, and your strength surged to 200 times its original level. Do you understand what that means? Whis said cryptically. What? Grand's eyes widened as he touched his own body. The Saiyan legend about potential awakening after surviving death was true. As an elite warrior with an initial combat power of 800, the 200-fold increase brought his total to 1600, far surpassing even Captain Jinyu. Gran was only 6. The real surge in his potential had not yet come. If his near-death experience had merely triggered a 10-fold increase, that would have been exceptional. 200 times was simply impossible. The 200-fold surge was entirely a product of his dimensional elevation. That explosive power you unleashed. It may be yours, but you haven't learned to control it, so in another sense, it isn't truly yours yet. Whis smiled faintly. Don't you feel your aura is unstable? Gran shook his head. Considering he'd only arrived 2 days prior, not counting his unconscious period, he had barely any time to adapt. In such a short span, mastering that surge of power was unthinkable, and he still couldn't fully harness the original 800 combat power that came with his body. Right now, Gran could only manage a few energy blasts by recalling techniques from memory. Deeper mastery over his aura remained completely beyond him. Naturally, sensing others' auras was also impossible for him. Tilting his round head upward, Gran's eyes shone with determination. Lord Whis, then what should I do now? At your current stage, you must lay a solid foundation. Only with strong roots can you go far in the future. Whis added with a hint of amusement. Your first step is mastering every thread of power within you, but the process will be painful. Are you prepared for that? Pain. Gran shook his head, his wide eyes filled with resolve. I'm not afraid. In the Dragon Ball world, there were so many powerful beings whose casual attacks could destroy planets. Without true strength, even surviving became a struggle, let alone reaching the Zeno's pyramid. Compared to death, pain was something Gran willingly endured. Very well, you asked for it. Follow me. Whis grinned mischievously as he headed toward the Destruction God Palace in the distance. Gran trotted along behind him only to realize they were heading straight for the palace itself. His scalp prickled with alarm. Was he really about to enter the Destruction God's palace? That was where Lord Beerus slept. They soon reached the massive double doors of the palace, each standing 5 meters tall, in weathered gray-white stone, carved with ancient patterns. Occasional wisps of destructive energy seeped through the cracks. Standing before those doors, Gran felt as though an icy chill had seized his entire body, as if the leaking energy could disintegrate him in an instant. Could this truly be the agony of mastering power? However, enter. Whis paid no mind to Gran's terror, simply pushing the doors open and stepping inside. The moment the doors swung wide, a torrent of overwhelming pressure slammed into Gran, pinning him to the ground as his very soul trembled. What manner of aura was this? So terrifying. Whis glanced back at the struggling boy, a faint smile playing on his lips. This was the snoring breath of Beerus in slumber, laced with traces of divine destruction. Any ordinary being caught within would be reduced to nothingness. But Gran's dimension had already reached the peak of the KO realm, and his next breakthrough would bring him to a divine tier matching Beerus himself. With such dimensional support, that was why Gran hadn't been annihilated. Continue following me, Whis said, knowing his charge was safe, and led him into the palace hall. Corridors lined both sides of the hall, and Whis turned toward the right. Gran struggled to his feet, realizing his body had sustained no harm. The training ground was yet to come. He hurried after Whis, noticing the large windows along the corridor that offered glimpses of the Destruction God Realm's landscape. The small Gran observed that the corridor formed a circle, as if encircling something. His heart skipped a beat as understanding dawned, and he called out cautiously to Whis's retreating figure. Lord Whis, is this where Lord Beerus sleeps? Gran pointed to the inner wall of the corridor. Whis turned and smiled. Indeed. Beyond this wall lies Lord Beerus's sleeping chamber. If you wish to avoid disturbing him, keep your voice down. Disturb Beerus. Gran recalled scenes from the movie Battle of Gods. It was impossible. Even a ticking time bomb's alarm had barely stirred him in the anime, so how could mere conversation wake him? That Whis is quite the trickster, Gran muttered to himself, though he kept his voice low regardless, preferring caution over any risk. Noticing Gran's careful demeanor, Whis assumed the boy was frightened and couldn't suppress a mischievous grin. Go inside. 3 years within should suffice to help you master your power. At the corridor's end, Whis opened a door. 3 years. Before Gran could react, a swift kick sent him tumbling through the doorway. Wiss's characteristic oh-ho-ho laughter echoed from outside, instilling in Gran a deeply unsettling foreboding. He rose from the floor and finally took in his surroundings. It was less a room than an entire world, a vast expanse of desert glaciers and howling storms where bizarre beasts clashed and roared in their brutal combat. Suddenly, crushing pressure slammed into him. Gravity. Gran was pinned to the ground, feeling as though every cell in his body had been shackled. Before he could process the assault, numerous beasts turned their attention toward him, charging forward. Was he truly meant to fight these monsters in such conditions? So this was how one mastered their power. Whis, I hate you. Next time making dumplings, I'll make you eat only the wrappers. Time slipped away and a month passed in what felt like an instant. At the lakeside, Whis sat slumped in a chair, looking utterly listless. He sighed to himself. By my calculations, over 2 more years until that little one emerges. Days without his cooking are truly unbearable. Suddenly, a sturdy little figure stumbled out from the palace, looking utterly disheveled. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, his clothes were tattered to ribbons, and his body bore fresh wounds. Yet the way he moved suggested he had achieved complete mastery over his power. Impossible. Wiss's eyes widened, and he abruptly rose from his chair. The one walking out was none other than Jellin. But according to Wiss's estimation, Jellin would need at least 3 years to fully master the power in his body. It had only been a month. How could he already be out? Jellin walked toward the lake, not a single wisp of power leaking from him. That was proof of absolute control over his power. Mr. Whis, I'm out. Jellin reached the lake, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and had a resentful look in his eyes. It seems you have fully mastered your power. Whis snapped back to reality. He had been staring into the other's eyes. A month. How had this little one managed it? Could it be that aside from the dimensional arts, he was also a martial arts prodigy? Hearing that, Jellin's eyes became even more reproachful. Mr. Whis, do you know how I spent this month? A little. Mr. Whis, that place is no place for a human to stay. Jellin grimaced and began recounting his experiences in that mysterious world. The environment in that mysterious world was incredibly harsh. During the day, the temperature could climb past 60 degrees, and at night, it could fall below 0. Besides the temperature shifts, there were sandstorms, tornadoes, hail, torrential rain. Even more terrifying, the world was filled with countless giant beasts, and every one of them was always just a bit stronger than him. The moment Jellin entered, countless beasts locked onto him. From beginning to end, he was caught in a deadly flight for survival. As he fled, a gravity of unknown multiples pressed down on him. Temperature, beast, gravity, hunger, stamina. These problems tormented him every single moment. If he could not attain absolute control over his power, those giant beasts would always be able to sense where he was. Fortunately, the suffocating pressure of death had forced him to fully master his ki, and with it every last wisp of power inside his body. Jellin said crossly, Mr. Whis, you're so wicked. You deliberately didn't tell me what it was like inside, and made me so miserable. Not at all, not at all. Even if I had told you, given how crude your control was before, you would still have been just as miserable. Whis sat back down in his chair and suppressed the shock in his heart. Besides, didn't this month of trials also let you completely master your power? Jellin lowered his head to look at his hands. For some reason, he felt that completely mastering the power in his body was not really that hard. Then let me tell you something else. Lord Beerus also went into that room back then. Is that so? Jellin was stunned. Whis nodded. Back then, Lord Beerus was just like you. His control over his own power was very crude. It was only after the great escape in that room that he fully mastered every wisp of his power. Jellin suddenly became curious. How long did Lord Beerus stay in there? That mysterious world was extremely strange. Its environment, beasts, and gravity seemed to shift based on a person's own power. The stronger you were, the harder that world squeezed against you. Under those circumstances, there was absolutely no other way except to use every wisp of power to run for your life. Jellin also wanted to know how long Beerus had stayed, so he could compare himself to the god of destruction. I think you'd better ask Lord Beerus about that yourself. Whis shook his head. He had estimated that Jellin would need at least 3 years to completely master his own power. That was because Lord Beerus had needed a full year back then to master his power, and Jellin should not be able to match Beerus. Who would have thought? He had been wrong. So the gap between me and Lord Beerus is really that big? Jellin said dejectedly when Whis did not answer. What do you mean? Whis frowned. He could not understand what this little one was babbling about. Little Jellin sighed and said helplessly, Mr. Whis won't tell me how long Lord Beerus stayed in there, so obviously he doesn't want to hurt my morale. After all, he is the god of destruction. He must have come out in less than half a month. Sure enough, I'm still far behind. With that, Jellin looked up at the sky, his expression slightly dejected. Whis, Beerus was far behind you in that regard. I just didn't say it because I was afraid you'd get cocky. However, after this trial, he had discovered that the little guy Jellin was a martial arts prodigy too. Dimensional arts, martial arts. A dual prodigy. This was really getting more and more interesting. Just then, Jellin sat cross-legged on the grass and spoke again. Mr. Whis, didn't I completely master my power? Then why does it still feel so violent? Having said that, he let out a wisp of power. Rumble. The aura Jellin released was as violent as ever. At first glance, he looked like a primeval beast. Mastering power and having power that is still violent are two different things, or rather the latter is a deeper level of martial arts. Whis looked at Jellin with a strange expression. The little fellow actually knew that violent power was not a good thing. However, the violence of one's aura was related to one's mental state. He had not sent Jellin into that space to cultivate his mental state. Rather, he had wanted Jellin to fight life and death battles continuously in that extremely harsh environment, and thereby thoroughly master every wisp of power in his body. Judging from Jellin's behavior, there was no doubt that he had fully mastered the power inside him. Then what do I need to do to calm my power down? Don't rush. Everything needs a balance of work and rest. Whis pointed to the stove in the distance and smiled. Go. First make up for the month of good food you've owed me. In fact, Jellin entering the mysterious space was not the real cultivation, it was merely the preparation before cultivation began. Only once he had mastered his own power could he begin preparing for what came next: mental state dimensions loss. Ultra instinct. Since Whis had said he would guide Jellin's cultivation, he took that duty seriously. A towering mansion rises from level ground. Everything has to be done step by step. There was no rushing. Of course, how much the boy could learn would depend on his talent. If he could master all of Wis's skills, Whis would not hold anything back. Jellin looked at his own blood-soaked appearance and felt utterly speechless. I've been fleeing for a whole month and haven't even had a decent rest, and now you want me to cook something delicious for you. Even a hanged man gets a moment to catch his breath. Humph. I'll make dumplings in a while and let you eat nothing but the wrappers. The tiny Jellin was shrouded in a thick, almost tangible aura of resentment. Suddenly, a magical light covered Jellin's entire body. In an instant, he felt warm all over and his stamina and wounds recovered rapidly. It felt wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Whis. I'll go make you something to eat right away. The resentment in Jellin's eyes vanished instantly, and he rushed toward the stove in the distance. Jellin's instant face-changing act made Whis burst out laughing. Having such a funny little kid in the realm of the gods of destruction. Perhaps it was actually pretty nice. As for Jellin, once he said he would make dumplings, he made dumplings. For the sake of Whis healing his wounds, that fellow counted as a decent person after all, so he would let him eat half of the dumpling wrappers. Inside the palace at Frisia's headquarters, Lord Frisia Vegeta has returned from completing another mission. Dodoria bowed toward the upper chamber of the palace. Hovering above the palace was a pram-like vehicle upon which Frisia sat, his voice cold and detached. Have the surveillance devices transmitted any intel? My lord, another Saiyan from Vegeta's squad has been lost. There are only 6 remaining now. And anything else? By the way, my lord, according to Vegeta, there are still many of our Saiyan kin scattered across the cosmos. Dodoria sneered. Among them is Raditz' younger brother. He was reportedly exiled to a barren planet, one that seems to be called Earth. Earth? I've never heard of it. How strong is this individual? Dodoria's face suddenly flushed with suppressed laughter. Frisia's expression darkened. Oh, Dodoria hurriedly apologized. My lord, I beg your pardon. It's just that Raditz's brother's power level is utterly ridiculous. His power level at birth was merely 2. A power level of 2. Frisia's pupils contracted sharply, his eye twitching uncontrollably. A Saiyan with only a power level of 2. Is that even a data point achievable by a living being? A dog would surely possess more power than that. Frisia's face instantly turned crimson, and he could no longer contain himself. Oh ho ho. Dodoria had always found his lord's laughter to resemble the cackling of an imbecile, but he dared not voice such thoughts. My lord, since there are still so many Saiyans out there, should we not send someone to eliminate them as a precaution? Do you think I need to concern myself with disabled wrecks who possess a power level of only 2? Don't waste my time. Frisia abruptly extinguished his smile and waved his hand dismissively. Begone. Continue ordering Vegeta to carry out his planet-clearing missions. My interstellar real estate enterprise relies quite heavily on those few. Yes, my lord. His lord might be somewhat temperamental, but what wrong was there in merely aspiring to be an interstellar real estate magnate? Following their lord meant living in luxury and splendor, and Dodoria still held deep respect for his sovereign. Dodoria took his leave with a formal bow and exited the palace. Hardly had he departed when that unmistakably foolish laughter echoed through the chambers once more. Oh ho ho. To think they could actually produce a cripple with a power level of 2. How dare this wretched race call themselves a warrior culture? Meanwhile, the young Vegeta had scarcely returned to Frisia's headquarters when he received yet another mission assignment, his countenance instantly darkening like storm clouds. Raditz, standing nearby, inquired, Vegeta, what's wrong? The young Vegeta turned his head, his voice thick with murderous intent. That despicable Frisia has once again tasked us with some outdoor mission. What? Nappa erupted in righteous fury. Does he truly treat us as beasts of burden? Shut your mouth. The young Vegeta restrained the wrath boiling within him. Ever since the destruction of planet Vegeta, their squad's treatment had taken a precipitous decline. Let's move out. Defying Frisia's orders. Though the young Vegeta was small in stature, he was far from foolish. Stripped of planet Vegeta as their backing should he dare to contravene Frieza's commands, he feared the Ginyu Force would dispatch him in the very next instant. Since he so desperately wishes for us to carry out missions, then let us do precisely that. However, this time we shall return only after 3 years. Yes. Raditz and the others' eyes lit up with sudden inspiration. Shortly thereafter, 7 small spacecraft departed from Frieza's headquarters once more. The realm of the Destroyer God. Another week had elapsed, and Gran had already resided in the Destroyer God's realm for over a month. A chubby, robust young lad hovered in the void, launching an energy blast forward before transforming into a streak of luminous light to pursue it. Positioning himself ahead of the energy projectile, he thrust both palms forward, unleashing another explosive blast from his palms. Boom! A thunderous detonation echoed across the heavens in an instant. He's truly mastered every fiber of strength within his body now. This lad is genuinely monstrous. Whis stood beside the lakeside observing the commotion above and could not help but nod in acknowledgement. The smoke overhead dissipated and Gran reappeared within sight. The recent clash of energy blasts had not inflicted harm upon him. It's still too uncontrolled. Gran hovered in the void, gazing down at his own hands. It had been over a month since he arrived in the Dragon Ball world. He had first come to the Destroyer God's realm, then entered a mysterious world for an intense survival ordeal. As for his power augmentation, according to Whis, his current combat capacity had reached 3200. Some might argue here that having an angel instruct him for over a month only yields such a modest increase seems rather disappointing. In truth, that was far from the case. Strictly speaking, Whis had not yet instructed Gran in cultivation at all. He had merely sent Gran into that mysterious world. Furthermore, Gran was merely 6 years of age at present, and he was still in the foundational stage of development. Moreover, since his potential had only recently been awakened, the fact that he could escalate from a power level of 1600 to 3200 was largely attributable to those harrowing survival escapades within the mysterious world. Master Whis. Gran descended from the sky, saying helplessly, I feel my power remains too unruly. It constantly causes me to misjudge combat scenarios. Oh ho ho. Whis chuckled. It is quite commendable that you can perceive this yourself. Then what should I do to calm my power? Finish making me a proper dumpling feast first. Whis pouted. Just a week prior, while preparing dumplings, the kid had carelessly mixed half filled with filling and half containing nothing but dough. Half with filling, half with merely dough. Could such a thing be the work of a sane person? Gran grinned broadly, showing his teeth. Who told you not to warn me about the horrors lurking within that chamber beforehand? Since you refuse to make them, then I shall cease teaching you as well. Damn you, Whis. Fine, I'll make them. Gran huffed angrily and stomped over to the stove to begin his work. Whis watched his small retreating figure and chuckled. Compete with me. You're still far too green. Half an hour later, Whis finally savored a splendid dumpling feast, this time without the dough-only variety. Simply exquisite. After Whis finished eating and tidied up, Gran stood beside the lake, his gaze burning with anticipation. Very well, you should now teach me how to calm my power, correct? Whis shot him an exasperated glance, choosing not to tease him further. You have already learned to control your power with relative ease, but do you truly understand what power itself is? Power. Isn't power simply power? Gran feigned confusion. He had a rough idea of what Whis intended to instruct him about. It must pertain to chi, or life energy. As expected, chi, Whis stated plainly. All things possess chi. Chi is the fundamental source of a person's strength. Only when your chi grows greater will your power increase accordingly. Gran pondered thoughtfully. So my power becomes unruly because my chi itself is turbulent. Exactly. Whis bestowed upon Gran a look that suggested he was at least teachable. You are a Saiyan, and you should have also participated in campaigns across the cosmos. You must have gained some understanding of those spacefaring beings, correct? The Saiyans among you, along with those other cosmic races, are essentially the same. The relentless warfare you endure has long since thrown your chi into disarray. Whis said helplessly, when your chi is chaotic, how could your power possibly remain controlled? Then how shall I pacify my chi? Gran suddenly recalled Whis's words from a week prior and ventured cautiously. Could it be that the state of mind you once mentioned is the solution to taming this chaotic chi? As for the matter of chi, Gran had already studied it in that mysterious world. At first he did not understand how to sense chi, let alone how to wield it. In fact, sensing chi and wielding chi was not difficult at all. During that month-long desperate flight, he had pushed every thread of power within him to its absolute limit. It was under that extreme life or death ordeal that he finally mastered every strand of power in his body. In Whis's words, chi was the source of all power, and Gran had already achieved absolute mastery over it. But when it came to calming that chi, he was at a loss again. Good memory. This is what I mentioned earlier. The state of mind. Whis nodded, and continued in layman's terms. The state of mind refers to one's inner heart. It means not being swayed by emotion, not being disturbed by the outside world, and uniting the inner and outer so that your heart grows calm. Only then will your chi also calm down, and only then will you not be affected by rampaging power. Hearing this, Gran instinctively said, "Does it mean I have to be as still as the sky and as fast as lightning?" This was a saying spoken by the attendant of the Earth Guardian, but the words had hardly left his mouth. Boom. Whis felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His whole body trembled. "See this? Where did you hear that?" Whis stared hard at Gran. Oh. Gran was startled by Wis's reaction. Was there something wrong with the saying? Or was there something wrong with Popo? I read it in the Scion history book. The Scion history book again. Whis fell silent. At this moment it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. After more than 10 minutes, he said, "Actually, the true meaning of this saying is that your state of mind must be as calm as the sky, and your strike must be as fast as lightning." Whis looked at the child beside him, and finally spoke again. "This comprises two stages, the state of mind and the body's instincts. Together they form a state known as ultra instinct. This is also something I would have taught you later on. I never imagined you would learn it ahead of time. I don't know it. I only read it in the history books." The little Gran blinked his round, gleaming eyes and played dumb. So Popo had taught Goku the ultra instinct state of mind. No wonder Goku had been able to enter the ultra instinct state in the later tournament of power. Everything followed a traceable pattern. If so, Popo was certainly not a simple figure. Then who exactly was he? A corner of Wis's mouth twitched. Fine. If you don't know, then you don't know. The state of mind is divided into two stages. The first stage is forgetting the self. It means forgetting who you are, forgetting where you are, forgetting what you want to do. Forgetting everything. And the second stage is no self. It means acting without deliberate intent, letting things follow their course, stripping away the weaknesses of human nature, and leaving combat to the body's instincts. Begin now. Just go to the lakeside and sit in meditation. Throughout your meditation, you must hold fast to the words forgetting the self. Once you comprehend those two words, you will reach the first stage. At your current level, merely reaching the first stage would already be quite remarkable. Whis walked back to his beach chair and lay down. Gran scratched his head. Could meditating really cultivate the first stage state of mind? Was it that simple? Fortunately, Whis had no idea what Gran was thinking, or he would definitely have rolled his eyes at him. Even many gods of destruction had not managed to reach the second stage. So how was this simple? Gran approached the lakeside, sat down cross-legged, and immediately closed his eyes. So all he had to remember was forgetting the self. It didn't seem hard at all. Gran sank into a trance at once. Whis also shut his eyes on the beach chair and stopped paying attention to Gran. If he were guiding an ordinary practitioner, Wis's first step would be to make them control their own power, the second step would be to cultivate power, and the third step would be combat technique. But Gran was different. Gran's martial arts talent was extraordinarily high, so he had to be taught according to his aptitude. For Gran, the stage of power cultivation would have to be pushed back. At his age, Gran was more suited to cultivating the state of mind. Imagine, if a 6 or 7-year-old child could comprehend and successfully cultivate the first state of mind, then he would definitely be able to cultivate the ultra instinct state in the future. Whis remembered that when Beerus mastered the first state of mind, it had seemed to take 2 years, and mastering the second stage had taken about 10 years. Fully mastering the body's instincts and reaching the ultra instinct state flawed seemed to have taken him over 100 years. Whis estimated that with Gran's talent, the kid should not need 2 years to reach the first state of mind. Days passed one after another. During that period, aside from his 3 meals, Gran spent all his time meditating by the lakeside. Whis had plenty to eat and drink, and he did not disturb the little fellow. The realm of the gods of destruction became extremely quiet. After 1 month passed, Wis's expression suddenly turned grave, because from what he observed, the rampaging aura around Gran had actually begun to settle down. In the second month, Wis's expression grew even more shocked, for he discovered that the rampaging aura around Gran had completely settled down. In other words, Gran's state of mind had thoroughly reached the first stage. This kid is insane, right? He cultivated the first stage, forgetting the self state of mind, in 2 months. What kind of talent does he have? Whis was both excited and astounded. He stood far away, not daring to approach Gran, afraid that even a single small movement would disturb him. No, he still hasn't awakened. He's still cultivating. Could it be? Wis's breathing grew increasingly rapid. From that very day on, Gran remained in meditation, neither eating nor drinking. Another month passed. Gran had now spent 3 months cultivating his state of mind, yet there was still no indication that he was about to wake. Whis knew that Gran was aiming for the second state of mind. This kid's talent was simply too absurd, and Whis grew more and more eager for the day Gran would awaken. Half a year passed. A year passed. An ethereal aura erupted from Gran's body. How is this possible? It's only been 1 year, and he has already cultivated the second state of mind. Wis's usual elegance, poise, and calm had long since vanished, replaced by shock written all over his face. A year ago, he had been thrown into violent emotional turmoil by Gran's dimensional issue, and now Gran had shocked him again. Whoosh. Silver light appeared around 7-year-old Gran, and with him at the center, that ethereal aura spread at an astonishing speed. It reached the palace of the gods of destruction. It reached the place where Beerus lay asleep. Beerus snapped his eyes open. The god of destruction had awakened, and Universe 7 suddenly trembled. Deities everywhere seemed to sense something. North Kai's planet. Oh my goodness, didn't that lord only just enter his slumber not long ago? Why has he awakened again? A short round figure paced back and forth on the grass with his hands behind his back, his face full of worry. The Supreme Kai's realm. What is this feeling? Could Majin Buu have awakened? A short little man with a rooster comb hairstyle looked utterly terrified, and he left the Supreme Kai's realm in a hurry with Kibito. In the 7th universe, all deities who were aware of the existence of the god of destruction fell into panic. At that moment in the realm of the god of destruction, an aura of ultra instinct. It's not Whis. Who could have come to the realm of the god of destruction? Beerus rose from his slumber, his gaze cold and profound. To meet his eyes was to feel one's soul drawn into an abyss of endless depth. Another god of destruction. No, aside from me, no other god of destruction has ever mastered ultra instinct. The aura is so faint. Who is it? Beerus's eyes turned dangerously sharp. A dense purple aura erupted from his body, and wherever the purple light passed, the time bomb alarms were all annihilated. A thunderous crash. A massive hole was blasted through the ceiling of the sleeping chamber. Beerus soared into the air, halting mid-flight, and immediately spotted 2 figures by the lake. Has even Lord Beerus been disturbed? Whis, standing by the lake, saw the lean figure in the sky. He waved his staff, and a silver glow enveloped Golan, who was seated cross-legged on the ground. The next instant, boom. A beam of purple light descended from the sky, shattering the entire lake in an instant. Whis had anticipated this outcome. Thankfully, he had already placed a protective barrier over Golan. Seeing the lake destroyed, he reversed time to restore it to its original state. Whis, who is this little one? How did he get here? Beerus walked over step by step, his gaze fixed on Golan. Whis replied gently, Lord Beerus, his name is Golan. He is a Saiyan, and I brought him here. A Saiyan? Shouldn't the Saiyan race have been wiped out by Frisia? Did Frisia disobey my orders? A dense purple aura instantly erupted from Beerus's body. The moment it touched the air, it caused space itself to collapse. Then I don't know about Frisia. What is this little one's dimensional level? The murderous intent on Beerus's face vanished abruptly, his expression shifting. Oh ho ho, it seems Lord Beerus has noticed. Peak Kai realm. At his age, how is this possible? Beerus's eyes widened, his face a mask of utter disbelief. It was no wonder Beerus was so shocked. In this world, aside from the union of deities producing a naturally born god, the only path was through cultivation. Of course, perhaps Super Shenron could achieve it, but no one had ever tried. To reach the Kai realm through cultivation without millions of years, it was simply impossible. But now, that kid looked only 7 years old, yet he had reached the peak of the Kai realm. No, that ethereal aura just now came from this little one. Beerus's eyes widened again. That's right, it was him. His state of mind has already reached the 2nd level. Whis was quite pleased with Beerus's reaction, for he too had been shocked by Golan many times. Beerus swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. That was the 2nd level of the selfless state. Among all the gods of destruction aside from himself, the others could at most only touch the threshold of the selfless state. To truly achieve the selfless state without extraordinary talent, even if given endless time, it would be absolutely impossible. Beerus shifted his gaze. Whis, did you teach him? Yes. Whis nodded proudly. Beerus, you smug fool. Why would you teach a Saiyan such things? What happened while I was sleeping? It's like this. Whis did not hide anything. He recounted everything that had happened over the past year. Beerus listened quietly, but the more he heard, the more astonished he became. Back then, it had taken him a full year to fully master his own power, yet this little one had reached that level in just 1 month. Of course, the most shocking thing was Golan's peak Kai realm and his 2nd level state of mind. Lord Beerus, what do you think of him? Whis covered his mouth with a sly smile. His talent is terrifying, and his origins are terrifying. Beerus gave his appraisal. Golan's talent was visibly fearsome, that went without saying, but his background was deeply mysterious. As far as Beerus knew, the Saiyan race was nothing but a bunch of wild monkeys who only knew how to fight and kill. Their power was pitifully weak, and their tempers were extraordinarily violent. How could such a race give birth to a genius like Golan? He also knows we enjoy fine food. That's not strange, since we've left many legends across the universe. But he even knows of the Omni King. Beerus stroked his chin, staring at Golan on the grass, and said gravely, could the Saiyan race really have some historical records? Perhaps the Saiyans do have some historical records. Whis finished speaking and fell into thought. Beerus was taken aback. What did Whis mean by that? Could the Saiyan race have a grand origin? No way. When I became a god of destruction, I hadn't even heard of the Saiyan race. I only knew of their existence because of Frisia. Beerus continued speaking, but Whis remained silent, his brow furrowed deeply, as if recalling something, though he wasn't certain. Meanwhile, Golan for some reason felt that his own talent and comprehension were somewhat extraordinary. Golan didn't think the selfless state was difficult. Just like a year ago when he had mastered his power, he had soon fully mastered the selfless state of mind. According to Whis, at his current stage, it would already be remarkable to comprehend and cultivate the 1st level of the state of mind. But he seemed to find the 2nd level not difficult either. So he tried to comprehend and cultivate the 2nd level of the state of mind. And sure enough, it really wasn't difficult. Golan opened his eyes, the silver light around him blazed intensely, and then his hair took on a faint silver hue. At this moment, he was calmer than ever before. So this is the selfless state. Golan looked down at his own small hands and murmured to himself. Suddenly, a purple orb shot toward him from behind. Golan's expression remained unchanged. He simply shifted his body slightly as if by instinct, effortlessly dodging the sneak attack. Crack! The lake in front of him was instantly obliterated, disintegrating into specks of light that vanished into the void. This is destruction. Could it be? The silver light on Golan's body vanished in an instant, and he turned around in terror. Sure enough, the person behind him was Beerus. No, according to the timeline, he should still be asleep. How had he suddenly awakened? Golan was still unaware of the commotion he had caused. He tensed his body, fearing that Beerus might destroy him on the spot. On Beerus's side, he exchanged a glance with Whis. It wasn't the true selfless state. That was the thought running through both their minds, because in their observation Golan's hair had been a pale silver just now. Moreover, when Beerus had ambushed him, Golan had seemed to dodge the attack using bodily instinct. But upon closer inspection, they could see that Golan still possessed subjective consciousness. He had not yet stripped away the weaknesses of human nature, nor had he fully entrusted combat to bodily instinct. In other words, Golan had not yet reached the true selfless state. At best, it could be considered a semi-selfless state. Yet even so, Golan's talent was still terrifyingly formidable. Even Beerus had to admit that he was no match for the boy. Beerus's eyes grew increasingly fervent. This kid was utterly insane. Whis noticed Beerus's expression, and the corner of his mouth curled upward. He seemed to know what Beerus was about to do. Hey, you're called Golan, right? Beerus walked toward him. Lord Beerus. Golan bowed deeply, trying his best to appear composed. Don't be nervous. Golan's mouth twitched. He was facing the strongest god of destruction. There was no way he could relax. I heard you're a Saiyan. So tell me, how did you survive Frisia's attack? See, how could such a question not make him nervous? Golan's heart began to race wildly. That damned King Vegeta. If you found the best pillow in the universe, just give it to him. Why did you have to provoke him? Golan had not obtained any cheat abilities upon his transmigration. If Beerus wanted to destroy him right now, he had no way to resist. But he still had his culinary skills to save his life. With that thought, he relaxed a little. To answer Lord Beerus, it was Frisia who chose to spare me and Prince Vegeta. Golan told the truth. So that brat Vegeta is still alive too. I see. Beerus glanced at Whis, who nodded as if to confirm it. With that, Golan's origins became clearer. Lord Beerus, I know our Saiyan king offended you. I can prepare many delicious dishes. Could you please? Golan was terrified that Beerus would destroy him on the spot, but before he could finish, Beerus's voice rang out, your talent is not bad. Are you interested in becoming the candidate god of destruction for the 7th universe? Gran's eyes sparkled with enormous question marks. Let me become the successor destruction god of the Earth universe. In other words, let me become Beerus's disciple. Hiss. Gran sucked in a cold breath. This was way too sudden. He knew that with his extraordinary culinary skills, he would certainly not die. But who would have thought Beerus would break the mold and suddenly make him the candidate destruction god? As for Beerus's proposal, Whis had no objections at all. He enthusiastically approved. The teachings over this past year had shown Whis just how terrifyingly formidable Gran truly was. If one were to compare Beerus's talent with Gran's, bluntly put, Beerus would be the one looking up to Gran. If the Earth universe had a successor destruction god like this, it would absolutely be a joyous occasion for the Earth universe. Boy, didn't you say your Saiyan clan has a historical record? Beerus stated lightly. Since you know so much, you should also understand what I mean by successor destruction god. Gran was fully aware of what being a successor destruction god meant. If he became the successor destruction god of the Earth universe, he would become someone above all others, answerable only to one person. At the same time, if Beerus died or stepped down, he would become the next destruction god. But the lives of destruction gods and Kaioshin were connected. Gran certainly didn't want to have such a weakness. I'm sorry, Lord Beerus, but my strength is still too weak. I fear I cannot shoulder this responsibility. Perhaps you should find someone else. Gran directly refused. And his words were not false. He had spent over a year in the realm of destruction gods, either on the path to mastering his power or cultivating his state of mind. He had never directly trained his strength, it had always increased naturally. Measured by combat power, he currently only had 500,000 points. 500,000 combat power was indeed too weak compared to Beerus. Weak? Beerus's mouth twitched. You're only 7 years old, right? Your current power is already comparable to Frisia's in his sealed state. You still think it's weak? Frisia's baby form was actually not his normal state. He appeared in that form mainly to better control his own power. Frisia's true normal state was actually the short, round-headed form. When Frisia unlocked his transformations to reach his true normal state, his ultimate power could reach 120 million combat power points. Gran fell silent. Seeing Gran didn't respond, Beerus said teasingly, perhaps you don't yet realize what you've comprehended. My early awakening was entirely triggered by what you've understood. So that's it. No wonder Beerus suddenly awakened. It was me who disturbed him. Gran finally realized this. With your talent you will eventually reach my level, and there's even a possibility you'll surpass me. Beerus said this without any embarrassment, but Whis rolled his eyes. Others at age 7 had already reached the pinnacle of the Kaioshin dimension, completely mastered their own power, and cultivated their state of mind to the semi-no-self realm. Once he further cultivates his body's instincts to a deeper level, he will completely master the Ultra Instinct. Could you Beerus achieve such a level at this age back then? Whis found it somewhat amusing in his heart, but he did not expose Beerus. After more than a year of interaction, he too wanted this mysterious little guy to become the successor destruction god of the Earth universe. Your talent is so high that you are fully qualified to be the successor destruction god of the Earth universe. Beerus looked at Gran, his expression suddenly becoming very serious. What do you say? Within the Earth universe, Beerus had never discussed anything with another person, so politely showing just how much he valued Gran. How could I put it? Of course I don't want. Gran was absolutely unwilling in his heart, but he dared not say it aloud. Shaking his head, he said, I'm sorry, Lord Beerus. Upon hearing the word sorry, Beerus's eyes instantly turned cold. Boy, I have never discussed anything with another person so politely before. Don't mistake my kindness for weakness. This was the proper demeanor a destruction god should have. Whatever Beerus wanted to do, absolutely no one dared to defy him. If anyone did, their grave mound would certainly be half a meter tall. If you don't believe it, ask King Vegeta. Killing intent overflowed. Gran felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave, that cold, killing intent, making him shiver uncontrollably. He had anticipated that his refusal would make Beerus extremely angry, and he had already prepared an escape plan. If Beerus intended to destroy him, then he would bring out his treasure, his instant noodles. Then, using the excuse of the average human intelligence index, killing himself would certainly be a loss to the Earth universe. Playing both angles, Beerus should probably give up. But could he dare to gamble? The other party was a capricious destruction god, and the strongest one at that. Would he really dare to risk it? Lord Beerus, I agree. Gran ultimately dared not gamble. His little face immediately fell. He truly had no other choice. Ha ha ha, good for you, boy. Beerus was actually very happy. He glanced at Whis. Whis also smiled and waved his staff. The next second, the small Gran was instantly clothed in an ancient Egyptian-style outfit. Sleeveless robe, golden armlets, sapphire necklace. Gran's outfit was exactly the same as Beerus's. The Earth universe gained a successor destruction god this day. The entire cosmos celebrated. Splendid, sacred music spread throughout the entire Earth universe. At the same time, in the Kaioshin realm, Kaioshin Shin and Kibito had returned. Kaioshin Shin said gravely, strange. Just a moment ago I clearly sensed a dense destruction aura, but now it has disappeared again. Kibito shook his head. I'm not sure either. I also thought Majin Buu had broken his seal. Suddenly, a sacred melody reached the Kaioshin realm. What's going on? Kaioshin Shin's face suddenly changed. The Kaizen sword on the stone pillar at the center of the lake suddenly trembled. The old Kaioshin inside couldn't believe it. A successor destruction god. Damn it. With that skinny skeleton's lazy personality, how could he possibly take a disciple? Northern Kai planet. Northern Kaiosha was hiding in his small hut, shivering. He had sensed the earlier commotion from Beerus's awakening, fearing Beerus would come destroy his Northern Kai planet again. But the next second, another sacred melody arrived. What is this? Northern Kaiosha's eyes widened. He quickly ran out of his hut and looked at the sky. The sacred music continued, but Northern Kaiosha was not as knowledgeable as the old Kaioshin. He had no idea what this meant. The Xeno Palace. Xeno, who was playing a pixel game, lifted his gaze slightly, and then quickly looked down. The Grand Minister beside him squinted his eyes, looking in the direction of the Earth universe. Realm of destruction. Who would have thought I'd wake up and gain a disciple like this? Beerus laughed heartily by the lake. With a prodigy like Gran becoming his candidate god of destruction, it was hard not to be in a great mood. Whis rolled his eyes. Watching Beerus so overjoyed, one would think the other had willingly become his disciple, when in fact he had been forced into it. However, oh ho ho. Whis also threw back his head and laughed. Now that Gran had become a candidate god of destruction, he was a member of the realm of destruction. In other words, from now on he would be able to keep eating the delicious food Gran made. It was truly impossible not to be happy. Unlike the two of them, little Gran was full of grief as he looked at his small body dressed in a god of destruction's outfit. What a blunder. He had come to the realm of destruction only to ask Whis to teach him cultivation. Who could have imagined that Beerus would be awakened by the commotion of his training? And who could have imagined that Beerus would take a fancy to his talent? What was he to do now? If Beerus died by accident, or if Supreme Kai-Shin died, he would have to become the new god of destruction. Then his life would be linked to the new Supreme Kai's life. What was he supposed to do about that? Brat, aren't you happy to become the candidate god of destruction for Universe 7? Beerus grabbed Gran by the back of his little neck and lifted him up before him. Gran looked at him with a wry face. Lord Beerus, is there any way to resolve the issue of our lives as gods of destruction? What do you mean? Beerus was taken aback. Whis suddenly caught on. You mean the problem of a god of destruction's life being linked to the supreme Kai's? What? You actually know about that? Beerus was greatly shocked. Whis, on the other hand, wasn't particularly surprised. This kid seemed to know many secrets, so it was only natural that he knew this not-so-secret secret about the gods of destruction. Yeah. Gran nodded. He looked as pitiful as could be. Beerus tossed him back to the ground, and said belatedly, so this is why you rejected me earlier? No kidding. If not for this weakness of the gods of destruction, I would have been more than happy to become your disciple. Now a candidate god of destruction, little Gran no longer feared Beerus, and his tone had lost its former deference. You little. Beerus wasn't annoyed by Gran's tone. He sat down on the grass as well and smiled. I don't know how you learned about this, but you needn't worry at all about the threat to a god of destruction's life. What? Perhaps you don't know this yet, but as long as one supreme Kai is alive, we gods of destruction won't die. Gran's mouth twitched. Of course he knew that. He also knew that Beerus, out of fear of death, had gone so far as to seal away the elder supreme Kai. Just as he thought. As long as we seal away one of the supreme Kais, we gods of destruction can't die. A trace of reminiscence flickered in Beerus's eyes. He wondered how that old fellow was doing now. Gran had guessed Beerus would say that. Helplessly he asked, but what if the supreme Kai you sealed away also dies? How could that be? How could anyone possibly break my seal? No one can break it. You have no idea how fragile your seal has become. Before long, once Gohan and his father reach the realm of destruction, the elder supreme Kai will be released. Of course Gran wouldn't say that. He raised his round little head and looked at the sky. I mean, what if? What if someone did break your seal? Then, our lives would be left to fate. Beerus's expression turned extremely grim. This was the weakness of the gods of destruction. Even he, the strongest god of destruction, could do nothing to change it. At this thought, Beerus suddenly felt a little guilty. With Gran's talent, the little guy would someday surpass him. And now he had given him such a weakness. Is there really no way? Gran asked unwillingly. There is. Whis suddenly spoke up. Beerus and Gran instantly became ecstatic and said in unison, what is it? Whis smiled. Rules are made to be broken. When you become powerful enough, you will naturally be able to break this binding rule. Beerus, your words are no better than saying nothing. Besides, even you, an angel, cannot break that neutral rule. How could a small god of destruction like us ever do it? Suddenly, Gran stood up, his tiny face extremely serious. I've decided. Beerus and Whis looked at each other, both seeing bewilderment in the other's eyes. Lord Beerus has caused me to have this weakness, since it's already a fact. Gran paused for a moment, then his eyes grew resolute. Then in the future, I will be the one to break this rule. This rule had been set by the Omni King. Gran's ultimate goal in coming to the Dragon Ball world was to punch Beerus and kick the Omni King. Therefore, breaking the rule and kicking the Omni King were not in conflict at all. Rumble. Little Gran was only 7, still very short, but his bold declaration made Beerus and Whis's hearts tremble. I'm going back to training. Without looking back, Gran returned to his original spot. He wasn't yet very familiar with the egoless state of mind, so he began cultivating the egoless state once again. Watching Gran's small figure, Whis's throat tightened slightly. Lord Beerus, it seems we have taken in an incredible disciple. Beerus clenched his fist. This little guy. With Gran becoming the candidate god of destruction for Universe 7, Lord Beerus no longer slept in. Especially since he had given Gran a weakness, Beerus felt a little guilty toward him, so he also took on the responsibility of teaching Gran. Time flowed on, and half a year passed. During this period, Beerus and Whis had been teaching Gran so he could finally enter the half-egoless state proficiently. Even though it was only the half-egoless state, it already gave Gran a hint of the prototype of Ultra Instinct. What Gran lacked now was foundational strength combat techniques and more profound battle sense. Once he experienced all kinds of battles and developed a stronger bodily instinct, he would be able to strike as fast as lightning. Then, combined with the half-egoless state, Gran would be able to step into Ultra Instinct Domain, the first stage of Ultra Instinct. As for Mastered Ultra Instinct, that would require Gran to fully step into the egoless state and train his combat instinct to an even more profound level. During the 6 months of getting along, Beerus and Gran had also grown very close. So everything Whis said was true. This little guy's culinary skill was truly the pinnacle of perfection. The food he made was completely worthy of the title, most delicious in the universe, which made Beerus like the little guy even more. Given their relationship now, even if Gran stood on his head and relieved himself, Beerus probably wouldn't get angry. You little brat, you're not actually planning to stand on my head and relieve yourself, are you? One day Beerus was napping on a beach chair when he suddenly sensed a ki blast incoming from above. His eyes snapped open. The ki blast was immediately disintegrated by the destructive aura emanating from Beerus's body before it could even approach him. Lord Beerus, do you only rely on destructive power? If you've got the courage, face me head on. Golan appeared beside Beerus in an instant and kicked his beach chair to pieces. Beerus naturally dodged Golan's strike and stared at the wreckage of his beach chair, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Don't get angry. This disciple is my own doing, and with such extraordinary talent, he absolutely cannot afford to lose his temper. Lord Beerus, fight me. Golan beckoned with a finger, and far from backing down, deliberately stomped on the broken beach chair twice more, feeling itchier than usual. Then I'll satisfy that urge. Beerus could contain himself no longer. He compressed his power down to Golan's level and vanished in an instant. Thunderous clashes echoed through the sky as their collisions sent shockwaves rippling outward. Honestly, I'm done with these two. On the other side, Whis was enjoying afternoon tea. Instantly, a transparent barrier with a 10-meter diameter formed around him. Lord Beerus, take this kick. Golan used the rebound force and delivered a counterclockwise kick toward Beerus. He had arrived in the Divine Destroyer realm for a year and a half, and his combat power had naturally surged to 700. This kick channeled all of his strength. You're still too green. Beerus lightly pushed to one side. Despite using equal tier power, his motion was extraordinarily peculiar. No violent collision occurred. An invisible force effortlessly dissipated Golan's momentum. This is combat technique. This is combat experience. Without enduring countless battles, you could never comprehend it. Beerus retreated a short distance, his hand concealed behind his back, as if prepared to face Golan with only one arm. He smiled and said, "Show me what you've cultivated over the past year and a half." In Beerus's eyes, Golan had achieved the semi-selfless state of mind. Although Golan's power, combat reflexes, fighting technique, and battle awareness, all those combat instincts, were still extremely weak. Yet through the semi-selfless state, he could harmonize his body's instincts, and had already begun to embody the protoform of Ultra Instinct. Damn you, Lord Beerus. Understanding Beerus's intent, that he should rely on his nascent Ultra Instinct form, while Beerus wielded pure strength, Golan gritted his teeth. His expression suddenly became utterly serene. A hum resonated as silver light enveloped him, his hair turning pale, silver, while ethereal energy swept across the entire sky. On the ground, Whis set down his teacup, his expression growing serious. Lord Beerus, be careful. Bring it on. Golan moved from above. Silver light tore through the sky as he launched the first assault. Punches, sweeping arms, palm strikes, spinning kicks. Every movement flowed with natural harmony. Facing Golan's fierce and relentless barrage, Beerus relied on no special state and wielded no laws. He simply responded with equal, unadulterated power. More accurately, he was feeding Golan techniques. Otherwise, even at equal power, Beerus would have crushed him completely. The main issue was that Golan's physical instincts remained far too weak. They did not yet match his semi-selfless state. Within mere seconds, the two clashed, over 100 times, visible shockwaves radiating outward. Fortunately, this was the Divine Destroyer realm, where Golan's power alone could not cause severe damage. 20 seconds passed, and Golan's strikes began to slow. Given his current strength, he can only sustain this briefly, Whis observed from the ground, shaking his head. Ultimately, Golan had merely learned to control his own power and reached the semi-selfless mental state. During the past year and a half in the Divine Destroyer realm, he had not trained his physical strength. It remained far too weak, and the fact he could maintain this state for 20 seconds was already remarkable. That's enough. Go below. Above in the sky, Beerus seized Golan's small fist with one hand and delivered a powerful kick. Golan crashed into the lakeside, sending clouds of dust billowing upward. Cough, cough, cough. Clutching his stomach, Golan struggled to his feet. Seeing Beerus land nearby, he complained resentfully, "You're so powerful, yet you won't even hold back against me." Beerus's face darkened with exasperation as he shot back. "You're weak, yet you love a fight. Who am I talking about if not you? You? Fine. You're not eating tonight. You dare?" Beerus's temple throbbed. The boy's talent was exceptional, and his cooking skills were impressive, but he was infuriatingly troublesome. "Will you two stop arguing already?" Whis walked over. "Oomph, oomph." The elder and the younger crossed their arms and turned away from each other in unison. Whis? He found it peculiar. These two had fought side by side so often that describing them as inseparable seemed apt. Yet why did they constantly bicker? Was this simply their way of relating? How strange. Golan, after this battle, what have you realized? Whis looked at the young warrior before him. Golan glanced at Beerus and replied, "Although I've mastered my power, I still make too many unnecessary movements during combat. This wastes a tremendous amount of stamina." Whis nodded and asked, "Anything else?" "Ultimately, I simply haven't fought enough. Compared to Lord Beerus, my combat awareness, technique, and experience are all far too weak. At least you have some self-awareness." Beerus interjected suddenly from the sidelines. Golan retorted irritably, "Lord Beerus, can you please stop talking?" Whis rubbed his forehead, sighing in exasperation. "All right, enough with the bickering. Do you have more?" "Yes, and my strength is still far too weak to sustain prolonged combat." Golan fell into deep thought. Half a year ago, he had actually asked Whis whether he should focus on training his physical power. But Whis had advised him that his understanding of the second layer of the mental state was not yet thorough enough, and he needed to continue cultivating his mind. "Excellent, excellent. I never expected that after fighting Lord Beerus for only a brief moment, you could already perceive all your shortcomings. Wiss's tone brimmed with admiration. Beerus also gave a slight nod. This boy's comprehension remained as extraordinary as ever. Whis continued, your strength is indeed insufficient, but compared to your mental state the latter remains more crucial. That is precisely why I instructed you to train for another 6 months. Now your mental state has reached a bottleneck. In the short term it is unlikely to improve further. It is time for you to focus on cultivating your physical strength. This had been part of Wiss's plan from the very beginning. First he let Gulan master his own power, and then guided him to cultivate his mental state. Only after that would he focus on combat technique, combat awareness, combat instinct, and finally dimensions and laws. Of course there were even deeper levels of cultivation, but those would require Gulan to first reach Beerus's tier. Then how should I train my strength? Gulan asked eagerly. Although his current power was decent, measuring 7,000 in combat strength. Yet 7,000 combat power still fell far short of matching Frieza. After all, Frieza was merely the first major boss in the Dragon Ball storyline. Very simple. As he finished speaking, Whis swung his staff, and in an instant a bulky suit of clothing materialized on Gran. With a thud the sudden weight crushed him to the ground the very moment the clothes appeared, and he recognized them instantly. In Dragon Ball Super, when Son Goku and Vegeta had come to the God of Destruction's realm to train, this was the exact same type of clothing Whis had made them wear. So heavy. Gran grimaced in pain, feeling as if every single cell in his body had been shackled with chains of gravity. At the same time his power was being suppressed as well. Under this sudden crushing gravity, simply getting up from the ground was a monumental struggle. Ha ha ha. Seeing the boy's miserable state, Beerus laughed with sheer delight. Serves you right for always making me angry all day. Look at you now, aren't you pitiful? Why you? Just you wait. As soon as I have free time I'm going to make a batch of stinky tofu for you, Lord Beerus. Gran growled through clenched teeth still pinned to the ground. Whis and Beerus exchanged a glance. What kind of delicacy was this stinky tofu? And if it was a delicacy, why did it have the word stinky in its name? Suddenly, an ominous premonition crept over Beerus. Alright. Whis changed the subject. You will keep wearing this suit from now on. I've already designed a training regimen for you, and the gravity multiplier will automatically adjust in accordance with your growing power. Rest assured. Huh. Gran suddenly noticed something off in Wiss's tone. Why did it sound like the words one would say before parting ways? What are you two planning to do? Oh, you noticed, did you? Whis glanced at Beerus, signaling for him to speak. Beerus cleared his throat twice, then said, I assume you know the duties of a god of destruction. The duties of a god of destruction. In the universe, gods of destruction and supreme kais exist as opposing forces, not as enemies, but as complementary powers that maintain the balance of the cosmos. One governs destruction, while the other governs creation. The duty of a god of destruction is to destroy unworthy planets and the ultimate evil within the universe. Gran, still pressed to the ground, frowned deeply as realization struck. Lord Beerus, are you saying you're going to go destroy those useless planets now? Precisely. Beerus clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky as he said calmly, the duty of a god of destruction is to maintain the balance of the universe. When too many useless planets accumulate, it falls upon us gods of destruction to take action. Wait. Gran suddenly remembered something. I recall, Lord Beerus, didn't you go to planet Vegeta just a few years ago? Back then, didn't you cleanse the universe of useless planets on schedule? Why are you heading out again so soon? Beerus's face instantly darkened like an inkstone. Whis, meanwhile, was covering his mouth, snickering on the side. The reason he laughed was because back then Beerus had been far too preoccupied with searching for delicious food and the finest pillow in the entire universe. Beerus had never carried out his cleansing duties at all. Seeing the expressions on Beerus's and Wiss's faces, Gran, still pinned on the ground, understood everything. He sneered directly. No way, Lord Beerus. According to Whis, you're supposed to be the strongest god of destruction. How could you possibly be this lazy? Following his usual habit, Beerus would always fire back at Gran's taunts. But Beerus's current reaction was strangely different. Far from being angry, he wore an expression of pure amusement. Mocking me? Beerus curled the corner of his mouth. It seems someone here is now the candidate god of destruction for Universe 7. That means from now on you share the responsibility for all cleansing tasks in the universe. Hiss. Gran drew in a sharp breath of cold air. That was indeed true. Before Gran could even start cursing, Beerus and Whis transformed into a dazzling streak of rainbow light soaring into the sky, while leaving behind a piercing laugh. Once you learn the rules of destruction in the future, all the universe's tasks will be dumped on you, ha. Damn it. Gran struggled to raise his arm and slammed his fist against the ground. To end up with such a lazy god of destruction, what rotten luck. After a moment, Gran let out a sigh. What else could he do? He simply had to keep training. Compared to cultivating his mental state, he was far more enamored with sheer power. In other words, he was a Saiyan. And Saiyans, known as the warrior race, had their thirst for power practically engraved into their very genes. Gran eagerly anticipated his power breaking through to 3 million in battle power. According to the original story, Son Goku's battle power when he first transformed into a Super Saiyan was exactly 3 million. Once his power also reached that level, perhaps he too could transform into a Super Saiyan. However, it was said that transforming into a Super Saiyan required not only extreme rage, but also a sufficient number of S cells. Gran had no idea how developed his S cells were. It seemed these S cells could only proliferate during times of peace. I shouldn't overthink this. Let me just focus on training my power first. Gran muttered to himself, then began struggling to his feet. He had to admit this suit Whis had provided was absolutely terrifying. Although it didn't cover his head was still subjected to the same gravitational effects. Furthermore, Gran could sense that the suit possessed healing properties. With the dual effects of gravity and healing, he didn't have to worry at all about overtraining. This thing was even more incredible than a gravity chamber. Vegeta, just you wait until I've made progress in my training. I'll come find you. Gran vividly remembered the scene of nearly dying right after he had been transported into this world. He dismissed those thoughts and began training using the gravity provided by the suit. 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 squats, 10,000 punches, 10,000 kicks. This was the plan Whis had set for him, though he needed to complete it in sets. The first day passed. The gravity suit started at a multiplier of 100 times. For Gran, with his battle power of 7,000, this level of gravity was nothing much. However, this was his first time experiencing such a high gravity multiplier, and his internal organs were still greatly unaccustomed to the strain. Throughout that entire first day, he was wholly occupied with merely adapting to the gravity multiplier. As for the training regimen he'd been given, he hadn't even completed half of it. By the second day, the healing properties of the gravity suit took effect. After one night, all of Gran's fatigue and injuries had fully recovered, and he had finally adapted to the 100 times gravity. At the same time, he managed to make up for all the training progress he had fallen behind on the previous day. By the third day, the gravity suit's multiplier increased to 200 times. By the fourth day, the gravity multiplier rose to 400 times, the current extreme limit Gran could withstand. At this multiplier, he finally began to feel his power starting to rise. Time flew by like an arrow, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Amid the resplendent starlit cosmos, two silhouettes hovered beside a desolate, barren planet. Lord Beerus, this is the 27634th planet you're to destroy. Very well. Beerus raised one index finger, and a wisp of purple light bloomed at his fingertip. Crack. This wisp of power seeped into the starry expanse, even causing localized stellar collapse, a clear testament to how formidable its master was. Go. Beerus flicked his index finger, and that wisp of purple light descended into the barren planet nearby. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only specks of purple starlight shimmering in the void. Yet the barren planet simply vanished from existence. Beerus took a deep breath and turned his head to ask, are there any other planets that need to be destroyed? Although a great many planets still teeter on the edge of failure as far as the current stage is concerned, all the planets that needed to be destroyed have been. That's good then. Beerus twisted his neck, having been on the move for the past half year. He was indeed feeling somewhat weary. Oh ho ho. Whis chuckled. I've never seen Lord Beerus so diligent before. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Beerus retorted irritably. Mind your own business. Hee, I know the reason, even if you didn't say it. Oh, do tell. It's because of that kid Gran, isn't it? Whis covered his mouth, trying to stifle his laughter. Beerus clenched his fists, his voice cold and flat. Whis, you can be really annoying sometimes. Ignoring Beerus's murderous glare, Whis chuckled. Oh ho ho, if I'm not mistaken, Lord Beerus is being so diligent because he fears being erased by His Majesty the Omni King. Once you perish, Gran will inherit your position. Should Gran become a destroyer god, he would possess weaknesses. I never expected Lord Beerus to reach such an emotional state. Beerus opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. However, Whis glanced at Beerus, then let his gaze drift toward the starry void as he mused aloud. That kid Gran's talent is genuinely terrifying, and his character is remarkable. Nothing like those Saiyans who exist solely for slaughter. And most importantly, he's an incredible chef. His cuisine is truly the most exquisite across the entire universe. Such an endearing boy with a round face and such pleasant manner, spending time with a little fellow like him is quite delightful. By the way, at this, Whis turned back to Beerus with a smirk. Lord Beerus, you seem to have grown quite close to Gran, nearly as though you share the same trousers. No wonder you're thinking of him so considerately. Beerus seemed to ignore Whis entirely, wrinkling his nose. Let's go. Lord Beerus, are we returning now? Whis chuckled for a moment before abandoning the teasing. No, we're paying a visit to Frisia. Understood. Whis didn't press for an explanation. He tapped his staff once, and in a streak of light, both he and Beerus vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the remote Kaioshin realm far away. Damn it. Who the hell did this? Kaioshin Shin sensed yet another planet's destruction, his face flush with indignation. The nearby Kibito urged him anxiously, Lord Kaioshin, should we still pursue that individual? Pursue? How could we possibly pursue? By the time we arrive, they're always gone. Kaioshin Shin grit his teeth. In merely half a year, over 20,000 planets have been destroyed. What kind of madness and depravity is this? Over 20,000 planets. That would take him an eternity to recreate them all to make amends. That bastard truly deserves to die. Beerus, en route to Frisia's headquarters, suddenly sneezed sharply. Lord Kaioshin, could it be Majin Buu? Not him. Although Majin Buu's power is also terrifying and exceedingly vile, once we detect his whereabouts, he cannot possibly outpace us. Lord Kaioshin, what should we do then? What else is there to do? We must go and recreate all those lost planets. Kaioshin Shin roared hysterically. With that, both figures vanished instantaneously from the Kaioshin realm. Whis had yet to inform Beerus of the events unfolding at the Kaioshin realm. If Beerus learned that the countless worlds he had painstakingly destroyed were now being recreated, his expression would surely be something remarkable. 20 seconds later, Whis and Beerus entered the northern galaxy. The instant they crossed its boundary, the northern Kai immediately broke into a cold sweat. However, seeing no indication that these two deities intended to visit the northern Kai's domain, the diminutive northern Kai felt somewhat relieved. But the next instant his expression darkened drastically. Lord Beerus is actually heading to Frisia's headquarters. At the same moment, within a grand palace at Frisia's headquarters, Frisia sat upon his throne when suddenly his eye twitched violently. An ominous premonition. Have I not rested well enough? Frisia frowned, muttering to himself. Suddenly, Frisia, a chilling voice echoed through the palace. Who dares address this emperor by name? Frisia, accustomed to his exalted status, retorted instinctively. Emperor, Galactic Emperor. Beerus and Whis stood at the center of the hall, their gazes icy. You've grown rather bold, Frisia. That voice, how familiar it sounded. Frisia slowly lowered his gaze. A frigid chill surged straight into his soul, and Frisia's entire body began to tremble violently. He hastily scrambled out of his hover chair and bowed 90 degrees. I was utterly unaware that the most venerable destroyer god of the entire universe had deigned to descend. Please forgive my indiscretion. Damn it. Wasn't Beerus supposed to be in slumber? How had he awakened again? Beerus remained silent, taking deliberate steps toward the throne at the palace's far end, with Whis closely trailing behind. Frisia naturally observed Beerus's movements. That was clearly an intention to occupy his throne. Yet how dared he object? After all, only Beerus was the true Galactic Emperor. Beerus seated himself upon the throne, crossed his legs, and spoke casually. I ordered you to annihilate all Saiyans. Have you completed that task? Whis cast a glance at Beerus, unexpectedly discovering this was precisely the purpose of his arrival. This. Frisia kept his head bowed low, his complexion instantly draining of all color. What right did those Saiyan monkeys possess that the cosmos' supreme being would personally descend for their sake? Answer me. Beerus's voice suddenly dropped to a menacing depth, his killing intent erupting in an instant. The entire palace trembled violently. And no, I haven't. Frisia lifted his head, attempting to explain. Suddenly, boom. An unparalleled pressure slammed into him, forcing his entire body flat against the ground. Tui. Frisia violently spat blood. His hands clenched into fists, an endless well of murderous intent concealed deep within his eyes. Damn you, Beerus. Frisia, I've heard you spared numerous Saiyans, and Vegeta still draws breath. Is that correct? Why, yes. Frisia lay prostrate on the ground, grinding his back teeth mercilessly. Beerus vanished from the throne, in an instant reappearing beside Frisia. With cold disdain, he planted his foot upon Frisia's head. Daring to defy my commands. You've grown weary of living. Crack. The overwhelming divine pressure at close range shattered every bone in Frisia's body, and he vomited another mouthful of blood. I was wrong. Please, Lord Beerus, spare my life. The pressure on his head grew increasingly intense, just as Frisia thought his skull was about to be crushed. Beerus suddenly released his foot, and instantly returned to his throne on the palace seat, saying with an expressionless face, This is the punishment for disobeying my order, however. You did the right thing by sparing the remaining Saiyans, Whis. As Whis spoke, he waved his staff, and a silver light enveloped Frisia, instantly restoring his injuries. I'm not dead. Frisia gasped heavily for breath, feeling grateful to be alive, while simultaneously questioning Beerus's actions. How could someone want to kill me one moment, and spare me the next? Watching Frisia's bewildered expression, Whis's lips curled slightly. Beerus would spare you because you had shown mercy to Galan at that moment. Thank you, Lord Beerus, for sparing my life. Although still puzzled, Frisia rose from the ground to express his gratitude and quickly explained, My Lord Beerus, I spared some Saiyans because I intended to extract all their value before completely destroying them. My Lord Beerus, I sincerely apologize for disobeying your order. I will go and eliminate all remaining Saiyans immediately. Enough. Beerus's face darkened with anger. What kind of fool couldn't understand basic instructions when he'd already confirmed that sparing the remaining Saiyans was the right choice? At Beerus's sharp rebuke, Frisia involuntarily shuddered once more. I'm warning you. Touch the surviving Saiyans, and you die. Beerus's tone was utterly cold. Yes. Frisia flinched at the threat and quickly bowed his head. Whis, let us depart. As Beerus and Whis vanished, Frisia found himself alone in the palace. Half an hour passed before he realized they had truly departed, then he immediately unlocked his transformation. How dare you treat your king this way, Frisia unleashed his final form, releasing a battle power of 120 million. Crackling thunder erupted as countless lightning bolts wrapped around his body, the terrifying shockwave of his released power causing the entire palace to instantly collapse. Rumble. The planet shook as countless members of Frisia's army prostrated themselves on the ground. What kind of power was this? Lord Frisia was simply too terrifying. Damn it. Frisia wanted to curse Beerus, but remembering that gods of that level might hear him, he closed his mouth. Damn it, shouldn't he be in hibernation by now according to his usual habits? Why is this happening? Disobeying his order was wrong, yet sparing the remaining Saiyans was right. Could a remaining Saiyan have encountered him and extinguished the rage in his heart? But who could that be? Frisia clenched his fists, his mind racing with speculation. Half an hour passed, yet Frisia still couldn't figure it out. Someone investigate the whereabouts of the remaining Saiyans. The words reached his lips, but Frisia fell silent again. He had only just been punished for disobeying Beerus's order, and Beerus had explicitly commanded him not to touch the remaining Saiyans. If he defied it again, the consequence might truly be death. Damn it. Someone rebuild the palace for me. Yes. Doldia led his men to clear the palace ruins, watching his lord in his disheveled state. Inside, he couldn't help but complain that his lord merely wanted to be a cosmic real estate developer. What was wrong with that? Why would anyone treat his lord this way? That person deserved. The god of destruction realm. A beam of light descended from the sky as Beerus and the others finally returned to the realm of the destroyer god. You finally back? These past half years have worn me out. The moment Beerus arrived, he immediately collapsed onto a beach chair by the lake. Oh ho ho, Whis stood aside chuckling. If Galan knew what you've been doing these past half years, he'd surely be moved. Whis, don't you know you can be annoying at times? Beerus turned his head and glared at him. I'm warning you, don't tell that kid about this or I'll lose my temper. Lord Beerus can't beat me anyway, so I'm not afraid. You? Beerus sat up straight, but in the end he despondently collapsed back onto the beach chair. What could he do? Whis was also his master, and he genuinely couldn't defeat him. Watching Beerus's despairing expression, Whis stopped teasing and smiled. As you command, Lord Beerus. After all, he was their own god of destruction, so he still needed to be coaxed. If at least you're sensible. Beerus's gloomy mood instantly lifted, his expressions changing like a child's, making Whis both exasperated and amused. For such a child, to become the strongest destroyer god was truly unjust. After working for half a year, I'm tired. Don't disturb me while I sleep. The moment Beerus was about to close his eyes, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, we've been back in the god of destruction realm for so long. Where is that kid Galan? Beerus abruptly jumped off the beach chair, his expression turning extremely grave. Oh, you're right. Whis also realized it, closing his eyes, but finding no trace of Galan on the surface of the god of destruction realm. Opening his eyes, he said, Lord Beerus, I can't find him. Damn it, where has that kid gone? Beerus's expression instantly turned anxious. That was the successor he had found with great difficulty. Could something have happened to him? Fortunately, Whis didn't know what Beerus was thinking, or he would have surely said, did you really find him? I found him, didn't I? Lord Beerus, don't worry, let me search again. Whis's expression also turned serious, and this time, he directly waved his staff. Buzz! The orb above the staff instantly displayed an image. An 8-year-old child wearing bulky clothes was fighting a 20-meter-tall, saber-toothed tiger beast. What? Beerus widened his eyes, recognizing the place where Galan was located. It's the Sema world. The Sema world was exactly the world where Beerus had originally mastered his power. A world with harsh conditions and countless giant beasts. Back then, to master his power, Beerus had spent a full year fleeing and surviving in the Sema world to achieve that goal. According to Whis, when Galan first arrived in the god of destruction realm, he had only spent 1 month inside before mastering his own power. But why had he gone back in? Damn it, has that kid lost his mind? Doesn't he know that world increases its danger level based on one's strength? Beerus watched the image on the crystal ball, his chest heaving with rage, especially since he's wearing that gravity suit, which further suppresses his power. In a world of such extreme danger, how could he possibly escape? Lord Beerus, stop talking, let's go in and save him quickly. With that, Whis vanished instantly alongside Beerus. Inside the Shumi world, beyond a vast desert, lay a primeval forest. Within its depths roamed a saber-toothed tiger beast, standing 20 meters tall, engaged in combat, with a child clad in bulky clothing. Fangs snapped, tails swept, claws struck. The beast's attacks carried hurricane-force winds, each strike seeming destined to tear heaven and earth asunder. Yet the child's attacks were no less fierce. Phantoms multiplied around him as they clashed in close-quarters combat, tiny fists colliding with massive tiger claws, a pure collision of raw power. It was unimaginable that a child so vastly outmatched in size could hold his own in such hand-to-hand combat. Get down. Little Gran rode the force of the tiger claw into the air, gathering both hands at his waist before unleashing a blast of ki energy. However, the saber-toothed tiger beast retreated several steps, dodging it. Roar! The beast reared its head and howled to the heavens, spewing forth a massive energy sphere from its maw. Boom! The leaked ferocious power swept across the entire forest, trees being destroyed in an instant. Facing the oncoming massive energy sphere, young Gran, wearing cumbersome clothing, did not panic at all. Suddenly a silvery radiance surged forth upon his body. Whoosh! Flash step. Gran's small expression was chillingly calm. The gravity of the Shumi world and his gravity suit seemed to have no effect on him as he descended, skimming past the incoming energy sphere. His speed was incredibly fast. Before the saber-toothed tiger beast could even react, Gran had appeared behind its rear. Thousand-year kill. A sinister curve lifted the corners of Gran's mouth as he hurled an energy sphere toward the beast's rear. Boom! A direct hit squarely on the saber-toothed tiger beast's most sensitive spot. Roar! The beast let out a heart-rending roar. If it could speak, it would surely cry out, "Are you some kind of devil?" That had to be excruciating. Roar! The beast's eyes turned crimson, entering a berserk state as its strength and speed doubled. Meanwhile, two figures suddenly appeared above the primeval forest. This little one is becoming increasingly reckless, daring to enter here wearing that gravity suit. When I catch him, I'll make his backside bloom like a flower. Beerus muttered curses under his breath, but the moment he entered this world, he caught sight of the berserk tiger beast. Both figures froze in place. What's with this beast's power? Beerus gulped heavily. Wiss's expression grew equally grave. If we measure this beast by the power levels recognized across the universe, its current strength has reached 1 billion combat power. That's extraordinary. 1 billion combat power was nothing to Beerus and Whis. They could extinguish such threats with a mere breath. But the one facing this beast was Gran. How long had he actually been training? There was no way he could handle something like this. Wait. Beerus suddenly recalled the nature of the Shumi world and blurted out, "The Shumi world adjusts danger levels based on whoever enters," meaning. Holding back his excitement, Whis continued, "That would mean Gran's current strength is already sufficient to take down a billion combat power beast. How could this be possible?" The two exchanged glances, all clearly reflected in each other's eyes. Suddenly, an aura as terrifying as the saber-toothed tiger beast erupted from below. Beerus and Whis hastily shifted their gaze downward, witnessing Gran shedding his gravity suit. Boom! 10 billion combat power exploded from Gran's body. Having removed the gravity suit, he also dispelled his ultra instinct sign state. Yet his speed remained as swift as lightning. Even though the beast matched him in raw power, it stood no chance against his strikes. 3 seconds later, the beast's limbs and spine were shattered, and finally Gran stuffed an energy sphere directly into its mouth. Boom! In a devastating explosion, the saber-toothed tiger beast was torn apart. Little Gran stood firm where he was, thick blood mist filling the air. Against this bloody backdrop, the boy resembled a god of slaughter. Gulp! Beerus swallowed again from above, utterly at a loss for words to describe the child. Whis maintained a calm exterior, yet his grip on his staff tightened noticeably. His composure was clearly shaken. No wonder they were so stunned. After all, Gran had only been in the God of Destruction realm for 2 years, and a year and a half prior to that he had never undergone any power training whatsoever. So far, Gran had only trained his power for a single half-year period. In just 6 months, he had boosted his strength to 1 billion combat power. This was his base form power. Whis, how long did it take me to reach this level back then? Beerus's voice came out hoarse. Among all gods of destruction, Beerus possessed absolutely the finest talent. Yet even Beerus's prowess paled in comparison to Gran's. Some might ask, if Beerus's talent is so exceptional, why did it take him a full decade to reach 1 billion combat power? Surely Son Goku trained for only 20 or 30 years, yet his power surged into the hundreds or even thousands of billions. That's because Goku is the protagonist, and he was transformed. In their base forms, Goku and his comrades only possessed roughly 10 billion combat power. For instance, Gran's current base form holds 1 billion combat power, but upon transforming into Super Saiyan 3, it would skyrocket to 40 billion. Suddenly, boom! The primeval forest ruins below trembled violently, the very air growing thick. Heavy energy leakage causing this. No good, countless beasts of equal power are converging on Gran. Beerus finally snapped out of his daze. This world operated on a harsh principle. Once you revealed your power, you'd be hunted by countless beasts unless you could fully master it and leak nothing. Whis, take Gran and go. Understood. Whis wielded his staff. On the ground, Gran stretched his limbs, just about to thoroughly battle the incoming horde of new beasts, when suddenly the scene before him shifted, returning him to the familiar lakeside. Gran's round eyes blinked with confusion. How had he ended up outside? Wait, only Whis could have pulled him out of the Shumi world. That meant Lord Beerus and the others had returned. Hiss! Gran sucked in a sharp breath. He was done for. He'd sneaked into the Shumi world solely to rapidly boost his power. Now he'd been caught. Gran pouted and immediately made to flee. Where do you think you're going? Where are you going? Beerus's chilling voice rang out. Gran's petite body shivered involuntarily, and he instinctively covered his bottom. Whis's lips twitched. This little guy already knows he's about to get beaten up. Yo, Lord Beerus and Whis are back. Gran turned around and bowed obsequiously. I respectfully welcome the most noble destroyer god, an angel back to the divine realm of destruction. Beerus. Whis. You don't honestly think putting on this bootlicker act will help you dodge a beating, do you? Ahem, to celebrate your return, I'll go prepare a grand feast for you. Gran stopped talking nonsense. If not now, when would be the time to run? Whoosh! He flew toward the outskirts of the divine realm of destruction with all his might. He didn't know where he was going, he only knew he couldn't stay in the divine realm of destruction anymore. But just then, why is my body moving backward? Gran had barely reached midair when he discovered his body was actually retreating. His expression darkened dramatically. Before he realized it, Gran found himself back within 10 meters of Beerus, who still had one hand raised, and the overwhelming suction force had ceased. Beerus twisted his neck and spoke coldly. Boy, you have some nerve wearing that gravity suit into the Shumi world. Gran felt a chill run down his spine and stammered, Lord Beerus, please let me explain. Save it. Come on then, let me see what your training inside the Shumi world with that gravity suit has achieved. And pray your results can withstand my attack, or you're dead meat. No. Before Gran could finish his sentence, boom. Beerus stomped hard, creating a massive crater on the spot, and shot toward Gran like a human-shaped projectile. His speed was incomprehensible, collapsing space itself wherever he passed. Witnessing this, Whis's face darkened. Beerus was truly furious this time, and poor Gran was doomed. Damn it. Lord Beerus, don't think I'm afraid of you. Gran also saw the crumbling space and swallowed hard. Is this the power of the strongest destroyer god? But, expecting me to just take a beating. Never. Boom. Gran achieved absolute control over his power. No aura flared around his body, yet his billion fight power surged forth within him. He arrived. Space fractured inch by inch until it reached Gran. Beerus appeared before him. Bang! The large and small fists collided. The tremendous force instantly evaporated the water in the nearby lake. Gran knew Beerus had held back his final strike, but he still felt as though his fist had struck the hardest stone in the entire universe. It hurts. The unparalleled force eroded inward, distorting the muscles on his arm. Boy, is that all you've got? Beerus seemed somewhat disappointed. Gran's ability to escalate his power to 1 billion in half a year was indeed staggering and terrifying. Even Beerus in his youth couldn't match that feat. He could sense Gran redirecting the force. This boy had actually learned to fight. You brat. Beerus laughed heartily and exerted more force with his hand. Boom. Gran deflected a large portion of the power, but he was still sent flying backward. Where do you think you're running? Beerus pursued him. The tiny Gran revealed a smile. He felt his blood beginning to boil. Keep coming, Lord Beerus. Boom. Boom. 2 streaks of light instantly appeared in the void, intertwining and colliding with each strike, unleashing terrifying shockwaves. Whoosh. The scorching shockwaves swept across the entire battlefield, reducing all vegetation below to powder. Watching the violent clashes overhead, Whis gripped his staff tightly. I thought it was terrifying enough that he increased his power by 1 billion in 6 months, but who would have imagined he also learned combat? Combat techniques, combat experience, combat awareness. Although none of these are exceptional, yet he has formed a first-level physical instinct. I only threw him a gravity suit, yet how did he achieve this? Did he train entirely within the Shumi world? It's only been half a year. Good heavens, if he figured this out on his own, then this guy. Witnessing this scene, even Whis, who remained unmoved by the collapse of Mount Tai, felt his excitement stir. How satisfying. How invigorating. Though pushed back 10 meters, the tiny Gran showed no signs of yielding. He swung his small fists and charged forward once more. Boom. Boom. The fighting aura expanded, spreading from hundreds to thousands of li. Gran and Beerus's battle intensified to a fever pitch. Beerus moved behind Gran, clasped his hands together, and hammered downward with full force. Unexpectedly, Gran's first-level physical instinct allowed him to predict this move. His billion fight power surged within him. This time he repelled Beerus by externally discharging his power, successfully defending himself. Boy, eat this punch. Beerus took a step back and swung his fist at the little one again. Gran turned and crossed both arms in front of his chest, blocking the strike. Though most of its force was dissipated through an eerie movement, the remaining power still severely damaged his body. The defense wasn't complete. Spew. Gran violently spat blood. Beerus did not end the fight there. He wanted to see the limits this little guy could reach. Boom. The two clashed once more and Gran began applying the embryonic form of Ultra Instinct. By the final stage, Gran had exhausted all options. He no longer engaged Beerus in hand-to-hand combat, and even deployed the Prince tactics. Boom. Various raging energies rained down. In this battle, Gran had nearly exhausted every trick in his arsenal. If this were an ordinary powerhouse with a billion fight power, or even if Cell appeared here, Gran could fight across cultivation levels and beat them within an inch of their lives. But Gran faced the strongest destroyer god. Even if the opponent suppressed his power to the same level, the outcome of this battle would remain unchanged. Gran, who had only trained his power for half a year, ultimately lost. However, this battle was not yet over. Slap, slap, slap. Soon the sound of spanking echoed throughout the divine realm of destruction. "Oh, my bottom hurts so much. Lord Beerus, spare me. Have you realized your mistake? What did I do wrong? You want to say that again? I was wrong. Everything I did was wrong. Still pretending you understand nothing, huh? With your strength wearing that gravity suit into the Sumi world, are you trying to seek death? I'm sorry, I won't dare next time. There's a next time. No more, there won't be a next time." The divine realm of destruction resounded continuously with Gran's miserable wails. This disregarded Gran's plight. During their absence from the destroyer god's realm, this boy had been utterly reckless. Sumi world also exerted gravitational influence. Although its multiplier paled in comparison to the gravity suit, when both acted in concert, the pressure was enough to crush one to death. Half an hour later, Gran lay sprawled across the beach chair, the garments behind his buttocks thoroughly shredded. "Vis, please heal me. Please," Gran pleaded pitifully. Vis beside him pretended not to hear. Gran gritted his teeth and said, "I'll prepare another delicacy for you. I won't offer it to Lord Beerus. I'll keep it all for you. Could you help me?" Lord Beerus retorted irritably from nearby. "Must you say that behind my back? I am right here." "I won't. Who told you to strike my posterior? Do you not know why I struck you? I merely felt my cultivation progress too slowly, which is why I wish to enter Sumi world. Besides, isn't it fine now?" Gran attempted to rise, but the pain in his body and posterior forced him to abandon the effort, huffing in frustration. With those words, an eerie silence fell upon the lakeside. Beerus and Vis exchanged glances, each discerning a peculiar expression in the other's eyes. It was indeed true. The gravity suit automatically adjusted to the wearer's physiological limit. For others, merely wearing it made even running impossible. Yet this boy, far from perishing, not only remained vigorous, but also fearlessly ventured into Sumi world. Furthermore, he had cultivated his strength to a combat power of 1 billion, and casually dispatched a saber-toothed tiger beast of equal power. What was even more remarkable was that before Vis could instruct him on cultivating bodily instinct, this child had already formed the first stage of bodily instinct solely through battling those mindless giant beasts. Is this something a human being could accomplish? "Vis, my body and posterior ache so greatly, have mercy on me. Endure the pain for now. Let me ask you." Lord Beerus, not indulging him, asked, "Was your first stage of bodily instinct also formed while battling those giant beasts?" First stage of bodily instinct. Gran lay upon the beach chair, brows furrowed. When did I cultivate bodily instinct? He had heard of bodily instinct from Vis, but Vis had yet to teach him how to cultivate it. Upon hearing Gran's words, Vis and Beerus exchanged another glance. This youngster truly understood nothing. Vis suppressed his inner astonishment and explained. Bodily instinct refers to the ability for your physique to execute the most pure, natural, and correct reactions without requiring cerebral deliberation regardless of circumstance. And to cultivate bodily instinct, battle remains the swiftest method. After Vis concluded his explanation, Beerus continued, "Let me ask you again, when did you begin wearing that gravity suit to enter Sumi world?" Gran shrank his neck, slightly too timid to speak, fearing another beating upon his posterior. "Speak." Beerus glared at him. "Immediately after you departed the destroyer god's realm for 1 month, Gran whispered weakly. So this boy had already worn that suit within Sumi world for 5 months. This fellow was truly audacious. While they were absent from the destroyer god's realm, he dared risk being crushed to death by the combined gravitational forces of Sumi world and the gravity suit. Furthermore, in merely 5 months, he could forge the first stage of bodily instinct through combat against countless giant beasts. What manner of monster was this? Upon pondering this, both Beerus and Vis found their inner composure long unsettled. Vis, what exactly did Lord Beerus mean by the first stage of bodily instinct just now? Gran seemed to have forgotten the agony in his body and posterior. At that moment, he only wished to clearly comprehend the meaning of the first stage of bodily instinct. Bodily instinct comprises 9 stages in total. You have already attained the first stage, Vis remarked, regaining his composure. And what stage have you reached? Gran inquired with keen curiosity, his gaze fixed intently upon Vis. Beerus also lent an ear, evidently unaware of his master's attained level himself. Me. Vis paused, then shook his head. I shall not disclose my own station. However, I may reveal the level Lord Beerus has achieved. Hearing this, Beerus grew irate. Unbelievable. You conceal your own prowess from others, yet now intend to divulge mine. Vis, are you even of sound mind? Oh ho ho, my apologies, Lord Beerus. I am but an angel, you see. Vis offered a cheeky grin. Beerus. Gran, I shall inform you of Lord Beerus's bodily instinct level. Silence. Beerus immediately clamped a hand over Vis's mouth. Glancing at Gran reclining upon the beach chair, he hastily declared, aside from myself, the bodily instinct of all other destroyer gods rests merely at the 4th stage. Huh. Gran's eyes widened. According to Vis, bodily instinct consisted of merely 9 stages. He had presumed that destroyer gods' bodily instinct levels would at minimum reach the 5th stage or beyond. These matters you will gradually come to understand. Cease your excessive questioning for now. Beerus shifted his glare back to Vis, teeth clenched. And as for you, if you dare leak my strength again, I shall hold a grudge against you. Vis, his mouth obscured, emitted muffled protests. Very well, I shall speak no further. Only then did Beerus release him. Following this minor disturbance, Beerus likewise dropped the matter of Gran's venture into Shumi World wearing the gravity suit. Since Gran could endure 5 months within Shumi World while clad in the gravity suit, it implied that henceforth Shumi World would be at his complete disposal. Naturally, Gran was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. Suddenly, ouch, my entire body, my poor posterior. It hurts so badly. Gran then recalled his own injuries. Vis cast a glance at Beerus, who offered a slight nod. Only then did Vis say, enough with the theatrics. Shall I heal you already? Vis is Farkinder. Unlike Lord Beerus, that skin and bones wretch, who besides making me possess a weakness persistently schemes to strike my posterior. While receiving treatment from Vis, Gran's small mouth continued chattering incessantly like a machine gun. Moreover, his bullets were venom-coated. To Beerus's ears, his temples throbbed with each word. He regretted his decision. He should never have permitted Vis to heal this boy. All right, rise. Once Vis had finished healing Gran, he seized the latter by the nape of his neck and tossed him onto the ground. Sitting upon the earth, Gran blurted out, Vis, through me. You are likewise wicked. Vis's face darkened with exasperation. Such swift ingratitude. Ha. Beerus was genuinely amused. If the injured party extended beyond himself, his joy would be all the greater. Vis flashed Beerus an exasperated look, then turned his attention to Gran upon the ground, and inquired tentatively, young scoundrel, did you exhibit your full combat power during your earlier clash with Lord Beerus? Guess. Galen's eyes darted around. Weiss spoke with deep meaning, I guess it must be your full power. Galen. Was this angel's insight really that piercing? Could he tell just from looking? In fact, that was indeed his current maximum power. But the Saiyans could transform. Galen had no idea what degree his cells had reached within his body. Moreover, he had been occupied with cultivating his strength and battling giant beasts for the past half-year, never having attempted to transform. If he could transform, his Super Saiyan form would amplify his power by 50 times. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to test the transformation. Lord Beerus. Galen ignored Weiss and stood up from the ground, rubbing his little hands together, his appearance turning as sly as possible. What is it? Can I ask you a few questions? No. You? Galen clenched his small fists. Why was this skinny lad not following any conventional script? He really wanted to punch him. Seeing Galen defeated, Beerus's lips curled upward involuntarily. You spent all day annoying me. Weiss had already returned to his beach chair. Their comedic banter put him in a very pleasant mood. Lord Beerus, what is my current battle power? How is my cultivation speed? And compared to you, how great is the gap? Galen furrowed his 2 little eyebrows, letting out all his questions at once. He truly had no idea of his current strength, nor what it measured as in battle power. However, judging by the gravity training suit's multiplier, he could already withstand 4,000 times gravity. According to the original storyline, Goku only trained at 100 times gravity on his way to Namek. Compared to the mere 100 times, it was obvious that his current power had reached an astonishing level. Achieving such results after half a year of cultivation naturally thrilled Galen. Even late-stage Goku and Vegeta probably hadn't trained as fast, had they? Then how did he compare to the strongest destroyer god? Galen truly wanted to know the gap between himself and the strongest destroyer. Measuring by universal battle power indices, your strength has reached 1 billion. At this moment, Weiss on the beach chair spoke slowly. What? Galen thought he had misheard and even rubbed his little ears. You achieved 1 billion battle power in half a year. Aren't you happy? Beerus crossed his arms and turned his head away. What? Galen finally understood clearly. His emotions surged instantly, his entire little face turning red. 1 billion battle power, my god, I have 1 billion battle power. Galen bounced up and down with excitement. At this moment, he finally had a general concept of his own power. According to past life knowledge, Fat Bu in Dragon Ball Z possessed approximately 50 billion battle power. This is just my rough guess, don't scold me if it's wrong. At that time, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, gaining a 400-fold power increase which was enough to defeat Fat Bu. In other words, Super Saiyan 3 Goku far exceeded 50 billion battle power. Taking 50 billion as Goku's power and dividing by 400 equals 125 million. That meant Goku in the Majin Buu arc had natural strength of around 125 million battle power. So didn't that mean his current power far surpassed Goku during the Majin Buu arc? Galen counted on his fingers, growing more and more excited. Lord Beerus, my talent seems quite impressive. Galen jumped onto Beerus's back with excitement. You're so annoying. Can you get off me? No, Lord Beerus, tell me quickly, how is my cultivation speed? Compared to you, how much worse am I? Can I choose not to answer? Tell me quickly, or I'll make you eat stinky tofu. Hearing stinky tofu, again Beerus couldn't help trembling. How could any delicacy have the word stinky in its name? Given this kid's mischievous nature, he certainly wasn't acting out of kindness. Stop, stop, stop. Beerus grabbed the little one and brought him face to face, his expression extremely helpless. After 3 more seconds, he composed himself. Your cultivation speed is quite good, but compared to me, you are still far behind. Beerus said this without any hint of shame. In his own words, he was the strongest destroyer god. If he admitted being inferior to this brat, wouldn't he lose all face? Whis rolled his eyes directly. He had expected exactly this kind of answer from Beerus. Huh. Galen widened his eyes. Half a year to reach 1 billion battle power, yet still considered far behind. He couldn't quite believe it, and looked toward the nearby beach chair. His voice was still childlike. Whis, is Lord Beerus telling the truth? Whis's lip twitched. Why was he being asked now? How should I answer this? Should I tell the truth, or should I lie? Asking an angel to lie was crossing the line. Whis was about to shake his head and tell the truth. Cough, cough, cough. Beerus beside him began coughing desperately. Galen paused, frowning. Lord Beerus, what's wrong with you? Beerus coughed twice more, then casually replied, nothing. Just choked on some water. Can a destroyer god choke on water? None of your business. Galen's lip twitched. He stopped pressing the matter. Even choking on water, wasn't that the definition of a mortal's limitation? He continued, Whis, Lord Beerus wouldn't be lying to me, right? Whis wanted to tell the truth, but Beerus kept sending him aggressive hints. Finally, Whis sighed. Do you think Lord Beerus would lie to you? Galen glanced sideways at the mortal destroyer god, his spirits instantly deflating. True. Although Lord Beerus is a bit bad, he has never lied to me. Indeed, I'm still far behind Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus, you truly live up to being the strongest destroyer god. Beerus felt his cheeks warming slightly. Whis had asked, would I lie to you? In fact, he was lying right now. I'm going to cook. Galen sighed and left. Whis stood up from the beach chair, watching Galen's small retreating figure, and smiled. Lord Beerus, you're quite wicked. Even deceiving a child. How am I wicked? I'm doing this for his own good. Beerus put his hands behind his back and said faintly, this kid's talent is too exaggerated. If I don't curb him, he might truly become arrogant. Oh ho ho, only Lord Beerus could speak such lofty words. Mocking me. Then why did you also say something so ambiguous at the time? Lord Beerus, I find your face getting thicker and thicker every day. Have you already forgotten how you hinted at me? I was just choking on water. Otherwise, what do you think I was doing? Watching Beerus's shameless expression, Whis could only manage 2 words, you're unbelievable. Time flew by swiftly, and Grant soon finished preparing a grand feast. He hadn't made stinky tofu, which couldn't be prepared in such a short time anyway. What he had prepared was a whole roasted lamb. Amidst such exquisite delicacies, the destroyer god and the angel had long forgotten any pretense of dignity, their mouths glistening with oil as they devoured the feast. Grant clutched the roasted lamb, tearing into it heartily. The past half year of cultivation had left both his body and spirit somewhat fatigued, and he deserved a proper meal. 2 hours passed. At long last the 3 had eaten and drunk their fill, all collapsing onto their beach chairs. The sky of the destroyer god realm had grown subtly dark, with purple starlight cascading down as a gentle breeze whispered through the air. Throughout this past half year, each had been occupied with their own affairs, and such rare moments of leisure were treasured deeply by all 3. Grant, your power must have reached a bottleneck as well. Vis remarked lazily while reclining and gazing at the sky. Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly. Had this youngster finally prepared to embark on the next stage of his cultivation? Indeed. Grant lay on his side, looking at Vis, who rested in the middle beach chair. Lately I felt that my power is exceedingly difficult to advance. That is perfectly normal. Measured by the combat power index across the universe, 1 billion represents a significant bottleneck for you all. Lord Beerus himself experienced this very phase and remained stuck at it for several years. Then what should I do now? Breaking through a bottleneck involves numerous factors. Sometimes a shift in mood alone can shatter the barriers holding your power back. Vis gazed at the brilliant starry expanse above, his cultivation plan for Grant already taking shape in his mind. Precisely so. From the beach chair on the far right, Beerus spoke up. The factors involved in breaking through a bottleneck are truly manifold, and it cannot be achieved within a short span of time. Regarding power cultivation, set that aside for now. Grant sat upright and looked at the two towering figures beside him, a trace of confusion in his voice. Then what should I cultivate instead? You have already mastered your power and refined your state of mind. Now it is time to focus on combat techniques, experience awareness, and other aspects. Whis spoke calmly. You should understand why I directed you to train in these areas, correct? I have a rough idea. Not long ago you mentioned that combat remains the most efficient method for cultivating physical instinct. Grant nodded. I believe you wish for me to comprehend combat techniques through actual battles, eventually internalizing them until they become my second nature. Only then will my physical instinct advance to a higher level. Whis' ultimate objective was undoubtedly to help him thoroughly master the ultra instinct state. Given that Grant had already cultivated his mindset and his power, once his physical instinct was refined, ultra instinct, sign, would come within easy reach. Not bad. Both Whis and Beerus nodded in approval, pleased that the youngster proved so perceptive. Then how should I proceed with my training? Could it be that I should return to the Shumi world and battle those colossal beasts again? Grant abruptly fell silent and began counting on his small fingers. Beerus noticed his strange behavior and turned his head inquiringly. What are you doing? Just a moment. Grant raised both small hands, making a stopping gesture. He had already spent over 2 years in the Dragon Ball world. It was currently age 739, while Goku's first Dragon Ball adventure did not begin until age 749. In other words, there were still 10 years until the Dragon Ball storyline truly began. Grant had become a candidate destroyer god, and with Whis and Beerus by his side, he harbored little interest in other matters on Earth. However, Senzu beans. This was precisely what piqued his interest. Speaking of Senzu beans, their miraculous properties were extraordinary. Aside from curing illnesses, they could heal any wound on the body. As long as someone still drew breath, a Senzu bean could revive them and restore both their body and stamina to peak condition. During the early stages of the Dragon Ball saga, these beans were plentiful. However, after Master Roshi climbed to King Kai's planet, the quantity began to plummet, primarily because that creature consumed them as if they were rice. Merely thinking of that gluttonous fool made Grant grind his teeth in frustration. Since Whis served Lord Beerus, he could not accompany Grant at all times. Without Whis' healing abilities, Senzu beans would prove indispensable. No, he absolutely had to acquire all the Senzu beans before Master Roshi reached King Kai's planet. Brat, what are you scheming about? Beerus asked, his brow furrowed. Grant sat up straight and turned to face both Whis and Beerus. Lord Whis, Lord Beerus, didn't you both say that I must endure countless battles to develop higher-level physical instincts? Beerus's brows knitted ever tighter. Just what are you getting at? Whis also sensed something peculiar in the air. Grant gritted his teeth, summoning his courage. I wish to leave the Destroyer God realm and seek out powerful warriors across the universe to test myself against them. This was, after all, Grant's long-standing desire. He had been in the Destroyer God realm for 2 full years now. Both his mindset and his power had reached bottlenecks, and he saw no significant advancement in the near future. As Whis had put it, he needed to experience countless battles to comprehend additional combat techniques and experience ultimately transforming them into his physical instincts. And within the Destroyer God realm beyond Beerus and Whis, there existed only the slumbering prophetic fish. Both Beerus and Whis were far too overwhelmingly powerful to serve as suitable sparring partners. Of course, there were the various colossal beasts in the Shumi world, but those creatures possessed no conscious intellect. Battling them would yield little improvement in combat techniques or strategic thinking. Therefore, it would be far more beneficial to venture into the universe and challenge genuinely formidable opponents. Beerus and Whis fell silent. Grant ventured cautiously, what's wrong? Do you disagree with my going out into the universe? Haha. Both Beerus and Whis suddenly burst into uproarious laughter. Grant stood utterly bewildered, confused by their sudden mirth. Whis steadied his breathing and spoke. Actually, even without you mentioning it, Lord Beerus and I were already preparing to send you away. Send me away? Why? Grant felt as though several sharp thorns had pierced his chest. Let us explain, Beerus said with a helpless sigh. You can plainly see that our Destroyer God realm has barely anyone residing here. Neither I nor Whis are suitable opponents for you. Aside from venturing into the wider universe, where else could you possibly go? Technically, he could travel to other universes as well. However, Grant's current strength was still far insufficient, and it was not yet appropriate to take him beyond Universe 7. I see. Grant patted his chest, lightly, relief washing over him. He had initially feared that Beerus and Whis truly intended to expel him, only to discover their intentions aligned perfectly with his own. Then when may I depart from the Destroyer God realm? 1 month from now? In the meantime, continue consolidating your strength. Yes. Grant nodded emphatically. He was finally heading out into the universe. The more he contemplated it, the more exhilarated he grew. Already he had formulated a detailed plan for his cosmic journey. His first destination had to be planet Sadasa to learn instant transmission. After all, Whis served Lord Beerus and could not accompany Grant at every turn. With instant transmission, reaching any location would prove exceedingly convenient. Furthermore, instant transmission served as an exceptionally practical escape technique. Should he find himself outmatched in battle, he could simply flee. And if even that proved insufficient, then he would resort to calling for reinforcements. As for his second stop, he would pay a visit to planet Namek. Having already entered the Dragon Ball world, it would be unthinkable not to at least lay eyes upon the Dragon Balls. Not merely to witness them, but to make several wishes. His third destination would be Earth to acquire Senzu beans. The fourth would be to challenge various powerful fighters across the cosmos. And finally, Grant still intended to seek revenge upon Vegeta. The humiliating circumstances of his initial arrival in the Dragon Ball world remained seared vividly in his memory. Having sworn to settle scores with Vegeta, he felt the time had finally arrived. Grant clenched his fist, the corners of his lips curving into a faint smile. Prince Vegeta, shall we? I look forward to demonstrating my 1 billion units of combat power to you. Time flowed by swiftly, and a month slipped away just like that. During this period, with Beerus serving as his sparring partner, Golan thoroughly consolidated his own strength. Golan's battle power now stood at 1 billion. His state of mind had reached the half-selfless level, and his physical instincts had attained the first stage. His dimension had even reached the peak of the Kai realm, but Whis had never told him about it, and Golan remained completely unaware. The main reason Whis had not told Golan was simply that the time was not yet right. When Golan next returned to the realm of destruction, he would undergo dimensional training. That would be the moment to reveal the truth to him. Today marked the second year since Golan had arrived in the Dragon Ball world, as well as the second year since he had come to the realm of destruction. It was also time for him to leave the realm of destruction. Tiny Golan, dressed in ancient god of destruction garments, stood before the palace of destruction facing Beerus. Parting was imminent, and the atmosphere was heavy with melancholy. Lord Beerus, I have to go. Golan's little face was full of reluctance. Just get lost. Only with you gone can my realm of destruction finally be quiet, and only then can I get a decent night's sleep. Beerus said with a deadpan expression. Yet Golan gritted his teeth and said, Fine, Lord Beerus. I was only being nice to you because I thought I wouldn't see you for a long time. You really are something. At that his eyes flickered, and he added, Humph. Since Lord Beerus dislikes me so much, I won't bring you any gifts when I come back next time. I'll bring some only for Whis. When the time came, he would be going to Earth, so he would definitely need to pack hundreds of millions of servings of instant noodles. After all, in the anime, those two in the realm of destruction absolutely adored instant noodles. Whis, standing nearby, had his eyes light up. The gift Golan mentioned was surely some kind of delicacy. He then cast a provoking glance at Beerus. It was as if he were saying, Keep being stubborn then. Now you won't get to eat any. Beerus shot Whis a glare, then barked at Golan. You little brat. How dare you? Since Lord Beerus dislikes me so much, why should I bring you anything? You? Beerus finally sighed. Remember to be careful. If you ever run into someone you absolutely cannot beat, remember to call me. With that, Beerus turned around and went back into the palace of destruction. That stubborn Tsundere, saying anything nice was like a death sentence to him. But Golan's heart still felt warm. He stood before the palace of destruction for a long time before finally saying, Whis, let's go. You want to go to planet Yardrat first, right? Yes. Alright, we'll be there soon. Whis tapped his staff, and he and Golan transformed into a streak of 7-colored light that shot into the sky. A minute later, Whis returned to the front of the palace of destruction. But when he got back, Beerus had somehow appeared there again. Whis said with a grin, Lord Beerus, didn't you go to sleep? None of your business. Beerus rolled his eyes. Did you take him to Yardrat? Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus clearly cares about him so much, and yet you still try to act so indifferent. Whis covered his mouth and snickered. Cut the chatter. I asked you whether you sent him to Yardrat or not. He's there. Whis's smile faded, and he stopped teasing. That little fellow's first stop is Yardrat. He probably wants to learn their instant transmission. Instant transmission. Yes. Planet Yardrat has a technique called instant transmission. It's somewhat similar to the Supreme Kai's teleportation. Whis paused briefly, then continued. However, performing Yardrat's instant transmission also requires sensing ki. I see. Beerus nodded. He could roughly guess why Golan wanted to learn it. Without Whis by his side, instant transmission would be an excellent way to travel. Whis, holding his staff and gazing at the sky, said lightly, Lord Beerus, Golan hasn't left the realm of destruction in 2 years, yet he still knows about Yardrat's instant transmission. He's no simple person, obviously. Beerus pretended not to understand what Whis meant. In just 2 short years, he completely mastered his power, cultivated his state of mind to the half-selfless level, trained his power to a battle capacity of 1 billion, and honed his physical instincts to the first stage. Could a peerless genius like that possibly be simple? Whis shook his head. Lord Beerus, you know exactly what I mean. Beerus clenched his fists. So what? All I need to know is that he is a disciple I accepted. Whis fell silent for a moment, then let out a mischievous chuckle. Oh ho ho, that's true. He's also a disciple I accepted. Besides, didn't he say he learned all of this from the Saiyan Chronicles? At that, Beerus spoke again. By the way, when you mentioned the Saiyan Chronicles earlier, you had such a grim look on your face. Does the Saiyan race have some major background? The moment those words were spoken, the area before the Palace of Destruction fell into a deathly silence. 3 minutes passed. Whis said thoughtfully, I'm not sure if I'm remembering it wrong, but when I was very, very young, I think I heard my father say that someone once challenged Grand Zeno. What? Beerus was greatly alarmed. Grand Zeno was the most powerful being in all the universes. How could anyone have dared challenge him? That was impossible. Wait. Beerus gulped hard. You're not going to tell me that the one who challenged Grand Zeno was a Saiyan, are you? If that was the case, then it made perfect sense for the Saiyan race to possess a chronicle recording so many hidden secrets. My memories are somewhat hazy. I can't be too sure. Whis shook his head. He truly was not certain about this matter. It seemed he would have to find time to go back and ask his father. Beerus also fell into silence. Finally, if you remember anything, be sure to tell me. I'm going to sleep now. Beerus turned around and was just about to head back to sleep when he suddenly turned back to face Whis and said gravely, also, if that kid runs into danger, remember to wake me too. Yes. Whis suppressed the urge to laugh and nodded. Only then did Beerus return to his palace. In the northern galaxy, 3 planets stood out as particularly extraordinary: Namek, Metamer, and Yardrat. Not far from Namek in the starry expanse lay a purple planet, its surface appearing predominantly rocky and barren when viewed from beyond. This was none other than Yardrat. In the Dragon Ball anime, Son Goku had learned the instant transmission technique on this very world, and today a young child clad in distinctive ancient Egyptian attire had arrived. Gran stood at the center of the street as Yardratians bustled past him on either side. The Yardratians were comparatively diminutive, their skin tones ranging from pinkish to fair. As they passed Gran, each one regarded the child with an unmistakably strange gaze. Gran seemed oblivious to their stares, muttering continuously to himself, why would Whis say that I possess the ability to survive in the cosmos? When Whis had just delivered him here, Gran had actually made a request of him. He desired the power to survive in space. For the inability to survive in the vacuum of space had always been the Saiyans' Achilles heel. No matter which Saiyan, once their planet was destroyed during battle and oxygen was lost, they would ultimately perish without fail. Just as Son Goku and Frieza had clashed on Namek. Frieza, though ultimately defeated by Goku, had destroyed the planet in the process. Had Goku not happened upon the Ginyu Force's spaceship at that critical moment, he would certainly have perished. Gran refused to harbor such a weakness, which is why he had petitioned Whis. Given Whis's unfathomable and mysterious powers, he should certainly have a means to help resolve this. Yet Whis had rejected his request, claiming that Gran already possessed the ability to survive in space. Why would Whis say such a thing? Gran stood on the street, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Only an angel or the dragon god could grant a Saiyan the power to survive in the cosmos. But he had never made any such wish to the dragon god. How could he already be capable of surviving in space? Gran found himself utterly baffled, unable to piece together the answer. In this situation, my only option is to try it myself, Gran muttered inwardly, lifting his gaze to the violet heavens. He channeled his energy toward the soles of his feet. Whoosh! Gran shot toward the cosmos at a breathtaking speed. The very moment he left the street, the Yardratians on the street erupted into chaos. Half a year ago, wasn't that planet near ours destroyed by 2 mysterious powerhouses? One of those warriors wore an outfit identical to this child's. Could this child be allied with that mysterious powerhouse? Hurry and inform the Great Elder. Gran was unaware of the commotion behind him. By then he had already reached the edge of the atmosphere. A trace of oxygen still lingered here. One more step forward would plunge him into a vacuum environment. Without hesitation, Gran held his breath, took that decisive step, and then attempted to breathe slowly. Boom! A tremor rippled through Gran's heart. Though he sensed no exchange of breath, he felt absolutely no sense of suffocation. How is this possible? Refusing to accept it, Gran remained where he was certain that if he felt any constriction, he would turn and flee instantly. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes. 60 minutes. Why is this happening? Gran's eyes widened in astonishment. He had remained in the vacuum of space for so long, yet he felt not the slightest discomfort. Meanwhile, far away in the God of Destruction's realm, Whis observed Gran's actions through the crystal ball atop his staff and chuckled softly. Your dimensional threshold has already reached the pinnacle of King Kai. In other words, you are no longer a mere mortal, and your body is naturally immune to the effects of a vacuum. As for Gran, he remained unaware of the true reason behind this phenomenon. He only knew that Saiyans should never be capable of surviving in the vacuum of space for extended periods. Soon 2 hypotheses formed in his mind. Either his physique was extraordinarily special, allowing him to survive in the vacuum, or someone had made a wish to the dragon god, likely a wish granting Saiyans the ability to survive in space. He too was a Saiyan, which explained the current transformation. But he was merely an upper-class Saiyan. How extraordinary could his constitution possibly be? Then only the second possibility remained. Who was the one who had made such a wish to the dragon god? A sudden wave of panic seized Gran. In the original storyline, no one had ever made a wish like this. Could his transmigration have triggered a butterfly effect? Whis must know something about this. I will have to question him later. Gran recalled the words Whis had spoken before departing. Since Whis and Angel was aware of this matter, yet showed no other reaction, it must mean the problem was not significant. With that thought, he felt somewhat reassured. Actually, the feeling of being able to survive in space is truly exhilarating. Gran quickly set the matter aside, and since he no longer harbored the weakness that prevented Saiyans from surviving in space, he began joyfully exploring the cosmic expanse. The boundless universe, the dazzling starlight, the breathtakingly magnificent panorama was utterly captivating. After wandering for some time, Gran prepared to return to Yardrat to learn the instant transmission technique. Suddenly, Gran spotted two figures in the distance circling before a colossal sphere of light. One of them was noticeably diminutive, sporting a white punk hairstyle, pale purple skin, and a pair of patera earrings. When Gran caught sight of the attire on this short figure, his pupils contracted sharply. Supreme Kai-Shin. Supreme Kai-Shin, who had been in the midst of planet creation, seemed to have heard someone calling his name. He and Kibito hastily turned around. To their astonishment, it was merely a little brat of about 8 years old. Kibito, as the attendant of the Supreme Kai, spoke with a tone dripping with arrogance toward mortals. Who are you to dare call upon the Supreme Kai's name so casually? Exine, why are you here? Should you not be remaining in the Supreme Kai realm? Gran, well aware of Kibito's temperament from earlier chapters, dismissed the man entirely, and instead fixed his gaze upon Supreme Kai-Shin. How dare you show such disrespect? Seeing Gran ignore him so blatantly, Kibito prepared to step forward and teach the child a lesson. Suddenly, he felt something clamp around his neck, the bones in his throat creaking audibly. Kibito looked down in shock to find that without warning, Gran had already appeared before him, gripping his throat with a single small hand. It hurts. A killing intent enveloped his entire body. Boundless terror surged within Kibito's heart. I know your disposition is arrogant, but do not dare display such arrogance toward me. Should it happen again, you will die. Gran tossed Kibito aside, then finally shifted his gaze towards Supreme Kai-Shin. Supreme Kai-Shin tensed his body. Kibito possessed the power to annihilate Frisia in a single strike, yet the child had not even lasted one round against him. However, from the child's words and actions, it seemed he harbored no ill intent. Supreme Kai-Shin relaxed slightly and spoke. Who are you? How do you know me? You are the Supreme Kai of Universe 7, so naturally I am familiar with you. Gran pointed to the divine attire he wore, his voice still somewhat youthful. And do you recognize me? Supreme Kai-Shin glanced at Gran's attire and asked, I do not know you. What exactly are you trying to do? This brat was wearing a strange outfit. Could such clothing be famous? Grant was somewhat exasperated and continued probing. I am the candidate destroyer god of Universe 7. Does that ring a bell? Universe 7. Are there also Universe 8 and Universe 9? And what exactly is a destroyer god? Is it some kind of deity? Supreme Kai-Shin frowned deeply. What in the world was this child talking about? Grant was dumbfounded. This Supreme Kai-Shin was truly as ignorant as depicted in the anime. In truth, one could hardly blame him. 5 million years ago, the evil genie Bu invaded the world of the Kai, where the South Supreme Kai and the Great Supreme Kai were absorbed, while the North Supreme Kai and West Supreme Kai were killed. In the end, only the East Supreme Kai survived. The Great Supreme Kai had not yet had the chance to teach him knowledge about the Kai, and Old Kai was sealed within the sacred word of the Kai by Beerus. It was reasons that led to Supreme Kai-Shin's ignorance. This universe we inhabit is Universe 7, and you are its highest deity. Of course, there is another god of equal standing, the Destroyer God. Grant, not angered by Supreme Kai-Shin's ignorance, continued to explain, Supreme Kais are in charge of creating planets, while Destroyer Gods are in charge of destroying them. Your duties serve to maintain the balance of the universe. Do you understand roughly now? Wait. Supreme Kai-Shin felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, as if a brain were growing. After digesting this information for a moment, his gaze suddenly turned icy. I have never heard of such things. But you say the Destroyer God oversees planetary destruction, and you are a candidate Destroyer God. Does that mean the destruction of countless stars half a year ago was related to you? Half a year ago. The destruction of countless stars. Grant froze for a moment, then quickly realized. You mean the planet's Lord Beerus cleaned up half a year ago? At that time, he had been undergoing power cultivation. Beerus and Whis had gone out on planetary cleanup missions, reportedly destroying over 20,000 planets. Without a doubt, the destruction of countless stars Supreme Kai-Shin mentioned was precisely that incident. So it was you. Supreme Kai-Shin suddenly became furious. Over 20,000 planets. Just within half a year you destroyed over 20,000 planets. Are you not gods as well? How can gods like you be so utterly depraved, eh? Grant's mouth twitched. Old Kai had not yet emerged to teach this fellow. Conversing with him now was truly like casting pearls before swine. Seeing Grant's indifferent expression, Supreme Kai-Shin grew even angrier. Why did you destroy so many planets? Do you have any idea how long it would take me as Supreme Kai to recreate them all? Wait. Grant's eyes widened. Did you and Kibito come here just to recreate those worthless planets? At this, he quickly glanced behind Supreme Kai-Shin. A massive glowing sphere rested there, and within its radiance a planet could be seen in the process of gestation. You really are. Grant laughed in exasperation. Lord Beerus didn't even sleep for half a year to destroy those 20,000 planets, and now you want to recreate them. Unable to hold back any longer, he transformed into a streak of light and shot past Supreme Kai-Shin. What are you doing? Supreme Kai-Shin found the child's actions puzzling, then his eyes widened in horror. That planet. I worked so hard to create it. Stop right now. Before his very eyes, Grant launched an energy blast 20 meters in diameter. Boom. The energy blast pierced the glowing sphere, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The planet still unborn was destroyed once more. You devil. Seeing the planet he had painstakingly created destroyed again, Supreme Kai-Shin's eyes burned red with fury. As Supreme Kai looked at this guy's aura, Kibito returned to Supreme Kai-Shin's side, positioning himself as a shield between them. Though Kibito was filled with arrogance toward mortals, his loyalty to Supreme Kai-Shin was unquestionable. Supreme Kai Dimension. Supreme Kai-Shin's eyes widened in shock. How old was this kid? And yet his aura had already reached the Supreme Kai level. At the same time, this confirmed the other's claims. This person truly was some sort of candidate destroyer god deity. But, damn it, even the evil genie Bu never destroyed that many planets. You are far more evil than Bu. How did someone like you ever become a destroyer god? Supreme Kai-Shin's anger escalated further. To ensure the future stability of the universe, he resolved to personally eliminate Grant, this little demon. You haven't even dealt with me for recreating those worthless planets, yet you want to attack me, yeah. Grant returned before Supreme Kai-Shin, his expression turning extremely cold. Boom. A battle power of 1 billion erupted from Grant, sending a 100-meter-high shockwave sweeping across the entire starry sky. Whoosh. The tremendous force knocked Kibito backward more than 10 meters. So strong. Kibito steadied himself, and Supreme Kai-Shin did not get pushed back. He wanted to step forward to help. Kibito stepped back. For the future stability of the universe, I will personally eliminate this demon. Supreme Kai-Shin did not look back. The child before him was powerful, but compared to the evil genie Bu, he was still far too weak. Interesting. So your power, Shin, is quite considerable after all. Then let me see what you've got. Seeing that Supreme Kai-Shin had not been knocked back by his shockwave, Grant's tone turned mocking. During the Majin Bu arc, Supreme Kai-Shin was stronger than Piccolo in his Super Saiyan form, but weaker than Dabula at his peak Super Saiyan 2nd grade. By that logic, Supreme Kai-Shin's strength was roughly at the early stage of Super Saiyan 2nd grade, approximately 2 billion in battle power. Evil creatures like you should not exist in this world. Allow me to erase you. Supreme Kai-Shin struck first, vanishing from Grant's field of vision in an instant. Grant's lips curled slightly. The aura of a god, huh? Interesting. So interesting. Meanwhile, in the Destruction God realm, Whis also caught sight of Grant clashing with Supreme Kai-Shin. Oh my, what a surprise. An encounter with the Supreme Kai of this era. It seems a disagreement has escalated. Are they about to fight? A Supreme Kai versus a candidate destroyer god. How utterly fascinating. Whis watched the scene with keen interest as Supreme Kai-Shin launched an attack against Grant. Supreme Kai-Shin operated on a divine tier, his aura radiating the unmistakable presence of a deity. For an ordinary mortal confronted with such divine pressure, confusion would be the immediate and overwhelming response. After all, mortals are entirely incapable of sensing divine auras, even with Grant's current cultivation reaching the pinnacle of Supreme Kai-level existence. Grant had not yet truly attained the divine tier of either a destroyer god or a Supreme Kai, which meant he too could not detect Supreme Kai-Shin's presence. A pity. Grant has lived in the Destruction God realm for 2 years now. He has long grown accustomed to divine auras. Even setting that aside, his mental cultivation has reached the semi-formless state, and combined with his first-stage bodily instinct, Grant can perceive your position, Supreme Kai, through the nascent form of the autonomous perfection state. Whis murmured to himself. In his observation, Supreme Kai-Shin's power surpassed Grant's by fully 1-fold. Yet raw strength alone did not guarantee ultimate victory. Grant was his disciple, while Supreme Kai-Shin understood nothing of true combat. Even if Shin's power were several times greater than Grant's, he still stood no chance against him. This was destined to be a battle devoid of any suspense. Nearby the starry expanse close to planet Sadala, Supreme Kai-Shin struck first, vanishing from sight. Divine aura. Unfortunately, it holds no effect on me. A silvery radiance enveloped Grant's body. The autonomous perfection state's nascent form had been activated. Grant moved, disappearing from view as well. In the unseen darkness, Supreme Kai-Shin was about to land a punch squarely on Grant. Suddenly, Grant's body contorted at an unnatural angle, evading the strike. It felt as though Grant was not consciously controlling his own movements. Rather, it was his body's instinctual response. Absolutely staggering. In the next instant, the dazed Supreme Kai-Shin was kicked clear out of sight by Grant. How is this possible? Supreme Kai-Shin stabilized his retreating form and wiped a cut at the corner of his mouth. How did you manage that? Do you mean the divine aura or my body's instinctive reaction? Gran's entire body shimmered with silver light, yet he made no move to counterattack. Body instinct. How could anyone develop their physical reflexes to such an extent? Just because others cannot does not mean I cannot. I am after all a candidate destroyer god. Gran beckoned to Supreme Kai Shin with a mocking gesture. Enough talk, come at me. I want to see just how strong the Supreme Kai of this era truly is. You? A wave of humiliation washed over him. Gritting his teeth, Supreme Kai Shin charged forward again. Jab, knee strike, elbow smash. This time his attacks came with greater ferocity. Boom. Supreme Kai Shin's 2 billion combat power erupted across the starry void, instantly summoning a cosmic storm. However, Gran moved like a nimble little monkey, each motion appearing casual, yet effortlessly evading every one of Supreme Kai Shin's strikes. The more Jebediah watched, the more terrified he became. The display was nothing short of complete domination, and he knew his Supreme Kai had already lost. Unable to so much as graze his opponent's Supreme Kai Shin flew into a furious rage. Have the courage to take one of my punches. Very well, as you wish. Gran ceased his evasion, clenched his small fist, and surged forward. Boom. Terrifying force exploded between their two fists, surging outward like a tidal wave in every direction. Supreme Kai Shin could feel that his opponent's power fell short of his own, and a smile crossed his face. Now you shall die. Hey, what exactly are you thinking, Shin? Gran's voice suddenly reached his ears, and Supreme Kai Shin's pupils contracted. He saw his opponent completely unharmed, and exclaimed in shock, how is this possible? My power far surpasses yours. Why are you unhurt? Why am I unhurt? Gran then deflected all of his opponent's power with another bizarre, almost incomprehensible movement. Taking 2 steps back, he smiled. That is because I have been battling enormous beasts within the Sumi world and sparring with Lord Beerus all along. My combat skills, awareness, and experience all far exceed yours. Supreme Kai Shin could not understand a single word of what Gran was saying, yet he prepared to attack again. Suddenly, a white energy sphere appeared before him, its scorching heat causing searing pain across his skin. A threat of death enveloped him, and Supreme Kai Shin dared not move another inch. Shin, you should count yourself fortunate to be a Supreme Kai. After speaking those words, Gran dissipated the energy sphere in his hand. Supreme Kai Shin understood the implication. If he were not a Supreme Kai, he would already be dead. Supreme Kai, are you alright? Jebediah hurried forward. Supreme Kai Shin shook his head. Looking at the young boy before him, he said dejectedly, I am no match for him. How laughable. Someone so overwhelmingly powerful, and yet he had dared to harbor thoughts of killing him. It is only natural that you cannot defeat me. Your domain is creation while mine is destruction. We are exact opposites. Combat is what destroyer gods excel at most. Gran continued, Shin, I know you understand nothing, but I must offer you this advice: stop restoring those worthless planets. If Lord Beerus discovers you intend to recreate those useless worlds, your fate will mirror that of the Elder Supreme Kai. The Elder Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai Shin's eyes widened. Another new title had just spilled from this child's mouth. However, based on the way he referred to that person, it was clear enough. The other was also a Supreme Kai, albeit from an older generation. Supreme Kai Shin felt his entire worldview crumbling. Was he not the last Supreme Kai in this universe? When had another one appeared? You are far too ignorant. Once I finish handling current matters, I will go release the Elder Supreme Kai for you. Seeing Supreme Kai Shin's bewildered expression, Gran shook his head. Without the Elder Supreme Kai's guidance, Shin would never truly grow. With that said, Gran turned and prepared to return to planet Sadala. As for Supreme Kai Shin remaining in the cosmos, he felt no concern. After all, the Dragon Ball storyline had not yet truly begun, and the universe remained relatively safe. Wait, where are you going? Surely you do not intend to continue destroying planets. Gran's lips twitched. No longer bothering with the clueless Supreme Kai, he swiftly flew back toward planet Sadala. Supreme Kai, what shall we do now? Jebediah watched Gran's retreating silhouette, his inner terror still lingering. I have never heard any of those words before. I do not know any destroyer god, nor do I know any Elder Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai Shin felt as though his mind had been filled with mush. Staring at Gran's departing figure, he continued, his power is tremendous, yet from the fact that he spared us, it is evident he harbors no ill will toward us. Let us follow him for now and see what he intends. Yes? In the destruction god realm. The gap is simply too vast. How could you possibly be his match, Supreme Kai? Whis lounged on a beach chair, snacking as he watched the scene through the crystal ball. When the viewing concluded, he nodded with satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. He even knew to hold back against the Supreme Kai in the end. After finishing his snack, Whis suddenly rose from his beach chair. Lord Beerus has fallen into slumber once more, and Gran has left the destruction god realm, so it is time to have a word with Father. Whis murmured to himself. Ever since hearing Gran mention that the Saiyans possessed an ancient chronicle, a fragment of memory deep within him kept surfacing. When he was very, very young, he seemed to recall his father mentioning that a Saiyan had once challenged the Grand Minister. Yet this memory was far too hazy for Whis to confirm whether it was accurate. This time he intended to hear exactly what his father had to say. In a fleeting instant, Whis tapped his staff, transforming into a streak of light that shot skyward. His destination was the palace of the Omni King, Planet Yardrat. Guanglon had returned from outside the universe. He naturally noticed the two tailgaters behind him, but he had no time to deal with them now. There were still 10 years before the Dragon Ball saga began, and in that time, he had far too much to accomplish. Mastering instant transmission was the most crucial step. He simply could not allow Lord Shin to disrupt his plans. Guanglon returned to the streets, and as soon as he landed, several short Yardrats approached him. "I am the Elder of Yardrat. We greet you, honored successor of the Destroyer God." The Elder bowed deeply, and the Yardrats behind him followed suit. Guanglon paused, and asked, "You know me?" "Not personally," the Elder replied, shaking his head. "However, I recognize the attire upon you, my lord." It turned out that half a year ago Lord Beerus had conducted a planetary purification mission near Yardrat, precisely at the location where Lord Shin had once intended to recreate a world. Beerus's display of destruction had been extraordinarily magnanimous, and every Yardrat had witnessed the spectacle of Beerus obliterating that planet. The Elder of Yardrat found Beerus's garments strangely familiar, so he returned to peruse the annals of his clan. Indeed, within those chronicles, records concerning the Destroyer Gods and Supreme Kais could be found. Thus, upon seeing the clothes worn by this young Guanglon, the Elder deduced his identity. "So that explains everything." Guanglon nodded. He had not expected that even the Destroyer Gods were recorded in Yardrat's history. Truly, the people of Yardrat were worthy of being one of the three great mysterious races of the Northern Galaxy. "We respectfully inquire, honored successor of the Destroyer God, what brings you to our humble world? If there is anything this people of Yardrat may assist with, we shall exert ourselves without reservation." The Elder of Yardrat said reverently, "I have heard that you possess a secret technique called instant transmission. I wish to learn it. Would you be willing to teach me?" "You are the successor of the Destroyer God. Would we dare refuse?" The Elder wiped the nervous sweat from his forehead and hurriedly replied, "Of course it shall be done." With that, he had someone escort Guanglon to the instant transmission training chamber. However, no sooner had Guanglon departed than two figures trailed behind him, one tall and one small. Supreme Kai. The Elder of Yardrat's body trembled violently. What on earth was happening recently? A Destroyer God, a Supreme Kai, and now a successor of the Destroyer God. They were appearing one after another. Was some monumental event about to unfold across the universe? Lord Shin and Kibito paid no attention to the Elder of Yardrat. They simply continued following at a close distance behind Guanglon. When Guanglon entered a sealed chamber, the two actually crouched in a corner, seemingly waiting for him to emerge. The Elder of Yardrat. Inside the sealed chamber, there was nothing except for an inscribed stele. A Yardrat named Difu, who had escorted Guanglon into the chamber, spoke up, "Honored successor of the Destroyer God, as long as you concentrate your mental energy upon the inscribed stele, you will be able to perceive the method for practicing instant transmission." "Very well, you may leave." Guanglon waved his hand. Difu exited the chamber, but no sooner had he stepped through the doorway than he spotted two figures crouching in the nearby corner. "Elder, who are they? Have they also come here to learn instant transmission?" Difu asked curiously. "Keep your voice down. The smaller one is Lord Kaioshin himself." The Elder glared at him sharply. Difu shrank his neck slightly. He had not anticipated encountering so many divine beings in a single day. "By the way, Elder, how long do you think it will take the honored successor of the Destroyer God to master instant transmission?" Difu asked cautiously. "Why do you ask? One who has been chosen as successor of the Destroyer God must certainly be an unparalleled genius. Naturally, I understand that only a peerless prodigy can become successor of the Destroyer God. That is precisely why I am curious about this honorand's talents." Difu pondered for a moment and continued. "If I recall correctly, our fastest record among the Yardrats was 2 years, is it not? I suspect this successor of the Destroyer God will achieve it even faster." Enough. The successor of the Destroyer God is not someone we may casually discuss. Cease this immediately. The Elder waved his hand dismissively, daring to gossip about such a divine being. Did he wish to die? In the corner, Lord Kaioshin and Kibito exchanged glances. They had already understood Guanglon's purpose here. Having overheard the Elder's conversation, they too were curious about how long Guanglon would need to master this secret technique. Time passed swiftly. The Elder of Yardrat, having other matters to attend to, had already left the front of the sealed chamber. An hour elapsed, yet Difu remained stationed outside the training room, a direct order from the Elder. Difu knew that no one could possibly master instant transmission within a single day, and his wait grew somewhat tedious. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. Upon reaching the 6th hour, outside the sealed chamber, Difu suddenly sensed something, and his eyes widened in astonishment. How is this possible? In the cultivation chamber, Gran closed his eyes, his right hand resting continuously against the inscription stele. For reasons unknown, every time he cultivated, he could effortlessly maintain a state of pure clarity. In this state his mind would go completely blank while his body entered a profound relaxation akin to deep slumber. If described using terms from fantasy novels, he felt his condition could be called epiphany. A resonant hum filled the air as the inscriptions on the steel seemed to come alive, drawn by some mysterious force that pulled them directly into Gran's mind. Basic meditation, long-distance perception, spatial positioning. The essence of instant transmission lay not merely in speed, but in the ability to traverse space through dimensional leaps that approached zero time. So it is this simple. The young Gran burst his eyes open. To master instant transmission, sensitivity to chi and the cultivation of mental state were of paramount importance. Long before reaching the realm of the god of destruction, he had already achieved absolute control over his chi. As for his mental state, he had refined it to the level of half-selflessness. Then let me give it a try. Gran pressed his finger against his brow, and his emotions immediately stilled like a tranquil lake. What he needed to do now was sense the other's chi, then adjust his own chi frequency, not its strength, to match theirs perfectly. Finally, using his mental state as a conduit to guide the chi frequency, 2 points formed a line, 3 points formed a plane, 4 points formed a body, creating a spatial tunnel between the two chi presences. Go! Gran's body suddenly turned translucent as he seemed to merge with space itself. The next instant, a spatial jump propelled him nearly instantaneously, and he appeared at the doorway of the outer chamber. Xiaobaihe has simple right. I think everyone has probably mastered it by now. This is impossible. Watching Gran appear beside him, Daifo's eyes widened in shock. The Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito nearby also swallowed hard in astonishment. According to Daifo's account of his people, the fastest recorded time for a yard rat to master instant transmission was 2 years. How long had it really taken? Less than a single day. Was this so-called candidate destroyer's talent truly that terrifying? Hey Kibito, how long did it take you to learn instant transmission back then? The Supreme Kai Shin stammered from the corner. If I recall correctly, it took about 600 years, Kibito said in despair. Useless. The Supreme Kai Shin cursed instinctively. Kibito ventured cautiously, and you Lord Supreme Kai. I never had to learn. It comes naturally to Supreme Kais. Kibito was left speechless. Was he really useless? Meanwhile, the elder of Yardrat received the news and used instant transmission to arrive, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed, Honored candidate destroyer, you've already mastered this. I believe I have. Gran glanced around, confirming that he had indeed moved out of the cultivation chamber. He recalled that in the anime Son Goku had taken roughly a year to learn it, while Vegeta in the Moro arc had only needed half a day. By that measure, his progress was quite reasonable. Good heavens, among our yard rat people, the fastest any of us has managed to learn instant transmission is 2 years. Your talent is truly terrifying, sir. The elder of Yardrat's expression was one of utter shock. With such extraordinary talent, it was no wonder this child could become a candidate destroyer. Talent, you say? I suppose my natural abilities are indeed quite formidable, Gran remarked, nodding his small head before glancing down at his own hands. He had actually sensed something unusual about his own aptitude for some time now. It had only been over 2 years since he arrived in the Dragon Ball world, yet his base power, mental state, and physical instincts had all already reached remarkably advanced levels. Whis and Beerus's guidance certainly contributed to this progress, but in the original storyline, both Son Goku and Vegeta had also trained under them. Yet neither of their cultivation achievements could compare to his own, as expected of a candidate destroyer. The elder of Yardrat offered another compliment before asking, now that you've learned instant transmission, might you wish to study our other secret techniques as well? No need, Gran replied, shaking his head. The Yardrats were indeed a remarkable race, having developed various extraordinary secret arts beyond just instant transmission, such as the forced separation technique Vegeta learned during the Moro arc. However, Gran held no interest in these particular arts. As a candidate destroyer, he would eventually be taught the art of destruction by Beerus and Whis when the time was right. Everything in existence that fell short of destruction's power would ultimately be reduced to particles. Compared to such a fundamental ability, the other Yardrat techniques paled in significance, making them unnecessary to pursue. Elder, I came here specifically to master instant transmission, and now that I have, it's time for me to depart. Gran made it clear he was ready to leave. Learning instant transmission marked the first step in his plan, and with it everything that followed would become considerably easier. The elder of Yardrat and Daifo beside him saw that Gran truly intended to depart, so they bowed deeply in respect. We bid you farewell, honored candidate destroyer. Gran waved his hand dismissively and took 2 steps forward before turning back. You allowed me to learn instant transmission here, which means I owe you a favor. Should your planet ever face difficulties in the future, you may seek me out. Thank you, honored candidate destroyer. The elder of Yardrat grew visibly excited. This was an oath from a candidate destroyer themselves. Yet, if they truly encountered trouble, how would they go about finding him? Just call out to Whis, and I'll have him heed your voice when the time comes. With that said, Gran turned and departed. From the corner, Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito hurried after him. Elder, we've received a promise from a candidate destroyer. Watching Gran walk away, Difo grasped the elder tightly, barely able to contain his excitement. You fool, can't you show a bit more composure? Though the elder of Yardrat spoke those words, the smile tugging at his lips betrayed his true feelings. Meanwhile, Gran made no move to leave Yardrat just yet. He'd noticed Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito trailing behind him. Hey Shin, why are you following me around? Gran called back over his shoulder. Naturally, I'm concerned you'll keep destroying planets, Supreme Kai Shin retorted gruffly. Destroying worthless planets is my duty, and it's also the most effective way to raise the average power level of sentient beings across the cosmos. I don't understand. Supreme Kai Shin pressed onward. The fact that you spared us earlier shows you harbor no ill will toward us. Since you clearly know so much, could you share some of what you know? Gran actually felt rather sorry for the Supreme Kai. Back when he knew nothing of the universe, his father figure, the great Supreme Kai, had been consumed by Majin Buu. And with the old Supreme Kai sealed away by Beerus, the younger one had spent 5 million years clueless about his own responsibilities. He'd had to figure out how to govern the 7th universe entirely on his own. On top of that, the memory of Majin Buu breaching the sacred world of the Kai still filled him with dread. Yet despite his terror of Buu, he'd been forced to push through and search for the seals meant to contain the monster. If Buu were to awaken again, the cosmos would once more plunge into devastation. I can share what I know with you. Feeling somewhat sorry for the poor Kai, Gran continued, though I'm heading to Namek next. At the apex of power across the multiverse stood a palace in the shape of the character Quan. The palace, predominantly pure white with clean lines, exuded an aura of divinity and luminosity. Just then a streak of iridescent light descended from the heavens. Father, I have something to discuss with you, Whis said, bowing before the Omni King's palace. Shortly after, a diminutive figure emerged from within the Omni King's palace, his hands clasped behind his back. With silver hair, pale blue skin, violet eyes, and violet lips, his appearance bore striking resemblance to angels like Whis, except for the divine halo that revolved behind his head. This was none other than the Grand Priest, whose power ranked among the top 5 in the Omni King's universe. He walked forward step by step, a faint smile perpetually curving at the corners of his lips, seemingly approachable, yet his gaze was filled with a cold disdain for all sentient beings. Whis, for what purpose have you come to see me? The Grand Priest narrowed his eyes, speaking in a gentle voice. Father, are you aware that the candidate god of destruction for our 7th universe has already assumed office? Whis looked at his father tentatively. I am aware. As expected, Whis knew his father would know of this matter. Somewhat nervous, he asked, so what do you think of that little fellow? The Grand Priest glanced at Whis and said with a faint smile, why are you nervous? Whis was just about to open his mouth. His talent is monstrous. The Grand Priest cut him off. In him, I see the potential to surpass. A thunderclap. Whis's heart trembled. He had not expected his father to rate Golan so highly. Yet, surpass. Who would he surpass? As for his origins. Hearing this, Whis grew tense again, for he knew Golan's origins were quite mysterious. His origins are indeed somewhat mysterious, but there's no problem. Rest assured and continue his training, the Grand Priest said meaningfully. Yes. Whis heaved a deep sigh of relief. Since his father had said so, Golan was certainly not a problem. Seeing that Whis still showed no sign of leaving, the Grand Priest asked in confusion, is there anything else? Father, I vaguely recall that when I was a child you once told me a story. My. You mentioned that a Saiyan once challenged the Omni King. Did I remember wrong? Whis stared intently at his father's expression. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent for 3 seconds. The Grand Priest said slowly, I didn't expect you to still remember that. So I really did remember correctly. Whis became suddenly excited. So the Saiyan race truly had formidable origins. The notion that they were recorded in historical texts made sense. The Grand Priest frowned. Whis, I've noticed that your emotions have been rather erratic lately. Whis's mouth twitched. In the realm of destruction where he resided, there was the mischievous child Golan, who chattered all day with Beerus. With those two bothersome creatures around, how could his emotions not fluctuate? Forgive me, Father. I lost my composure. You really ought to reflect on yourself. You know that apart from your eldest sister, you possess the highest natural talent among all of us. If you continue being so lackadaisical, when will you ever reach? The Grand Priest had always been mild-mannered, generous, humble, and courteous. But when it came to instructing his children, his demeanor changed completely, and his tone began to carry a note of frustrated disappointment. Yet before he could finish, Stop. Whis rolled his eyes. Father, why don't you just tell me the story of that Saiyan who challenged the Omni King? I've mostly forgotten it. In the distant primordial era, the first Saiyan appeared in the 7th universe. I believe that Saiyan was called Ao Daisai. The primordial era. The first Saiyan was called Ao Daisai. Whis's mouth parted slightly in astonishment. This Saiyan race really had something to them. Ao Daisai's power was not very strong at first. He couldn't even defeat a god of destruction within the universe. However, as time passed, his power grew stronger and stronger. Within a mere decade, he actually managed to defeat the contemporary god of destruction of the seventh universe by relying on a kind of ultimate berserk transformation. As he said this, a trace of reminiscence flickered in the Grand Priest's eyes. Ultimate berserk transformation. Whis frowned. What is that? Can Saiyans even transform? I don't know whether Saiyans can transform in general. I only know that Ao Daisai definitely could. The Grand Priest narrowed his eyes and said, once Ao Daisai entered his ultimate berserk state, his hair would turn grass green, and at the same time, he would lose all reason. Whis' eyes widened. He could defeat the god of destruction of the seventh universe even without his wits. It was no wonder Whis was so shocked. Because anyone who could become a god of destruction was a peerless genius found once in 10,000. Moreover, a god of destruction also possessed divine power and mastered destruction, as well as various divine arts. He had seen many mortals defeat gods of destruction, but a mortal without reason defeating a deity who presided over destruction. That was outrageous. That ultimate berserk state was bizarre. It allowed Ao Daisai to increase his power without limit. When the Grand Priest uttered those words, increase his power without limit, Whis' pupils abruptly contracted. He fully understood the weight of those words. Though an insurmountable chasm existed between mortals and deities, divine power was not invincible. As long as one's raw power was sufficiently great, even a mortal could slay a god. If that Ao Daisai could truly increase his power without limit, then he indeed had a chance to defeat a god of destruction. What happened afterward? That Ao Daisai was a battle maniac. After another 50 years, he even came looking for me. As he said this, the Grand Priest's lofty bearing suddenly turned helpless. Whis' eyes grew wide. According to his father's own words, he was ranked among the top 5 in the Omni King's universe. And what was the result? Whis pricked up his ears. I didn't fight a fool like that, but I did introduce him to the Omni King. At this point, the Grand Priest's dignified image completely changed. The corners of his mouth began to curl up wildly. Whis was covered in imaginary black lines. No wonder his elder sister Vados was so black-hearted. She took after their father. At the most critical moment, the atmosphere grew solemn. Although Wei was exceedingly curious about the final outcome, he refrained from making a sound to interrupt his father's account. Ao Daisai's state was indeed formidable. Within just a few decades, he even dared to come after me. The Grand Priest withdrew his smile, and at last spoke. If he could consciously control that state, it would be quite good. Unfortunately, Ao Daisai had one more fatal weakness. He was after all a mere mortal. When Ao Daisai faced Lord Omni King, he was already 100 years old, and the final result. At that point, the Grand Priest paused. Wei held his breath, his palms sweating. The final result was that Ao Daisai was instantly defeated by Lord Omni King. The Grand Priest's tone sounded somewhat wistful. Just as I thought. Wei exhaled heavily upon hearing the final result. This outcome had been within his expectations after all. The opponent was the Omni King. In this universe of the Omni King was invincible. Suddenly, the Grand Priest spoke again. When I said Ao Daisai was instantly defeated, I meant that Lord Omni King defeated him in an instant, but he did not die in that battle. What? Lord Omni King thought he was amusing, so he let him go. The Grand Priest looked at the starry sky outside, and continued. Ao Daisai later returned to Universe 7, but by then he was gravely wounded. During the following year, he could no longer hold on, and in the end he died. After hearing his father tell this story, memories gradually surfaced in Wei's mind, and he recalled everything. That Ao Daisai was truly a remarkable figure. Ao Daisai's transformation actually has 2 fatal flaws. Do you know what they are? I know. One is the lack of rationality, and the other is the lifespan problem. Even though Wei had never seen Ao Daisai with his own eyes from his father's account, he could clearly perceive Ao Daisai's weaknesses. Lacking rationality was only one aspect. He was afraid that the so-called infinite augmentation of power was also highly problematic. How could anyone in this world infinitely increase their power? Even if it were truly possible, how could his body endure it? Obviously, that method of infinitely enhancing power required burning one's lifespan. It seems you've already guessed it. The Grand Priest nodded with satisfaction. Wei had been clever since childhood, but unfortunately he had followed a god of destruction who was lazy to the extreme. He sighed and continued that Ao Daisai was a mortal, but one had to admit his physique was terrifyingly formidable. Every time he suffered severe wounds, he could recover with astonishing speed. If he had lived a normal life, living 1,000 years should not have been a problem. But every transformation placed a huge burden on his body, especially when he broke through his limits time and again. Under the impact of such tremendous power, his body would be left with irreversible scars. This is a fighting style that burns his lifespan. The Grand Priest shook his head and continued. By the time of the battle with Lord Omni King, Ao Daisai's body had already begun to fail. Later on, he even came close to dying from his body exploding due to increasing power. If not for Lord Omni King, who found it amusing and saved his life, Ao Daisai would have died on the spot. But in the end, after returning to Universe 7, that fellow still could not survive a year. Such was Aodisai's legendary life, even though his ultimate berserk state was filled with countless flaws. Yet as a mere mortal he had dared to confront Omni King directly. The Grand Priest admired him, and at the same time lamented the loss of such a genius. Wei likewise admired that Aodisai, as it happened Aodisai, was Gulan's ancestor. Wait, ancestor? Then could Gulan also possess that transformation? Wei's face turned grim in an instant. Wei, that little fellow you've taken under your wing. I don't know if he can also transform. If he can, I advise you to persuade him to abandon this path. The Grand Priest seemed to have read Wei's mind. With his hands behind his back gazing at the starry sky, he said calmly, without rationality it is in the end merely a beast with nothing but power. Wei unclenched his fists and nodded. I have not personally seen Aodisai, but from my father's account I can also clearly tell that Aodisai's ultimate berserk state was a mistake. Without rationality, how could one know how to control power? Without rationality, how could one know how to wield power? Without rationality, how could one know how to cultivate dimensions in order to extend one's lifespan? Just as his father had said, without rationality one would only be a beast that knew nothing but slaughter. Such a person would never have even the slightest chance of becoming a true powerhouse. Wei would likewise never allow Gulan to walk down that road. Gulan's current cultivation plan was entirely correct. When Gulan returned from outside the universe, he would teach Gulan to cultivate dimensions and the rules of destruction. Cultivating dimensions would allow him to ascend from the peak Kai realm to the divine realm at the god of destruction level. In doing so, the mortal power within Gulan's body would be completely transformed into divine power, and at the same time his lifespan would be greatly extended. Moreover, with that little fellow's talent, the divine realm would definitely not be the endpoint. Perhaps in the future he might even reach the angel realm or even the Grand Priest realm. After all, in his father's evaluation, Gulan possessed the talent of transcendence. Of course, the Grand Priest suddenly spoke again. Everything that exists in this world has its own meaning. Whatever exists is reasonable. If Aodisai had been able to resolve the two fatal flaws I mentioned, perhaps the final outcome might have been different. Take good care of that little fellow. His potential is terrifying, both Lord Omni King, and I think highly of him. After saying these final words, the Grand Priest walked into the Omni King's palace with his hands behind his back. Rumble. Wei's heart quivered. Even Lord Omni King thought highly of little Gulan. But what did his father mean by existence is reasonable? Watching his father's small back, Wei frowned deeply. He stood in front of the Omni King's palace for a long time and finally left with profound doubts. Inside the Omni King's palace. Grand Priest, what did Wei come to see you about? He came to ask about that Aodisai from the past. Oh, and he also asked me to evaluate the candidate god of destruction he had newly taken in. Oh, those two Saiyans. How interesting, especially that little fellow named Gulan. The eraser-like Omni King lifted his head to say this, then lowered it again to continue his planet-matching game. The Grand Priest stood beside the Omni King. The fatherly image that had just been teaching Wei had vanished. He had once again become that lofty steward of the Omni King. 7th Universe, Northern Galaxy. A stretch of starry expanse on the way to Namek. Grand, could you please stop destroying the planets I've recreated? No, these planets are worthless. Lord Beerus went to such great trouble to destroy them, yet you create them again. Grand fired an energy blast 20 meters in diameter, and the nascent planet in the starry void instantly exploded. Moreover, I'm doing this for your own good. If these planets aren't destroyed again once Lord Beerus awakens, you'll be in big trouble. That guy named Beerus. Is he really that terrifying? Supreme Kai Shin hovered nearby. Having come from Yardrat, he had gathered some knowledge about this from Gran. So it turned out that beyond their own universe there were 11 others in existence, each housing a destruction god and a Supreme Kai. Ashen, let me explain one more time. Gran turned around exasperated. Although destruction gods and Supreme Kais are of the same divine tier, when you face a destruction god you must address them as Lord. That means you should call Beerus Lord Beerus. Why? Because our fists are harder. If you think you can fight us, then go ahead and call us whatever you like. Gran flexed his tiny fist, unable to suppress a sinister smile. Supreme Kai Shin shivered and dared not speak further. Alright, I'm preparing to head to Namek now. Are you coming along? Naturally. I haven't learned enough about the Supreme Kais from you yet. In that case, take me there. When Gran left the realm of the destroyers, Whis had long since given him the star chart of the 7th universe. However, he was still unfamiliar with the unique energy signature of the Namekians, making it impossible to locate Namek immediately. Of course, he could always travel there alone by following the coordinates on the star chart and making repeated instantaneous jumps. Why do I need you to guide me? Supreme Kai Shin asked in confusion. Aren't you already capable of instantaneous movement? Stop wasting words. I'm just asking if you're coming or not. Supreme Kai Shin's lip twitched as he relented. Fine, I'll guide you, alright. After all, if he refused, who else would continue telling him about the Supreme Kais? Then let's hurry. Gran placed his hand on Supreme Kai Shin's small shoulder. Supreme Kai Shin said no more and instantly vanished from the starry void with Gran and Jabit. Namek. Decades ago, a catastrophic climate disaster struck this world, but over the years its environment has largely recovered. A green sky, blue grass, a gentle breeze caressing the land. A scene of tranquil beauty. Then came a swift whoosh. The three of them materialized instantly. Is this the energy signature of the Namekians? The moment Gran landed, he committed the Namekian energy signature to memory. Next time he wouldn't need to hitch a ride with Supreme Kai-Shin. What brings you here? Supreme Kai-Shin asked curiously. To see the legendary Dragon Balls and make a few wishes, of course. Dragon Balls. What are the Dragon Balls? They are also called wish orbs. Gather all 7 and speak the proper incantation, and you can summon the Dragon Shinran. Gran did not mind Supreme Kai-Shin's ignorance and took the time to explain. Supreme Kai-Shin was about to ask more questions. Follow me first. Gran sensed a faint energy signature, relatively weak compared to others, yet still somewhat powerful. Without a doubt that location must be the residence of the Elder. Whoosh! Pressing his hand to his forehead, Gran instantly disappeared with Supreme Kai-Shin. Meanwhile, perched atop a colossal stone pillar stood a white dwelling. On the second floor of that house sat a gigantic Namekian figure. His skin was as withered and dry as fallen leaves. It was clear he had entered his twilight years. Suddenly, the slumbering Elder abruptly opened his eyes. What is the source of these 3 overwhelming presences? The Elder's voice was aged and deep. The Namekians, much like the Yardratians, were a miraculous race, possessing many extraordinary abilities. And the Elder was the culmination of them all. Just moments ago, the Elder had sensed 3 terrifying dimensional presences descending upon Namek. According to Purunga, besides King Yama, there are also Kai Lords in this world. Could Lord Kai have arrived? The Elder could clearly feel the terror of these 3-dimensional presences. This was certainly beyond anything King Yama could possess. Moreover, one of those presences was even more formidable. Who could that be? Could it be the legendary Supreme Kai Lord? As the creator of Purunga, the Elder naturally knew many hidden secrets. They're here. The Elder gazed ahead. In the vast empty hall, 3 figures suddenly materialized from nowhere. With their arrival, the Elder, who had been seated, found his back bending slightly under the combined weight of the 3 oppressive presences. Gran lifted his head as soon as he landed. The Elder was indeed as enormous as depicted in the anime, though not quite as ancient in appearance. After all, it was only aged 739, now 23 years before the Namek saga would begin. Might the 3 of you be the legendary Kai Lords and Supreme Kai Lord? Unable to stand due to his frail body, the Elder nevertheless spoke with deep reverence. Oh, you recognize us? Supreme Kai-Shin was taken aback. Gran, well aware of the Elder's unique nature, found it unremarkable that he knew of the Supreme Kais. However, he hadn't expected that Jabit's dimensional presence had already reached the level of a Kai Lord. As for the Elder, including him among the Kai Lords, Gran didn't dwell on it. He assumed it was merely a mistake. Indeed, it is the legendary Supreme Kai Lord. The Elder turned his gaze toward Supreme Kai-Shin, whose oppressive presence was the most terrifying among the 3. What could they possibly want? Curiosity weighing on his mind, the Elder said respectfully, I beg to know the purpose of your visit, O Supreme Kai Lord. Should the people of Namek be of any assistance, we will spare no effort. You must be the Elder of Namek. Gran stated his purpose directly. We have come to borrow your wish orbs. The Elder was taken aback. This child's dimension was merely at the Lord of Universe level, yet why did he dare to step forward before even the God of Destruction had spoken? The Elder glanced at Lord of Universe Xian, as if seeking his opinion. Lord of Universe Xian nodded with satisfaction. This elderly Namekian had some perceptiveness after all. He actually knew that he was the most powerful one among them. How dare they treat me as if I don't exist? Both men's expressions were noted by Glenn. Unable to contain himself any longer, he stirred the power within his body slightly. Boom. An incomparable force exploded in an instant, the terrifying shockwave roaring like a primal beast. The Elder's room was obliterated by this power. Boom. Namek itself began to tremble, and the Namekians all fell to their knees. This sudden quake filled every Namekian with dread. Had the end of days finally arrived? Stop, my lord. I'm willing to lend you the Dragon Ball. The Elder's face turned pale, and he quickly spoke up. Oomph. Young Glenn snorted coldly. What is a Lord of Universe to me? I am the boss here. Do you still think you can ignore me? Glenn only intended to frighten the Elder and had no intention of causing further trouble. He quickly restrained his power. Lord of Universe Xian. Jeet Bitet. What a fiercely proud child. The Elder wiped the cold sweat from his face. This child had been concealing his power all along, and that strength was truly terrifying. Kneel. The Elder dared not hesitate further and began summoning his guardian Kneel. Soon a Namekian, who looked remarkably similar to Piccolo, arrived. However, upon arriving, he noticed that the walls of the Elder's room had mysteriously disappeared. He also saw 3 unfamiliar strangers in the Elder's presence. Neil quickly realized it. The terrifying power that had erupted on Namek must have come from here. These individuals intended to harm the Elder. Neil was about to attack Glenn and the others. Neil. The Elder, knowing Neil's nature well, quickly rebuked him. These three are legendary lords of universe and gods of destruction. Do not be rude. Go collect the Dragon Balls here. The elder understood the duties of deities quite well. Their role was to maintain cosmic balance and eliminate any factors detrimental to the universe's development. They had likely come here seeking the Dragon Balls because they had encountered an unsolvable crisis. Therefore, even though Glenn had just unleashed terrifying aura, the elder did not worry too much about these deities making evil wishes to Shinron. Yes. Under the elder's command, which could not be disobeyed, Neil quickly left. Watching Neil's retreating figure, Glenn pondered. If the anime plot was correct, this fellow would eventually merge with Piccolo in the Namek saga. Glenn, you haven't told us what happens after summoning Shinron. Lord of Universe, Xion asked. After summoning Shinron, you can make a wish. As long as the wish is not overly difficult, Shinron can generally grant it. While Neil was still collecting the Dragon Balls, Glenn took the opportunity to explain to this naive Xion. The elder narrowed his eyes, surprised that this young god of destruction knew so much. A wish can be granted. Lord of Universe Xion was puzzled. He pointed at the elder. Since Shinron can grant wishes, why doesn't he wish for immortality when he is so old? As soon as he finished speaking, the elder immediately replied, Lord of Universe, our Namekian race loves peace and respects the laws of nature. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are all part of nature's laws. We would never make such a wish. As he spoke, there was no fear of death on the elder's face. Ah, I see. Lord of Universe Xion widened his eyes in astonishment. Could there really be such a race in the world? Xion, perhaps you do not know, but Namek once suffered a catastrophic climate disaster. Glenn looked at the elder, his tone filled with admiration. But they still did not use the Dragon Balls to change anything. Instead, they viewed it as heaven's punishment for their excessive reliance on technology. If someone like Frieza possessed these Dragon Balls, he would surely use them to make wishes that violated natural laws. But the elder and the others did not. This was precisely what made the Namekians most admirable. Hearing Glenn's words, Lord of Universe Xion felt a tremor in his heart. The Namekian spirit moved him deeply. The elder then turned his gaze to Glenn. I never expected this young Lord of Universe to understand us Namekians so well. As he spoke, the elder's eyes also grew softer, and the lingering fear he had toward Glenn gradually dissipated. What Lord of Universe? I am not a Lord of Universe. Glenn shook his head and pointed to his own clothes. I am the current substitute destroyer. Glenn had no idea that the elder was actually addressing him based on his dimensional level. Lord of Universe Xion nodded. That's right. This person beside me is not any Lord of Universe. He is what you call a substitute destroyer. The elder's breathing quickened and his heart churned with tremendous waves. The elder stammered. He is a substitute destroyer. That's what the child said. Lord of Universe Xion glanced at Glenn, then back at the elder, and asked curiously, looking at your expression, it seems you and the great elder of Iliad's star both know this fellow. Could this substitute destroyer really be quite famous? Young Glenn. The elder. Could such words really come from a god of destruction? Why was he so ignorant? Greetings, substitute destroyer. Upon learning Glenn's true identity, the elder was about to rise. You're quite aged, you can remain seated. Glenn waved his hand and pointed to Lord of Universe Xion beside him, saying helplessly, back then something happened in the universe of Lords of Universe, which is why he is so ignorant. I see. The elder nodded. No wonder from the very beginning he felt that this god of destruction seemed to know nothing. Also no wonder Glenn immediately claimed to be the leader among the three upon arrival. So the child was a substitute destroyer. That explained everything. However, upon learning Glenn's true identity, the elder's heart was filled with new concerns. This was a cold and ruthless substitute destroyer. Even if just a substitute, if he became angry, would he destroy Namek on the spot? That elder, right? You seem to know a lot about destroyers and lords of destruction. Can you tell me about them? While waiting for the Dragon Balls to be collected, Lord of Universe Xion kept asking the elder about the lords of destruction. The elder, mindful of Glenn's presence, did not dare say much, fearing he would anger the other party. Glenn somewhat admired the Namekian's persistence, but he felt a substitute destroyer should maintain a cold and aloof persona. So he did not say to the elder, don't mind my title, I'm actually not scary at all. Time passed slowly. After half an hour, Neil finally returned with the 6 Dragon Balls. The elder finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hoped this substitute destroyer would make his wish quickly and leave Namek. Xion, get ready to witness the legendary Shinron. Jellin reached out toward the elder's seat and instantly grasped the Dragon Ball floating above it in his hand. Nairu cast a glance at the elder. The elder nodded. Begin the summoning of Porunga. Yes. Nairu stepped forward beside Jellin. At this moment, Jellin placed the final Dragon Ball onto the ground. The 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, converged together and instantly resonated, each orb glowing brilliantly. Jellin finally beheld the legendary Dragon Balls, a surge of excitement rising within him. The 7 Dragon Balls of Earth marked the beginning of the saga, while those of Namek pushed the story to its climax. Following the original storyline, Frieza, Vegeta, and Son Goku would come to fight for the Dragon Balls here. And the iconic scene that would outshine every other moment in anime would be born at this very place. Lord Kaioshin, can it truly grant wishes? Gibbet asked in a hushed tone from the side. I'm not certain. This is my first time witnessing such magical orbs as well. Shin the Kaioshin shook his head. Suddenly his expression grew serious. It's about to begin. At that moment Nairu began reciting the incantation in the Namekian language, and as the final word left his lips, boom, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The sky darkened in an instant. The resonating sound of the Dragon Ball sill, and at that very moment, all 7 orbs began radiating golden light. Crackle and pop. Golden electrical arcs accompanied the ascent of 7 beams of golden light that shot into the sky. They merged into one within the void, and the thick golden radiance took the form of a dragon. It has appeared. Jellin clenched his small fists, his excitement mounting. Honorable candidate of destruction, this divine dragon is named Purunga. In the Namekian tongue, it means the god of dreams. The elder explained. A decent name, though it looks rather unsightly, Shin the Kaioshin remarked from the sidelines. Gibbet nodded in agreement, for whatever his Kaioshin lord said was always correct. Jellin looked up at Purunga, which bore a resemblance to the genie from Aladdin's lamp. He composed himself and spoke, indeed rather ugly. Nairu, the elder. At that moment, O summoners of the divine dragon, speak your 3 wishes. Any desire, I shall grant it. Purunga, hovering overhead, spoke slowly. Any wish. Shin's eyes widened in astonishment. He tugged the child beside him and exclaimed, Jellin, it claims it can grant any wish. Don't believe it's nonsense, it's deceiving you. Jellin's lips curved slightly as if this were a familiar refrain whenever such a dragon appeared. Yet anyone familiar with anime knew these dragons could not fulfill every possible wish. Seeing this wretched dragon so fond of pretense, Jellin felt a mischievous urge to toy with it. A wicked smile spread across his face as he said, Nairu, convey my first wish to it. My first wish is to obtain immortality that even the Grand Zeno cannot erase. Nairu, the elder, Gibbet, and Kaioshin Shin all wore expressions of utter confusion. Who was this Grand Zeno? Despite their bewilderment, Nairu still relayed Jellin's wish in the Namekian language. As Nairu's voice faded, an eerie silence fell upon the heavens. Purunga's face had gone deathly pale, its countenance glistening with cold sweat. This wish cannot be granted. See, Shin, dragons like this are nothing but liars, Jellin said, tilting his head. Only then did Purunga turn its gaze toward Jellin. Thunder roared. Purunga's entire dragon body shuddered violently. It produced a handkerchief from nowhere, wiping the perspiration from its brow as it bowed respectfully. I pay my respects, honored candidate of destruction. Everyone, where on earth did it produce that tiny handkerchief from? Jellin, even this dragon knows you. Shin nudged Jellin's small shoulder. He never imagined so many beings across this universe would recognize the candidate of destruction. Upon hearing Shin's words, Purunga shifted its gaze to him. Kaioshin Lord. Purunga jumped again in alarm. Good heavens, what was happening today? How had such towering powers all appeared? Oh, you recognize me. Shin was somewhat surprised, yet he pursed his lips. Didn't you claim just now that you could grant any wish? Why can't you fulfill Jellin's wish? Purunga, shouldn't you consider what that wish actually is? He seeks immortality that even the Grand Zeno cannot erase. Such a desire is beyond even Super Shinran's capability. How could a mere dragon like itself accomplish it? Lord Kaioshin, honored candidate of destruction, I apologize. That wish is simply beyond my power to grant. If that won't work, then let me make another wish. To become the supreme powerhouse across all universes under Zenoa's dominion, Jellin said with a teasing grin. Purunga. It desperately wanted to slap itself. Bad fortune had led it to cross paths with these 2 powerhouse deities, yet it had foolishly boasted before them. You look constipated. That wish won't work either, Jellin chuckled. Then let me state my 3rd wish, to achieve true eternal youth. Damn it, he had once believed as a child that dragons could grant any wish. Now he would show them. Purunga's expression turned ghastly, its voice trembling. Honored candidate of destruction, please spare me. Jellin showed no reaction to Purunga's plea. He had only wanted to toy with the dragon. But Shin's expression turned icy. Then why did you lie and claim you could grant any wish? The elder's heart sank. Purunga spread falsehoods, endlessly making the ignorant believe it could fulfill any request. Now the Kaioshin Lord was angered. Would the candidate of destruction take offense as well? If that occurred, Namek would be utterly destroyed. The elder quickly glanced at Jellin. Fortunately, his expression showed no sign of anger. Everyone fell silent, the atmosphere growing strangely tense. Jellin quietly watched Purunga, still pleading overhead, his thoughts unreadable. Shin the Kaioshin paid no mind to the lying dragon. Instead, he gazed at Jellin. What other wishes might this child utter? The elder and Nairu exchanged glances. Both were equally curious about what the true desires of the candidate of destruction might be. Gran actually did not place much hope in the dragon god's wishes. He knew the dragon god had many limitations, and wishes like those he had just made were impossible for Purunga to grant. Even the Super Shinran might not be able to accomplish it, just like Zamasu in Dragon Ball Super. Didn't he wish for immortality from the Super Shenron? But in the end, wasn't he erased by Grand Zeno along with the entire future timeline? Things that aren't achieved through one's own cultivation ultimately don't belong to you. Grand came to this world with his ultimate dream of punching Beerus and kicking Grand Zeno. If he only relied on external forces, how could he ever hope to defeat Grand Zeno? How could he ever reach the pinnacle of martial arts? Nizu asked it why I'm able to survive in the universe. Grand finally spoke. For a moment, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. Weren't you just thinking about making an exaggerated wish for immortality? What are you staring at? Make the wish already. Grand glared at the group. Granting various overpowered abilities through the dragon god held little meaning, not to mention Grand Zeno, even someone like Whis, and these angels. In a future battle against them, his granted abilities would likely be removed instantly, potentially causing him serious trouble. Rather than rely on externally bestowed power, he preferred to cultivate it himself. Still, asking the dragon god about his questions was reasonable. After all, Saiyans couldn't survive in the vacuum of space, and he needed to understand what was happening. Yes. Nizu looked up at Purunga and repeated Grand's wish in Namekian. Jibitu and Shin nearby were dumbfounded. What kind of wish was this? Achieving the King of Hell's dimension level should allow survival in vacuum. Hadn't he already reached the peak of king level? Why ask the dragon god about this? Purunga above was equally stunned and asked cautiously, Honorable Substitute Destroyer, are you certain your first wish is this? Grand furrowed his brow slightly. Is there a problem? And no. Purunga wiped sweat from its forehead. It wouldn't dare object to a Substitute Destroyer. It began to explain, Honorable Substitute Destroyer, those who wish to gain the ability to survive in space can receive it through powerful beings like dragons, angels, and gods who possess miraculous powers. Grand clenched his fists. He naturally knew Whis could grant him this ability. Yet Whis hadn't helped him, yet he already possessed this ability. Had someone truly wished for a Saiyan to survive in space? Who could it be? Had his transmigrating here caused a butterfly effect? Just as Grand's mind raced with possibilities aside from the method I mentioned, you can also break free from this physical limitation by cultivating your dimension. As long as your dimension reaches the King of Hell's level or above, you can achieve this, and then Honorable Substitute Destroyer. Purunga suddenly paused, then continued, Honorable Substitute Destroyer, your dimension has already reached the peak of king level. Once your dimension breaks through again, it will match the level of the King of Gods and their peers. That's why you can survive in space. Boom. Grand's wide eyes stared in disbelief, his heart churning with turbulent waves. He considered every possibility, even wondering if other transmigrators had arrived in this world and become Saiyans as well. Perhaps the other person sought the Dragon Balls to wish away this Saiyan weakness. But that wasn't it. My dimension has already reached the peak of king level. How is that possible? Grand stared at his small hands. In the 2 years since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he'd never cultivated his dimension. Shin and Jibitu exchanged glances. They noticed something was off. It seemed the child didn't even know about this himself. Nizu kept asking why my dimension reached the peak of king level. Grand hurriedly said. The first person he'd met when arriving in this world was Whis. Whis knew he could survive in space, which meant Whis must know what was happening. But Grand couldn't wait any longer. He needed to understand what was going on with him. Yes, Honorable Substitute Destroyer. Nizu repeated Grand's words in Namekian once more. Purunga's eyes began to glow red. Normally Purunga's wish would be granted after just one flash of its eyes. But 30 seconds passed, and Purunga's eyes remained glowing red. Grand's palms grew damp with sweat. What was happening? Did even the dragon god not know? Honorable Substitute Destroyer. Purunga's crimson gaze slowly faded as it offered an apology. I'm sorry, but I'm unclear about your situation. Rumble. Waves of emotion stirred within Grand again. This wasn't a wish to become the universe's strongest, surpassing even Grand Zeno. He was simply asking about his own condition. Purunga didn't even know this. Honorable Substitute Destroyer, you've already used your second wish. Please make your third wish quickly. I can barely hold on. At that moment Purunga's voice suddenly grew weak. Elder Guru hurriedly added, Honorable Substitute Destroyer, Purunga has been summoned for quite some time now. If you don't make your third wish soon, it will vanish. Hearing this, Grand snapped back to reality and quickly said, my third wish is leave 100 Senzu beans on Earth's Karen Tower for them and transfer all the remaining beans to me. One shouldn't be too ruthless. At the very least, leave some seeds for others. Seeing Purunga about to disappear, Nizu quickly spoke up. Purunga's eyes flashed rapidly. As 3 large vats of Senzu beans materialized beside, Granite transformed into a streak of light scattering the Dragon Balls across Namek. Meanwhile on Earth, Lord Carey on his tower was still napping in his chair, unaware that the Senzu beans he'd painstakingly cultivated had vanished. Above the tower floated a temple in the void, Earth's heavens. Every generation of Earth's guardian had resided there. Today a dark figure stood at the edge of the heavens. The moment the Senzu beans disappeared, his usually placid gaze flickered with something. In the next instant he gazed toward the cosmos, the direction of Namek. Peak king of God's dimension, half-formless state, first stage of bodily instinct. How intriguing. On Namek, Supreme Kai Shin observed 3 large vats of senzu beans materialize beside Gran, his expression puzzled. What use could these beans possibly serve? Why did you spend your final wish on them? In truth, he also wanted to ask about Gran's dimensional origins. Why someone who didn't even know what tier of existence he belonged to could make such wishes. But judging by the young man's expression, it was clear he had no understanding himself, otherwise he would not have sought out the dragon god for answers. These are extraordinary beings. No matter how severe your injuries, as long as you draw your final breath, consuming one will restore you instantly. Gran reached into the vat beside him and plucked a senzu bean. It resembled an ordinary dried bean in appearance, yet its miraculous power was nothing short of astonishing. In Gran's original plan, he would have personally traveled to Earth to retrieve the senzu beans. But upon reflection, he remembered it was only age 739. Goku had been exiled to Earth merely 2 years ago. At this stage, Goku was still merely a child and Vegeta had not yet invaded Earth, let alone the other Z fighters. Going to Earth served no purpose beyond collecting the beans, so it made more sense to have the Dragon God transport them directly. Besides, the Dragon God's wishes held little value for him anyway. With Whis at his side, he had no need for gravity chambers, healing pods, or any divine cultivation techniques. He had no reason to wish for such things from the Dragon God, but why waste a free wish? He instructed the Dragon God to transfer the senzu beans directly, saving himself an entire journey. This allowed him to swiftly enter the cosmos and seek out strong warriors for combat. As long as one isn't dead, these beans can restore a person instantly. Supreme Kai Shin's eyes widened. This far surpassed Ji's healing magic. He instinctively reached out to take a senzu bean for a test. Smack! Ouch! Shin clutched his hand in pain. What are you doing? You want to eat a senzu bean without being injured? Do you have any idea how precious these are? Gran shot him a glare. In the later arcs of the story, the Z fighters would split a single bean into 10 parts just to make it last. Ignoring Shin's wounded gaze, Gran turned toward the Great Elder, seated in his chair. My purpose here has been fulfilled. I thank you, Great Elder, for permitting me to use these wish granules. And no need to thank us. It is our honor to serve a prospective destroyer god. The Great Elder wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Honestly, he found the prospective destroyer god's wishes difficult to fully comprehend. At first, he appeared to desire an almost exaggeratedly invulnerable physique. Yet in the end, he asked for nothing more than 2 questions answered and 3 large vats of beans. Such an odd set of wishes. Though perplexed, the Great Elder felt reassured. As long as no malicious wishes were made, this was ultimately a positive outcome. The gratitude is still owed. Here's what I'll do. I learned instant transmission on planet Yardrat, and I've already made a promise to certain individuals that they may seek me out whenever they face difficulties. As he spoke, Gran looked at the Great Elder with a meaningful expression. You are the same. If you ever encounter trouble, you may reach out to me at any time. Simply speak the name, Whis, and I will come. Gran's expression grew subtly strange, particularly when he mentioned the prospect of future troubles, his gaze becoming almost unnerving. The Great Elder, moved yet puzzled, couldn't shake the feeling that this prospective destroyer god was strangely confident about Namek's troubled future. Very well, it's time we left. Gran withdrew his gaze and approached the 3 vats of senzu beans, contemplating how best to secure them. You're wondering how to take these beans with you, aren't you? Supreme Kai Shin asked with a grin. What? Do you have an idea? Gran frowned. Of course, Shin declared, sweeping his hand through the air to reveal an alternate dimension opening before them. Gran suddenly understood. In the anime, Shin had once pulled the hardest rock in the universe from such a pocket dimension. That rock had shattered Shin's divine sword. Impressive, you really are something, Gran said, elated as he hurriedly transferred the 3 vats of senzu beans into the pocket dimension. Supreme Kai Shin was both exasperated and amused. Wait until I give you permission to move them in. All right. You've helped me, and I won't let you go unrewarded. Reward or not aside, just tell me more about the destroyer gods. Naturally. During the time you spend with me, I'll share everything I know. And once I finish my current affairs, I'll go release the retired Supreme Kai for you. Is that acceptable? Speaking of the retired Supreme Kai, I still don't know much about him. Tell me more. Before they finished speaking, both figures, already quite short with Shin only marginally taller than Gran, vanished in a flash of instant transmission. They had clearly used instant transmission to depart. Ji's eyes widened with disbelief. Hey, I wasn't even aboard. As realization finally hit him, he immediately activated his own instant transmission to leave Namek. The Great Elder. Nail? The realm of the destroyer gods. A full month had elapsed since Whis departed for the Zenoa's palace. Today a stream of rainbow-colored light fell from the heavens. Few finally back. Whis stood by the lakeside, stretching his neck and exhaling deeply. By all accounts, he should have returned a month ago. Who would have thought that upon departing the Zenoa's palace he'd run into his elder sister Kai's, who whisked him away to the 10th universe. Your 7th universe's destroyer god sleeps all day, she'd reasoned. You'd be bored returning idle. Why not train with me for a while? And so Whis returned a month behind schedule. My elder sister's power is terrifying. Whis recalled the brutal training sessions, his body trembling involuntarily. Just how powerful is my elder sister? Even after a month of training under her, Whis remained uncertain of her true capabilities. Lost in thought, Whis arrived before the entrance to Beerus's slumber chamber. Opening the door, he stepped inside. There, a slim cat-like form rested upon a golden disc in deep slumber, with numerous hourglass-shaped temporal bombs circling the void around it. Suddenly, Whis produced a microphone from nowhere, cleared his throat, and called out, "Lord Beerus, time to wake up." Beerus was still immersed in a dreamscape of culinary delights, when suddenly, boom, Whis' voice thundered across this realm, as colossal as the birth of the universe itself. Beerus' eyes snapped open, still grasping at the nature of what was happening. In the next instant, the hourglass bombs of time suspended all around him detonated. Boom, boom, ea, ea. The earth-shattering explosions were pierced by Beerus' agonized screams. Half an hour later, the cacophony of explosions within this space gradually subsided. Beerus lay sprawled upon the ground, his expression one of utter desolation. Without needing to guess, it was clearly that rascal Whis behind this. "Whis, how long have I been asleep this time?" 1 month. 1 month. Beerus' eyes flew open. By his usual habits, sleeping for hundreds, or even thousands of years was considered the short duration. Yet this time he had only slumbered for 1 month, and Whis had already roused him. Beerus slowly rose from the ground, his gaze blazing with boundless fury as thick purple aura of destruction billowed from his body. "You'd better give me a reasonable explanation, or else I'll make you suffer." "Ho ho ho." Whis showed not the slightest fear before Beerus, laughing as he replied, "You were the one who asked me to remind you. How can you blame me?" Beerus paused, completely bewildered by Whis' words. "Lord Beerus, your memory seems rather poor. Could you possibly have forgotten what you said before entering slumber? What I said before sleeping?" Beerus stroked his chin, trying to recall. At that time, Jelen had departed to seek cultivation outside the cosmos. With no need to continue training the young one, he had finally found time for a proper rest. Later, Whis had escorted Jelen to the Yadalate star to learn instantaneous movement, and after Whis' return, Beerus had entered his slumber. Wait. When Whis had returned that day, they had indeed shared a conversation. Beerus had said to him, "If Jelen ever encounters grave trouble, remember to awaken me." Could it be? Boom. Beerus' inner fury erupted like an erupting volcano, and the destructive aura gathering around him finally burst forth. Like towering waves, the aura of destruction radiated outward, annihilating everything in its path. Bang! The slumber realm shattered into scattered starlight, dissolving into nothingness. Then the entire palace of the destruction god crumbled along with it. But it did not end there. The pure power of the strongest destruction god permeated through the very fabric of space itself. This realm collapsed inch by inch, and the entire destruction god domain quaked on the verge of ruin. Who dares touch my candidate? Boom! Under the force of Beerus' assault, the destruction god domain could no longer hold. It completely disintegrated. Whis hovered within the darkened void, his mouth twitching uncontrollably at Beerus' outburst. He said helplessly, "That wasn't the exact sentence. I never said Jelen encountered great trouble." Beerus' volcano-like rage suddenly stalled. He glanced around at the darkness and realized his home had been destroyed by his own hand without his knowledge. "You? Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Beerus' expression was as sour as if he'd swallowed something vile. If it wasn't that sentence, then which one was it? As Beerus fell into deep thought, Whis waved his magic staff, and the destruction god realm that Beerus had annihilated was restored. And just then, "I remember now." Beerus suddenly grew excited. He had asked Whis back then whether the Saiyan race truly possessed extraordinary origins. Whis' reply at the time was that he seemed to recall a Saiyan having once challenged the Heavenly King. Hiss! Beerus drew in a sharp breath. All the memories flooded back, and he spoke with a trembling voice. I said back then, if you recall everything, be sure to tell me." "Did you mean?" Whis covered his face. It seemed he truly remembered. Clearing his throat, he continued, "I did not recall everything, but I visited the Heavenly King's palace and asked my own father directly." "What?" Beerus' mouth hung open. He never expected Whis would seek out the great deity officer about this matter. That was the great deity officer after all. If Whis' strength was beyond anyone's knowledge, then the great deity officer, the father of all angels, possessed power even more profoundly mysterious. Beerus' breathing grew rapid. "The great deity officer has lived far longer than you, Whis. He must know everything." "What did he say?" "My father lives longer than me." "Is that something that needs to be stated?" Whis was utterly speechless. "I recall correctly. A Saiyan did once challenge the Heavenly King. That person was the progenitor of all Saiyans, named Aodisai." Whis began recounting the legendary tale of Aodisai to Beerus. Half an hour later, Beerus had finally heard the complete story. Boom! Great waves of shock surged within his heart. A Saiyan had defeated the destruction god of the seventh universe in an extremely frenzied state, and then within 50 years had gone on to challenge the great deity officer. And through a twist of fate, that same individual had even faced the Heavenly King. Good heavens! Beerus clutched his head, wondering whether he was truly awake. Otherwise, how could he possibly be hearing such terrifying tales? No wonder Beerus had lost his composure. The progenitor of the Saiyan race was among the strongest beings in the entire Heavenly King's universe. To dare challenge the Heavenly King, how audacious could that Saiyan ancestor possibly be? Lord Beerus, my father also made an evaluation of young Jelan at that time. Whis suddenly spoke again. Beerus instantly snapped back from his world-shocking reverie and quickly asked, how did the great deity officer evaluate him? My father said that while Jelan's origins are indeed somewhat mysterious, he poses no issues. We should simply nurture him with peace of mind. As he spoke these words, Whis also breathed a sigh of relief. Jelan was truly too mysterious. When Whis had first encountered him, Jelan had already been on the verge of death, yet his combat realm had surged overnight from a mortal level to the peak of a Heaven King. Could any ordinary person accomplish such a thing? Then that's good, that's good. Beerus also patted his chest in relief. Jelan's mystery had already been shared with him by Whis. But Jelan was his own disciple, a young man with such an excellent disposition and formidable talent. Beerus simply could not bear to lose such a student over questions of background. What else did the great deity officer say? Beerus's tone had become far more relaxed, though his expression grew even more curious. My father also said. Whis paused and spoke each word deliberately, that Jelan possesses the potential to transcend. Transcend potentially? Boom. Thunder cracked overhead and Beerus was once again struck dumb with astonishment. He rushed forward to Whis in an instant, gripping both his shoulders tightly. What does the great deity officer mean by this? What exactly does he mean that Jelan can transcend? Transcend whom? Based on Jelan's current talents, surpassing a destruction god like himself was undoubtedly certain. As for surpassing Whis, that was less clear, for Whis' own aptitude ranked among the top 2 of all 12 angels. Yet it was not entirely impossible either. Could the great deity officer be implying that Jelan harbored the potential to surpass even Whis? I am also unclear regarding my father's meaning. After he spoke those words, he returned to the Heavenly King's palace immediately. Having said this, Whis too fell silent. Was it transcend my father? Or transcend myself? Or perhaps transcend? Whis quickly shook his head. The last possibility was one he did not dare entertain. Neither spoke further. Within the slumbering space, an eerie silence reigned. Half an hour passed. By the way, Beerus shook his head, casting aside the various fanciful notions swirling within it, and asked again, wasn't young Jelan saying he intended to seek out powerful fighters across the cosmos to battle? How is he doing now? Whis' lips twitched, and he shook his head. I am also unaware. He had been taken by his eldest sister for training sparring for a month. He had only just returned to the 7th universe. How could he possibly know what that young lad was up to now? How could you not know? Didn't I task you with watching over him? Beerus grew somewhat anxious. That was his disciple found with such difficulty. What if something had happened to him? I simply do not know. Whis shot him a sidelong glance. He could read Beerus's thoughts perfectly. That youth had mastered instantaneous movement. How could he possibly come to harm? Enough. Whis waved his staff, and a projection instantly appeared in midair. Look now, and you shall see what young Jelan has experienced during this past month. The image in the projection above showed precisely the events of Jelan's past month. The moment the scene began playing. Who is this bean sprout wearing the Heaven King's robes? And why is he following Jelan? Beerus's eyes widened in astonishment. Don't you remember? This is the Eastern Kaiso. Is that the Kaiso Shin? Yes. Whis replied somewhat guiltily. Ever since the great Kaiso passed away, the Eastern Kaiso has become one of only 2 Kaiso remaining in our universe 7. Beerus's expression darkened instantly. The incident of Majin Buu breaching the Kaiso realm was absolutely his greatest disgrace. It's all your fault, Whis. If you hadn't sneaked out to find good food, would that big fatty and the other 3 Kais have died? Beerus ground out through clenched teeth. The mere thought made him furious. Universe 7 had 5 Kaiso managing affairs across the cosmos. As long as even one survived, Beerus himself would remain immortal. Of course, there was one more critical failsafe. An elder Kaiso he had sealed away. That was precisely why Beerus dared to slumber in peace. Who would have imagined that upon awakening, everything would have collapsed? Among the 5 Kaiso who were stationed elsewhere, only one remained alive in the end. Lord Beerus, and here you are accusing me. Whis, who had already been feeling somewhat guilty, grew indignant upon hearing this. He sneered coldly. If someone hadn't been so fond of oversleeping, would I have ventured out searching for delicious food? And another thing. The average power level of humanity in our universe 7 ranks second to last among all universes. Who's responsible for that? Though Whis spoke in a measured tone, every word struck directly at Beerus's deepest insecurities. Beerus instantly deflated. Indeed, all of this was his fault. Enough. Beerus deflected the topic. Why are you dredging up old grudges now? From this point forward, our universe 7 has a successor destruction god. In time, our ranking will surely climb. Then from now on, neither of us mentions the past. Agreed. Beerus snorted coldly. Seeing his master's cold snort, Whis mirrored the gesture. They were undeniably the two strongest combatants in Universe 7, yet their quarrels resembled those of childish children. The brief drama soon passed, and both turned their gazes back to the projection. Seeing Xian painstakingly recreate the planets that he himself had carelessly destroyed only to render them useless, Beerus's fists clenched tight. Meanwhile, Whis burst into hearty laughter. After all, Beerus had sealed away the Elder Kais, leaving Xian with no mentor and thus no knowledge whatsoever. The projection continued, showing Grand Zeno destroying the planet that Xian had just created. Although this was not destruction in the formal sense, its impact on cosmic balance remained the same. Beerus felt a sense of satisfaction. His chosen successor as destruction god proved highly competent. From now on, he could confidently entrust Grand Zeno with the task of destroying planets. Lord Beerus, when will you release the Elder Kaiso? Release him, and what if he happens to die? But if you don't release the Elder Kaiso, the Eastern Kais knows absolutely nothing. Isn't Grand Zeno already teaching him? Whis's lip twitched. How could someone be so terrified of death? He sighed heavily. But Grand Zeno is ultimately only a candidate destruction god. What could he possibly understand? To elevate a universe's ranking, a destruction god alone cannot accomplish it. Beerus fell silent. After half a minute, a single phrase squeezed from his lips. We'll discuss it later. Thereafter, he returned his attention to the projection detailing Grand Zeno's exploits over the past month. The scene revealed Grand Zeno arriving on Namek, where his initial 3 wishes to the dragon shocked even Beerus. To obtain immortality that even the Omni King could not erase. To become the undisputed strongest being across all universes. To achieve true eternal life beyond death's grasp. Were these wishes any normal person would think to make? Not only would the small lizard-like dragon be unable to grant them, even the super dragon gods might falter. Whis covered his mouth, stifling a chuckle. He could plainly discern that the boy was deliberately provoking the dragon. Yet when Grand Zeno finally made his actual wishes, Whis grew solemn. Lord Beerus observed, Grand Zeno truly has no awareness that his martial arts prowess has reached the peak of Kaiso level. I noticed that long ago. This fool actually asked the lizard why he could survive across the universe. It nearly made me laugh myself to tears. Beerus covered his belly, roaring with laughter at Grand Zeno's bewildered expression. When Grand Zeno made his second wish, Beerus's countenance immediately grew serious once more. Even the dragon who wielded miraculous power remained unaware of Grand Zeno's secrets. That young lad. Beerus shook his head. Upon awakening him this time, Whis had relayed the great deity's assessment of Grand Zeno. The great deity had said to raise him with confidence. Recalling this, his worries dissipated. The projection then displayed Grand Zeno making his third wish. He asked the dragon to teleport the contents of 3 large vats of beans to his side. Upon seeing those unremarkable beans, Beerus showed no particular interest. However, Whis's expression turned grave. Senza beans, capable of instant recovery. Whis furrowed his brow. The efficacy of such beans rivaled that of an angel's healing magic. While Whis was deep in thought, Beerus's startled outcry suddenly rang in his ears. Didn't I tell you to seek out strong opponents to fight? Why are you sparring with this trash? After departing Namek, Grand Zeno, aiming to refine his body's instincts, had begun challenging various warriors across the universe alongside Xian and the duo. Beerus, watching the projection, assumed Grand Zeno would seek out masters far beyond his current strength. Who would have imagined he had only challenged a weakling with a battle power of merely 100+? Was the lad afraid of death, unwilling to challenge stronger foes? Wait. Beerus suddenly realized something unusual about the opponent Grand Zeno had chosen. But before he could react, Whis was already taunting, Lord Beerus, your eyesight seems to be failing lately. Haven't you noticed that the person Grand Zeno chose possesses exceptionally profound martial arts comprehension? Beerus glanced over and sneered. Must you be so annoying? I merely lost focus for a moment. Can't you refrain from mocking me? Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus is quite adept at stubborn denial when clearly mistaken. I won't dignify that with a response. Beerus snorted coldly and turned his head away. Lord Beerus, the cosmos holds numerous such examples. Individuals whose raw power may be negligible, yet whose understanding of martial arts runs extraordinarily deep. Ignoring Beerus, Whis continued unperturbed. Grand Zeno's physical instincts have reached the first tier, an impressive level, even among mortals. Yet beyond ourselves, he has never fought anyone. His comprehension of martial arts can only be described as 0. Behold. Whis pointed once more at the projection. Grand Zeno has been suppressing his true power throughout these battles, employing even less than his opponent's strength. Yet through each successive defeat, his martial comprehension and combat awareness are rapidly ascending. Reaching this point, Whis's eyes began to gleam with brilliance. This young lad knows precisely his own weaknesses, which is why he seeks out martial arts grandmasters for sparring. Grand Zeno proves to be extraordinarily intelligent. Aside from what Whis and Beerus had taught him previously, Gran was at a complete zero in every other aspect. Precisely because he knew nothing, he must not seek out supreme powerhouses to battle. Just like fighting against Beerus and Whis, Gran would absolutely learn nothing unless they deliberately held back for him. A towering edifice must rise from its foundation. Therefore, Gran sought out a martial arts grandmaster akin to Kame Sennin, and this demonstrated his cunning. Within the projection's frame, Gran was sparring with an elderly figure bearing the appearance of a turtle. The elder's power was exceedingly weak, measuring merely over 100 in combat power, yet his bodily instincts had already reached the second stage. Among ordinary mortals, achieving the second stage of bodily instinct was sufficient to earn the title of Grandmaster. And to become a true martial arts grandmaster, one must also forge their own martial heart. The martial heart differs from bodily instinct. Bodily instinct typically refers to one's reflexes in battle, while the martial heart embodies your core fighting conviction. Take Kame Sennin, Tien Shinhan Piccolo, and Son Goku as examples. They have each forged beliefs belonging to their own martial paths. As for supreme gods like Beerus, there is no need to elaborate. The martial heart is something every powerhouse possesses. In the projection, that turtle-like elder's techniques were exceedingly refined. A punch, a palm, strike, a kick. Each attack carried his martial will. Meanwhile, Gran continuously suppressed the power within his body, using only half the strength of the turtle elder. The gap in power, the gap in martial comprehension, the gap in bodily instinct. Gran was comprehensively overpowered, and in his sparring with this martial grandmaster, he fell time and again. But precisely through these repeated defeats, Gran's understanding of the martial path began to grow lucid. A month later, Gran finally forged his own martial heart. Lord Beerus, if I recall correctly, your martial heart is fearlessness, correct? Whis averted his gaze from the projection and looked at Beerus beside him. Correct. Beerus's voice carried a slight roughness. Lord Beerus, do you still remember how long it took you to condense your martial heart back then? It seemed to take about 3 years. Tisk, this youngster remains as terrifying as ever. Whis's grin was impossible to conceal. He spoke again. Lord Beerus, what kind of martial will do you see in him? Never yielding. Beerus clenched his fist. He had watched Gran's entire month-long journey. The youngster had lost for a full month and simply refused to admit defeat. And yet, haha. Beerus, gazing at the projection, suddenly burst into laughter again. The martial heart is the indispensable path every powerhouse must walk to reach the peak. Grow stronger, little one. I eagerly anticipate the day I can battle you in the future. Whis said nothing, but his eyes grew increasingly expectant. Gran had forged his own martial heart, and the projection ended there. This was the entirety of Gran's experience over that month. After being awakened by Whis, Beerus no longer sank back into slumber. He discovered that watching Gran's cultivation was truly an ultimate pleasure, mainly because Gran's talent was too terrifying. Any martial path before him, after merely brief practice, he could master effortlessly and quickly. From the day he was roused by Whis onward, apart from his daily meals, Beerus steadfastly had Whis project scenes of Gran's training. Whis always felt that constantly spying on someone's privacy was somewhat wrong, making him feel like a voyeur. But Beerus remarked that an 8-year-old boy couldn't possibly seek out women. What privacy could he possibly have? Whis thought about it carefully and found it indeed reasonable. Soon a fixed routine emerged in the destruction god realm. Every day at the appointed time, Beerus and Whis would sit with small stools by the lake watching Gran's cultivation footage. After passing a month's time, Gran had already forged his own martial heart, but Gran's bodily instincts remained at the first stage. To cultivate bodily instincts to the second stage, sparring exclusively with a single martial arts expert from beginning to end was far from sufficient. Gran needed to battle a vast number of powerful fighters so that his bodily instincts could improve rapidly through combat. Thus Gran bid farewell to the Turtle Elder, and he and Supreme Kai Shin and Gibbet departed that planet. Gran returned to the universe to seek out other powerful fighters for sparring. And from that day, the commotion Gran caused within the 7th universe finally drew others' attention. In their discussions, there was mention of a child accompanied by 2 attendants, continuously challenging various powerhouses. That child's power was extraordinarily mysterious. No matter what level your power stood at, the power he exhibited would only be half of yours. Yet even if that child's power was weaker than yours, you still could not defeat him. And among the evaluations of martial grandmasters who had cultivated for hundreds of years, the child had already forged his own martial heart. Furthermore, his combat techniques, awareness, and experience far surpassed most people, which is why he could triumph through apparent weakness. If given more time to grow, he would formally step into the realm of a martial grandmaster. Time passed rapidly. Another month had passed. Gran had left the Destruction Temple for 2 months, already having challenged a total of 1,000 martial powerhouses thus far. In the 3rd month, he challenged 3,000 martial powerhouses. In the 4th month, he challenged 5,000 martial powerhouses. By the 12th month, he had challenged over 30,000 martial powerhouses. The uproar Gran stirred completely shook the entire 7th universe. Frisia's headquarters. Dodoria, striding in his obese frame, quickly entered the palace. Your Majesty, according to circulating reports, a martial genius has recently appeared across the universe. Oh. Frisia sat upon his rocking chair. The humiliation of being trounced by Beerus a year prior seemed already forgotten. He had resumed his usual elegant demeanor. According to reports, that martial genius is merely 9 years old, accompanied by 2 attendants. His demonstrated strength is highly mysterious. No one knows just how powerful he truly is. At this point, Dodoria tentatively asked, Your Majesty, should we recruit such talent? If our Frisia force were to gain his addition, we would undoubtedly become far stronger. Talent. Frisia produced a glass of red wine from somewhere and took an elegant sip, chuckling. I have also heard rumors of that youngster. Indeed, he is an extraordinary martial genius, and I have always deeply valued talent. At this, Frisia glanced at Dodoria and said with teasing mockery, Mr. Dodoria, I am truly pleased that you consider my interests so thoughtfully. In that case, Mr. Dodoria, I shall leave the task of recruiting this talent to you. Dodoria's forehead instantly beaded with fine sweat. According to the rumors sweeping the universe, even a warrior with a battle power of 100 had been defeated by that martial arts prodigy. His battle power was a mere 22000. With only that much strength, if he were sent to recruit the other, wouldn't he simply be killed? What? Reluctant. Frisia narrowed his eyes, set down the cup in his hand, and his gaze turned icy. And no. Dodoria frantically shook his head. At that moment, he truly wanted to slap himself twice. Why had he gone and recommended such a talent to His Majesty? Now look what had happened. His Majesty had ordered him directly to recruit that martial arts prodigy. If he succeeded, fine. But if he failed, he was dead for sure. Oh ho. Frisia suddenly burst into laughter. Why so tense, Mr. Dodoria? I was merely joking with you. Oh, that little brat managed to defeat a warrior with a battle power of 10000. You might not be a match for him, Mr. Dodoria. It would be better to send the Jinyu force. Frisia truly lived up to his name as the Emperor of the Universe. Even his rhetoric sounded so pleasant. Dodoria might not be a match for that opponent. He definitely was not a match. Yes, Dodoria's heart soared with joy. As long as he did not have to recruit that martial arts prodigy, everything was fine. As for who went, that was none of his business. Dodoria was just about to leave when, all of a sudden, by the way, hasn't Vegeta been away from headquarters for quite some time? Frisia's voice drifted over again. Dodoria turned around with a sly smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Vegeta has been away from headquarters for 3 years now. I feel he may harbor thoughts of betrayal. Shall I go and eliminate him? He did not dare recruit that martial arts prodigy, but killing a piece of trash like Vegeta, that he could certainly do. After all, Vegeta was only 8 years old and had a battle power of merely 600. You truly are a loyal subordinate, Mr. Dodoria. However, Frisia suddenly clenched his fist, then slowly relaxed it. No need. Let him be. Yes, Your Majesty. Dodoria was puzzled, but he did not dare ask more. Another day of being praised by the real estate king. How wonderful. Dodoria left the palace with an arrogant, swaggering stride. After he departed, Frisia, still seated in his hoverchair, suddenly radiated a dense, murderous, killing intent. It was already obvious that Vegeta intended betrayal. If this had been the past, Frisia would definitely have ordered someone to kill him. But that damned Beerus had ordered him not to touch the Saiyans. Metamor. This planet, along with Yardrat and Namek, was known as one of the 3 legendary mystical planets. And the most renowned fusion technique in Dragon Ball originated from Metamor. On this planet, martial arts flourished, and everyone took pride in training in the way of combat. And today, so this is the legendary martial arts prodigy. A mere 9-year-old child, and yet he has already become a grandmaster of martial arts. Look at him, then look at ourselves. When I was his age, I was still playing in the dirt. What kind of talent is this? Even the most gifted genius in Metamor's history probably cannot compare to him. In the arena stood 2 figures, one old, one young, while over 100,000 spectators around the dueling ground buzzed with discussion. To become a martial arts grandmaster required 2 conditions. The first was to forge a martial heart, and the second was to raise one's body instinct to the second stage. And today, after his friendly spar with the Grand Elder of Metamor, Grand's small frame radiated the bearing befitting a martial arts grandmaster. Meanwhile, Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito were also watching that small figure in the arena. Kibito's jaw hung wide open. Lord Supreme Kai, His Lordship the candidate god of destruction, has challenged more than 300 experts. He has finally succeeded. He once said that he sought out so many experts to spar with mainly in order to train his second stage body instinct. Supreme Kai Shin suppressed the excitement in his heart. Although I do not fully understand what the second stage body instinct means, judging from his experiences over this past year, Gran must have desperately wanted to break through to that level. Now he has not only forged his martial heart, but he has also successfully cultivated his body instinct to the second stage. Supreme Kai Shin clenched his small fists, truly happy for Gran. Kibito pointed around them. Lord Supreme Kai, look. Everyone is marveling at the candidate god of destruction's talent. According to Gran, both the god of destruction and the candidate god of destruction govern destruction in the universe. How could the talent of such gods ever be low? When he said this, Supreme Kai Shin's eyes grew expectant. If even the candidate god of destruction's talent is this formidable, just how formidable must the true god of destruction's talent be? During that year, he had also heard many things from Gran about the Supreme Kais and the gods of destruction. By now, he had a rough understanding of what the duty of a Supreme Kai truly was. Meanwhile, in the arena, Gran closed his eyes, savoring the fruits of this entire year of training. Second stage body instinct. I finally made it. Gran slowly opened his eyes. The instant he did, a Grandmaster's aura surged outward in every direction. Gran now resembled Master Rashi, the god of martial arts. Even standing perfectly still, he gave others an inscrutable, unfathomable air. But do not forget, Gran was only 9 years old. Congratulations, young friend Gran, on reaching this level. The Grand Elder of Metamor across the arena was a small old man. He sighed with admiration. Young friend Gran's talent is truly terrifying. Thank you to the Grand Elder and all the martial artists of Metamor for your assistance. Gran cupped his fist in salute to the Elder. During this year, he had visited all 4 galaxies, south, north, east, and west. But if one asked where the most martial arts masters gathered, the answer would unquestionably be Metamor. Young friend Gran, reaching this level was the result of your own efforts. It had little to do with us. The Grand Elder of Metamor had not yet finished. No, Gran shook his head. Without your help, I would never have reached this level so quickly. But you wouldn't have been much slower, right? The Grand Elder of Metamor chuckled warmly. With your unparalleled talent, young friend, even if you were slower, you would not have been much slower. At that, his tone grew meaningful. Besides, ever since you arrived on Metamor, you have always appeared very weak. But I am afraid your true power. Gran's reputation as a martial arts prodigy had long since spread throughout the entire 7th universe. By now, who did not know that his strength was impossibly mysterious? Moreover, in his perception, aside from the boy's mysterious power, the pressure he gave off was even more mysterious. The same was true of his 2 attendants. The 3 of them constantly exuded a faint divine-like pressure. The Grand Elder of Metamor thought for a long time, and finally used one phrase to describe that feeling. It was as if it were the legendary pressure of the gods. Gran had no idea what the other was thinking. He smiled. I have indeed hidden some power, but didn't you all, Grand Elder, also refrain from using your full strength? What do you mean? I heard that Metamor also has a fusion technique. Little Gran narrowed his eyes, wearing an expression that said he already knew everything. That secret art can merge 2 people into one. The resulting fusion warrior not only inherits the talents of both individuals, but his power also becomes incomparably immense. The Grand Elder of Metamor fell silent all at once. How did this child know? Do not worry too much, Grand Elder. I simply happen to know a little more than most. Gran snickered. If things had followed the normal course of the story, after Son Goku was killed by Cell, he would have met a Metamoran in the afterlife, and that Metamoran would have taught him the fusion technique. Of course, Gran had no desire to learn fusion. He would never fuse with anyone else. 2 men fused together. The very thought was unsettling. It was far better to be strong on one's own. Seeing that the Grand Elder of Metamor was still silent, Gran spoke up. Grand Elder, I have already achieved the goal of my visit, so I should take my leave. You're leaving already? Yes. Gran nodded. During this year, he had challenged more than 300 martial arts experts, forged his martial heart, and reached the 2nd stage of body instinct. Gran could sense that the 2nd stage body instinct was already the limit for mortals. In other words, his body's instinctive reactions had once again reached a bottleneck. His power, his mental state, and his instinctive body reactions, all 3 had reached their limits. Under normal circumstances, Gran should now be preparing to return to the realm of the gods of destruction to ask Whis what to do next. But he still had 2 final plans to fulfill on this journey. He wanted to attempt transforming into a Super Saiyan, and he still had to find Vegeta and take revenge. When that time came, transforming right in front of that eternal runner-up, Vegeta's expression would definitely be a wonderful sight. Since young friend Gran insists on leaving, I shall not hold you back. May your martial path be smooth and unimpeded from now on. The Grand Elder of Metamor waved his hand. Gran waved back, then instantly appeared in the spectator stance. Shin, let's go. Where are we going now? To get revenge on a certain eternal runner-up. The mere thought of transforming into a Super Saiyan in front of Vegeta filled Gran with glee. With that, he brought Shin and Kibito along and departed from Metamor. When he saw the secret art Gran used to leave the Grand Elder of Metamor's eyes flew wide. That is instant transmission. I never expected this little one had even mastered Yardrat's secret art. A planet not far from planet Metamor. The human settlements on this planet appeared as though a massacre had just taken place. Houses lay in ruins everywhere, the ground was cracked and shattered, and smoke hung thick in the air. Have you 2 cleaned up all the natives on this planet yet? Inside a grand palace, an 8-year-old child sat upon the throne. His hairline was remarkably high, his forehead forming a sharp V-shape, giving him a cool, fierce appearance. But his voice was cold and venomous, like a serpent's hiss, devoid of any emotion. Below the throne stood two figures, a burly bald man and a child whose hair reached his waist. The child's hairstyle was unusual. If his hair were dyed golden, it would evoke the aura of a super Saiyan. We have cleaned up all the natives on this planet. Raditz kept his head lowered, daring not meet the gaze of the child on the throne. Back then Gel was ambushed by those natives pretending to be dead. Don't worry, we won't make the same mistake. The bald Nappa also harbored a hint of fear toward the V-shaped hairline child. The child on the throne was none other than Vegeta. Upon hearing them speak of Gel, a vein throbbed on his forehead as he spoke in a chilling tone. Gel was nothing but a weakling. He was an upper-class Saiyan, yet he was careless enough to be ambushed by primitives and had his tail severed. What a disgrace to our Saiyan race. You'd best ensure all the natives on this planet are truly eliminated. Otherwise, when you get ambushed, Gel will be your fate. What had happened to Gel? Naturally, he had been abandoned by Vegeta. At this thought, Nappa and Raditz both shuddered. They quickly flew away from the palace, once more deciding to thoroughly inspect the planet again. Inside the palace, only Vegeta remained. Gazing at the vast empty hall, one could only wonder what churned within his young mind. After a while, he rose from the throne. Damn, Frieza. One day I will personally kill you. The young Vegeta's eyes were extremely fierce, like a little demon. 3 years ago, an explosion had occurred on planet Vegeta, and Frieza's attitude toward their small squadron had sharply deteriorated ever since. Whenever they had free time, they were immediately assigned new missions. There was absolutely no chance to train. Vegeta had naturally noticed something was amiss. Before the explosion on planet Vegeta, all Saiyans had received a recall order. His squadron had received that order as well, but at the time, he had simply ignored it. And shortly thereafter, planet Vegeta was destroyed in a massive explosion. According to Frieza, planet Vegeta had been struck by a meteor, and all the Saiyans perished in the great explosion. Planet Vegeta hit by a meteor. Could he be making that up? Planet Vegeta had so many powerful warriors. Not to mention his father King Vegeta, but even Raditz's father Bardock. Bardock was a warrior with a combat power exceeding 10,000. With Bardock present, how could a mere meteor possibly destroy planet Vegeta? It was obvious. Frieza was lying. However, even knowing that Frieza was lying, Vegeta dared not openly defy Frieza's orders. So he left headquarters with his squadron. Over these 3 years, they had never returned to Frieza's base, and they had simply ignored all orders from headquarters. At first, Vegeta had worried that Frieza might send someone to eliminate them. But as time passed, he discovered that Frieza seemed to have ceased concern for them, and no orders from headquarters came anymore. Vegeta did not know what had happened, but it was clearly a good thing. So in the time that followed, Vegeta led his squadron to plunder a planet, train there until supplies ran out, and then move on to the next. Although they no longer took missions from Frieza's headquarters, members of Vegeta's squadron still fell in battle. Starting with Gel, by now only Nappa and Raditz remained in the squadron. What a bunch of trash. If they're dead, they're dead. Vegeta did not care in the slightest about the deaths of his subordinates. He rose from the throne, walked out of the palace, and then launched himself into the sky. It was about time for training. When Vegeta reached an altitude of 1 kilometer, he began condensing energy blasts and rained them down upon the human settlement below. This foolish, princely method of ground bombardment was Vegeta's daily training routine. Boom, boom. After more than 20 minutes of aerial bombardment, Vegeta grew somewhat weary. All this hard training. Surely he would be able to defeat Frieza one day. The mere thought of Frieza kneeling before him in the future made the young Vegeta unable to suppress a smile of delight. At that moment, Nappa and Raditz also flew back from the horizon. Clearly, they had thoroughly searched the entire planet using their scouter devices. Since you're back, both of you come at me together. Vegeta did not wait for them to react. He transformed into a streak of light and shot toward Raditz and Nappa. It's bad. Vegeta is going to use us as practice dummies again. Raditz's face turned pale. What are you standing around for? Don't tell me you actually think we can escape. The bald Nappa shouted loudly. Get moving. Vegeta had been born with a combat power of 1,000, and after 8 years his combat power had now reached 6,000. Nappa himself only had a combat power of 2,500, and as for Raditz, that good-for-nothing, his pitiful 600 combat power placed him at the very bottom of the food chain. Even together, the two of them stood no chance against Vegeta. It would be better to fight back fiercely. Perhaps they could endure fewer blows that way. Meanwhile, a medium-sized spaceship cut across the starry cosmos. Seated in the pilot's position were 5 figures, the 5 members of the Ginyu Force. It is said that the martial arts prodigy is currently only 9 years old, and at such a young age he defeated a warrior with a combat power of 1,000. Do you think this report is reliable? The blue-skinned birder rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. G sneered. Our Captain Ginyu has trained for many years and only reached a combat power of 1,000. How could a 9-year-old child possibly have the strength to defeat a warrior with 1,000 combat power? No, I think it is possible. The purple-skinned Jinyu's eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia as he continued. Some people are born with tremendous power. I once witnessed a warrior whose combat power exceeded 100 million from the moment of birth. Boom. Except for Jinyu, the remaining 4 members all shuddered. How much? Over 100 million. That's impossible. How could anyone in this world possess a combat power of over 100 million? Captain Jinyu, are you certain you are not speaking nonsense? The 4 members of the Jinyu force chattered among themselves. Jinyu silently shook his head. What he was referring to was their supreme lord for back. Then, he had once contemplated swapping bodies with Frieza, but in the end. Suddenly, Captain Jinyu, I believe I have detected Vegeta on a nearby planet. Lilu gazed at the radar on the spaceship, and the location where Vegeta's spacecraft had landed suddenly appeared on the screen. Vegeta. Jinyu's eyes turned icy cold. Rumors say this kid is planning to betray Lord Frieza's army. Let us go eliminate him first on behalf of Lord Frieza. Berter paused for a moment and spoke. What about the martial arts prodigy? If we do not go recruit him, will Lord Frieza be displeased? Isn't he currently sparring with someone on planet Metamor? Eliminating Vegeta will be quick. After we deal with him, there will be plenty of time to find the martial arts prodigy. Yes. The medium-sized spaceship suddenly changed course, heading straight for the planet where Vegeta was located. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. From high above, Vegeta took on 2 opponents at once. Young as he was, he showed no signs of being overwhelmed. On the contrary, he had the pair pinned down, battering them with relentless fury. We're all elite warriors, so why are you two so pathetic? Another 3 years of training, and neither of you has improved in the slightest. Especially you Raditz. You may be older than Nappa, yet you can't even measure up to him. Vegeta grew more furious, and the force behind his blows grew heavier. Under Vegeta's merciless onslaught, Raditz and Nappa let out agonized screams. Finally, Vegeta unleashed 2 energy blasts, both striking Raditz and Nappa with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. The 2 of them plummeted straight down, smoldering with black smoke. Worthless trash. Vegeta landed as well and spat at the pair sprawled on the ground. Half an hour passed before Raditz and Nappa finally managed to recover. They pulled themselves to their feet, their eyes now filled with even greater terror whenever they looked at Vegeta. If it weren't for the fact that so few Saiyans remain, I would have killed the both of you long ago, Vegeta said, coldly perched atop a massive boulder. At these words, Nappa and Raditz couldn't help but shudder. They knew Vegeta never spoke empty threats. After this, if the 2 of you don't train with genuine seriousness, I'll make sure you regret it. Yes. Raditz nodded emphatically. Nappa also nodded, then asked cautiously, Vegeta, once this planet's resources are exhausted, where do we go next? Where? Vegeta frowned. In his usual routine, once a planet's resources were depleted, he would simply set out at random to find another one. He fixed his gaze on Nappa and said in a low voice, what exactly are you implying? Raditz also shot a glance at the bald man. What had gotten into him today, being so daring? Vegeta, I'm fully aware that the destruction of planet Vegeta was connected to Frieza, but training like this is far too slow. Nappa gritted his teeth. Frieza became the emperor of the universe. His power must be terrifying. Even if we train for another 10 or 20 years, the 3 of us alone still might not be able to defeat him. Vegeta fell silent. He understood that truth all too well. Back then, planet Vegeta had more than one warrior with a power level exceeding 10,000. Bardock was hardly the only one, but that still hadn't been enough to stop the planet from exploding. Even with his own extraordinary talent, could he really defeat Frieza on his own and uncover the truth? Vegeta, if we rely only on our own training, we may never learn the truth for the rest of our lives. Nappa clenched his fists. Then why not gather all the other Saiyans scattered across the universe? If we band together, train as one, and later learn to tap into our great ape forms, maybe only then will we stand a chance. Every Saiyan whose tail remains intact will transform into a great ape at the sight of the full moon. And in that form, a Saiyan's power surges to 10 times its original level. For example, if a Saiyan's base power level is 10,000, then his great ape form would unleash a power level of 100,000. Vegeta, Nappa has a point. Raditz also plucked up his courage. My father was incredibly powerful. He and King Vegeta definitely had the chance to transform back, then yet in the end they still perished along with planet Vegeta. I know your talent is extraordinary, Vegeta, but in the end there are only the 3 of us. There are simply too few. Hearing what they had to say, Vegeta made no reply, sinking deeper into silence. Nappa and Raditz couldn't help but swallow hard. They had been bold enough to speak today. Would they end up killed for it? Raditz, if I remember correctly, you have a younger brother, don't you? Vegeta suddenly asked. Nappa's eyes lit up. For Vegeta to ask, that clearly meant he had agreed to Nappa's proposal. Unlike Nappa, Raditz's face turned as black as ink the moment Vegeta brought up his brother. Raditz, do you have a death wish? I'm talking to you. Vegeta's tone suddenly turned icy cold. Ha ha ha. Unable to hold back any longer, Nappa burst out laughing, then hastily apologized. I'm sorry, Vegeta. It's just that Raditz's little brother is absolutely hilarious. What do you mean? Did you know, Vegeta? Raditz's little brother is named Kakarot, and he was born with a power level of only 2. One brother's a waste of an elite warrior, and the other's a waste of a low-class warrior. Isn't that absolutely hilarious? After saying this, Nappa completely ignored Raditz's expression and clutched his belly, howling with laughter. Vegeta's mouth twitched. A power level of 2. Even a dog would have more strength than that. Truly a fitting pair of waste brothers. Suddenly, Vegeta suddenly recalled something else. He too had a younger brother who had been sent off-world, and his power level at birth was said to be nearly the same as Kakarot's. Nappa, shut your mouth. Keep laughing, and see if I don't kill you. Vegeta clenched his fists. Damn it. He had accidentally insulted himself as well. A question mark seemed to appear above Nappa's head. His laughter stopped dead, as if something had lodged in his throat. What was wrong with Vegeta, all of a sudden? Witnessing this, Raditz felt as though he had just downed a can of 1982 Coke. Pure explosive bliss. Serves you right, you bald bastard, for always sneering at me. Vegeta, I do have a younger brother. His name is Kakarot. Raditz composed himself, his expression turning serious. Not long after Kakarot was born, all of us Saiyans stationed off-world received the order to assemble. Back then you told me I didn't need to heed that order, and that was how I survived the destruction of planet Vegeta. But at that time I also received a message from my father. In the message, my father said that Kakarot had been born, and that he was going to send Kakarot to a planet called Earth. Earth? What kind of godforsaken backwater was that? Vegeta and Nappa curled their lips in disdain. Suddenly, Vegeta, actually, there's another secret, I'm not sure whether I should tell you. Raditz hesitated, as if the words were caught in his throat. Speak. Vegeta narrowed his eyes. What else could this guy possibly want to say? In that message, my father also said that Kakarot is the hope of the Saiyans, and he told me that if I ever got the chance I had to go to Earth and bring him back. Lowering his voice, Raditz continued, my father said he foresaw that one day Kakarot would become the legendary Super Saiyan. At those words, Nappa and Vegeta were completely stunned. The very next second. Haha. Both of them clutched their stomachs, howling with laughter. Raditz covered his face. He had known this would happen because even he had never believed his father's words. After all, that was the legendary Super Saiyan spoken of in Saiyan lore. Raditz, you know what? Vegeta calmed himself, then raised a thumb and pointed it at his own chest. If the legend of the Saiyan race is real, then the only one who can become a Super Saiyan is me, Vegeta. Got it. The instant Vegeta finished speaking, 3 faint yet unmistakable waves of divine pressure suddenly descended upon the planet. Then a childish voice drifted into Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz's ears. Only you, Vegeta, can become a Super Saiyan. Just you, Vegeta? What kind of trash are you? Who's there? Vegeta quickly leapt down from that massive boulder and swiftly turned around. Raditz and Nappa also held their breath. They could hear the voice coming from behind that enormous rock. But how was this possible? They had already scouted this planet 3 times over. There absolutely should have been no natives left alive on this world. So why was someone still breathing? The two of them hastily turned their heads toward Vegeta. As expected, Vegeta's expression had turned utterly grim. It was over. Vegeta was furious this time. This was age 740, the 3rd year since Gran had transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world, and he had grown to 9 years old. Even though 3 years had passed, yet Gran still remembered with crystal clarity everything that had happened on the day he arrived in this world. He had been critically wounded at the time, yet Vegeta not only refused to save him, but instead destroyed his space pod, leaving him to fend for himself on that desolate planet. No senzu beans, no nameless king, no healing pods. There was absolutely nothing on that planet that could have saved him. Had he not known the plot, and remembered that Whis had a fondness for exquisite cuisine, he would have perished on the very day he transmigrated. 3 years had finally elapsed, and now he had finally seen that bastard again. Vegeta furrowed his brows. He had only been on this planet for a single day. His expression turned grave. So you're not a native of this planet? Raditz and Nappa instantly exhaled in relief. From the child's words, it seemed the newcomer was not a native of this world after all. Vegeta, it's only been 3 years, and I find you've grown rather dim-witted. Gran sneered. If I were a native of this planet, would I know your name? You. Veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead. Though seething with rage, he did not let his anger cloud his judgment. He remained rooted in place, fixated on the boy. Having just humiliated him so brazenly, and yet he hadn't struck, Gran was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't Vegeta the type to value his pride above his very life? What in the world is this kid's background? Vegeta muttered under his breath, his gaze never wavering from the 3 figures before him. The lead child wore an eccentric outfit and appeared to be roughly the same age as him, around 8 or 9 years old. Yet he towered a full head taller than Vegeta. Beside this child stood 2 others clad in similarly bizarre garb. What peculiar trio! Like Vegeta, Raditz and Nappa were also studying Gran intently. But Gran's transformation over the past 3 years had been extraordinary, particularly after his cultivation realm had reached the peak of the KO level, and he had become a candidate for the position of Destruction God. A divine pressure, not of this mortal realm, had gradually emanated from his being. Even Vegeta and the other two failed to recognize Gran at first glance. Still haven't figured it out? Then let me give you another hint. 3 years ago you abandoned a companion. That companion was me. Gran claimed it was a hint, but it was practically a blatant confession. A companion abandoned 3 years ago. Does this mean you're also a Saiyan? Before Vegeta could finish his deduction, Raditz beside him gaped in terror. Vegeta, it's Gran. Nappa also came to his senses and cried out in shock. Yes, it's Gran. How is he still alive? Gran. Upon hearing Raditz and Nappa's words, Vegeta's pupils constricted. He scrutinized Gran more carefully. Saiyan children typically grew quite slowly in their youth. Even a Saiyan in his early teens might stand only a meter or so tall. Gran was only 9 years old and not particularly tall, just over a meter. He had large round eyes and a chubby little face, giving him an endearingly innocent appearance. Unlike the other Saiyans who looked fierce and ferocious, only Gran possessed such a pure-hearted, simple demeanor. It really is you? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Weren't you supposed to have died on that planet? How are you still alive? Huh? You consider me a disgrace to the Saiyan race, so naturally you wanted me dead. The small figure of Gran threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Looking down at that cursed perennial runner-up, he jeered. But I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm very much alive. I've returned for revenge. Are you thrilled? Surprised? You say you've come back for revenge. Ha. Now it was Vegeta's turn to laugh heartily. Raditz and Nappa exchanged glances. They were unclear how Gran had survived, but from his behavior this time around, he seemed utterly mad. This was Vegeta after all, a warrior with a battle power of 600. I never imagined you could survive even under those circumstances. Since you're alive, wouldn't it be wiser to simply lie low? Vegeta's laughter subsided, his tone turning ice cold. And yet you dare appear before me. Speak of seeking revenge. If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. Vegeta was about to strike. Vegeta, wait a moment. Raditz summoned his courage and spoke up. Didn't you say you wanted to gather the remaining Saiyans? Since Gran has returned, it means one more ally. Why not spare him for now? But the moment those words left his mouth. Are you teaching me how to conduct myself? Vegeta kicked Raditz squarely in the abdomen. The overwhelming force sent him flying backward, sliding across the ground for 100 meters before finally coming to a halt. Nappa had also been contemplating making the same suggestion to Vegeta, but upon witnessing Raditz's miserable state, he froze in terror and said nothing. I loathe people who attempt to instruct me, however. The young Vegeta redirected his gaze and fixed it upon Gran, his tone chilling. However, Raditz makes a reasonable point. If you agree to follow me once more, I may overlook your disrespect earlier. Lord Shin and Kibito, who had remained silent throughout, were both rendered speechless. Has this kid lost his mind? Does he have any idea what he's dealing with? 3 years have passed, and you remain as arrogantly conceited and cold-bloodedly ruthless as ever. Gran cast a glance at the kicked Raditz, then shook his head and sked disapprovingly. Arrogantly conceited and cold-blooded. Aren't all Saiyans like that? Vegeta sneered. Besides, I was born with a battle power of 1,000, and mine has since reached 6,000. I possess both talent and strength. Why shouldn't I be arrogant? Gran, I'll ask you one final time. Vegeta pointed at Gran, then thumbed himself. If you choose to follow me again, I can pretend your earlier insolence never occurred. Now declare your choice. A look of utter certainty crossed Vegeta's face. He could not fathom that this worthless insect would dare defy him. My choice. A faint smile curled the corner of Gran's lips. What kind of person do you think you are, Vegeta? You a piece of trash expect me to follow you. Are you worthy? At these words, an oppressive silence fell over the surroundings. Nappa swallowed hard and began to back away. To dare speak to Vegeta like that, Gran was as good as dead. You're asking for death. Indeed, Vegeta erupted in instant fury. No longer holding back, he resolved to kill this. Yet in the very next moment, Vegeta felt a sudden pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a small fist pressed against his stomach. Looking up, Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply as he saw Gran standing before him. How is this possible? Too fast, absolutely too fast. He couldn't perceive how the other had appeared. Gran met his gaze and taunted again. I've come to take revenge on you. You worthless scum, and you still expect me to follow you. That strike hadn't even used much force. He feared accidentally killing the fellow. You're asking for death. Vegeta roared toward the heavens. He, a proud Saiyan prince, was being mocked by trash he had once abandoned. The 600 combat power within him erupted like a flood breaking through a dam. Boom. The overwhelming force cracked the ground beneath them, shattering massive boulders into fragments. In Vegeta's understanding, even if Gran survived, those extra 3 years of cultivation would only raise his combat power from 800 to at most 1000. With all his power unleashed now, Gran would likely be blasted unconscious by this force alone. Still too weak. Suddenly a voice reached Vegeta's ears, and his heart sank. Looking down again, Gran hadn't fainted at all. In fact, he still had that small fist pressed against Vegeta's abdomen. You. How did you do that? Vegeta looked up in terror. Because your power is far too weak. Silence. I am a Saiyan prince with 6000 combat power, and you dare call my strength weak. Unforgivable. Enraged beyond bearing, Vegeta channeled all his power into his fist and drove it straight toward Gran's temple. Bang! The tremendous force made the air itself explode with a terrifying roar. Facing this strike, Gran remained expressionless, retracting his small fist, while his second stage instinct allowed him to barely tilt his head and evade. Witnessing his attack miss, Vegeta's expression darkened as he launched another assault, his strikes flying like lightning. Gran continued dodging calmly as the battlefield shifted around them already a kilometer away. Vegeta grew increasingly alarmed with each exchange. Every attack was completely ineffective against Gran. In the end, boom, boom. Vegeta unleashed his prince's battle style, unleashing energy blasts like a devastating storm as explosion craters appeared across the ground. Meanwhile, Nappa had already reached Raditz' side. What's going on with Gran? How has he become so powerful? Watching the battle ahead, Raditz's body trembled instinctively. Nappa was equally terrified but maintained his composure and spoke grimly. 3 years ago, Gran's combat power was only 800. Has he surpassed Vegeta in just 3 years? Hearing this, Raditz quickly activated his scouter. Beep beep. 2 numbers appeared on the display, 6000 and 600. How is this possible? Raditz's mouth hung open. The 6000 combat power belonged to Vegeta, but how could Gran have only 600? Nappa also saw the readings on his scouter and swallowed hard. Gran had 800 combat power 3 years ago. After training for 3 more years seeking revenge, how could his power have regressed instead of improved? Attention shifted back to Gran's location. Boom boom. After bombarding with his prince's battle style for over 20 minutes, Vegeta was breathing heavily. Gran stepped back more than 10 meters and clicked his tongue. Your aura is too chaotic, you can't control your own power, you don't know how to utilize your ki, and your combat skills, awareness, and experience are completely lacking. Vegeta, you're truly pathetic. Aside from martial arts masters like the Elder of Metamer, almost every powerful being in the universe suffers from these flaws. Gran himself was no different 3 years ago, but that doesn't prevent him from using these criticisms to mock Vegeta now. Damn you, Gran, shut up. Vegeta panted. What else can you do besides dodge? You've lost all the pride of a Saiyan. You're truly a disgrace to the Saiyan race. A disgrace to the Saiyan race. Then what are you if you can't even touch me? Watching Vegeta's impotent rage, Gran felt deeply satisfied. You? Vegeta ground his teeth, having seen the scouter data long ago. This guy had 800 combat power 3 years ago, yet somehow regressed to just 600 after 3 more years. Gran was telling lies with his eyes wide open. In truth, he hadn't sacrificed anything at all. He could master any cultivation technique without much effort. If he had to mention any price paid, it would be that time Bills had spanked him. That spanking from Bills had genuinely hurt. If I don't care what you sacrificed. Vegeta snorted coldly. For revenge against you I suffered through untold hardships. Gran's gaze turned ice cold. Though he could learn anything with ease, the process was indeed arduous. I swore that I would one day return and take my revenge on you. Gran clenched his fists. The atmosphere suddenly grew eerie, and Vegeta felt an ominous premonition. After all, the other was just trash with 600 combat power. Even with impressive movement techniques, he couldn't possibly defeat him. Thinking this way, Vegeta steadied himself. I've played enough. Now I'll begin to utterly dominate you. A deeply sinister smile curled Gran's lips. Didn't you say that if the legend of the Super Saiyan is real, you're the only one who can transform? I hope you can truly transform soon. The moment he finished speaking, boom. Gran no longer restrained the power within him, unleashing a staggering 1 billion combat power. Whis once taught Gran that true masters have complete control over their power. Every move they make leaves no destruction in its wake. Gran had managed to achieve that within the illusory world, but at this moment, he no longer restrained his strength. He was determined to show off spectacularly in front of this damnable eternal second. Boom. The instant his battle power of 1 billion erupted, it stirred the very heavens and earth. The dim sky suddenly blazed with radiant light. Bang! The scouter on young Vegeta's face exploded on the spot. What? The sudden overwhelming pressure drained the color from his face, and he couldn't help but stagger back a step. The scouter exploded. What kind of power is this? Cold sweat beaded across young Vegeta's forehead. The explosion made him wonder whether the scouter had malfunctioned. But the terrifying force surged toward him relentlessly. His own power was utterly incapable of resisting it, and he was driven back step by step. Clearly, the scouter had not malfunctioned. It had exploded because it could not withstand the sheer magnitude of the opposing force. This. How is this possible? How did your power suddenly become so immense? No, you're nothing but a worthless reject I discarded long ago. How could you have grown this powerful? Watching the eruption of Gran's power, Vegeta felt his entire worldview crumbling. The Saiyan disgrace he had abandoned 3 years ago had returned stronger than he could ever have imagined. How is this possible? Meanwhile, on the other side, the scouters on Raditz and Nappa's faces exploded as well. Raditz's legs trembled violently like sieves as he stammered. Even the scouter can't detect Gran's power level anymore. Just what kind of power is this? Nappa's body was shaking uncontrollably too. Suppressing his terror, he said, Gran's power is definitely far beyond 600. So he's been hiding his true strength all along. How did he do it? What exactly did he go through in those 3 years? Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy came raging toward them. Oh, Nappa, grab me. I'm about to be blown away. Hi. Raditz's small frame clung tightly to Nappa's waist. Let go of me right now. If you keep clinging on, I'll be blown away too. The next second, whoosh. Both of them were sent flying by the incoming storm. Back on Gran's side, a pillar of white energy aura erupted from his body, surging hundreds of meters into the sky in an instant. Rolling waves of energy spread outward in all directions. Countless boulders were swept into the air only to be crushed into powder by the terrifying pressure. With Gran at the center, the ground began to crack, and in mere moments the entire battlefield collapsed. Vegeta quickly retreated. But this wasn't the end. Crash! Crash! The magnetic field of the entire battlefield was thrown into chaos. Gale-force winds howled, and waves of energy surged without end. Gran, barely over a meter tall, hovered at the center of the storm, radiating the majestic authority of the pinnacle of the Kai realm like a god descending upon the mortal world. Gran reveled in the surging power within him. Surely this power of his would satisfy Vegeta, wouldn't it? He turned his gaze toward Vegeta in the distance. All the blood seemed to have been drained from Vegeta's face, leaving it deathly pale. Gran was thoroughly pleased by the look on the man's face. This was exactly the effect he had wanted. So Vegeta, how about it? Are you satisfied with my power? He flew toward Vegeta, and with every meter he advanced, Vegeta's body bent lower under the immense pressure of his aura. And no. Impossible. Why? Why can your power reach such a level? The lofty arrogance Vegeta had shown moments ago had vanished without a trace, replaced by hysterical desperation. Why? Naturally, because of my talent. Gran continued flying forward, taunting. Do you know how high my battle power has reached now? Vegeta said nothing. Clenching his molars to suppress his terror, he endured in silence. Gran hovered in midair and said expressionlessly, my battle power has reached 1 billion. The impact of these words was no less devastating than Frieza's famous declaration. My battle power is 5300. Boom. Gran's words pierced into the ears of Vegeta and Raditz in the distance like a nuclear bomb detonating. All three of them stood utterly stunned. On Raditz's side, it took him half a minute to snap back to his senses. His teeth chattered uncontrollably. And Nappa Gran said his power reached a battle power of 1 billion. Did I hear that wrong? And no, I heard it too. He said 1 billion. Nappa's face had already turned pale. What did a battle power of 1 billion even mean? In the past, even the mightiest warrior of the entire Saiyan race boasted a battle power of only a little over 10,000. Even the strongest Saiyan in great ape form could barely reach 100,000. A battle power of 100,000 wasn't even a fraction of a percent of 1 billion. This is insane. How could anyone in this world possibly possess such terrifying power? Even Frieza, the so-called emperor of the universe, probably couldn't reach that level, right? It's fake. It's all fake. There's no way anyone in this world could achieve a battle power of 1 billion. Don't try to fool me. Vegeta's psychological defenses were struck by a devastating blow, and he shook his head wildly. Though he refused to believe it, the vast oppressive pressure had already reduced his entire body to trembling. It was an instinct of the body, a fear response Vegeta simply could not suppress. Ha, Vegeta, what happened to that lofty arrogance of yours? Why are you so pathetic now? Gran didn't care whether Vegeta believed him or not, as long as he could provoke this damnable eternal second. With that, he moved forward once more. Shut up. Watching Gran draw closer, Vegeta's innate pride drove him to straighten his back, but under the crushing weight of Gran's power, he simply could not do it. The gap between a battle power of 600 and 1 billion was simply too vast. I haven't even made a move yet, and you're already in despair. Vegeta's resentful, desperate, and helpless expression brought Gran immense satisfaction. His goal was to shatter Vegeta's spirit piece by piece. After all, back then, while waiting for Whis to arrive, Gran had known the very same despair. Oh, I'm the most talented prince of the Saiyan race. How could you possibly be stronger than me? Prince, you think you're worthy of being the prince of our Saiyan race? Gran hovered in midair and sneered. 3 years ago, your Vegeta squad had 7 or 8 members, didn't it? But now, haven't you abandoned them all? Shut up. My affairs are none of your concern. Ha ha ha, fine. I won't meddle in the affairs of the Saiyan prince. But now it's time for my revenge. Begin to bear the full weight of my wrath. Seeing that Vegeta had completely collapsed, Gran was in an excellent mood. Without wasting another word, he vanished from sight in an instant. Damn it. Where is he? Damn you, Gran. If you've got the guts, come out and face me head on. Young Vegeta, like a madman, frantically searched everywhere for traces of Gran. Suddenly, a small hand pressed against the back of his head. For abandoning me back, then savor my revenge. Gran's voice was icy as he slammed Vegeta's head into the ground. Boom. The ground, which had no cracks spreading across it before, shattered beneath the weight of the blow. Vegeta's small head smashed into the earth, instantly covering the ground in a web of fissures. Oh. Vegeta let out a heart-rending scream of agony. Didn't you say that among the Saiyans, only you could become a Super Saiyan? If you don't transform soon, you're in for a world of pain. Gran sneered. He pressed Vegeta's head against the ground and rapidly dragged him forward across the dirt. Bang! Bang! The ground looked as if it had been plowed. Stone slabs were upended and thrown aside. Didn't you claim to be the most talented prince of the Saiyan race? How is it that you can't even put up the slightest resistance? Aunt. With such pitiful strength, how dare you act so arrogant? You're not worthy. Aunt. Didn't you regard me as the shame of the Saiyans? Get up and fight me. Gran's face turned cold. He dragged Vegeta for over 300 meters, then hurled him into the sky with all his might. Boom. Like a cannonball, Vegeta was launched into the air. Gran chased after him, flew above Vegeta, clasped his hands together, and slammed them fiercely into the other's back. Boom. The terrifying impact sent Vegeta plummeting straight down like a meteor, but Gran quickly pursued him. Appearing before Vegeta at an incredible speed, he kicked him once more. Boom. Boom. In the following moments, Vegeta was kicked around viciously in the air by Gran like a football. On the other side. Nappa, what do we do now? Vegeta is completely no match for Gran. Raditz asked urgently. So what if he can't beat him? What does his life or death have to do with us? Nappa's heart, once filled with fear, suddenly calmed. What do you mean? Are we just going to watch Gran kill Vegeta? Raditz asked in disbelief. What else can we do? Gran himself said he has a battle power of 1 billion. Do you think we can defeat him if we go up there? Nappa spat on the ground and said contemptuously, when Vegeta abandoned Gran back, then we both advised him. But him. He said that if we spoke up for Gran again, he would leave us behind on that planet too. This is a grudge between the two of them. I'm not helping Vegeta, and I don't dare to. If you want to go, then you go. Me. Young Raditz shuddered and stood frozen on the spot. What's the matter? Weren't you saying you'd go help Vegeta? Why aren't you moving now? Nappa said mockingly. Hearing this, Raditz's small eyes turned cold. He also spat on the ground and said, go help that cold-blooded Vegeta. I'd have to be insane to do that. Nappa. Kaioshin, Shin, and Kibito, who had been observing the battle, heard the entire conversation between these two. What Kaioshin, Shin, and Kibito didn't know was that in the early stages of the story, aside from Bardock, the Saiyans were exactly this cold-blooded and heartless. Let alone comrades, if there was a conflict of interest, even father and son would turn against each other. Back to Gran. The power he unleashed was indeed a battle power of 1 billion, but each time he attacked Vegeta, he precisely controlled his strength to a level Vegeta could endure. Otherwise, killing him in one shot would be no fun at all. Vegeta, didn't you say only you could become a Super Saiyan? Hurry up and transform for me. In the air, Gran flew above Vegeta. He extended his leg behind his body and began spinning at a bizarre angle. 360-degree spinning heel kick. With a crack, Vegeta's spine snapped instantly. Odd. Accompanied by Vegeta's heart-rending screams, he turned into a cannonball and slammed violently into the ground. Boom. A 10-meter deep crater appeared instantly. Vegeta lay in the deep crater, wailing ceaselessly. With that blow, his spine had snapped and he lost all ability to stand. The gap of a 1 billion battle power was simply too vast. This battle held no suspense whatsoever. Despair, helplessness, humiliation. Vegeta lay in the crater, his expression filled with intense unwillingness. He never imagined that the prince of the Saiyan race would end up in such a miserable state on this very day. Tap tap. Gran descended from the sky, landed in the crater, and stepped on Vegeta's small head with one foot. Finally, revenge. This feels so good. The lofty Prince Vegeta, never did you think you'd see this day, did you? Duh. Damn you. Vegeta could no longer move, but he still squeezed out a sentence with great difficulty. If you've got the guts, then kill me. Kill you. No hurry. Actually, aside from taking revenge on you, I have another purpose in coming to find you this time. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Gran's mouth. He crouched down, leaned close to Vegeta's ear, and whispered, let me tell you, the legend of the Super Saiyan in the Saiyan race is actually true. WH. What? Vegeta's pupils abruptly contracted. Within the Saiyan race, a legend had always been passed down. Once every 1,000 years, a legendary Super Saiyan would appear. Gran had only trained for 3 years and suddenly become this powerful. Could it be that he was already in a Super Saiyan state right now? Seeing the expression on Vegeta's face, Gran naturally knew what he was thinking. He laughed heartily. You don't think I'm already in a Super Saiyan state now, do you? Isn't it? Naturally, I haven't reached that state yet. This is just the power of my base form. Gran clenched his small fist, quite satisfied with his current base power. Then he sneered, let me tell you another thing. My other purpose is to become a Super Saiyan right before your eyes. Brutalizing Vegeta was not the most satisfying way to vent his anger. Gran knew that there was actually one conviction deep in Vegeta's heart. Vegeta had always yearned to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. In the Namek saga, Vegeta had wanted Din to heal him from the brink of death, hoping to use that opportunity to become the legendary Super Saiyan. He wanted to use that state to defeat Frieza, but little did he know that the power he gained was merely the result of recovering from a near-death state. Later, because Goku became the first Super Saiyan, Vegeta's arrogant pride simply could not bear it. So while Goku was learning instant transmission, Vegeta went off into space to train and became the second Super Saiyan. That was the only way his pride could feel somewhat soothed. No. Impossible. Vegeta's spine had long since shattered. He struggled to stand, but it was utterly impossible. Lying in the crater, he roared hysterically, no. Impossible. Even if that legend is true, you can't possibly become a Super Saiyan. The one who can become that Super Saiyan is only me, the Prince of Saiyans. Hopeless. Even at this point, you're still so arrogant. Gran moved his foot off Vegeta's head, then kicked him clean out of the crater. Then watch closely as I shatter what's left of your pride. He flew out of the ground as well. The realm of the gods of destruction. At that time of day, a regular routine would occur by the lake. Whis and Beerus would bring small stools and watch Gran's daily scenes. The projection showed Gran sparring with the Grand Elder on planet Metamor. Lord Beerus, Gran has broken through again. In half a year, he cultivated his body instinct to the first stage. A year later, he reached the second stage. This kid is as monstrous as ever. I'm not blind. I saw it myself. Oh ho ho, I just wanted to chat with Lord Beerus so the atmosphere wouldn't get too quiet. Enough. Can you talk less? You're so noisy. Beerus turned his head and glared at Whis. However, in the next second, he noticed that the Gran in the projection didn't seem to have any intention of returning to the realm of the gods of destruction. This little guy's power, state of mind, and body instinct have all reached their bottlenecks. If he's not coming back, what does he plan to do? Beerus was a little puzzled. Usually at this point, Whis would already be chattering away, but now he was strangely silent. Whis, why aren't you saying anything? Beerus turned his head with a frown. It was Lord Beerus who told me not to speak, so I must follow your orders. Whis said flatly. Beerus. He really felt like punching this guy. What should he do? Oh, he went looking for Vegeta. Whis noticed the change in the projection. He still had some impression of Vegeta, because back then he had witnessed Beerus trampling on Vegeta's father right in front of the young Saiyan prince. So he went to get revenge. I was wondering what he was up to if he wasn't coming back. Beerus watched the projection and clicked his tongue. He's a full-fledged god of destruction candidate, yet he's bullying a mere mortal. He should be ashamed of himself. Whis covered his mouth and chuckled. Beerus really had to make a snide remark about everything Gran did no matter what. No one else could top him. Suddenly, the Gran in the projection suddenly said, I will become a Super Saiyan before your eyes. Transform. What? Boom. These words struck like a thunderbolt. Beerus and Whis were simultaneously reminded of the transformation state of the Saiyan ancestor Yamoshi. That is a forbidden transformation. Beerus's expression turned extremely grim. He roared, hurry and stop Gran. We absolutely cannot let him stray down the wrong path. Quick. Yes. Without another word, Whis took Beerus and shot into the sky like a streak of light. On a planet not far from Metamor, Star Vegeta was kicked out of a deep pit, and Golan flew out from within. One lay prostrate on the ground, while the other stood not far away, as if Golan was preparing something. Kaioshin-sama, what is that Super Saiyan the candidate god of destruction mentioned? Jebit, being a deity, could hear the conversation between Golan and Vegeta, even from a great distance. How should I know? Kaioshin shot him a disdainful glance. He had only just learned that Golan was a Saiyan. How could he know anything about some super transformation? But I have a feeling that Golan is about to become terrifyingly powerful. Kaioshin's tone grew grave. Just watch and see. Jebit swallowed hard, his tension mounting. Meanwhile, Raditz and Nappa on the other side were baffled by Golan's actions, yet despite their curiosity, they dared not approach. The battle had ceased, and the battlefield gradually grew still. A gentle breeze stirred dust and pebbles as if everything had already concluded. But the atmosphere on the battlefield was suffocating like the eerie calm before a storm. Golan stood a dozen meters in front of Vegeta, silent, as if brewing something. Vegeta lay motionless on the ground, already aware of Golan's intentions. Does a Super Saiyan truly exist in this world? Can Golan really transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta didn't know if the legend of the Super Saiyan was true, but his pride wouldn't allow another Saiyan to become the first to achieve it. No. Impossible. Even if it's real, only I can do it. Golan, you bastard, stop right now. Vegeta's eyes bulged with fury as he pounded the ground with his tiny fists. Watch closely and see how I shatter the last bastion of your resolve. Having spoken, young Golan's expression turned serious. Transforming into a Super Saiyan required 3 conditions. First, the S cells in the body must reach a certain level. Second, the base power level must be around 3 million. Third, intense rage is needed. As for Golan's current state, his base power was 1 billion, and he could summon extreme anger at will. As for the S cells, it was said they could only proliferate during times of peace. The term peaceful times was somewhat vague. Golan wasn't quite sure what it meant, but he suspected it might be related to one's state of mind or emotions. Just like Sun Wukong in the anime, who had trained his mind on the heavenly realm as a child, achieving emotional tranquility, which laid the foundation for his S cells to multiply. And Vegeta's case was even more striking. During the Namek arc, he was consumed by ambition, scheming, and a terrifying obsession with power. He was an extreme evil at that time. But in the subsequent confrontation with Frieza, he fell into despair and struggle, and when facing Sun Wukong, he even knelt and wept. His pride was utterly shattered. From that moment, his state of mind underwent a great transformation. It was also because of this change that after living on Earth for a few months, he could break through and become a Super Saiyan in the cosmos. My state of mind had already reached a semi-ego-less level 2 years ago. After 2 years of cultivation, my S cells should have met the requirements. Golan's eyes gleamed with confidence. He ceased his musings and prepared to attempt the transformation. Silence. The battlefield suddenly became eerily quiet, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. The small Golan clenched his fists, crouching low as he began to sink. What he needed to do now was to enter a state of extreme rage. Then let the rage begin. Golan closed his round eyes, and a scene emerged in his mind. In a purple world, a naive little brat was being spanked by a purple cat. This had happened a year ago, right after he had emerged from the virtual world, only to be inexplicably beaten by Beerus. Being beaten was bad enough, but that bastard Beerus had even spanked his bottom. Beerus-sama, how dare you spank my little bottom? Unforgivable. At the thought of this, Golan instantly entered a state of extreme rage. Boom. The power of extreme rage surged like a flood, rapidly gathering at his spine. With rage as the spark and S cells as gunpowder, the moment the spark fell into the powder, it ignited instantly. Boom. Golan's power began to skyrocket. 1 billion battle power. 2 billion battle power. 5 billion battle power. In that instant, the earth trembled, the oceans roared, and the planet quaked. What a... Young Vegeta, still lying on the ground, was the first to sense this power, feeling his very soul tremble. What is this power? So terrifying. Is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan form? Damn it. I won't accept this. Why isn't it me who transforms? I am the most noble prince of the Saiyan race. On the other side, the overwhelming power struck Jebet, his face turning pale. What has the candidate god of destruction done? Is this what he meant by transformation? Is this the transformation he spoke of? Golan, he is truly formidable. Unlike Jebet, Kaioshin Shin felt no fear, but rather excitement. He clenched his fists and shouted, "Show me what that Super Saiyan form of yours looks like." Further away, Raditz and Nappa had already retreated over 10 kilometers. Nappa, what did Golan do? How did his power suddenly become so terrifying again? Little Raditz clung to Nappa's thigh, trembling with fear. Could it be? He wasn't using his full strength before. You asked me, how should I know? Nappa wanted to kick the annoying Raditz away. He glanced in Golan's direction and sighed. All I know is that Vegeta is doomed. No sooner had he spoken than an even more terrifying force struck, pinning them both to the ground. Nappa, what is this power now? Damn it, stop asking me. I don't know either. The focus returned to Golan. The aura around him flickered, alternating between white and gold. Boom. With rumbling thunder, the color of Golan's hair also began to flicker, shifting between black and gold. Simultaneously, his power continued to surge. 5 billion battle power. 10 billion battle power. 40 billion battle power. Finally, boom. 50 billion battle power. In that instant, heaven and earth lost their color, leaving only the golden radiance emanating from Golan. It was done. Super Saiyan. At the same time, on Earth's sacred realm, Mr. Popo raised his head slightly and said with profound meaning, "This little guy is quite interesting." On the island, Master Roshi swallowed hard. This energy is unbelievable. There are still beings this powerful in the universe. On North Kai's planet, North Kai kept wiping his sweat. Just how far has the candidate god of destruction's power reached? Even the afterlife can feel this energy. Guarding the galactic prison, Meruza's lips curled into a slight smile. The disciple that Whis and I took in is quite formidable. All the powerful beings in the North Galaxy also raised their heads, their gazes fixed on the planet where Golan was. Boom. The fierce wind howled and lightning flashed amid thunder, the entire planet trembling. Little Gran, barely over a meter tall, was enveloped in golden radiance, his aura terrifyingly formidable. Golden hair. Then this is the Super Saiyan form. Vegeta had long been blasted a kilometer away by the ferocious wind. After uttering those words, he could no longer sustain himself and promptly fell unconscious. So this is the power of the legendary candidate destroyer god? Absolutely electrifying. Lord Shin braced against the overwhelming force, his face draining of all color. Lord Kaioshin, stop getting so worked up, I can barely hold on. Jib didn't hesitate. He grabbed Lord Shin and sprinted away. Crash! Crash! Bolts of lightning struck from the sky as little Gran felt the surging power within him. As I expected, I can truly transform into a Super Saiyan. Gran slightly clenched his tiny fists, and the surrounding space quivered instantly. Is this really the power of a Super Saiyan? According to the anime's established lore, achieving the first Super Saiyan form multiplies one's power by 50, meaning his current combat strength had reached 5 billion. Haha, Vegeta, did you witness my transformation? How does it look? Aren't I magnificent? Don't you wish you were me? The golden-haired little Gran laughed triumphantly toward the heavens. However, aside from the rolling thunder and flashing lightning, silence reigned around him. Where has everyone gone? Gran paused, quickly scanning his surroundings. There was no one in sight. Only the wreckage he had created during his transformation. Even Lord Shin and Jib had vanished into some corner long ago. Gran? With no one witnessing this state of his, what was the point of showing off? Gran sensed Vegeta's location a kilometer away. The man seemed to have fainted. If you haven't even been taunted by me yet, and you're trying to escape through fainting. Not so easy. Gran was about to use instant transmission to reach Vegeta. Suddenly, accompanied by an inexhaustible divine presence, a rainbow-colored beam descended from the heavens. The newcomers were indeed Whis and the others. The moment Beerus landed, he spotted Gran's golden-haired form, and his body jolted violently. Still too late. Beerus's face twisted in despair. He turned to Whis and roared angrily, "Didn't I tell you to hurry? Look at this kid. He's already transformed." Whis remained silent, his expression heavy with self-reproach. According to his father's account, that state was entirely incorrect. What should they do now? Gran's talent was terrifyingly vast. Why was he also destined to walk this path? You? Beerus noticed Whis's self-reproachful expression and let out a final sigh, saying nothing more. According to what my father told me, when Gran transforms into that ultimate berserker state, he will completely lose his sanity, yet his power will increase infinitely. Whis gazed at Gran from a distance and spoke softly. Each second he maintains this state places enormous strain on his body. Please, Lord Beerus, render him unconscious first. We'll discuss the rest once we return. Very well. Beerus and Whis showed no regard for the child, casually discussing how to knock him out and take him away. Suddenly, "Hey, what are you two planning to knock me out and take me away for?" Little Gran, who had remained silent, finally spoke, afraid that if he stayed quiet any longer, Beerus would act. After all, this was the strongest among the 11 destroyer gods, and Gran knew well that even a 50-fold power increase wouldn't be enough to resist. Losing one's sanity, yet speaking coherently. Beerus and Whis's eyes widened instantly, their pupils shimmering with disbelief. Beerus pointed at Gran and asked confusedly, "Didn't you say when he transforms into that straw-green-haired state he would?" Wait, straw-green hair. Beerus's pupils contracted sharply as he glanced again at Gran's hair. His hair is clearly golden. Whis, didn't you say the ultimate berserker state produces straw-green hair? I'm not sure either. That's what my father told me back then. Whis also saw the color of Gran's hair and froze in astonishment. What on earth was going on? Lord Beerus, Lord Whis, what you described must be the legendary Super Saiyan state, right? At that moment, Gran slowly walked over. But as soon as he drew near Beerus, and Whis began patting him down like an elderly man inspecting his grandson. "Hey, what doing?" Gran retreated 2 steps and quickly fixed his disheveled hair. These two were truly treating him like a grandchild. Weren't you supposed to lose your reason? How are you speaking normally? And what about your hair? Shouldn't it be straw green? Also, what did you mean by the legendary Super Saiyan just now? Beerus fired question after question. Whis also chimed in from the side. All sorts of questions bombarded Gran's small ears, and he felt his head was about to explode. Stop. Gran made a stopping gesture. "Let me ask you first, how did you know about that straw-green hair state?" Crackling with explosive force, countless bolts of lightning rained down from the void, painting an apocalyptic scene before them. Meanwhile, the trio of Gran and his companions stood amid the wreckage, the brilliant flashes illuminating their faces one by one. Young Gran furrowed his brow in deep thought. Upon hearing Beerus describe the grass-green hair transformation, his mind immediately raced to Broly. Only a legendary Saiyan like Broly could undergo such a transformation yet. Broly had only been exiled for 3 years, just like Son Goku, meaning he was actually younger than Gran himself. Could Broly have already achieved the legendary Super Saiyan state at such a tender age? That was the only explanation for how Beerus knew of it. How did we come to know this? Whis, you tell him. Lord Beerus, didn't you also learn of the legend of Odin? Why am I the one who has to say it? When Whis observed that Gran hadn't lost his sanity and his hair wasn't the grass-green color, his mood lifted considerably. At the very least, Gran's condition wasn't as dire as they'd feared. You? Beerus's eyes widened in shock. He felt a pang of guilt for raising his voice at Whis, yet here, he was being far too lenient. In the end, it fell to Beerus to recount the legendary tale of Odin to Gran. After finishing his account, Beerus narrowed his eyes and spoke. Young one, your Scion race's ancient chronicle must have originated from Odin's legacy, correct? Gran felt his heart thunder with shock. The chronicle had merely been a passing remark, yet Whis had actually sought out the Grand Minister over it. Even more staggering was the revelation that the Scion lineage truly descended from such remarkable origins. But then again, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Broly's legendary Super Saiyan form was essentially a genetic reversion, a throwback to an ancestral state. Without such a legendary predecessor in their lineage, how could Broly's mutation manifest? Odin, how fascinating. Yes. Gran nodded, maintaining his composure as he faced the two supreme deities before him. The grass-green hair transformation you mentioned is precisely the state my ancestors achieved, what we Saiyans call the legendary Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, skepticism etched across their faces. How could a transformation so flawed bear such an exalted title? Then what about your current state? Beerus suddenly materialized beside Gran at blinding speed. Before Gran could even register the movement, a violet feline paw pressed down on his shoulder, while Beerus began tousling his golden locks. While your golden-haired form may not consume your reason like that grass-green state does, Beerus continued, his tone growing icily cold as an oppressive aura erupted around him. Your energy, your power, your emotions. Whis interjected from the sidelines. Have you not yet realized? This form does amplify your strength 50-fold, but as Lord Beerus pointed out, your aura, power, and emotions all become unnaturally violent and uncontrolled. Can you still achieve the preliminary stages of Ultra Instinct while in this golden form? Whis approached the young boy, gently resting his hand on Gran's head with a mixture of admiration and concern. Whis's expression had shifted from his usual refined composure to one tinged with frustration. Gran began to raise his head and explain. Neither your ancestors' grass-green form nor your golden transformation is the path you should follow, Beerus declared firmly. Transformations only burden your bodies further. True strength lies in mastering your base form. Beerus pinched Gran's cheek with a heavy sigh, warning him not to stray from the right path, given his extraordinary potential and the journey still ahead. We should return to the God of Destruction's realm first and discuss this further, he suggested. As Whis prepared to escort Gran back to the Destruction God's realm, Gran finally grasped the situation. Beerus and his companion had appeared specifically to warn him away from the Super Saiyan path. Gran responded with a wry smile, explaining that he would clarify everything upon their return, but insisted he had more pressing matters to attend to first. More important, they questioned in surprise. Before Beerus and Whis could fully process his words, Gran utilized instant transmission to transport them away from the battlefield, reappearing a kilometer distant. Young Vegeta had been blown there by the violent winds. His condition was dire, his battle armor shattered, his spine broken, and his body covered in grievous wounds. Raditz, do you think Vegeta might actually be dead? With Gran's overwhelming aura no longer surging, Raditz and Nappa had returned cautiously despite their fear. Upon arriving, they were met with the sight of Vegeta's severely wounded condition. Given the sheer power Gran possessed, it would be surprising if he had survived. Nappa turned Vegeta over, his eyes widening in astonishment. He's not dead yet. Vegeta looked as though he had perished, yet a fragile thread of life still clung to him. However, even if Vegeta survived, his prognosis was grim. He abandoned Gran himself. How dare we attempt to save him now? Raditz crouched down, regarding Vegeta's broken form with a heavy sigh. If you wish to save him, do so alone. I have no intention of helping this guy. Nappa grimaced, privately acknowledging that his own combat effectiveness had likely spared him from similar treatment under Vegeta's harsh leadership. Don't be absurd. I never wanted to save Vegeta either. Then why did you just say you wanted to save him? Merely in passing. It's not illegal, is it? Young Raditz rose to his feet, abandoning all concern for Vegeta's fate. Nappa's lip twitched in disbelief before his expression turned grave. Gran's power is terrifying now, and since we once served alongside Vegeta, he might hold us responsible for past grievances. We should leave this planet immediately. Indeed, thank goodness we concealed our spacecraft well, otherwise the energy surge would have destroyed it. Raditz brushed dust from his hands, a note of relief in his voice. Within moments, they resolved to abandon Vegeta entirely. The irony was palpable. Once the prince who discarded his comrades without hesitation, Vegeta himself was now being forsaken by those he had commanded. Yet this harsh reality reflected the Saiyan nature itself, a race defined by betrayal and abandonment where such cruelty was commonplace rather than extraordinary. As Raditz and his companion prepared to depart and return to their hidden vessel, suddenly, boom, the roar of engines announced a medium-sized spacecraft descending through the atmosphere. Whose ship is that? Raditz craned his neck upward, sensing an unsettling familiarity with the vessel. Raditz, don't you notice? This ship resembles those from Frisia's headquarters. Nappa cut himself off, his eyes widening as he crouched beside his companion. It's Jinyu Force's vessel. The Jinyu Force, Frisia's elite squadron, consisted of warriors capable of annihilating planets with a mere gesture, and they had arrived today. Why would they come here? Raditz asked, nervously, wondering if Frisia had discovered their betrayal and sent the elite squad in pursuit. That's highly probable. Nappa acknowledged, spitting on the ground as he sneered at the ship above. Had they arrived earlier, they might have stood a chance. But with Gran here, their arrival means certain death. Before his words finished echoing, 3 figures materialized beside them in an instant. Gran, Beerus, and Whis had arrived, and the moment they appeared, an overwhelming divine pressure forced Raditz and Nappa to their knees. You? Are you Gran? Why has your hair turned golden? At the sight of the newcomer, Nappa's eyes widened. He noticed that Granola's hair color had changed. What exactly was going on? Raditz, meanwhile, was so terrified that his teeth would not stop chattering, and his small brow was beaded with cold sweat. How could he spare any attention for Granola's hair color? Granola paid no attention to Raditz and Nappa. Instead, he looked up at the slowly descending spaceship and muttered under his breath, the Jinyu Force. What are they doing here? I should be asking you the same. What are you doing here? Beerus shot Granola a glare. He was still eager to return to the realm of the gods of destruction and give the little fellow a proper lesson. I came here to mock Vegeta properly, to ask him how it felt to watch me become a Super Saiyan. To kill a man, you must first kill his heart. That was exactly Granola's style. He was not about to let Vegeta off so easily. Granola stopped paying attention to the Jinyu Force overhead. He stretched out a small foot and kicked Vegeta twice. The other man showed no reaction at all. Was he really going to die? Raditz and Nappa, still pinned to the ground, overheard the conversation between Granola and the purple cat. Shock overwhelmed them instantly. Super Saiyan. Had they heard correctly? Could Granola's golden-haired state actually be the legendary Super Saiyan? No wonder. No wonder Granola's power had suddenly become so terrifying. In the hearts of Raditz and Nappa, an entire ocean of shock surged into towering waves. Since you came here for revenge, get on with it. Kill Vegeta, and then we'll go back. Beerus was growing impatient. Kill him. Granola was silent for a moment, then the corners of his mouth curled up in a faint, eerie arc. Killing him outright would be letting him off too easy. His words did not say kill Vegeta, but an icy killing intent erupted from Granola all the same. Beerus and Whis were taken aback. This little fellow's bloodlust was heavy. However, the two exchanged glances. A god of destruction governs not only destruction but also slaughter. For Granola to carry such killing intent was proof that he was a worthy candidate for god of destruction. Shin, get over here. Granola shouted into the distance. Beerus narrowed his eyes. He had long since noticed that the current Supreme Kai was also here, so he was finally going to meet that bean sprout. The next second, whoosh. Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito appeared beside Granola in an instant. The current Supreme Kai and the god of destruction had finally come face to face. Both belonged to the divine dimension, and in that moment of meeting, an inexplicable resonance suddenly rippled through the air all around them. With one governing destruction and the other creation, the two forces complemented and countered each other. The resonant ripples instantly spread across all of Universe 7. Why, are you the legendary god of destruction? Supreme Kai Shin was a little nervous. In truth, the instant Beerus descended, he had sensed the other's presence. Such a level of presence could belong only to the legendary god of destruction Granola had mentioned. But how could the legendary god of destruction be a scrawny, underfed cat? Was he really as powerful as Granola had said? Boy, didn't Granola teach you that when addressing a god of destruction, you should call him Lord. As he spoke, an icy aura surged from Beerus. Supreme Kai Shin felt as if he had fallen into an endless frozen cave. Trembling, he hastily bowed. I pay my respects to Lord Beerus. This was what Granola had taught him. The god of destruction's fist was far too hard, and if he did not want to be beaten, he had better address the other as Lord. Granola was very pleased with Supreme Kai Shin's reaction. After all, this was a Supreme Kai he had trained for a whole year. Then he shot Beerus a smug look. Beerus rolled his eyes at him, then gave Supreme Kai Shin a cold snort. You pass. Supreme Kai Shin let out a breath of relief and straightened his back. The pressure from that scrawny cat was terrifying. He really did seem strong. Shin, give me a senzu bean. Granola held out a hand. What do you need a senzu bean for? Supreme Kai Shin blinked and said with some irritation, it's not as if you're hurt. Ever since learning what senzu beans could do, he had become as stingy as a miser. Even though Granola was the one who owned the beans, Shin would repeatedly demand to know why Granola needed one. Cut the nonsense and hurry up. You're not going to squander one of those precious senzu beans, are you? With a pained expression, Supreme Kai Shin opened a pocket dimension and sent out a senzu bean. Granola was speechless. These beans are mine, you know. But then, look at Shin, and then look at you, Yajirobe. Even Shin knows how precious senzu beans are. Why can't you, Yajirobe, learn to treasure them? Well, at least all these senzu beans were his now. Granola took the bean and walked toward where Vegeta lay. With seeing the senzu bean in Granola's hand suddenly turned solemn. He had seen this kind of bean in the projected images of Granola's adventures. It was brought over by the Namekian dragon at Granola's request. According to Granola, so long as a person was not completely dead and still had one breath left, eating this bean would instantly restore them to their peak condition. No matter how one looked at it, this was not inferior to an angel's healing magic. No. If an angel wanted to heal someone, the angel had to descend in person. But with this bean, once it was eaten, the person would recover. No need to summon Shinran, no need for an angel to descend. In fact, this bean might even be more terrifying than an angel's healing magic. Were these brought over from Earth? Whis frowned, deeply lost in thought. At the same time, Granola walked over to Vegeta, Senzu bean in hand. Crouching down, he pinched the bean with one hand and slapped Vegeta's face with the other. I know you're still conscious. Back then when you abandoned me on that planet, I was trapped in the exact same kind of despair. How does it feel? Desperate? Helpless? Granola delivered 2 more open-handed slaps to the face of the perennial runner-up. This feeling was far too satisfying. Do you know what this bean in my hand does? Granola waved the Senzu bean in front of Vegeta's face. It's called a Senzu bean. Eat it, and you'll recover immediately. The instant Granola said recover immediately, little Vegeta's body twitched instinctively. Granola's eyes lit up. He knew the guy was still conscious. Good then, let me have some fun with you. I'll toy with you to death. Lord Beerus, please withdraw all of your divine pressure. What exactly are you up to, boy? Despite his puzzlement, Beerus withdrew the faint, lingering divine pressure. Once that pressure vanished, Kibito was finally able to gasp for breath in great heaving gulps. Raditz and Nappa, who had been lying flat on the ground, both got to their feet. Raditz, come here. Granola beckoned. Granola P, please don't kill me. Back then I did try to persuade Vegeta. I told him not to abandon you. It was all Vegeta's fault. If you're going to kill someone, kill Vegeta. Little Raditz's legs trembled like chaff in a winnowing basket. Enough noise. Get over here. Granola's expression suddenly turned icy. However reluctant he was, Raditz did not dare to defy Granola's command. You heard what this bean does, didn't you? Granola had originally intended to toss Raditz an entire Senzu bean, but after a moment's thought a whole one would be too wasteful. In the end, he threw Raditz a quarter of a Senzu bean. Why would he give me this magic bean? Raditz caught it, full of confusion. Raditz, the Senzu bean is in your hands now. You have 2 choices. Granola raised 2 fingers and said mockingly, your first choice is to keep the bean for yourself and abandon Vegeta. Your second choice is to use the Senzu bean in your hand to save Vegeta. At this, Granola's expression turned terrifyingly cold. But think very clearly about how precious this Senzu bean is. If you keep it, it may yet become your own life-saving trump card in the future. Also, Vegeta has thought about abandoning you on countless occasions. I know it, and you know it. So now, do you still choose to save him? After hearing the 2 choices, Raditz froze. He had not expected Granola to make him choose such a thing. Meanwhile, Beerus with Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito standing nearby all felt their hearts jolt at once. Granola's move was utterly ruthless. If the highest realm of revenge existed, it had to be granting someone hope and then shattering it viciously. That was the only way to cast them into an endless abyss. Just like the 2 choices Granola had given Raditz. For Vegeta, one was despair and the other was hope. But that hope was terrifyingly faint, because Granola had just said that Vegeta had wanted to abandon Raditz countless times. Under such conditions, could a cold-blooded Saiyan be expected to repay injury with kindness? Was that possible? Yet even though the hope was faint, Vegeta had no choice but to cling to it. This was the most venomous, the most tormenting revenge of all. Huh. Vegeta, you abandoned me back then. Now savor what it feels like to be abandoned by your own comrade. Granola laughed joyfully. He stood up and said to Whis, let them decide for themselves. Let's go. Back to the realm of the gods of destruction. Very well. Whis narrowed his eyes, then cast a meaningful glance at Granola. He took Granola, Beerus, and both Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito and shot up into the sky. As Grand Beerus, Supreme Kai Shin, and the other deities vanished, the planet's turbulent magnetic field gradually began to calm. The sky no longer thundered and the earth no longer trembled. Only Raditz, Nappa, and Vegeta, who lay sprawled on the ground, remained on this planet. Raditz stared blankly at the quarter Senzu bean in his hand for a while, then quickly came to his senses. They gave me 2 choices. A strange arc curled at the corner of Raditz's mouth, and the look in his eyes gradually turned dark and sinister. Ha ha ha. After all these years, how has Vegeta treated me? And now I'm supposed to choose whether to save him. There's no choice to make it all, is there? Isn't it better to keep this Senzu bean to save my own life? How could I ever save that damn Vegeta? Ha ha. Raditz's face suddenly twisted into madness. Just as Gran had predicted, with the way Vegeta had treated Raditz in the past, and the countless times he had thought of abandoning Raditz, Raditz would never save Vegeta. Besides, Raditz was also a cold-blooded Saiyan. How could he waste a sacred healing treasure like the Senzu bean on someone else? Bah, let him rot here. Nappa, let's go now. If we delay any longer, the Ginyu Force will be descending. Raditz shot into the air, heading for the spot where their spaceship was hidden. However, suddenly Nappa's cold and greedy voice came from behind. Wait. You did the right thing by not saving Vegeta, but since you've chosen not to save him, that Senzu bean in your hand is useless. Hand it over. That thing is not something trash like you should possess. At these words, Raditz' pupils abruptly constricted. He clenched his small hand around the senzu bean with all his strength. This was the ruthless and cold-blooded nature of Saiyans. Without overwhelming force to suppress them, any conflict of interest could turn even father and son into bitter enemies. How could Raditz and Nappa be any different? The senzu bean in Raditz's hand was a sacred healing treasure capable of bringing the dead back to life. How could Nappa possibly let it slip away? Especially when the opponent was a piece of trash with a battle power of only 600. Nappa, what do you mean? This was the choice Gran gave me. Since I chose to keep the senzu bean, it's mine. Young Raditz slowly turned around and spoke, suppressing his fear. Don't you have any idea how strong you are? Do you really deserve a magical bean like this? Nappa cracked his neck, stretched his limbs, and sneered. If I were you, I'd obediently hand over the senzu bean. Otherwise, you can stay here and keep Vegeta company. You? Raditz's chest heaved with rage as he ground his teeth. Did you not hear what Gran and the others said just now, Gran has become a deity now. How dare you defy the choice he gave me? Nappa recalled the conversation Gran and the others had just had. Clearly those people were all legendary deities. Just then, rumble. The medium-sized spaceship in the sky was descending at full speed. Damn it. The Ginyu Force is about to land. If we don't leave now, we're finished. A pained expression crossed Raditz's face. He split his quarter senzu bean in half again, tossed one half to Nappa, then roared. I'm giving this to you of my own accord. That doesn't count as defying those deities' orders. Now hurry up and leave. At least you know what's good for you, boy. Nappa caught the senzu bean, and the greed on his face quickly faded away. As for the other half of the senzu bean in Raditz's hand, Nappa truly no longer dared to covet it, bound by Gran's command. Without another word, the two abandoned Vegeta and flew swiftly toward the hidden spot where their spaceship lay. But then, rumble. The roar of the spaceship's engines grew louder and louder as the vessel descended closer and closer to the ground. Damn it. It's too late. Nappa and Raditz flew some distance before stopping. Their spaceship was hidden on the far side of the planet. At their speed, they simply could not make it in time before the descending ship landed. Hey, Ahawk. Nappa was about to lose his mind. That's the Ginyu Force. Once they land, we're dead. Dead. This is all your fault. If you hadn't fought me over the senzu bean just now, we would have already boarded the spaceship and escaped. At this moment, Raditz no longer feared Nappa. He roared hysterically. Raditz, you dare speak to me like that? You're asking for death. If I die, I die. Once the Ginyu Force lands, you'll die too. Why would I still be afraid of you now? You? Nappa clenched his fists tightly. He desperately wanted to kill Raditz, but as Raditz had said, even if he killed him, he still couldn't escape on his own. Rumble. The spaceship was getting closer. Damn it, what should we do? Raditz, think of a way fast. What other way is there? Gran is gone and Vegeta is on the verge of death. With the strength of the two of us, even with senzu beans to save our lives, we can only save each of us once. There's no way we can survive. With that, Raditz suddenly veered in another direction, leaving Nappa stunned. Have you thought of a way, you little brat? Nappa looked at the little brat with eager expectation. I've thought of a plan that isn't really a plan. I know it can never defeat the Ginyu Force, but for a couple of weaklings like us, it can at least raise our 0% chance of hope by a tiny sliver. Young Raditz's expression unexpectedly began to turn calm. Nappa bellowed, then tell me quick. Let's go save Vegeta. Raditz closed his small eyes and let out a sigh. What? Nappa said in disbelief. How did scum like Vegeta treat us in the past? Didn't you see it with your own eyes? You actually still want to. But what other choice is there now, Raditz shouted directly at the top of his lungs. I only have a battle power of 600, and you only have 2500. If we wake Vegeta, at least his 600 battle power can fight alongside us. The sound of young Raditz's shout made Nappa's ears ring. Although Nappa was usually called a big oaf by Vegeta, even he could analyze the pros and cons at a moment like this. The weakest of the Ginyu Force members had a battle power of over 10,000. Even if the two of them combined their strength, they were no match for those men. But if they could add Vegeta into the mix, even if they were doomed in the end, they might at least live one more second. Damn it. In the end, we still have to save that piece of scum Vegeta. Nappa was extremely reluctant, but he said nothing more because he couldn't think of any other way. He turned around and flew straight back toward Vegeta. Seeing Nappa move, Raditz quickly followed. 1 kilometer away from the spot where Gran had transformed earlier, young Vegeta lay on the ground, barely breathing. Gran's earlier words kept echoing in his mind. It's only been 3 years. Have you already forgotten me? It's me, Gran. I've come back to take revenge on you. You're still the same arrogant, cold-hearted person as always. Do you even deserve to be the prince of the Saiyan race? 3 years ago, you abandoned me. 3 years later, where are the other members of your squad? Were they abandoned by you too? You say I'm the disgrace of the Saiyan race. Then what kind of trash are you? How does it feel to be abandoned by your comrades? Let's see whether Raditz will save scum like you. Enjoy the despair I experienced back then. Am I truly someone who deserves to die? Maybe I really do deserve to die. Vegeta felt as if the last flame of his life was about to be extinguished. Suddenly, A wave of warmth spread through his entire body. What was going on? Why did he feel as if he were coming back to life? Could this be the Senzu being Gran mentioned? Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes, and the moment he did he saw Raditz and Nappa standing there trembling. I've actually recovered. Vegeta found it hard to believe. That Raditz actually saved him. Vegeta slowly rose to his feet looking at Raditz and Nappa, the murderous intent around him growing denser and denser. You didn't know, did you? I heard every word of your conversation just now. How dare you? The veins on Vegeta's forehead bulged and his eyes seemed about to pop out of their sockets. You actually thought of betraying me. In Vegeta's heart, only he was allowed to betray others. He would absolutely not tolerate anyone betraying him even if Raditz had just saved his life. Wait, Vegeta. Raditz hurriedly pointed at the spaceship that had already landed in the distance and said in terror, the Ginyu Force has come for us. The god of destruction's realm. Boom. Boom. The purple world constantly echoed with astonishing collision sounds. Why are they fighting? King Kai Shin's eyes widened. He had just been brought to the legendary god of destruction's realm and Beerus was already engaged in a fight with Gran. The terrifying combat scene overhead made him and Gibbet shudder involuntarily. VS waved his staff and a set of tables and chairs appeared by the lake. He smiled and said, this is their daily way of communicating, your majesty. Don't worry, please be seated. Is the god of destruction's daily mode of communication this terrifying? King Kai Shin nodded blankly. He sat down drinking the tea VS had poured for him and looked around. Unlike the holy spiritual energy of the King Kai realm, the energy here was clearly filled with destruction. No wonder this place was called the god of destruction's realm. As King Kai Shin was lost in thought, VS, who was sitting beside him, suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, Gran has surely told you much about the King Kai and the gods of destruction, I assume. Yes, Gran told me that this world consists of 12 universes, each with its own god of destruction and King Kai. Speaking of this, King Kai Shin's heart, which had been tense since arriving at the god of destruction's realm, began to gradually calm down. He began to share with VS what he currently knew. Good, it seems Gran, this little tutor, is quite responsible. VS nodded in satisfaction, took a sip of tea, and then said softly, the god of destruction and King Kai complement each other. Neither can function without the other. For these years Lord Beerus has been in slumber, and it is fortunate that your majesty has been managing the 7th universe. Otherwise our 7th universe might rank dead last among all the universes under the Grand Regent. VS set down his teacup, his tone full of playful teasing. I'm sorry. Hearing V's words, King Kai Shin's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. I truly didn't know that universes could have substandard planets. I was so ignorant before. If it weren't for me creating so many substandard. Before he could finish, VS interrupted him. This is not your majesty's fault. Blame Lord Beerus instead. He also didn't want to bring up the Bu matter anymore. It was considered his shame as well. VS cleared his throat twice and said, now that Lord Beerus has awakened and taken Gran as his disciple, Gran has strayed onto the path of the Super Saiyan. There's still much to teach Gran, and from now on Lord Beerus probably won't have time to fall back into slumber. Speaking of this, VS glanced at Beerus fighting with Gran overhead, then said calmly, I think Lord Beerus should be about to release the Elder King Kai. Although King Kai Shin now knew many things about the King Kai and the gods of destruction, there were still many matters he didn't understand. Continue letting Gran teach King Kai Shin. Gran was merely a candidate for god of destruction, and he himself still had things to be taught. How could he qualify to teach others? Moreover, Gran was in charge of destruction, which was completely opposite to the creation that King Kai presided over. This made it even more impossible to let Gran teach King Kai Shin. Then, to raise the ranking of the 7th universe and avoid being erased by the Grand Regent, they could only release the Elder King Kai to teach King Kai Shin. Hearing VS mention the Elder King Kai Shin's eyes lit up. In the past year, he had heard some general information about the Elder King Kai from Gran. That Elder King Kai was his ancestor and was also a King Kai from 15 generations ago. It was said that because his ancestor had offended Lord Beerus, he had been sealed away. Mr. VS, could you tell me more about my ancestor? Your Majesty, the fact that you know about your ancestor must all come from Gran, right? Speaking of this, VS looked up at the sky again. He had grown somewhat accustomed to Gran knowing many secrets. Yes, but Gran doesn't seem to know much either, so I'm not very clear about my ancestor yet. Alright then, I'll tell you about the Elder King Kai. VS picked up his teacup, took a sip, and began to recall. The Elder King Kai was a King Kai from 15 generations ago. As far as I know, his knowledge was extremely vast. There are many things in the universe that even I don't know, but the Elder King Kai knows them all. Besides that, the Elder King Kai's insight was also extremely sharp. Anyone he looked at, he could quickly understand their weaknesses and flaws. On this point, he was comparable to us angels. V's tone became one of admiration. Hearing this, King Kai Shin swallowed hard. According to Gran, angels were the masters of the gods of destruction, and their power was an existence known to no one. He never expected that his ancestor would be praised so highly by an angel. King Kai Shin couldn't help but straighten his back. Having such an ancestor was truly something to be proud of. Mr. VS, is there more? Naturally there is more. Speaking of this, VS couldn't help but smile. He cleared his throat twice and continued. The elder King Kai also liked to research various strange things. For example, magic, divine secret arts, developing latent abilities, alien bloodlines. Of course, there were also some yellow books. When saying the last sentence, V's smile could barely contain itself. Yellow books? What are those? King Kai Shin was stunned. It means he liked reading erotic books, get it? VS could no longer hold back, and he laughed heartily while holding his stomach. King Kai Shin. He had just been feeling proud of having such an ancestor, and now VS was telling him he was an old pervert. Just as King Kai Shin was at a loss for words. Suddenly, boom, boom. More intense collision sounds came from above. One purple, one golden. Two beams of light continuously intertwined, their collision seeming to threaten the destruction of heaven and earth. Especially the one who owned that purple beam. His attacks could easily shatter this space, but each time he was about to hit the child emitting the golden light, he would always precisely control his strength. Do you see? Your Super Saiyan state cannot possibly support the Ultra Instinct. Your emotions, strength, and aura are all affected by this state. You cannot calm yourself down, and even your second-level physical instincts are being impacted. Don't think that just because you've increased your power by 50 times you're anything special. In my eyes, your Super Saiyan state isn't even as good as your normal form. The sight of your blonde hair annoys me. Get down here now. The purple light intensified and Beerus streaked across the sky, quickly appearing behind Gran, then delivered a powerful kick to the kid's backside. Boom. Gran became like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ground, which instantly formed a massive crater. Cough, cough, cough. Gran coughed from within the crater, slowly climbing out. At this point, he had already shed his Super Saiyan state. VS Lord Beerus hit me so hard. Please heal me quickly. Gran lay beside the crater, speaking weakly. Don't you have Senza beans on you? Why bother me? The distant VS looked over. Senza beans are so precious. Each one used is one less. Your healing magic from VS is more cost-effective. V's mouth twitched. Can you believe what you're saying? Please, VS, you're the best angel in the world. From now on, I'll only cook for VS. I won't even look at Lord Beerus. If you keep provoking me, boy, believe it, or not, I'll beat your backside rotten. Beerus landed beside Gran, saying irritably. The small Gran lying on the ground couldn't help but shiver. Why did this cat keep wanting to kick his ass? VS, heal him quickly. At this moment, Beerus looked toward VS. I also want to hear how he explains that Super Saiyan state. Okay. VS instantly disappeared from his chair, appearing beside Gran, and then began waving his staff. A flash of silver light entered Gran's small body, and the injuries from Beerus's beating were instantly restored. Explain it. Why did you insist on transforming into that Super Saiyan state? Beerus said coldly. Explain it in a moment. Gran climbed up from the ground. He looked at VS and grinned. VS, project Vegeta's image again for me, okay? I want to see if he's dead. In the realm of the gods of destruction, the clash between Beerus and Granola was no more, and the turbulent atmospheric pressure gradually settled into calm. Granola's youthful voice echoed all around. Curious whether Vegeta is dead or not. From my understanding of you, Science, Vegeta is as good as dead. Why watch an ending that holds not a shred of suspense? Beerus curled his lip dismissively, his sole concern now being to learn as quickly as possible why Granola remained so stubbornly fixated on that Super Saiyan state. Supreme Kai Shin stepped over, as well nodding. Lord Beerus is right. In the days when this universe was under my governance, the Saiyans bore a thoroughly infamous reputation throughout the cosmos. Before he could finish, he noticed Granola's little eyes seemingly about to blaze with fire. Supreme Kai Shin shivered and gave Granola a sheepish smile. Well, you understand, I truly was not referring to you. I meant the other Saiyans. They are heartless, cold-blooded, and brutal in disposition. Besides, Granola, you told us earlier that this Saiyan Vegeta had on countless occasions harbored the thought of discarding Raditz. Under such circumstances, never mind that Raditz is a Saiyan. Even if he were of some other race altogether, he would never have saved Vegeta. With the Supreme Kai's speech concluded, Kibito, who stood nearby, also nodded. Whatever his lord the Supreme Kai said was unquestionably correct. Only then did Granola's fierce little stare revert to normal. If this Shin fellow dared to hurl veiled insults at him, Granola would surely beat him until the man wailed for his father and mother. Enough of this idle chatter. Since all of you want to see it, just watch to the end and find out. Beerus rolled his neck, his gaze hardening. That brat once abandoned Granola, and now he deserves nothing better than to be abandoned by his own companions, paying him back in his own coin. You did splendidly, Granola. Beerus shot an approving look at Granola, as if to say that this was precisely the mark of a qualified candidate god of destruction. The assembled group traded words back and forth while only Whis, standing off to one side, smiled, without speaking, his eyes filled with a playful, penetrating light. Then let us have a look at Vegeta's final outcome. Unwilling to dampen the mood, Whis waved his staff gently. A beam of light shot forth from the rod, and instantly an enormous projection appeared in the void. All of them lifted their heads. Granola too raised his little head upward, the expression on his youthful face perfectly serene. No one could fathom what was going on within his mind. At last the projection began to play. After Whis had taken them away, Raditz, exactly as Granola had predicted, abandoned Vegeta without a moment's thought. He did not even spare the matter a second's consideration. Seeing this, all present nodded in satisfaction. Granola had finally let out a good measure of the resentment in his chest. However, the next scene left Supreme Kai Shin and the others utterly dumbfounded. Raditz and Nappa, who had been about to board their spaceship and leave this planet, actually turned back halfway and returned to Vegeta's side. In the end, Raditz fed the Senzu bean in his hand to Vegeta. How can this be? The group exclaimed in shock. They soon fathomed that it was all because of the spacecraft descending from on high. To survive even one more second at the hands of those inside that ship, the pair had actually chosen to rescue Vegeta. For a moment, all eyes converged upon Granola. Don't look at me, keep watching the projection. Granola's little face was still devoid of any expression, as if he had long since anticipated such an outcome. Hearing this, the amusement in Whis' eyes grew even richer. He had known all along that this little one intended to spare Vegeta. The group then resumed watching the projection in the void. On the screen, after Vegeta had recovered from a true state of near death, his battle power climbed from 600 all the way to 1200. At that very instant, the entire Ginyu force descended from the heavens, encircling Vegeta's trio in a full-scale attack. Although Vegeta's strength had skyrocketed from his recovery at the brink of death, he remained no match for the combined Ginyu force, and he was battered to the edge of death once more. Just as everyone assumed that Vegeta was assuredly done for this time, Nappa drew out an extremely tiny crumb of Senzu bean. He slipped that tiny crumb into Vegeta's mouth. After his injuries mended, Vegeta's power ascended yet again, reaching 300 in battle capacity. It was Nappa's greed. He had previously forced Raditz to split the Senzu and give him half of it so Vegeta was able to restore himself again. Granola's fists clenched slightly, and his tone turned frigid, as if this occurrence had genuinely taken him by surprise. Whis was stunned. Was this not unfolding precisely according to Granola's script? Why would he show such a face? The picture continued. At 300, Vegeta could not even defeat Rikum, Berter, or Geese, let alone stand against Ginyu, who possessed 1000. Again, Vegeta sustained grave wounds. Surely this time there was no way he could survive. And yet little Raditz once more fished out a similarly minuscule fragment and stuffed it into Vegeta's mouth. That was not all. Nappa, having seemingly perceived the Saiyans' loophole, likewise resolved to hold back nothing and shockingly produced yet another tiny fragment. Nappa had the healed Vegeta hold the crumb in his mouth, telling him to swallow it if he were severely wounded once more. With those final 2 bits of Senzu, Vegeta astonishingly recovered from critical wounds 4 times from beginning to end, and his battle power suddenly broke through to 300. In the battle that followed, Vegeta obliterated the entire Ginyu force in an instant. Ginyu himself had not even the time to use his body change technique. A deathly silence enveloped the realm of the gods of destruction. At last they saw the truth. In order to retain a life-saving trump card of their own, the pair had further divided the quarter Senzu. Granola had given them into 4 crumbs. That was how Vegeta had managed to eat the Senzu bean 4 times. Granola, those 2 clansmen of yours. The Supreme Kai wanted to laugh, but dared not, his body trembling with repressed mirth. These 2 are goddamn pieces of work. Granola was so enraged that he laughed in exasperation, and his already clenched fists tightened, even further, knuckles crackling audibly. At Granola's reaction, Whis was again taken aback. Was this not the result Granola had desired? Why was he angry? The truth was that Granola truly had never meant to spare Vegeta. Say no more about the protagonist of Dragon Ball being unkillable. Granola had already planned every step before he arrived for revenge. His first step was to brutalize Vegeta, his second was to transform into a Super Saiyan and thoroughly shatter the last line of defense within Vegeta's heart. The final step, it was to make him suffer the same treatment, to turn his own conduct against him. This is akin to the principle that when someone wipes out your entire family, you would not think of killing only that single culprit. He wanted Vegeta to taste the very agony of being forsaken by his companions. He wanted Vegeta to perish in despair, to die slowly in that manner. Although Jinyu's abrupt appearance had indeed entangled some of Granola's schemes, Granola knew that Vegeta would ultimately be unable to survive, and that was enough. After all, Ginyu wielded a power of 12000. Even if Vegeta had consumed the quarter Senzu, he had exploited the loophole but once. How then could he possibly defeat the entire Ginyu force? This was a game in which Vegeta was destined to die. But Yuan had never expected that even a quarter of a Senzu bean would be this small. Yet those 2 idiots, Raditz and Nappa, managed to divide it into 4 pieces. Less Senzu bean residue, fewer bugs from Saiyan physiology. Vegeta couldn't even defeat the Ginyu force. All of them would die anyway. Yet somehow Vegeta had stumbled upon the only chance to survive. Those 2 idiots are truly remarkable. Yuan chuckled softly again, quickly composing himself. His emotional volatility at that moment was rather peculiar. It was not something a powerful being who had attained the state of semi-selflessness should exhibit. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances as though they suspected bringing Yuan back so early might have been a mistake. Then, shall we go and kill Vegeta? Yuan did not respond immediately. After a long pause he replied irritably, Lord Beerus is so annoying. With that the little one turned and walked back toward the Palace of Destruction without another word. What? Beerus froze, then called out urgently, where are you going? Weren't you going to tell me about that Super Saiyan state? Lord Beerus, let him rest for now. He has been cultivating outside for a year, and upon returning you attacked him. He must be exhausted. Whis shook his head at Beerus. You are always the one playing peacemaker. Beerus shot Whis a glare, then seemed to recall something, and said with a teasing expression, it seems you misjudged just now. You didn't really think Yuan intended to show mercy to that good-for-nothing Vegeta, did you? Whis's lip twitched. He had indeed assumed Yuan had been holding back all along. Haha, who would have thought you'd fall for it too? Beerus laughed for a moment, then frowned. But he was clearly trying to kill Vegeta, so why did he still have other thoughts? The nearby Kaioshin Shin and Kibito listened in complete confusion. They had absolutely no idea what Beerus and Whis were discussing. On a certain planet it appeared a fierce battle had taken place. The human town that once stood here had completely vanished, leaving only a field of ruins. At the edge of the ruins lay two figures, one large and one small. In the center of the ruins ahead of them stood a tattered young child, yet the oppressive aura emanating from him was terrifying. Vegeta has become so strong now. Raditz swallowed hard. I never expected that after 4 transformations he could wipe out the entire Ginyu Force. What do we do now? Nappa's body trembled uncontrollably as he spoke. Although all members of the Ginyu Force are dead, we betrayed Vegeta before. He will absolutely not spare us. Just then, the two of you get over here. Young Vegeta glanced in their direction, his hands concealed behind his back, already gathering 2 energy spheres. Raditz and Nappa exchanged a look and could only shakily walk forward. Vegeta, we were wrong. Could you show mercy considering we saved your life? Raditz arrived before Vegeta, fear draining the color from his face. Yes, considering we saved you 4 times, please spare us. We will never betray you again. Nappa kept his head down, his heart pounding wildly, fear nearly overtaking his entire body. The two of you know, I detest betrayal above all else. The killing intent radiating from Vegeta was almost tangible, and his hands concealed behind his back emerged into view. Seeing the 2 energy spheres in Vegeta's tiny hands, Nappa and Raditz collapsed to the ground in terror. No, please spare us. Spare you? Go die. Vegeta was about to hurl the energy spheres. Suddenly, a memory inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Yuan's earlier words to him, how does it feel to be abandoned by your companions? Damn it, Dot. Vegeta let out a blood-curdling scream and launched the 2 energy spheres forward. Boom. Boom. Earth-shattering explosions erupted around them, and Raditz and Nappa's closed eyes snapped open. Why isn't it painful? Could it be that they were not dead? The same thought struck both of them simultaneously, and they hurriedly looked behind them. 2 craters, each 50 meters in diameter, appeared on the ground at a distance. Clearly, Vegeta had let them go. Nappa and Raditz were overwhelmed with emotion. The cold, ruthless, and arrogant Vegeta had actually spared them. How is this possible? If not for the fact that you saved my life 4 times, I would have killed you. Vegeta said coldly. Hearing these words, Raditz and Nappa erupted in ecstasy. This was not a dream. They quickly scrambled to their feet and bowed obsequiously. Thank you, Prince Vegeta, for sparing our lives. There will not be a next time. Move out. Prince Vegeta, where are we going now? To train until we become Super Saiyans, then find Frieza? Yes. Before long, 3 spaceships lifted off from the opposite side of the planet. Vegeta reclined in the middle spaceship, his eyes closed, his mind drifting back to the conversation Yuan and the others had shared. Lord Beerus, Master Whis, Lord Kaioshin, the candidate for God of Destruction. So, Yuan had already become the candidate for God of Destruction. I lost fairly. Time flew by, and half a year passed. Ever since Yuan returned to the Palace of Destruction, he had not come out. And then on that day, a perfectly pure and ethereal aura suddenly radiated from within the Palace of Destruction, quickly spreading throughout the entire Destruction God realm. This is impossible. Beerus, who had been lounging on a beach chair by the lake, suddenly sprang into the air, his expression filled with utter disbelief. Selflessness, true selflessness. Whis beside him was equally stunned. He immediately raised his staff and teleported both him and Beerus away from the lakeside. As though ignoring time and space itself, Whis and Beerus instantly appeared before the Palace of Destruction. Whis, are you absolutely certain about this? Beerus was visibly nervous. He stood guard before the palace doors, afraid to barge in and disturb the child within. There can be no mistake. This is truly the realm of selflessness. Whis placed a hand over his heart and found it pounding erratically. Damn it, is this an emotion an angel should experience? Yet what could he do? A child who had cultivated for only 3.5 years had reached the true realm of selflessness. Not only Whis, but even Whis's father the great priest would likely gape in astonishment. He is about to come out. Beerus and Whis held their breath, their gazes fixed upon a small figure emerging slowly from within, wrapped in a shimmering silver glow. A wave of silver energy swirled around his form, its searing heat tearing through the air and causing it to warp and distort. The next instant, this power surged into Granola's body at a terrifying speed, his hair transforming completely into a brilliant silver. If half-egolessness belonged to the realm of ultra instinct, signed, then true egolessness was the state of mind that corresponded to ultra instinct, mastered. At this moment, the young Granola truly became as tranquil as the sky. This state stripped away the weaknesses of human nature, allowing him to act without deliberate effort and simply follow the natural flow. In this state, Granola did not receive a fixed multiplier of combat power like he would from a Super Saiyan transformation. Of course, the enhancement in strength was beyond doubt. It simply could no longer be measured with numerical values. Rather, it encompassed power, speed, reaction time. A comprehensive, transcendent elevation across all aspects of his being. Whis Granola actually did it. Seeing Granola's silver hair, Beerus obtained the answer he had been seeking. He finally dared to speak, his voice brimming with excitement. Lord Beerus, I recall it took you about 10 years to train your mind to reach the egoless level. Whis was also stirred, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Stop. Beerus snapped. Can't you stop comparing me to that brat Granola at every turn? Don't you know just how monstrous he is? Oh ho, that's true. Lord Beerus, I've taught you both, but Granola is my finest disciple. There's no way you could ever match him, Lord Beerus. What do you mean you taught him? Beerus, deliberately ignoring the fact that he was indeed inferior to Granola, hurriedly retorted, Are you saying I didn't teach him? You really know how to sing your own praises. Hehe. Someone may not have fallen into a deep sleep again, but aside from eating and drinking, they still love sleeping in every day. I won't say who, but that person should reflect on themselves. Damn it, how is that any different from just saying my name directly? Also, Lord Beerus admits it too. Then let me mention another indisputable fact on the one who brought Granola here. Whis lifted his chin, his face radiating smugness, pride, and self-satisfaction. You? Beerus's forehead bulged with veins. He was so infuriated that he genuinely wanted to leap up and flick Whis's forehead. Whis's eyes suddenly turned playful. Oh, does Lord Beerus wish to spar with me? Shoo, get over there. I'm not going to lower myself to your level. Beerus deflated once again. There was simply no way he could win against Whis. Lord Beerus, Master Whis, I'm sorry for making you worry. At that moment, Granola's silver hair reverted to black as he walked out from the doorway. The two of them ceased their bickering and gazed at the child before them. This was his third year in the realm of destruction, yet in merely 3.5 years he had grown to such an extraordinary level. Truly terrifying. Although I don't know exactly what happened to you, what matters is that you're alright. Beerus patted Granola gently on his small shoulder. Whis also tousled his little head and said with a smile, Sometimes a wavering heart isn't necessarily a bad thing. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for you to break through to the true state of egolessness? The words of comfort from Whis and Beerus sent a warm current flowing through Granola's heart. Back when Vegeta was on the verge of death, his heart had brimmed with the thrill of vengeance. Yet beyond that thrill, there had also been a faint trace of regret for the second male lead of the Dragon Ball story. But when he saw Vegeta survive through what seemed like preposterous luck, he was left utterly speechless. Elation, regret, helplessness. All these conflicting emotions intertwined, sending a tremendous shockwave through his mind. However, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. His half-egolessness state of mind had long since reached a bottleneck over 2.5 years ago. It was through this inner turmoil that he shattered the bottleneck, breaking through in one fell swoop to the true egolessness state. Perhaps this was what Beerus and Whis had once said, that many factors are involved in breaking through a bottleneck. Sometimes a good mood alone can effortlessly shatter a bottleneck. In that state you just entered, what did you feel, eh? Whis withdrew his hand and asked with a smile. It's incredible. Granola examined his own small hands. In that state, my strength, speed, reaction. All of it skyrockets to a truly terrifying level. My body doesn't need my brain to think at all. It can fight purely on instinct. It feels somewhat like my consciousness has become a god's eye view. Perhaps this is what you've always meant by stripping away the weaknesses of human nature. As he said this, Granola closed his eyes again, seeming to savor the sensation. Beerus and Whis exchanged a glance and shared a gentle smile. That state truly was a remarkable thing. You're right. That is precisely the stripping away of human weakness. Your body is no longer influenced by your subjective consciousness. It reacts purely on instinct. Whis paused for a moment before continuing. I recall telling you before that the true egoless state already belongs to the realm of ultra instinct, mastered. However, Whis looked at Granola and smiled. Although your state of mind has reached the egoless level, even with this enhancement, what you achieve cannot yet be called ultra instinct, mastered. At best, it's merely the embryonic form of ultra instinct. Of course, Compared to the embryonic form of Ultra Instinct he previously attained under the half-egoless mindset, the embryonic form he now wielded with his egoless mind was undeniably far more powerful. I know. It's because my body's instincts are still too weak to reach the realm of Ultra Instinct, mastered. The young granola naturally understood Wiss's point. He said, a little disappointed, in other words, my physical instincts still can't keep up with my state of mind. Aptly taught indeed. Beerus, standing nearby, nodded in satisfaction. Granola. Beerus continued to console him, don't be disheartened. There are plenty of gods of destruction who haven't even reached the half-egoless level. You're already quite remarkable. After all, aside from Beerus, none of the other gods of destruction had ever managed to master Ultra Instinct. Beerus cleared his throat and added, moreover, when your power and bodily instincts are cultivated to a far more profound level, you will naturally be able to perfectly command the Ultra Instinct, mastered state. Beerus spoke in the tone of an affectionate old father. Granola blinked his round, glistening eyes. It had only been half a year. Since when did Lord Beerus suddenly become so good at comforting people? I'm trying to comfort you here. What's with that look? Beerus felt his fist itching. Whis, the two of you changed the mood far too quickly. Wasn't this supposed to be a heartwarming scene just a moment ago? Why are you about to start arguing again? Huh? Noticing Beerus's clenched fist, Granola quickly changed the subject. Where are Ashin and the others? They've returned to the realm of the Kais. Don't you try to change the subject, boy. What was that look you just gave me? I see. So Lord Beerus, when do you plan to release the Grand Supreme Kai? You can't expect me to keep teaching Ashin forever, right? The young Granola's eyes darted about restlessly as he gave an evasive answer. Beerus's mouth twitched. This little rascal was still as infuriating as ever. Then let me ask you something. He grabbed Granola by the collar and lifted him into the air, staring into his eyes. What about your promise to explain that Super Saiyan state to us? When Gran returned to the realm of destruction half a year ago, Beerus had a fight with him. Gran's Super Saiyan state was riddled with weaknesses. Power, key emotions. All of it was warped by that golden-haired state, turning him utterly ferocious. Beerus also noticed that Gran could no longer channel his embryonic Ultra Instinct while in that Super Saiyan form. Thus, a Gran empowered 50-fold was even inferior to Gran in his own base form. In our eyes, both your golden state and your ancestors' grass-green state are misguided. I really wonder why you insist on clinging to that state. Whis shook his head. Beerus dumped the little fellow back onto the ground and said coldly, now explain it to us. Gran steadied himself and fell silent, for he did not know how to explain. Among the Saiyan race there were 3 transformation paths. One was an atavistic transformation like Broly's. Another was the Super Saiyan lineage of transformations. The last was the Super Saiyan God lineage of transformations. Gran could not manage Broly's kind of transformation, that went without saying. As for the Super Saiyan God, a pseudo-divine transformation, it could let a mortal obtain divine ki and also sense divine ki. But at the end of the day, it was really no different from Super Saiyan transformation. For instance, the Super Saiyan blue state also causes one's stamina to drain rapidly. What was more, Gran's dimension had already reached the apex of the Kai realm. As soon as he shattered that dimensional bottleneck, he would become a true god. That was why Gran had never considered this pseudo-divine transformation either. As for the Super Saiyan lineage, that was the Saiyan race's true road of transformation. Before Super Saiyan 4, such a transformation might indeed have enormous flaws. Absurd stamina consumption, immense physical strain, uncontrollable violent emotions, and so on. Yet with every breakthrough during transformation, the bloodline within a Saiyan would evolve. Once Super Saiyan 4 was reached, the issues of stamina drain, physical burden, and emotional frenzy would all be resolved. In other words, Super Saiyan 4 was another base state for the Saiyans. Beerus said Gran could not combine Ultra Instinct with his Super Saiyan state, but in Super Saiyan 4, he absolutely could. In that case, the combination would be Godly Dimension Super Saiyan 4 mastered Ultra Instinct. And besides, who could prove that Super Saiyan 4 was the endpoint of the Super Saiyan lineage? Who could prove that Gran's dimension would stop at the Godly Dimension? When that time arrived, perhaps the combination of Godly Dimension Super Saiyan 4 mastered Ultra Instinct would need to be revised yet again. Lord Beerus, there is a record of this sort in the history books of our Saiyan race. Young Gran lied without the slightest panic and went on, after my Super Saiyan transformation, there is yet another state. It is called the Ultimate State. This Ultimate State is also known as another base state of the Saiyans. Upon entering that state, the stamina drain, physical burdens, and such like for us Saiyans will all be smoothly resolved. And you claimed I cannot use Ultra Instinct in Super Saiyan form. In that ultimate state, I surely can. Rumble. The hearts of Beerus and Whis were suddenly overtaken by towering waves of shock. Was it possible that Saiyans actually had an ultimate state? As the supreme deities of Universe 7, the two immediately thought of the power multiplier problem of Super Saiyan. If that ultimate state truly lacked all those flaws of Super Saiyan, then its multiplier would be even more astonishing. But do not forget that Gran's dimension would soon break through again. And then, Godly Dimension Super Saiyan 4 mastered Ultra Instinct. How absurd was that? Impossible. Beerus shook his head. In our eyes, that Super Saiyan transformation of yours is definitely the wrong path. How could there be some ultimate state? Gran grew a little anxious. All right, you'd better. Before Beerus could finish, Whis cut in and said, why not release the Elder Kai? It is true that the Elder Kai often reads dirty books which might make people consider him a bit unseemly. But in terms of insight, knowledge, and ability among all the Supreme Kais in Gran Zeno's universe, he absolutely ranks first. When Whis said this, his tone was extremely grave. Even Beerus, who did not get along with the Elder Kai, refrained from openly contradicting him, as if this was an undeniable truth. Gran could not help but widen his eyes. He knew that the Elder Kai really was quite capable, but he had never imagined he was capable to such a degree. According to Whis' assessment, if Beerus was called the strongest god of destruction, then the Elder Kai could fully be called the strongest Supreme Kai. Yet it was Universe 7 possessing both strongest titles that ranked second to last among the universes under Gran Zeno. Absolutely absurd. There are many things in the universe that even I don't understand very well, but the Elder Kai knows them all clearly. I remember that he has conducted especially deep research on races. Perhaps the Elder Kai will be able to discover some clue. At that, Whis turned to Beerus. Our universe's ranking is already second to last. If things continue like this, we may well face the danger of being erased by Gran Zeno. In a universe, neither the Supreme Kai nor the God of Destruction can be lacking. Supreme Kai Shin is still too young, he understands nothing, so it may as well be. Enough. Beerus sighed. How could he fail to understand Whis' words? He was silent for a long time, and the realm of destruction became exceedingly still. At last Beerus seemed to settle on a decision. He glanced at Gran, and said crossly, for a little brat like you, I can't even enjoy my lie-in, and now I have to take out the life-saving trump card I've been keeping as my final resort. I must have owed you in my past life. Had Beerus cursed him like that in the past, Gran would have jumped up and cursed back. Right now, however, his heart was filled with nothing but gratitude. Beerus truly had done a great deal for him. He could not be an ungrateful wretch. Better to let Beerus have this one. He could trade verbal jabs with him later. Humph, with talent as good as yours, if you don't cultivate until you can break the rules that bind us, I'll make you pay. After saying this, Beerus said helplessly, Whis to the Kaioshin realm. Yes. Whis chuckled softly, tapped his staff, and shot up into the sky with Beerus and Gran. The Kaioshin realm. Divine aura permeated every corner here, and the scenery was particularly beautiful, with vast grasslands and crystal-clear lakes stretching in every direction. At the very heart of the Kaioshin realm lay such a lake, and at its center stood a massive stone pillar. A sword was embedded atop the pillar, radiating a faint aura of destruction. Yet the aura had weakened to an extreme degree. Even Kaioshin Xian and Jabaitai, who had once visited the God of Destruction's realm, could not sense it. My lord Kaioshin, what are you searching for? Jabaitai followed closely behind Kaioshin Xian across a meadow. According to Mr. Gran and Mr. Whis, my ancestor was sealed within the Kaioshin realm. I am searching for his whereabouts. Kaioshin Xian searched here and there across the grassland. Before long, he inadvertently arrived beside the lake where the Kaioshin sword rested. Where could it be? After months of searching with no results, Kaioshin Xian grew weary and collapsed onto the grass by the lake. My lord Kaioshin, are you giving up the search? I cannot find it. Let us wait until Lord Beerus and the others arrive before continuing. Kaioshin Xian's gaze swept over the Kaioshin sword on the stone pillar, but he showed no reaction. Soon his eyes drifted elsewhere. Kaioshin Xian lay on the grass while his servant Jabaitai stood nearby. Neither spoke, and soon the Kaioshin realm returned to its tranquility. So there have always been gods of destruction among the deities of the universe. I was far too ignorant before. Kaioshin Xian gazed at the blue sky and spoke with self-mockery. This is not your fault, my lord Kaioshin. It was merely that the incident with Majin Buu occurred so suddenly, and the Grand Kaioshin did not have time to teach you. Jabaitai fell silent, then his tone grew confident. But from now on we need no longer fear Majin Buu. Indeed. With Lord Beerus and Gran by our side, I shall fear no evil. Kaioshin Xian rose from the grass and gazed into the distance, his eyes blazing with fervor. After all, Gran once said that Lord Beerus is the strongest god of destruction in the Zeno universe. My lord Kaioshin, that prospective god of destruction, is also terrifying. Jabaitai recalled the first time he had met Gran, and he could not help but shudder. Naturally. Kaioshin Xian clenched his small fists and declared confidently, having accompanied Gran for so long, I have witnessed his growth firsthand. His talent is truly frightening. If Lord Beerus is the strongest god of destruction in the Zeno universe, then Gran must certainly be the strongest prospective god of destruction. My lord Kaioshin, what about the old Kaioshin? Jabaitai grew increasingly excited. In Mr. Whis' estimation, the old Kaioshin is also formidable. Once his seal is broken, our universe will surely rise to greatness immediately. As he spoke, Jabaitai began to tremble. Kaioshin Xian was the same. his small face flushed with excitement. With so many terrifying deities as their backing, it was impossible not to be stirred. However, my lord Kaioshin. Jabaitai turned and asked curiously. I am rather puzzled. Why was the old Kaioshin sealed by Lord Beerus? Kaioshin Xian paused. From what Gran and Whis had told him, he only knew that his ancestor was incredibly powerful. But neither Gran nor Whis had ever explained why the sealing had occurred. I am also unaware. Huh. Has Mr. Whis not told you? No. Kaioshin Xian and Jabaitai stared at each other, and the air suddenly grew quiet. At that moment, a rainbow-colored streak descended from the heavens. Whis, you travel rather slowly. My instant transmission is far quicker, Gran remarked as soon as he landed. Whis's face darkened. Then why didn't you use instant transmission to bring us along? I saw that you had already set out, so I did not mention it. Who knew you would be so slow? Gran, I stand with you this time. I have tolerated Whis's sluggish pace for far too long. Beerus said irritably. I wonder why he never learned instant transmission. Whis's mouth twitched. He realized these two were becoming increasingly annoying. He would need to intensify their training next time. Whis, why are you not speaking? Lord Beerus is asking you. Why don't you learn instant transmission? Gran was genuinely curious. In the Super Anime, when Golden Frieza invaded Earth, Whis did not use instant transmission. It was only after Son Gohan unleashed his immense power that Son Goku was able to perform instant transmission and return to Earth. Enough from both of you. Whis glanced at them and said faintly, who says I cannot use instant transmission? It is simply that angels are forbidden from employing such techniques. Hearing this, Beerus and Gran exchanged glances. So that was how it was. Especially Gran. He had suspected as much. If ordinary mortals could easily master instant transmission, how could a high-tier deity like Whis not know it? It seemed that beyond the neutral rules there were additional restrictions binding angels like Whis. At this moment, greetings Lord Beerus. Greetings Mr. Whis. Kaioshin Xian and Jabaitai finally stepped forward to pay their respects. Kaioshin Xian then turned to Gran and said joyfully, it has been a long time. You have finally emerged from your seclusion. Half a year had passed since he last saw Gran, and he seemed to notice something different about him. His height had not changed, nor his appearance. He still looked as sturdy and vigorous as ever. But there was now an ethereal quality to his aura. Yes, I cultivated for half a year, and only just emerged. Gran nodded his head. Having been preoccupied with asking Whis about instant transmission, he had not yet had the chance to observe this legendary Kaioshin realm. He glanced around, and the environment was indeed as tranquil and beautiful as depicted in the anime. From this perspective, the Kaioshin realm and the God of Destruction's realm were truly polar opposites. Suddenly, Gran noticed a massive stone pillar at the center of the lakeshore with a sword embedded upon it. Beerus and Whis also directed their gaze toward the sword. The atmosphere grew suddenly subtle. Kaioshin Xian and Jabaitai swallowed hard, both recalling Whis's words from half a year ago. Whis had said that before long Lord Beerus would release the old Kaioshin. Had they come here this time specifically to break the seal? Gran, have you come to unseal my ancestor? Kaioshin Xian approached Gran cautiously. Yes. Gran answered without hesitation, telling the truth. Really? Kaioshin Xian became instantly excited and eagerly asked, may I ask, where exactly is my ancestor's seal? I have searched the Kaioshin realm for several months without finding any trace. Right there. Golan extended his small hand and pointed to the King of Gods' sword resting on the stone pillar. As for Golan, knowing that the former King of Gods was sealed within the King of Gods' sword, Beerus and Whis showed no particular reaction. After all, the sword still retained traces of the aura of destruction, and as a candidate destroyer god Golan being able to sense it was only natural. However, what Beerus hadn't anticipated was that the seal he had cast long ago had eroded to such fragility after all these years. It probably won't be long before that seal collapses on its own. Where exactly? King of Gods Xian followed Golan's gaze and asked in confusion, are you saying my ancestor was sealed within that stone pillar? No. Golan shook his head before clarifying, inside the sword on the pillar. What? My ancestor was sealed inside the King of Gods' sword. King of Gods Xian's eyes widened. He had spent months searching the King of Gods' realm, and everywhere he and Jabit could think of they had already looked. Yet they had never once considered that the seal resided within the sword itself. How is this even possible? King of Gods Xian said in utter disbelief, there's a legend about this sword. The legend says whoever can draw this sword will gain tremendous power. How could my ancestor possibly be sealed here? It was no wonder King of Gods Xian was so shocked. Every generation of King of Gods had attempted to draw this sword. Yet none had ever discovered that an ancient King of Gods was sealed within it. At this moment, what King of Gods sword? Beerus retorted impatiently. That broken sword was merely a tool I used to seal that old man. I carelessly tossed it here back then, and you lot actually treated it as some sacred King of Gods sword. Jabit. King of Gods Xian. In other words, the tools they had reverently worshipped for years were nothing more than something others had casually discarded. So what had all their generations of devout reverence amounted to? A joke, eh? Seeing how dark as ink King of Gods Xian had become, the young Golan struggled to suppress his laughter, nearly giving himself internal injuries from holding it in. Whis' body was also trembling slightly. After enduring it for a while, he could no longer contain himself and burst into his signature, oh ho ho laughter. The moment he laughed, Golan covered his stomach and laughed aloud as well. Old and young, their laughter echoed across the lakeside, making King of Gods Xian's expression darken even further. Enough. Beerus twitched his lips and spoke. Golan, go pull it out. Yes. Golan suppressed his laughter and flew toward the stone pillar. All eyes focused on him. Especially King of Gods Xian, who wanted to see with his own eyes whether this so-called King of Gods sword truly held his ancestor sealed inside. Golan landed on the pillar and examined the King of Gods sword. It truly looked quite ordinary. How could so many generations of kings of gods have revered it as a treasure? That was remarkable. Alright, let's begin. Golan bent slightly and gripped the sword hilt with one hand. In the anime, regular Gohan couldn't even budge this sword. It took his Super Saiyan 2 form crackling with lightning to finally draw it. At that time, Gohan's battle power was already in the billions. In other words, Golan in his current base form simply couldn't possibly draw this sword. Turning into a Super Saiyan will just earn me another scolding from Lord Beerus, so I'll skip that. The young Golan muttered to himself, then closed his eyes before snapping them open. A silver radiance flashed around him, and his hair instantly turned silver. The Ultra Instinct prototype. In this state, Golan's strength could no longer be measured by numbers. His power, speed, and reflexes all had reached unprecedented levels. To use Beerus's words, Golan's Super Saiyan form was utterly worthless compared to his Ultra Instinct prototype. As expected, the young Golan narrowed his eyes and gently exerted force with his right hand. Crack! The King of Gods sword came free with ease. As the sword was drawn, the stone pillar at the lake's center instantly collapsed. The King of Gods sword has been drawn. Jabit's mouth hung wide open. Gulp! King of Gods Xian said nothing, but he swallowed hard. He had known that Golan, as a candidate destroyer god, would certainly be able to draw the sword. Yet witnessing firsthand what every past King of Gods had failed to accomplish truly stunned him. Golan carried the sword in one hand and flew back to the ground from the air. Lord Beerus, I've drawn the sword. The sword I carelessly stuck here back, then has withstood the ravages of time for so many years, yet you needed to enter the Ultra Instinct prototype just to draw this broken thing. How embarrassing. Beerus wrinkled his nose, his expression full of disdain. Golan. He had known this spoiled cat would tease him. So then, I'm sorry, Lord Beerus. I trained for 3.5 years to reach a battle power of 1 billion and 3.5 years to cultivate my state of mind to the level of selflessness. I trained for 3.5 years before my body's instincts reached the second stage. I trained for 3.5 years just to attain the peak dimension of a King of Gods. My talent is still far too weak. I needed the Ultra Instinct prototype just to draw a broken sword. I've disappointed you. Golan's tone was filled with shame. Little did he know that with every word he spoke, Beerus's expression grew darker by the moment. Whis, standing nearby, covered his mouth to stifle his giggles. If this kid considered his talent weak, Beerus himself would have to jump off a building. Stop boasting about your talent all day long. It's annoying to hear. Beerus glared at the little one, then said impatiently, just break that broken sword already. Oh, Golan grinned. He no longer planned to toy with his Lord Beerus, and was about to snap the sword. Wait, King of Gods Xian hastily interjected. Lord Beerus, do we really need to break this sword to release my ancestor? After all, we kings of gods have revered it for so long. Even if it's been revered for ages, it's still a broken sword. Golan, break it. Beerus completely ignored the bean sprout and shot Golan a subtle glance. Understood. Golan gripped the sword with both hands and forcefully snapped it. In the anime, this sword was broken only when struck by the hardest metal in the universe, Kaishin steel. But on this day, Golan broke it barehanded. Snap! The King of Gods sword immediately shattered into 2 pieces. King of Gods Xian and Jabit were left dumbfounded. It broke so easily. Phew. The young Golan tossed the 2 broken halves to the ground and exhaled heavily. This broken sword actually had something to it. Even in his Ultra Instinct prototype state, he had needed considerable effort to snap it. After snapping the broken sword in 2, Gran withdrew from the omen state of Ultra Instinct and returned to Beerus and Whis. Nearby, Kibito and Shin still wore expressions of utter shock. Everyone stared at the 2 broken halves of the sword lying on the ground. No one dared to speak, and the lakeshore fell into a suffocating silence. After a quiet moment, the 2 shattered pieces remained completely unchanged. Confusion flickered in Shin's and Kibito's eyes. Hadn't their ancestor been sealed inside this very sword? Why isn't there even a single reaction? Seeing this, a vein pulsed on Beerus's forehead, and he snapped angrily, Old man, I know you're not dead yet. If you don't come out now, I'll seal you up again. Just try me. The instant those words were spoken, whoosh, a violent gale suddenly swept across the lakeshore. Gran chuckled inwardly. This old Kai really was quite mischievous. Unlike Grand Shin and Kibito's expressions changed drastically. So their ancestor truly had been sealed inside that sword. The next moment a wisp of smoke shot out from the two halves of the broken sword, and the divine aura in the air surged explosively. Here it comes. Shin and Kibito grew excited. Their ancestor was a being who had earned the admiration of even the angels. Was he finally about to appear? Under their expectant gazes, an old man dressed in Kaioshin robes abruptly materialized before the group. The old man was small and wiry, deeply wrinkled, ancient in appearance, and hunched of back. His narrow slit-like eyes in particular elevated his shifty, lecherous aura to the next level. Boom. The contrast was so jarring that Shin and Kibito felt thunderstruck. Wasn't their ancestor the legendary Kaioshin of 15 generations ago? Hadn't he been famed for his profound knowledge, keen judgment, and outstanding ability? How was he any different from a sleazy old coot from the mortal realm? Old Kai glanced at his two foolish descendants, but said nothing. Then he walked up to Beerus, gave a bow, and said, "Greetings, Lord Beerus." "Greetings, Mr. Whis. Weren't you just playing dead? Why come out now?" Beerus asked, coldly, arms crossed. "Old Kai, I was sealed away for tens of millions of years. Can't I throw a little tantrum?" Old Kai was getting emotional too, so he pointedly ignored Beerus and fixed his gaze on little Gran. "Old man, you're asking for a thrashing." Seeing the old man ignore him, a vein bulged instantly on Beerus's forehead. He was about to teach the old fellow a lesson when Whis reached out, held him back, and shook his head. By now old Kai was already scrutinizing little Gran, and the rage in Beerus's heart vanished in an instant. As infuriating as this old man could be, his perception, knowledge, and ability were absolutely top tier. Besides, the reason he had brought Gran here was precisely to hear this old man's appraisal of him. "Greetings, Lord Old Kai." Gran bowed respectfully. Old Kai said nothing, his eyes narrowed to slits. What a formidable gaze. Gran felt as though he had been scanned by X-rays, his whole body prickling with discomfort. At that moment, everyone fell silent. 2 minutes passed. Old Kai's mouth twitched wildly, sweat beaded upon his brow, and the light in his eyes blazed with ever-increasing intensity. It was as if he had discovered a treasure beyond compare. Suddenly, Old Kai threw his head back and burst into laughter. That laughter startled everyone. Beerus felt like jumping up and cracking the old man on the head. Fortunately, Whis held him back once again. "Splendid. I never imagined that on the very day the seal was broken I would see such an astonishingly gifted little one." Old Kai's gaze was frighteningly fervent, as if he were beholding an incomparable beauty. He even licked his lips. The word lecherous was almost stamped onto his face. As he spoke, Old Kai shuffled over to Gran on his old creaky legs, slid his hands under Gran's armpits, and lifted the little boy, who stood slightly over a meter tall, up before his eyes. Not even the faintest trace of power leaks out. It's clear he has achieved perfect control over his energy. His aura is serene, filled with an ethereal quality, and every casual motion seems perfectly natural. This is not something the self-forgetting state of mind can achieve. Good heavens, you've actually cultivated the no-self state of mind. And your bodily instincts. Every reaction seems to carry your martial will. This is second-stage bodily instinct. But what's most terrifying is your dimension. At only 9.5 years of age, you possess a dimension at the peak of the Kai realm. What kind of monstrous prodigy are you? My heavens, I fear even Lord Beerus was no match for you back in the day. Holding the diminutive Gran aloft, Old Kai grew more astounded with every word. Beerus paid no heed to the old man's last remark. He exchanged a glance with Whis. Sure enough, the old man's discernment remained as sharp as ever. Gran too was astounded by Old Kai's perceptiveness. With just a single glance, the old man had seen straight through him. How terrifying. Still, "Lord Old Kai, would you please put me down now?" Held up in the air, Gran looked at the old man before him. His gaze was eerie, his occasional lip-licking utterly revolting. Indeed, the height of sleaziness. "Don't rush, child. Let this old man have another look." Old Kai wanted to see what other power Gran had hidden away. Then, with a low hum, an energy sphere 100 meters in diameter abruptly appeared overhead. Holding the energy sphere overhead with one hand, little Gran said calmly, "I think it would be best if Lord Old Kai put me down now." An overwhelming power surged toward him, and Old Kai shuddered hurriedly, setting the child down. Only then did Gran let the energy sphere in his small hand dissolve. Because he had been concentrating entirely on the power radiating from the child, it was only after setting Gran down that Old Kai noticed the boy was wearing God of Destruction robes with an ancient Egyptian design. Lord Beerus, is he the disciple you took in 3.5 years ago?" Old Kai swallowed hard. At that time he had still been sealed inside the Kaioshin sword, but he had been able to sense clearly when Universe 7's candidate God of Destruction took his place. What do you think? Not a bad candidate, I picked right. Beerus lifted his chin with smug pride. Whis covered his face. This guy was as shameless as ever. "It was me who picked him, you know. So he's Universe 7's candidate God of Destruction. No wonder he has such personality." Old Kai was so excited that he jumped up. He was completely unbothered by the energy sphere Gran had just formed. This was exactly the temperament a candidate God of Destruction should possess. With Lord Beerus's lazy temperament, I can't rely on him anymore. Now that our Universe 7 has a candidate god of destruction, with such peerless talent, our Universe 7 is sure to take off. Old Kai was utterly delighted. This was absolutely the most exciting thing he had encountered in tens of millions of years. Hearing the old man's disparagement, Beerus felt his fists clench. All those years of sealing seem to have made you forget my iron fist. Since you're asking for a beating, I'll grant your wish. Old Kai was startled, hurriedly stifled his laughter, and said with a cold snort, out with it. You certainly wouldn't have released me for no reason. What else is this about? Speaking of which, the old Supreme Kai cast a glance at Gran. This kid was Beerus's newest disciple, and his talent was frighteningly terrifying. That was why Beerus had brought him here today. It was clear as day that his release from the seal was likely connected to this youngster. This kid has strayed onto a wrongful path lately. He insists the road he's chosen is correct. Please take a look. Beerus shot Gran a glare. The mere thought of that kid's golden-furred state made his teeth ache. The old Supreme Kai's lip twitched. He had known Beerus would never set him free without reason. Old-timer, what's with that expression? You won't even oblige me with a single look. Humph. You sealed me away for tens of millions of years, and only unleash me when you need something. Don't you think I'm allowed a little temper? Beerus fell speechless, then snapped irritably. Who told you to provoke me back then? I'll ask you one last time. Will you look or not? As he spoke those final words, Beerus's tone turned chillingly cold. The old Supreme Kai was unfazed and snorted. Our universe now ranks second to last. Go ahead and try sealing me again. Without my management of the 7th universe, you'll be erased by Lord Zeno himself. Beerus's expression grew exceedingly complicated. He truly could not continue sealing this old man any longer. Shin and Kibito, who had remained silent throughout, stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Their ancestor actually dared to stand up to Lord Beerus. Gran too was taken aback that the old man had shown such rare backbone. How intriguing. For your new disciple's sake this time, I'll do you a favor. Having left Beerus utterly at a loss for words, the old Supreme Kai felt enormously satisfied. He turned his gaze to young Gran. Let me see where your path goes astray. Yes. Gran stepped back more than 10 meters. He raised his head, glanced at everyone present, and finally fixed his eyes upon the old Supreme Kai. In the GT anime, the old Supreme Kai had instantly discerned that Son Goku's potential remained unfulfilled precisely because his tail had been severed. It was only after the old Supreme Kai helped Goku regrow his tail that Goku smoothly broke through to the Super Saiyan 4th transformation. With the old Supreme Kai's perceptiveness, Gran reasoned the old man should be able to perceive something once he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Shrugging off further speculation, Gran took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and began to bend his waist and lower his center of gravity. Half a year had passed since he first attempted the transformation, and he had long since mastered the technique. Then let us begin. He stirred his emotions, and a torrent of berserk power erupted from his spine. Boom! The very skies darkened. A brilliant golden radiance bloomed around Gran, and his hair instantly turned gold. Boom! 500 billion combat power surged across the Supreme Kai's world, causing the entire ground to tremble. This power. The old Supreme Kai could scarcely believe that Gran, barely 9.5 years old, possessed such devastating power. The power is formidable, but this aura is far too violent. Such a berserk presence will surely affect. Wait. This isn't your natural power. The old Supreme Kai's expression darkened with each passing moment. Your original strength is nowhere near this immense. This sudden surge of power can only be sustained through anger. What heretical path have you embarked upon? Beerus and Veggies exchanged a glance from the sidelines. If even the old Supreme Kai said so, then they had not been mistaken. Gran's chosen path was indeed misguided. Gran, standing some distance away, naturally caught every word. To his surprise, the old Supreme Kai's reaction mirrored exactly what had occurred in the Z anime, both insisting that the Super Saiyan transformation was a crooked path. Panic surged within him. If even the old Supreme Kai rejected this path, Beerus would certainly forbid him from transforming further. Then the combination of Divine Realm Dimension plus Super Saiyan 4th plus Ultra Ego Perfection would be lost forever. Very well. Facts have proven your path to be erroneous, and there cannot possibly be any ultimate form awaiting you. Be honest henceforth and steer clear of such misguided routes. Beerus glared at Gran from afar, speaking with palpable disappointment. Yet the moment those words left his mouth, what ultimate form? The old Supreme Kai turned his gaze sharply. Veggies explained, My Lord Gran mentioned that the ancient chronicles of his clan record an ultimate state that follows this golden-haired form. Once that state is reached, his aura will no longer remain turbulent, and the strain upon his body will. After Veggies finished his explanation, the old Supreme Kai fell unexpectedly silent. His inexplicable reaction left Beerus and Veggies momentarily flustered. Could there truly be an ultimate state after all? No one dared utter another word, fearing to disturb the old Supreme Kai's deep contemplation. More than 10 minutes elapsed. Suddenly, the old Supreme Kai's gaze refocused upon young Gran, who was still maintaining his Super Saiyan form. At that very moment, a flash of golden light streaked across his mind. I figured it out. The old Supreme Kai clapped his thigh and cried out abruptly. Beerus was startled once again. This wretched old man was always jumping at shadows. How he longed to punch him. Lord Old Supreme Kai, have you discovered something? Veggies asked, his brows deeply furrowed. Mr. Veggies, have you noticed? That youngster can transform into this state entirely due to a certain factor within his body. The old Supreme Kai's eyes grew progressively brighter. A factor? Beerus and Veggies exchanged bewildered glances, confusion plainly visible in each other's eyes. Precisely. You might regard this factor as a type of cell. That youngster activated these cells through rage, which is how he obtained such immense power. The old Supreme Kai paused, then continued excitedly. The greater the quantity of these cells within him, the more powerful his transformed state becomes. When these cells reach a critical threshold, he may indeed be able to achieve that so-called ultimate state. Boom. Gran's heart trembled. How terrifyingly perceptive was this old Supreme Kai? The factor the old Supreme Kai described could be called S-factor or S-cells. It was precisely these S-cells that enabled Gran to transform into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, the old Kai appeared before young Gran, once again his sharp gaze scrutinizing the child. Beerus and the others followed closely behind. Surrounded by the onlookers, Gran was unable to maintain complete control over his power due to his surging berserk emotions, yet he could still effortlessly suppress the energy radiating from his body. This was precisely the benefit bestowed upon him by the training curriculum for candidate destroyer gods of the past. At this moment, the aura surrounding Gran had completely dissipated. Judging by his appearance, Gran resembled the full power state of a Super Saiyan. To be able to control his power to this level, no wonder our Universe 7's candidate destroyer gods are truly formidable. Old Kai gazed intently at the boy before him, shaking his head. However, your transformation into this state relies entirely on anger. Even though you appear less berserk now, the fury within you will persist. That old fellow speaks the truth. Not only does your inner berserk state remain, but the physical strain on your body persists as well. Beerus could also discern the drawbacks of Gran's current state. While in this state, Gran could not activate Mastered Ultra Instinct either. Little one, old Kai asked Gran. You mentioned your people's historical records describe that ultimate state. Tell me what you know about it. Our Scion clan. Gran was about to speak when old Kai paused, surprised. You're a Scion? Then where is your tail? Several years ago, I had Whis seal my tail away, Gran explained. In truth, his tail had been severed when he first transmigrated here. Realizing that beyond the Super Saiyan 4 transformation the tail would only be a hindrance, he had chosen to have it sealed away. Thus he had temporarily asked Whis to seal his tail, knowing it could be unsealed whenever needed. I see. Old Kai nodded. Gran continued, according to the historical records, our Scion clan's ultimate state requires regaining oneself within the great ape form. As Gran spoke, old Kai's eyes grew increasingly bright. When Gran finished his final word, genius. Who in the world conceived such a method? Old Kai jumped up in excitement. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances. Aside from his fondness for peeping on women bathing, this old man excelled above all in observing the cosmos and studying races. It seems the ultimate state Gran described may very well be real. I was somewhat hesitant just now, but given your method of reclaiming oneself within the great ape form, that confirms it. The smile on old Kai's face bloomed as brilliantly as chrysanthemums, his tone growing exceedingly confident. Little one, if my guess is correct, each transformation you undergo after this golden-haired state will grow progressively more berserk. Gran's pupils contracted slightly. This old Kai was impressive, guessing all that. Beyond the Super Saiyan state, the transformations into Super Saiyan 2 and 3 would indeed become increasingly berserk, especially the Super Saiyan 3 state. While formidable in appearance, its flaws were even more outrageous. Beyond the berserk nature, it suffered from severe energy leakage. Though you will grow increasingly berserk, that is merely a transitional phase. Old Kai became more and more animated. Each breakthrough in your Super Saiyan transformation actually accumulates berserk factors within your body. As you mentioned, to achieve the ultimate state, one must first revert to the Scion's primal form, the great ape form. And in that primal form, all the berserk factors you have previously accumulated will be activated simultaneously. To reclaim yourself within this state is essentially to detonate all the berserk factors within your body. When all the berserk factors in your body have been consumed, you shall return to your original state and transform into the ultimate form. Ha ha ha, it must be so. Old Kai lifted young Gran before his eyes once more, exclaiming excitedly, your historical records are absolutely correct. That ultimate state is simply another natural form for your Scion race. In that state, the flaws of berserk power, physical burden, and immense consumption will all surely vanish. Old Kai held young Gran aloft, his laughter echoing continuously along the lake shore. Boom. A towering wave of shock surged through everyone's hearts. In other words, after Gran's Super Saiyan transformation, there would be yet another final form. Suddenly, wait. Something occurred to Whis in his mind, and he spoke up. Old Kai, my father said that Saiyans transforming this way is wrong. Hearing this, young Gran's face darkened with exasperation. What the Grand Minister referred to was the legendary Super Saiyan. That was entirely different from his own transformation. You even asked the Grand Minister about this. The Grand Minister called it wrong. Old Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. My deduction cannot possibly be flawed. Mr. Whis, please repeat everything your father said. Old Kai set young Gran back down on the ground. His deduction being questioned irked him profoundly. He would challenge even the Grand Minister without hesitation. Witnessing Old Kai's defiance, Beerus and Gran suddenly developed a measure of respect for the old man. Whis's lips twitched slightly, but he recounted the legendary tale of Otis once more. The first Saiyan, a yellow-green state, challenging Lord Zeno. Old Kai's heart trembled, and his body involuntarily retreated 2 steps. This Saiyan race possessed such an astonishing lineage. No, the state the Grand Minister described is fundamentally different from this child's state. Old Kai shook his head frantically. He only loses his sanity prior to transforming into the ultimate state. At all other times he remains in control. Furthermore, this child's dimension has already reached the pinnacle of King Kai. Beyond that, he shall become a true deity. At that point, his lifespan would match Lord Beerus's. He will not lose his sanity, nor will he face any lifespan issues. This differs entirely from the state the Grand Minister described. Reaching this point, Old Kai turned to Whis. All things in this world exist for a reason. Existence itself is justification. Though this child's golden-haired state may bear many flaws along the way, in the end, every one of those shortcomings will be perfectly resolved. This is the very purpose of his transformation. Everything preceding it serves as preparation for the final ultimate state. I dare swear his path is absolutely flawless. Elder Kaioshin's gaze was exceedingly resolute. The instant his words fell, boom, an ear-splitting thunderclap. Beerus's eyes suddenly became sharp and clear. Now he could be certain. That ultimate state was absolutely beyond question. Gran admired Elder Kaioshin from the bottom of his heart. He had only known that Super Saiyan 4 was the correct form, but he had never understood the meaning of the transformations that preceded it. This Elder Kaioshin was truly remarkable. Shin and Kibito had not understood a single word the entire time, yet in that moment all they could feel was their ancestor radiating light. Unlike everyone else, Whis trembled slightly when he heard Elder Kaioshin's words. Is what exists is reasonable really true? His father's final words at the time had been everything in this world has its reason for existing. What exists is reasonable. If Otis could solve those problems, perhaps the final outcome would have been different. It was the same principle of what exists is reasonable. After Elder Kaioshin said it all became clear. Perhaps Otis' transformation back then had not been wrong either. It was simply that no one had helped him find a way to resolve those problems. Whis looked at Elder Kaioshin with a strange piercing gaze. This old man was truly remarkable. What's the matter, Lord Whis? Elder Kaioshin asked with a frown. As expected of Lord Elder Kaioshin. Even after being sealed away for so many years, your insight is still as terrifying as ever. I sincerely admire you. Whis, holding his staff, could not help sighing in admiration. No. Embarrassed by the praise, Elder Kaioshin scratched his head in a rather comical manner. Lord Whis, you are far more capable than I. You are skilled at everything while I only excel at a little bit of race research. Whis did not say whether he agreed or not, and was about to add something more. Beerus, growing impatient, cut in. All right. We all know you two are amazing. I just want to know what Gran needs to do now. Gran also pricked up his ears. Whis looked over at him. After Lord Elder Kaioshin's analysis, just now I also believe Gran's path is not wrong. So next, Gran only needs to train step by step. Once he has accumulated enough of that so-called factor in his body, he can then enter the ultimate state. Saying this, Whis turned to Elder Kaioshin and smiled. Am I right, Lord Elder Kaioshin? No. When it comes to guiding training, you are the most skilled, Lord Whis. Elder Kaioshin laughed awkwardly. In the matter of guiding training, he could not measure up to a single hair on Whis's head. At this point, Gran, who was standing nearby, finally let out a relieved sigh. Now he could continue down the Super Saiyan path with peace of mind. Thank you, Lord Elder Kaioshin, for resolving my doubts. Gran bowed to him. No need for thanks. You are, after all, our Universe 7's candidate god of destruction. Only when you become stronger can our Universe 7 become stronger as well. Elder Kaioshin waved his hand, cast a glance at Beerus, and then sneered, and my being released is also thanks to you, little one. If not for you, who knows how many more years I would have remained sealed. His voice was as full of grievance as a bitter palace concubine's. Faced with Elder Kaioshin's passive-aggressive sarcasm, Beerus merely pursed his lips. The old man had done him a great favor today, so why not let him have this one? Whis had long been used to the way these two interacted, and could not help but smile. All right. By the way, Whis said, turning to Gran, although your path is correct, you have not reached that ultimate state yet. I advise you to use that golden-haired form less often. Use it less. That means I can still use it once in a while. Gran blinked, and said with a simple-minded grin. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Beerus asked, puzzled, you didn't listen carefully just now. Only when you reach that ultimate state will you be free of any burden. Why would you still? He stopped before finishing. Gran said with a perfectly straight face for looking cool, of course. It was Super Saiyan after all. A transformation this cool would be a shame to waste if he didn't use it to show off. Everyone fell silent. You're always so unserious. Beerus shot Gran a glare. Still, this little one had always had good sense, so Beerus did not say anything more. Gran's playful antics made the atmosphere by the lake light and cheerful, and smiles filled everyone's faces. Even as they laughed, all of them turned to look at Gran at the same time. It was truly astonishing that someone so young had accomplished so much, especially since he had also blazed a new path. That path was filled with brilliance. Just how high would his future achievements reach? Godly dimension, ultimate state, ultra instinct mastered. What a thrilling prospect. My mind has reached the selfless realm, and Lord Elder Kaioshin has resolved my doubts. So many good things have happened today. Why don't I make a grand feast to celebrate? Gran suddenly shouted with joy. He would have been better off not mentioning it. You little rascal. Didn't we agree before? I guide your training, and you take care of my 3 meals every day? Whis gritted his teeth. And what did you do? You would either lock yourself away in seclusion or go train outside the universe. You're impossible. Beerus nodded hard. I remember he also said he would bring us gifts when he returned from training. In the end, there was nothing. Not only that, on the very day he came back, he rushed off into seclusion again. Their resentment nearly seemed to become corporeal, which made Gran unconsciously shrink his neck. I'm a candidate god of destruction. I naturally have to keep training. What else can I do about it? Gran felt a bit guilty because he really had promised to bring back gifts. Originally, his plan had been to go to Earth to take some sins of beans, and by the way, bring back hundreds of millions of cups of instant noodles. But because of Shinran, he had never made it to Earth, so his instant noodle gifts had gone down the drain. Then why don't you hurry up and make something delicious for me? It's been at least 1.5 years since I last had your cooking, Beerus said huffily. Whis. Gran glanced at him. Without another word, Whis simply swept his staff, and a stove plus a complete set of cookware instantly appeared by the lakeside. This sudden commotion startled Elder Kaioshin. Ancestor Gran's cooking is wonderful. Just wait until you try it. Shin, who had stayed silent all along, finally spoke. During the year he spent with Gran, he had eaten quite a few meals prepared by Gran, and every time he recalled them his mouth watered. This little one has such a talent as well. Then I'll have to try it later. Elder Kaioshin could not help swallowing. After being sealed away for so many years, he had nearly forgotten what food tasted like. As Gran was preparing the feast, Elder Kaioshin began observing Shin. Ancestor, what's wrong? Shin suddenly became nervous. Elder Kaioshin said placidly, I saw everything back when Majin Buu invaded the Supreme Kai realm. Shin's body gave a violent jolt. I have seen all your experiences. Your ignorance was not your fault. From now on, with me teaching you, you will surely become a worthy Supreme Kai. With that, Elder Kaioshin shifted his gaze to Gran, who was busy making the grand feast. And as for this little one, with him around, our universe 7 is bound to soar. Yes. Asin's tension melted away, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. Having someone powerful to rely on felt wonderful. Meanwhile, Grant was preparing a grand feast while Beerus and the old Kai were chatting. It was rare to see the sacred King Kai's realm acquire such a touch of earthly warmth. Particularly striking was the scene between Beerus and the old Kai, who had been at odds with each other for tens of millions of years. At this moment, they weren't quarreling anymore, instead discussing the ranking of the universe. Old-timer, Beerus said, this time I woke up and already cleared out a batch of planets. Now it's your turn. Rest assured I'll work with Asin to guide the development of those civilizations. I believe before long our universe's ranking will definitely rise again. Fine, I trust you to handle things. But if you run into trouble, remember to call me or Grant. That kid Grant. He hasn't even mastered the rules of destruction yet. What if he encounters some super strong beings? Before they knew it, several beach chairs had appeared by the lake. Beerus lay on one and said helplessly, our universe is ranked second to last. What super strong beings could there possibly be in our universe? The old Kai lay on another beach chair. Hearing Beerus's words, he was somewhat speechless. The logic was sound, but who knew if there truly weren't other strong beings in the universe? After all, this guy had been asleep the whole time. How could he possibly know what was happening in the universe? Of course, the old Kai didn't say this out loud, lest they start arguing again. Moreover, with Grant's current strength, even if there were some super strong beings hidden in the universe, he firmly believes they wouldn't stand a chance against Grant. Beerus added. His tone was extremely confident, for Grant's power had long surpassed that of his own from back then. For instance, even without the Ultra Instinct Sign State, when Grant used that Super Saiyan form with countless drawbacks, he could still achieve a battle power of 50 billion. In the current Universe 7, who else could rival Grant? That was Beerus's thought. The old Kai neither agreed nor disagreed, looking at Beerus and adding, by the way, when do you plan to teach Grant the rules of destruction? Why do you ask? Grant is already a candidate destroyer god. If he hasn't even mastered the rules of destruction, that would be rather hard to explain. The old Kai shook his head. The King Kai oversees creation while the Destroyer God oversees destruction. Both are divine rules. Yet no matter which divine position, they all start as candidates needing to learn various knowledge and corresponding rules. As a candidate Destroyer God, Grant naturally needs to know the rules of destruction. You'd have to ask Whis about this. He's the one who formulated Grant's training plan. I'm only responsible for occasionally beating up that kid. At these last words, Beerus couldn't help but laugh out loud. Whis, the old Kai. What a vicious Beerus. If others stop feeding you delicious food later, you're done for. Whis glanced at young Grant, who was almost finished preparing the grand feast, then withdrew his gaze, and said, originally my plan was to wait until he cultivated his body's instincts to the second stage, then let him rest for a period followed by cultivating dimensions, and only then would he learn the rules of destruction. But who would have thought that after returning from outside the universe, he would go off to train for another half-year, and moreover cultivate his mind to the selfless level? This caught me somewhat off guard. Whis felt both happy and melancholy. What do you mean? Beerus was stunned. I got it. Before Whis could speak, the old Kai interjected. As far as I know, it has only been 3.5 years since Grant became a candidate Destroyer God. Yet within this period he has achieved such martial accomplishments. Don't you think he's worked himself too hard? Hearing this, Whis cast an appreciative glance at the old Kai, and continued, young Grant is indeed working himself too hard. Lord Beerus, haven't you noticed that Grant has been training continuously throughout these years? He has never taken a break and his nerves are too tense. This is not good. Grant's talent is formidable and he grasps everything with ease. However, the cultivation of martial arts should not be so rigidly tense. Much like the tenet of the turtle school, exercise properly, study properly, eat properly, rest properly. One must balance work and rest in all things. This is the true essence of martial cultivation. Too tired. Beerus froze, recalling his interactions with Grant over these 3.5 years. It seemed Grant really hadn't rested much at all. At this moment, dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. Young Grant carried a pot of vivid red soup base to the dining table with various ingredients arranged alongside. What is this? Whis accelerated to his maximum speed, appearing as if he could disregard time and space, instantly materializing beside the dining table. Hot pot, young Grant said with a cheerful smile. Hot pot. Beerus also transformed into a purple streak of light, suddenly appearing beside them. The crimson soup base bubbled with a gurgling sound, its spicy fragrance permeating the air instantly, making Whis and Beerus quite appetized. So fragrant. No wonder Asin was so highly praising your cooking just now. It turns out you little one truly has some skills. The old Kai finally arrived late, with Asin and Jibito following behind him. That goes without saying, Grant said proudly, lifting his chin. This time he was making Sichuan Chongqing hot pot. The process wasn't particularly complex. Just prepare the soup base and select various ingredients. Of course, there was also the indispensable soul dipping sauce. How should this be eaten? Do we drink the soup from the pot? Beerus's throat kept bobbing. The aroma was too intoxicating. He could barely restrain himself. Before Grant could respond, ha ha, Lord Beerus is such a barbarian. Whis sat down on a chair, picked up chopsticks, and held a piece of tripe over the pot, moving it up and down. It's obvious this is meant to be dipped and eaten. Lord Beerus is really foolish. Whis dipped the tripe into the sauce a few times, then swallowed it in one bite. Fresh, fragrant, spicy. Various flavors assaulted his taste buds. This is yet another new delicacy. It's absolutely fragrant. Just how many delicious dishes can Grant make? Whis felt as though his entire body was glowing, his whole soul trembling. What an incredible delicacy this was. Witnessing this, Grant couldn't help but pause to look at the soup-based dipping sauce and ingredients once, and then determine the correct way to eat hot pot, which truly deserved his reputation as a gourmet glutton. He glanced at the soup base, the dipping sauce, and the ingredients, and was already able to judge the correct way to eat hot pot. Truly, Whis lived up to his title as the ultimate epicure. So that's how you eat it. Beerus ignored Whis's mocking words and imitated him, taking a bite of the tripe. Delicious. Beerus's pupils sharply contracted and golden light erupted around his body. Old Kai, Shinshin, and Kibito exchanged glances, swallowing hard. Was it really that fragrant? The three of them then tried a bite as well. What kind of delicacy is this? It's too fragrant. Following Beerus and Whis, three more figures erupted with golden light. Is this what they call a gourmet anime scene in real life? Gran covered his face. These guys are truly over the top. Seeing the ingredients on the table dwindle, he hurriedly joined the food scramble. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of chopsticks and dishware clattering echoed by the lakeside, accompanied by the moans of Beerus and the others savoring their meal. The scene was utterly chaotic. Shin was the first to become sated, followed by Kibito, Old Kaishin, Whis, and Beerus. Gran was the last to leave. He devoured half a beef roll, an entire lamb roll, and 3 large fish. 5 beach chairs were placed by the lakeside, but Kibito, of course, had no right to recline. Everyone else took to them. Gran, your appetite is still as exaggerated as ever, Whis said cheerfully from his beach chair. Can't help it. Saiyans are just born to eat like this. Gran had no concept of embarrassment whatsoever. He even wore a proud little expression. No wonder Lord Beerus took you as his disciple. Beyond your peerless talent, you can also cook such delicacies. At this, old Kaioshin spoke up. As a Kaioshin from before the 15th generation, he was very familiar with Beerus and Whis' preferences. Both of them were extremely devoted to cuisine, and to put it bluntly, even if Gran lacked that peerless talent, Beerus and his companions likely would have taken him as a disciple solely because of his cooking skills. You old fool, you talk too much. Couldn't all that delicious food shut your mouth just now? Beerus glared at old Kaioshin. He knew without a doubt what that old man was thinking. If the path toward that ultimate state is correct, I definitely won't reach it anytime soon. My power and physical instincts have both hit a bottleneck. What should I do next with my training? Gran had already cultivated his state of mind to the selfless level, yet he didn't know how to proceed with his training next. At Gran's words, everyone exchanged glances. Even Shin could see the problem. Gran was exhausted and needed to rest. How should I train next? Whis shook his head. Let me ask you first. Are you tired? Tired? Gran was immediately stunned. In these past 3.5 years, he seemed to be training at every moment, especially during the past year and a half. He had entered the universe and challenged over 3,000 martial artists, and after returning to the Kaioshin realm, he went into seclusion for another half year, only now emerging. Actually, I am a bit tired. Once the word was mentioned, Gran's face immediately showed signs of exhaustion. Old Kaioshin and Beerus exchanged glances and sighed deeply. How could he not be tired? Others would spend who knows how long to reach Gran's current level of achievement. Take the peak Kaioshin dimension he had mastered. Some might spend their entire lives trying to achieve that, yet Gran learned it all in 3.5 years. It was too rushed, too tense. You haven't rested all these years and your body and mind are stretched too taut. Whis paused before continuing. No matter how exceptional your talent is, pushing yourself like this will only make your training progress slower and slower. Martial cultivation isn't something achieved overnight. That's precisely why we need to balance work and rest. 6 months ago, I wanted to let you take a break first, but who would have thought you'd go into seclusion for another half year? Whis said with concern, you're not in the right state to continue training now. Better to rest for a while. Rest. Balance work and rest. Gran thought it sounded reasonable. He lay back on the beach chair gazing at the starry sky, his eyes gradually growing drowsy. Soon he fell into sleep. Seeing this, everyone exchanged knowing smiles and looked up at the sky above. Beerus was no longer in stasis, and old Kaioshin emerged from his seal. Gran had inherited the position of candidate destruction god, and Shin's ignorance would soon vanish. The 7th universe finally had its full complement. Within the Xenos universe, there were 2 twin universes, the 7th universe and the 6th. In the destruction god realm of the 6th universe, there was a cat-shaped creature as fat as a pig constantly sprinting back and forth on an open patch of ground. Bah! Boudica, how many laps remain? I can barely hold on. The pig-like cat panted heavily with each labored step. Lord Kampa, only 2 laps left, so please keep going, or your diet plan will come to nothing. Standing nearby was a tall woman with her hair in a high ponytail, cheerfully encouraging Kampa. Two more laps. I can't go on. Kampa ran slower and slower on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Lord Kampa, you'd better think carefully. If you don't finish these 2 laps, you'll have nothing to eat. Kampa's cunning voice made his entire body jolt. No. In this world, eating comes first. If he couldn't even eat, he might as well die right then. Kampa clenched his molars tightly and dragged his obese body forward once more. Watching this, Boudica covered her mouth and giggled. One was a cat groomed to be completely obedient, the other an elegant but scheming mature woman. No one would guess they were actually the god of destruction and angel of the 6th universe. Bah! Boudica, look, I finished. Give me food quickly. After completing the final 2 laps, Kampa collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. All right, Lord Kampa, I'll get your food right away. Boudica quickly brought a glass of dark green juice and a piece of dry bread. Huh, why am I eating this? Lord Kampa must not be picky. This is your diet meal plan. If you don't want it, I want to give it to me. I'm starving. Kampa had no time for such concerns. If he kept being picky, he'd end up with nothing. He quickly scrambled to his feet and took the green juice and dry bread from Boudica's hands. While gnawing on the bread, Kampa glared at Boudica with resentful eyes. Is there something on my face, Lord Kampa? Boudica suppressed her laughter. Kampa took a sip of the black-green juice, his face immediately crumpling in anger. I have a feeling you're deliberately trying to torture me, Boudica. How could that be? You're the god of destruction of the 6th universe. I'm merely your servant. Why would I try to torment you? You're right. Kampa pondered with his walnut-sized brain, but found no fault in Boudica's actions. So he resigned himself to eating his diet meal with a pained expression. Boudica could barely contain herself, then suddenly remembered something and spoke seriously. By the way, Lord Kampa, I heard from my eldest sister that it seems Whis and Lord Beerus have taken on a new disciple. Beerus, a new disciple. Wait, your eldest sister? Kampa struggled to swallow a bite of bread, then pounded his chest twice. Boom, boom. The terrifying shockwaves made the entire Destroyer God realm tremble, and Kampa was only then able to painfully swallow that mouthful of dry bread. That cup of black and green liquid. He absolutely had no desire to drink it. Only then did he speak. When did you get in touch with Lady Cass? Bat answered indifferently. Mind your own business regarding my sister and me. The fact that Whis had taken on a new disciple was something she had only recently learned during a conversation with her eldest sister. From her eldest sister's description, Whis had even visited their father in person. It was said that the young one's talent was quite impressive. If her eldest sister could evaluate him so highly, then Whis's new disciple must be rather interesting. Mind your own business then. Kampa shrank his neck slightly and squinted his eyes. With that skinny pants' strength, even if all the Destroyer Gods died, he still wouldn't die. Why would he suddenly take on a candidate? As Kampa spoke these final words, he inexplicably clenched his fist tighter. According to what my eldest sister told me, it seems that young one has considerable talent, which is why Lord Beerus and Whis accepted him as a candidate Destroyer God. Isn't it because that skinny pants is near death? And it's only because that young one has good talent. Kampa's clenched fist slowly relaxed, a mocking smile gradually spreading across his face. That skinny pants only knows how to sleep late all day. Would he even have time to teach others? He'd probably only hold them back. Noticing the change in Kampa's expression, Bat's lips curled up slightly. These two brothers clearly cared deeply for each other, yet they quarreled incessantly. It was truly something to behold. Lord Kampa, that's not quite fair. Bat shook her head. Even if Lord Beerus spends most of his time sleeping, his strength is undeniable. Even if he merely demonstrated 2 or 3 techniques, your candidate Destroyer God would likely need years to learn from it. Lord Beerus's strength. Kampa recalled the incident from back then, the game of hide and seek, and his expression darkened instantly. During that battle, Lord Beerus had actually employed the Ultra Instinct, a technique only angels possess. Damn it. How could a Destroyer God possibly master Ultra Instinct? By the way, Lord Kampa, weren't you also eager to learn Ultra Instinct? How has your training been going recently? Bat seemed to have guessed what churned within Kampa's heart, and she couldn't help but smile. Just mentioning this makes me furious. Enraged, Kampa threw that cup of black and green liquid aside and shouted angrily. Isn't it said that only Destroyer Gods can master auto-hidden will? On what grounds could that skinny pants learn Ultra Instinct? The green liquid splashed onto the ground. Bat glanced down at it, her grip on her staff tightening ever so slightly. That brute had done that on purpose. Seeing that Bat remained silent, Kampa cast a sidelong glance. He had no intention whatsoever of drinking that nauseating juice and hoped she hadn't noticed. Lord Kampa, you're being rather disobedient. Bat turned her gaze toward Kampa and said calmly, wasting food is shameful. I hope you will not repeat such behavior next time. The temperature around them plummeted abruptly, and Kampa couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, what kind of chill was this? It could make a Destroyer God tremble with fear. I won't do it again next time. Kampa quickly lowered his head in fright. Satisfied, Bat nodded gently and continued. It is indeed perplexing that Lord Beerus has mastered Ultra Instinct, yet he has not yet reached its perfected state. There remain certain flaws. What counted as merely certain flaws? If given the chance, Kampa would gladly accept even more imperfections just to wield that divine martial art. Nevertheless, to master Ultra Instinct while bearing the identity of a Destroyer God, Lord Beerus's talent is truly remarkable, if somewhat hindered by laziness. Unaware that Kampa was growing increasingly irate, Bat offered another praise. Bat, that's enough. Kampa's chest heaved with indignation as he retorted. You are an angel of the 6th universe, and I am its Destroyer God. How can you constantly lavish praise upon that skinny pants? Aren't I formidable as well? Why don't you compliment me instead? At this moment, Kampa clenched his small fists, his expression profoundly aggrieved, as though Bat's master had taken in a stray cat outside, filling him with unbearable jealousy. All right. Bat covered her mouth, stifling a giggle, and quickly reassured him. My Lord Kampa is remarkably talented as well. Within her training manual, the first principle was knowing when to press and when to yield. Teasing this plump feline required balance. If she pushed too far, she risked provoking his rebellious nature, which would prove counterproductive. That's right. Upon hearing Bat's praise, Kampa's spirits instantly lifted. He patted his chest proudly. This lord is far superior to that skinny pants, believe me. By the way, tell me about the background of that candidate Destroyer God in the 7th universe. I want to see what makes him worthy of being taken on as Beerus's disciple. With both Bat and Kes showing interest in the 7th universe's candidate Destroyer God, Kampa grew curious as well. It is said that young one is only just over 9 years old. Whis first encountered him 3.5 years ago. Before Bat could finish. Wait. Kampa interrupted her, furrowing his brow. You're telling me Lord Beerus took as his disciple some mere child? A Destroyer God was nearly the strongest being in an entire universe. Only those possessing formidable strength could suppress everything within their domain. And among all Destroyer Gods, Beerus stood as the pinnacle. There was no reason his disciple would be weak. How could it possibly be a child? How impressive could a child candidate destroyer god possibly be? Lord Kampa, I too was initially puzzled, but the candidate destroyer god of the 7th universe is indeed a child. Then how formidable is his talent? Kampa's expression grew increasingly grave. If Beerus chose not to directly appoint the universe's foremost powerhouse as his candidate, then the child he had taken on must be extraordinarily capable. I'm not entirely certain, but my eldest sister offered one assessment of that young one. His talent is extraordinary. The moment those words left Batos's lips, rumble. Kampa's heart jolted violently. Kuz was the eldest of all the angels, and even she held such a high opinion of the 7th universe's candidate for god of destruction. That kid must be incredibly powerful. But why? Beerus is already so strong. How could he possibly have taken on a disciple with such extraordinary talent? Kampa's anger was so intense that the veins bulged across his forehead. Batos was utterly speechless, baffled by her god of destruction's twisted logic. Just because someone else is powerful doesn't mean he can't also take on an equally gifted disciple, does it? I refuse to believe it. That Beerus loves sleeping so much. How could he ever take on a disciple? Kampa roared hysterically. Suddenly, Lord Kampa, the mortal level index of the 7th universe has changed. Batos noticed something and gently tapped her staff, then inspected the universe rankings. What? Kampa was greatly alarmed. The mortal level index measured the overall strength of a universe, and it also determined the universe's ranking. Based on the previous statistics, the 6th universe ranked 10th, while the 7th universe ranked 11th. Kampa thought it somewhat demeaning that the 6th universe sat in third to last place. But as long as it remained above the 7th universe, he could not care less. What kind of change? Did it go up or down? Kampa clenched his fists tightly. In truth, he felt the current ranking was just right. As long as the 6th universe stayed above the 7th, he could eternally mock Beerus. But if the 7th universe rose in rank, he would become the one being ridiculed from then on. The very thought made Kampa feel unbearable distress. Of course, compared to the 7th universe's rank rising, what he dreaded even more was the 7th universe falling further down. If that happened, the 7th universe would be last place and Beerus would run the risk of being erased by the Omni King. Damn it! What exactly is happening in the 7th universe? Kampa was frantic. Just then Batos finished examining the 7th universe's mortal level index change, and she exclaimed in shock, Lord Kampa, the 7th universe's mortal level index has risen from 318 to 320. Judging by the numbers, it had only increased by 0.02, appearing almost negligible. However, the mortal level index started at 0, and after countless eons the 7th universe had only managed to reach 318. Thus for the 7th universe to raise its index by 0.02 in such a short span of time was truly astonishing. Indeed, it rose by 0.02. Kampa felt relieved that the 7th universe's ranking had not dropped, but in the next instant his fury erupted. What has that fool done? Has he gone mad enough to keep only mid-tier and high-tier civilized planets, destroying all the lower civilizations? The mortal level index could also be described as the average caliber of mortal beings across the universe. There actually existed a simple and swift method to raise it. As Kampa had just said, one only needed to preserve mid-tier and high-tier civilizations. But doing so would also shatter a universe's foundations, leaving it with no future whatsoever. No, I need to see exactly what he has been up to. Though Kampa had always been at odds with Beerus, Beerus was still his brother. How could he truly not care? Batos, bring along my little bird eggs. We're going to the 7th universe. The decadent look Kampa had shown earlier had vanished completely. His expression was now deadly serious, and his entire being radiated the terrifying pressure befitting a god of destruction. Yes. In the past, Batos might have voiced her thoughts, but thinking of the 7th universe's transformation, she could no longer sit still either. After all, her younger brother Whis was over there too. Batos planted her staff and transported herself and Kampa into a traversing cube. The very next second, the traversing cube turned into a streak of light and disappeared. The 7th universe, the realm of the Supreme Kais. Here vast grasslands stretched across the horizon. The sky was a brilliant blue and crystal clear. Lakes reflected the beauty beyond words. In the heart of the Supreme Kais realm lay a lake where the legendary Z-Sword had once been enshrined. But a month ago Grant had snapped the Z-Sword and released the Elder Kai. Now by the lakeside a child lay sleeping soundly on a beach chair. That child was Grant. He had originally come to the realm of the Supreme Kais seeking the Elder Kai to confirm that the Super Saiyan 4 path was the correct one. The Elder Kai's analysis had indeed confirmed that point. However, when Grant later asked Whis for guidance on further training, Whis advised him, "You are too exhausted. Rest for a while before continuing." Now an entire month had passed, yet Grant still showed no signs of waking. However, judging by his complexion, the fatigue he had accumulated over those 3 years had completely vanished, leaving only a serene ease upon his face. Suddenly, Beerus, the Elder Kai Shin, and Kibito appeared beside the lake out of thin air. He's still not awake. Beerus looked toward Whis, standing next to Grant the moment he landed. Not yet, but it should not be long now. Whis gazed at Grant. Beerus and the others also turned their attention to Grant, clearly sensing the child's condition improving with each passing moment. After a moment, Whis turned to the group and smiled. Lord Beerus, you have certainly made quite a stir this time. The mortal level index rose by a full 0.02. During Grant's slumber, Beerus had not been idle. Seeking to eliminate the risk of being erased by the Omni King, Beerus began working together with the Elder Kai once more to govern the 7th universe. The alliance of the strongest god of destruction and the strongest supreme Kai produced remarkable results, directly raising the 7th universe's mortal level index by 0.02. Even Whis was astonished by this. Nevertheless, he understood the underlying reason. Mainly, Beerus had spent so many years sleeping. Combined with the Elder Kai being sealed away, the 7th universe had essentially been left entirely unattended. No, more accurately, Shin's ceaseless creation of useless planets was what dragged the 7th universe down to such a low state. That was why the effect of Beerus and the Elder Kai joining forces was so dramatic. This stir is quite big. I fear many universes have taken notice by now, the Elder Kai said with concern. Let them notice. What are you worried about? Beerus sneered. Lord Beerus, do you truly not know how many gods of destruction despise you? The Elder Kai retorted crossly. If they see our universe suddenly improving and decide to play hostile tricks against us, what shall we do? Beerus's abrasive personality had never won him any affection, and even without the infamous hide-and-seek incident, the other gods of destruction had little goodwill toward him. And with that very incident, all the gods of destruction developed a deep disdain for Beerus. The Elder Kai was certain that given any chance to kick a man while he was down, the gods of destruction from other universes would not remain idle. They dare. Beerus's expression turned icy cold, a violet aura of destruction surging around him. When they ganged up on me back then, I was not afraid. Do you think I fear them coming to make trouble now? The Elder Kai's lips twitched. Beerus's personality may have been unlikable, but his strength was utterly terrifying. The fact that Beerus managed to remain standing at the very end after being ganged up on by that many gods of destruction was simply unbelievable. As long as I am here, I doubt they will dare to cause trouble. You and Shin just focus on your duties as Supreme Kais. Leave the rest to me, Beerus said calmly. Yes. The Elder Kai and Shin nodded. Suddenly, Beerus and Whis sensed something and sharply raised their heads toward the sky. Why are they here? In the void between the 6th and 7th universes, a shuttle cube was racing through the emptiness. Lord Kampa, we are about to enter the 7th universe. Keep accelerating. I want to see just what that bag of bones has been up to. Yes, my lord. The shuttle cube traveled at tremendous speed and reached the edge of the 7th universe within moments. A transparent membrane lay at the edge of the 7th universe, and crossing it would grant direct entry. Buzz. The shuttle cube finally pierced through the membrane, and Kampa hastily swept his gaze around. In his understanding, the only way to send a universe's mortal level index soaring was to annihilate all the low-level civilizations within it. Therefore, Kampa speculated that Beerus must have also employed this self-destructive method of undermining the universe's foundation. Yet when Kampa looked up to inspect the state of the 7th universe, how is this possible? Kampa's pupils contracted violently. In his field of vision, those low-level civilization planets had not been destroyed in the least. Lord Kampa, all those unqualified planets have disappeared. Vados was equally shocked. It was not that she had never been to the 7th universe, but in the past, whenever she visited, a single glance would reveal nothing but unqualified planets strewn across the whole of it. Without question, it must have been Lord Beerus who took action. Suppressing the astonishment within her, Vados voiced her conjecture. Phew. Kampa exhaled a long, weighty sigh of relief. He had originally worried that Beerus might do something to sabotage the foundation of his own universe, but looking at it now, his concern had been rather superfluous. But that bag of bones really is insufferable. Why has he suddenly grown so diligent? If he continues at this pace, won't my 6th universe soon be overtaken by him? Kampa grew angrier with every word. This was the textbook case of fearing one's brother suffers hardship, yet also fearing one's brother strikes it rich. These two brothers were truly something else. Vados was rendered speechless, yet at the same time, she felt profoundly shaken inside. The 7th universe had only purged those unqualified planets, and its mortal level index had surged that tremendously. The foundations of the 7th universe seemed rather terrifying. Since we're already here, Vados, keep accelerating. I want to see what exactly that new disciple of his did to earn such high praise from Lady Kuz. This time I've even brought Dong Dong bird eggs. I must let him taste the supreme delicacy of our 6th universe. Haha, that bumpkin has certainly never eaten food this delicious. Accompanied by Kampa's laughter, the shuttle cube accelerated yet again. 7th universe, the Kaioshin realm. Beerus and Whis raised their heads in unison, and their peculiar demeanor drew the Elder Kai's attention. Lord Beerus, has something happened? That fellow is coming. Who? The Elder Kai was momentarily startled. Beerus slowly lowered his head and said flatly, that fat pig. Fat pig. Shin and Kibito exchanged looks of bewilderment, both seeing confusion mirrored in the other's eyes. Only the Elder Kai's expression changed dramatically, and he blurted out, "Why you? You mean Lord Kampa is coming?" There was only one person Beerus would refer to as a fat pig, none other than his own brother Kampa, who also happened to be the god of destruction of the sixth universe. Off. At the sound of that name, Shin's eyes flew wide as well. The god of destruction of the sixth universe is coming to our place. Under the Elder Kai's month-long instruction, he had naturally come to know that the sixth universe's god of destruction was named Kampa. He couldn't be coming here to cause trouble, because he noticed our universe suddenly getting better, could he? Shin grew nervous. Beerus shook his head. If it were another god of destruction, you might want to be a little concerned, but if it's that fat pig, there's nothing to worry about. Shin could not grasp the meaning of Beerus's words. Just then the Elder Kai patted Shin on his small shoulder. Kampa is actually Lord Beerus's own brother, so you needn't worry too much. Shin nodded at first, then his entire being froze. He had known only that the sixth universe's god of destruction was called Kampa, but he had never known that Kampa was Beerus's own brother. Was keep an eye out later, and don't let that one disturb Gran. As he said this, Beerus glanced at Gran, who was still lying on the beach chair. The weariness on the little one's face had totally dissipated, and he was on the verge of recovery. Lord Beerus, you needn't have said it. I have been keeping a constant eye on him. Whis shook his head. This rest was truly vital for Gran. Not only could it eliminate the fatigue from his body, it would also prepare him for the dimensional cultivation that lay ahead. Moreover, after this rest, Gran should also come to understand that cultivation is never accomplished in a single bound. Only by balancing exertion and repose can one grasp the true essence of the martial path. While everyone was talking one after another, suddenly, an overwhelming pressure enshrouded the entire Kaishin realm. Here he comes. A beam of iridescent light descended from on high, and the moment it touched the ground, Whis instantly wrapped Gran in a protective shield. Buzz. The pressure from Kampa twisted the space of the Kaishin realm. Waves of enormous power pressed down upon them. Fortunately, Beerus stood firm in front of the group, blocking it all. Even so, the Elder Kai, Shin, and Kibito could not help but bend forward slightly. So terrifying. In Shin's sight, a cat that closely resembled Beerus appeared up ahead. Yet the cat's physique was utterly antithetical to Beerus's. One was a bag of bones, the other fat as a pig. Standing together as they formed an indescribably comical tableau. This was Beerus's own brother. Beerus, it's been a while. Kampa swept a glance across everyone present, then fixed his gaze upon Beerus. Beerus threw a glance back at little Gran, and only after confirming that Whis had him thoroughly protected did he turn his head around and say nonchalantly, "It has indeed been quite a while, but isn't your arrival this time a bit too insolent?" "Ha ha ha, my deepest apologies. It's just that every time I think about the envious, jealous expression that's about to appear on your face, I get so overjoyed that I simply cannot contain my power." Even as he spoke, Kampa withdrew his power into his body. Only after the pressure had completely dissipated did the Elder Kai and the others manage to straighten their backs. "We pay our respects to Lord Kampa and Lady Vados." The Elder Kai promptly led Shin and the others forward to offer their greetings. Spotting the old Elder Kai, Kampa paused in surprise. He thought for a moment, and then something finally came back to him. "You old coot, you've actually been unsealed." Vados likewise gave the Elder Kai a small nod of acknowledgement. The changes in this seventh universe lately were truly momentous. First they took in a candidate god of destruction, then their mortal level index skyrocketed, and now they had even released this Elder Kai. What exactly had happened to them? The corner of the Elder Kai's mouth twitched. Truly good news never leaves the door, while bad news spreads 1,000 miles. Hey, what did you just say about showing an envious, jealous expression? Beerus strode up to Kampa, stopping a mere meter away, and demanded coldly, "What do you mean by those words?" Xiangpa locked eyes with him for a moment, then suddenly sneered, "I have brought a supreme delicacy exclusive to my sixth universe. It is something a plebeian like you has never tasted before." As he spoke, an image flashed through Xiangpa's mind. The moment Beerus took a bite of the dong-dong bird egg, he collapsed to the ground, weeping and pleading for 2 more eggs. The mere thought made Xiangpa unable to contain his delight. That dong-dong bird egg was the finest delicacy he had ever tasted in his life, and he could not believe this plebeian Beerus would be able to resist such a temptation. Beerus, Whis, Old Kai, and the others. If it were earlier, they might have been somewhat curious about that so-called delicacy Xiangpa had mentioned. But could there truly exist anything more delicious than hot pot in this world? You have made such a grand journey all the way here just to show off your sixth universe's supreme delicacy. Beerus took a deep breath, his tone chilling. Beerus has always loved food, hasn't he? Why would he react this way? Xiangpa shook his head, his demeanor suddenly growing grave. Indeed, yet I must also inquire, what precisely has befallen you? And why has the human quality index of your seventh universe surged so drastically? In truth, from the sights witnessed en route from the sixth universe, combined with the moment he now saw Old Kai appear, Xiangpa had already guessed the true cause. Without a doubt, it was his brother and that old man who had realigned to govern the universe once more. Yet, how could such a lazy fellow suddenly take up the governance of the universe? The reason my 7th universe's human quality index surged so dramatically is naturally due to my management. Beerus lowered his voice, producing a mocking chuckle. What? Are you panicking because you see our 7th universe's ranking about to surpass your 6th? Shh. I'm panicked. On account of a skin-and-bones fellow like you. Xiangpa erupted in anger. If it weren't for my belief that you had undertaken actions to destroy the very foundation of the universe, you think I would have come to your... He cut himself off mid-sentence. Damn it, how could I, the dignified Lord Xiangpa, utter such words? Beerus slightly clenched his fists. He thought Beerus had committed acts endangering the universe's foundation solely because of the surge in the 7th universe's human quality index. What exactly makes this pig-headed fellow somewhat endearing? I am not so foolish as to assume so. I trust you upon your haste from the 6th universe also witnessed the state of the 7th. Beerus heaved a sigh. Enough. Present the delicacy you brought. I shall see for myself how extraordinarily fine this so-called supreme food truly is. What's the rush? Xiangpa's gaze began to sweep the surroundings. I'll let you plebeian taste it later. But before that I wish to inspect that newly appointed candidate destruction god you have taken on. After all, by Kai's evaluation, Beerus's disciple seemed remarkably gifted. He intended to verify whether this was genuine. If false, he would mercilessly ridicule Beerus. Ridicule him for picking anyone but a mere child as a candidate destruction god. Yet no sooner had Xiangpa's words left his mouth than the surrounding air turned icily cold. How did you learn that I have taken a disciple? A terrifying gleam flickered in Beerus's eyes. Whis also narrowed his gaze. Matters of the 7th universe were in principle none of others' business. Suddenly, Whis spotted his sister Vados nodding subtly towards him. Whis was momentarily speechless. It was abundantly clear that his sister had leaked the information to Xiangpa. As for why his sister knew of this matter, save for his eldest sister, who else could have been privy? For back when he had visited the God of Destruction Palace to inquire with his father about the oddest incident, upon his return, he had been whisked away by his eldest sister for a full month. Hence his eldest sister Kusi was also aware of Little Grand's affairs. Whis stepped forward and leaned close to Beerus's ear, murmuring a few words. Upon understanding the true cause, Beerus's fearsome glare gradually softened. Regarding Xiangpa and Vados, he remained largely at ease. Since they wished to observe, then let them watch. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, communicating silently, as their lips simultaneously curled into mischievous grins. There exists no soul upon this world who can maintain composure in the presence of Gran. When those two 6th universe beings witness Gran's terrifying talent, their expressions will surely be priceless. Whis and his companion grew ever more anticipatory of the ensuing spectacle, so they stepped aside. Old Kai Shin and Kibito, equally perceptive likewise, made room, revealing the slumbering Little Gran standing behind them. Only then did Xiangpa and Vados finally direct their gazes toward Little Gran. The chubby-cheeked youth remained asleep, reclined upon a beach chair beside the lake. The instant their eyes fell upon the tiny figure, Rumble, Vados's spiritual core shuddered violently. As an angel, she immediately perceived Gran's true nature. Xiangpa, Lord, do you see it? As an angel, Vados's voice itself trembled faintly at that moment. I see. But how is this possible? Xiangpa clenched his fists tightly, his pupils wide with utter disbelief. Vados, strike me across the face. Let us ascertain whether I dream. Slap. Hiss. Lord Xiangpa, are we dreaming? It hurts. Not a dream, yet how can this be? Xiangpa clutched his face, his body involuntarily retreating 2 steps. Witnessing this dual reaction, Beerus and Whis's grins stretched perilously close to their ears. Exactly the outcome Beerus desired. Old Kai, observing from the sidelines, grinned broadly. He too had been initially startled by Gran's talent. So even gods of destruction and angels could be shaken by such gifted youth. Though this youngster slumbers still, it is plainly evident he has already achieved perfect control over his power. Beholding Little Gran, Xiangpa's astonishment mounted with each word. Furthermore, his peak Kaioken dimension and that ethereal, almost imperceptible aura. The fact that he emanates such an ethereal aura indicates clearly that his mental cultivation has reached the selfless plane. In other words, it is as good as certain this child will one day master the perfected Ultra Instinct. Damnation. Besides Beerus, why must another candidate destruction god possess Ultra Instinct? Why am I denied such fortune? Xiangpa gripped his fists, white-knuckled, his silent roar echoing within. Lord Xiangpa, moreover, his bodily instinct has also attained the 2nd tier. Falsehoods. I shall not believe it. Xiangpa clapped his hands over his ears, his tone brimming with envious jealousy. The original plan was to lure Beerus with gourmet offerings and casually inspect the talent of his appointed candidate destruction god. Who could have foreseen this outcome? Such staggering talent possessed by that mere child. Would his culinary lure hold any significance then? How old is he, pray tell? How can he have cultivated to such a degree? Unable to contain himself, Xiangpa bellowed at Beerus. How old? He is barely 10 years old. Is not my disciple's talent quite impressive? Observing Xiangpa's utter devastation, Beerus burst into unrestrained laughter. Beerus, you are utterly despicable. As Xiangpa spoke these words, he was nearly grinding his back teeth to dust. Beside him, Batuos seethed with barely concealed envy. First there had been Beerus, and now yet another far more terrifying candidate for the position of Destroyer God. Why did her foolish younger brother always manage to attract such exceptional disciples? And she was stuck with an idiot like Xiangpa. It was utterly unfair. Whis, where on earth did you kidnap this little monster from? Batuos ground out through clenched teeth. Kidnap? Whis covered his mouth, stifling a chuckle. With the reputation Lord Beerus and I enjoy in the 7th universe, would we ever need to resort to such measures? He came to us all on his own accord. At this, Whis and Beerus exchanged knowing glances. This little one Jelen had brought them such immense pride. The thrill of making others burn with envy was simply exquisite. Whis, you wretched creature. Seeing Whis's smug expression, Batuos stamped her foot in fury. Oh ho ho, this is something your humble sister cannot possibly envy, elder sister. Whis was eager to goad his calculating sibling further. Suddenly, his divine sense picked up on something. Lord Beerus, I believe Jelen is beginning to stir. Whis spoke urgently. He's finally awakening. Beerus abandoned his mockery of Xiangpa without hesitation and in an instant materialized beside Jelen. Old Kai and Ashin also hurried toward Jelen's location. The sudden commotion caught Xiangpa off guard. He suppressed his lingering anger and asked, puzzled, Batuos, what's happening with this boy? Judging from his condition, he must have pushed himself too hard and fallen into this deep slumber from sheer exhaustion. Exhaustion, you say? Indeed. To achieve such accomplishments at his age, no wonder he grew weary. As he spoke, Xiangpa studied Jelen once more with renewed scrutiny. He needed to determine whether the boy had resorted to unorthodox cultivation methods. After a moment's observation, damn it, the lad hadn't used any crooked techniques. His foundation was terrifyingly solid. Meanwhile, with Jelen, having entered the perilous Dragon Ball world, his hunger for strength had driven him to train relentlessly, pushing himself to the brink of collapse. Yet he never imagined his 3+ years of relentless training would exhaust both body and spirit to such a degree. Had Whis not intervened, his martial foundation would likely have been irreparably damaged. Fortunately, a month of recuperation had allowed his body and mind to fully recover. Now Jelen felt as though he floated within a realm of gentle warmth. Simultaneously, the tenets of the turtle school surfaced in his mind: train properly, learn properly, eat properly, rest properly. Cultivation cannot be rushed. Haste breeds failure, and only through the balance of exertion and repose does one truly master the martial way. Clarity swept through his mind. A crisp crack echoed. Something within him shattered. Then a surge of formidable energy exploded outward from Jelen's body. What just happened? Ashin stared in disbelief. Jelen had reverted to his base form, yet Ashin sensed his power had grown considerably stronger. He shattered his power bottleneck. Beerus exclaimed, visibly thrilled. It had been 2 years since Jelen's strength peaked at 1 billion. Yet this breakthrough had eluded him ever since. I thought he'd be trapped at this bottleneck for years. Never would I have guessed a single night's rest would shatter it. Whis observed the boy and murmured, it seems his spirit was wound far too tightly. Whoosh. Jelen's energy continued to surge. 1 billion. 1,100 million. 1,200 million. At 1,200 million, the surging energy finally subsided. The gain from this breakthrough was modest. But for Jelen, simply breaking through was what mattered most. Batuos. Xiangpa suddenly called out. Batuos blinked. What is it? Do you happen to carry any sacks? Xiangpa, what are you implying? With talent like this, wouldn't you be tempted? Xiangpa's eyes blazed with fervor. He very much wanted to snatch young Jelen and make off with him immediately. Batuos was speechless. Had her universe's destroyer god lost his mind? 11 destroyers had failed to overcome Beerus back then. Now he intended to steal another's apprentice right before his eyes. Before Batuos could respond, whoosh. The aura surrounding little Jelen suddenly dissipated, and he slowly opened his eyes. So Lord Beerus was right. There are many factors involved in breaking through bottlenecks. Sometimes a moment of peace of mind is all it takes. Jelen rose from his lounge chair and gazed at his small hands, unable to suppress a smile. To break through simply by resting, that was rather delightful. He had never experienced such lightness, and the sensation was utterly wondrous. Lord Beerus, Whis, my power bottleneck. Young Jelen looked up, eager to share this joyous news with them. But then, his gaze fell upon a portly feline figure and an elegant woman standing nearby. She wore her hair in a high ponytail, bore a golden ring much like Whis's around her neck, and gripped a staff in hand. Jelen's eyes widened in shock. Was this not Xiangpa and Batuos from the 6th universe? What were they doing here? Young one, what color sack would you prefer? Xiangpa pressed forward eagerly, his expression alight with obsession. This little one's talent is truly terrifying. Even Kampa's own brother Beerus could not have reached such a level at the same age. In other words, this little one possessed talent surpassing Beerus. The moment he thought of this, Kampa could no longer contain himself. What color sack do you like? I have every color right here. Come with me. Otherwise, given how strong that Beerus fellow is, even if every other god of destruction died, he still might not die. If you remain a candidate god of destruction in Universe 7, you might never become a true god of destruction in your entire life. Come back with me to Universe 6. I'll die sooner than that bag of bones for sure. Just wait until I die. I'll definitely leave the position of god of destruction to you. Little Gran had just woken up and had no idea what was happening when Kampa shoved his face right up to him, as if he couldn't wait to bundle him up and take him away. After Kampa said all that, Vados standing nearby covered her face. This guy was too embarrassing. But the very next moment, if you're still not tempted, do you know who my attendant angel is? She's Vados. Look at how beautiful she is. If you come back with me to Universe 6, she'll be your personal tutor from now on. Gran, Whis, Beerus, Old Kai, and the others. Vados was startled for a moment, then quickly snapped out of it. Rumble. A power of angel level erupted from Vados. Heaven and earth lost their color, and the universe trembled. The entire Kaioshin realm along with its surrounding space was shaken into primordial particles by her power. Seeing this, Whis looked exasperated. His sister hadn't done that on purpose, had she? He protected everyone, then waved his staff to turn back time, and only then did the Kaioshin realm recover as before. You dare to tease, even me, Kampa. You're asking for death. The expression on Vados' face was absolutely priceless. She was so angry that she didn't even say Lord Kampa. This time she called him by his name directly. Just as Vados was about to teach her god of destruction a lesson, the next second, a purple figure sliced through the void and sent an Ultraman-style flying kick at Kampa. Bang! Ayah! Kampa was sent flying sideways, skidding more than 10,000 kilometers across the grassland before slowly coming to a stop. You damned fat pig. You dare to covet someone of mine. Are you asking for a beating? Beerus teleported over to Kampa's side. No one could possibly resist Little Gran's talent, so it was only natural that Kampa would covet a disciple like this. But what Beerus hadn't expected was that his own brother would dare to provoke even Vados. Was he out of his mind? After all, Whis had once said his sister Vados was a little stronger than him. At the thought, Beerus turned back to look, but he shouldn't have. Damn it, Kampa. I'll beat you until even Beerus himself wouldn't recognize you. Vados seemed to be able to ignore time and space, appearing beside Kampa in an instant from 10,000 miles away. Beerus's pupils shrank sharply. What terrifying speed. Seeing Vados about to strike, Beerus said, Miss Vados, don't be angry. I'm already beating him. Please calm down. As he spoke, he kicked Kampa again. Brother, don't blame me for this. Blame your own loose tongue. Beerus erupted with power at the level of a god of destruction. Rumble. The tremendous power shook the void, and the space that had just recovered shattered into fragments that rained down again. Ayah. Seeming to know he had misspoken, Kampa lay on the ground clutching his head. Even while being kicked, he didn't dare say a word. He could only howl in agony. Look at the two of you, so devoted as brothers. Vados shot Beerus a glare, but she didn't make another move. Beerus let out a sigh of relief and looked down at Kampa. Being beaten by me is better than being beaten by Vados. Brother, you owe me a big favor this time. A dignified god of destruction babbling all day long is bad enough, and now you've been beaten flat on the ground. Aren't you ashamed? Vados coldly shouted at Kampa. Get up this instant. Yes, yes, yes. Kampa shrank his stubby neck, scrambled up from the ground, and flew back toward Gran. Vados and Beerus flew after him. Back on Gran's side. Whis were those two just now, the god of destruction and angel of Universe 6. Only when he saw Kampa kicked flying did Gran snap back to his senses. That's right. The angel with the high ponytail is my sister Vados, and the other is Lord Kampa, Lord Beerus's own brother. Why would they come here? Gran was puzzled. He had only taken a nap. Could something have happened out there? Probably because they heard that Lord Beerus and I have taken in a disciple, so they wanted to come and take a look. Because of me, eh? Gran was taken aback. Then he remembered how Kampa had just asked him what color sack he liked, and couldn't help bursting into a puffed laugh. It seemed Kampa had been drawn to him at first sight, just like his Lord Beerus back in the day. Another god of destruction praising you like that. Are you happy? Whis teased. Hee a little. Gran held his little head high, it would be a lie to say he wasn't happy. Whis reached out and ruffled his head, warning him. It's fine to be happy, but don't get too proud. Compared to a god of destruction, you're still far behind. That's only natural. Gran nodded vigorously. His strength hadn't even escaped the mortal level yet. How could he possibly be proud? By the way, Whis, was that power Vados just unleashed angel-level power? Gran took a deep breath. The image of the Kaioshin realm shattering still made his heart tremble. Old Kai and the others nearby couldn't help trembling slightly. Whis smiled. What? Have you been frightened by an angel's power? A little bit. Oh ho ho. Then let me tell you something else that was only a fraction of my sister's power. That was only a fraction of her power. Then how powerful must an angel's true power be? Gran's small Adam's apple bobbed as he cautiously asked, Whis, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Who is more powerful, you or Miss Vados? The moment Gran said that, Old Kai and the other two pricked up their ears. It was probably only this little one who would dare to ask about an angel's strength. Whis was silent for a moment, then looked at little Gran, and said with exasperation, "You little rascal. If someone asked about your strength, would you tell them honestly?" Gran scratched his head, feeling a little awkward. Naturally, he couldn't reveal his true strength to anyone. But he was just too curious, because in the manga Vados had told Son Goku that she was a little stronger than Whis. Actually telling you isn't a big deal. Whis looked into the distance and added, "Lord Beerus also knows the gap between my sister Vados and me." After Whis said that, old Kai and the other two once again leaned closer to Whis. Little Gran was even more dramatic. He soared into the air until he was at eye level with Whis, and the two stared at each other with wide eyes. "What are you doing?" Whis was taken aback. "Listening to you tell a story," Little Gran said in a childish voice, "since even Lord Beerus knows it isn't a secret anymore. So tell us too, you rascal." Whis smiled helplessly and then whispered, "Since you all want to know, I'll tell you. Thousands of years ago my sister and I dueled, but in the end I lost." Whis spoke these words without any resentment over his defeat at Vados' hands. Lost. The trio of old Supreme Kais widened their eyes in astonishment. In their understanding, the angel of their universe was a refined, polite, and supremely powerful being whose strength was shrouded in mystery. How could their Whis possibly lose to the angel of Universe 6? Just as the manga described, Gran muttered inwardly, though he was not as shocked as the Supreme Kais. But, was Whis really weaker than Vados? "What's wrong? Hearing that I lost seems to disappoint you greatly," Whis chuckled. "How could we not be disappointed?" The old Supreme Kai said bitterly. "You are the strongest in our universe. If you lost, doesn't that prove our universe is inferior to Universe 6? Ashin and Kibito nodded vigorously, their spirits sinking. "Actually, there's no need for this. My sister is stronger than me. Wouldn't that be natural?" Whis sighed. Though he spoke thus, who wouldn't want their universe's champion to be the strongest? The old Supreme Kais also sighed. "Whis." Gran suddenly spoke. "Among all the angels, aren't you the youngest?" Upon hearing this, the trio of old Supreme Kais instantly perked up. Of course, if the age gap were too large, their strength would naturally differ, making Whis' defeat somewhat understandable. Whis covered his face. Did these guys really need to prove something? "Mister Whis, hurry and tell us." The trio of old Supreme Kais urged anxiously. Gran remained silent, but his eyes gleamed with meaning. Because he knew that among all angels aside from that trainee angel Meruz, Whis was the youngest and most talented. After all, despite having lounged alongside Beerus for so long, Whis was only slightly weaker than Vados. "Among the official angels, I am indeed the youngest." Whis did not hide it and nodded helplessly. "Ha ha ha, then it means our angel is no worse than anyone else." The trio of old Supreme Kais embraced each other, hopping around in a comical fashion. "You're all ridiculous," Whis said, unable to help but smile at their childish behavior. However, when his gaze fell upon little Gran, he noticed the child's piercing stare, as though capable of seeing through his very essence. This kid. Could he possibly know my true talent? Whis was startled and quickly shook his head. Aside from his father and siblings, no one should know his talent. Just then, a cold, mature woman's voice echoed from afar. "Lord Kampa, I'll spare you this time. But if it happens again, you know the consequences, right?" "Aha, I know I was wrong. I won't dare do it again." At the sound of those two voices, Gran finally shifted his gaze away from Whis and looked ahead. Beerus and the others had finally returned, but Kampa's head had already been flattened like a pig-shaped pancake. Gran blinked in surprise. Had Vados pummeled Kampa senseless? Well, that was quite normal. In the anime, Vados was an angel with a humorous yet cunning personality. If Whis and Beerus shared a master-servant bond that was also like friendship, then Vados could almost be called Kampa's true master. Kampa had teased Vados so mercilessly just now. How could he escape punishment? After all, an angel disciplining a god of destruction did not violate any rules. Gran shifted his gaze and took a look at his own god of destruction. Strange, why was Beerus keeping such a wicked smile? Could it be that Beerus, not Vados, had beaten Kampa? Da-da-da. The three of them descended from the sky. "Damn, Beerus, I won't forget this. Don't let me catch you next time." Kampa roared at Beerus the moment he landed. Hey, 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 ungrateful brat. If I hadn't intervened, just now Vados would have been the one laying hands on you." Beerus crossed his arms and sneered. "If Vados had done it, do you really think you'd still be standing?" "You?" Kampa was momentarily speechless. Hearing their bickering, Gran suddenly realized. It was Beerus who had beaten Kampa. In the anime, these two had always been frenemies, loving, yet constantly clashing. No wonder Beerus had worn such a pleased expression earlier. He must have thoroughly enjoyed it. "Greetings, Lord Kampa." "Greetings, Lady Vados." Gran snapped back to his senses and hurried forward to bow. Kampa ceased his quarrel with Beerus and turned his gaze back to the little one. Such talent. What a waste. Gran blinked, confusion written all over his face. What did this pig-headed fellow mean? Though I hate to admit it, with Beerus's strength, even if all the gods of destruction perished, he would still survive. You will never become a true god of destruction in this lifetime. Gran's face darkened. Beerus, his own sworn brother, spoke with a tongue sharp as poison. He glanced at Beerus beside him and confirmed Beerus's expression had indeed turned as dark as a blackened wok. Just then, indeed what a pity, Vados chimed in. Such a brilliant prodigy, destined to fall into the clutches of my foolish younger brother. If you had come to me, I could have trained you to surpass even Lord Compa. Train. A vivid image instantly flashed through Gran's mind, a tiny figure tightly bound to a chair with rope, while a mature woman, with a high ponytail, stood nearby wielding a leather whip. Was this truly the delightfully cunning Vados? Little Gran was startled and frantically shook his head, attempting to banish the image from his mind. Hey, isn't that going a bit too far, sister? Whis retorted good-naturedly. Am I really that bad? Don't you already know? We sparred back in the day, didn't we? Vados replied, though a flicker of guilt crossed her expression. Those were events from thousands of years ago. Given Wiss's extraordinary talent, she wasn't even certain she could defeat him now. Whis merely smiled and made no further objection, as if tacitly acknowledging his sister's words. No one spoke again, and the Supreme Kai realm fell into a profound silence. In truth, both Compa and Vados had been silently observing Gran the entire time. Finally, they exchanged glances and sighed deeply. Such a disciple was beyond their reach. Gran, what are your thoughts after awakening this time? Whis suddenly asked. In that instant, all eyes turned to the little one. Being stared at by everyone, Gran felt somewhat uncomfortable, yet he still spoke. Upon becoming the potential god of destruction, I've always been eager to catch up with Lord Beerus as quickly as possible, so I threw myself into cultivation with all my might. But to my surprise, I discovered this was a grave mistake. Exhaustion of both body and mind would only severely hamper my cultivation efficiency and might even leave flaws in my martial path. Especially after this rest, I managed to break through my power bottleneck, which made me realize that one cannot rush in anything. Balancing work and rest is the true essence of cultivating the martial Tao. Gran didn't overthink it, he simply voiced his inner thoughts. His youthful voice echoed by the lakeside, and the more Whis and Beerus listened, the more satisfied they became. Damn it! Elephant Palms suddenly let out a loud howl to the sky. Lowering his head, he looked at Beerus and pleaded, Beerus, I've never begged you for anything in my life. Please give me this potential god of destruction position. Beside him, Bundo also looked at Whis and said sweetly, Sister has also never begged anyone in her life. Whis, please give him to me. Gran. Whis. Beerus. The three elder Kais also. Since you've rested well this time, I'm thinking of letting you cultivate the dimensional art. What do you think? Whis completely ignored the two, instead fixing Gran with a probing gaze. At these words, everyone's hearts trembled. They all knew that Gran's dimensional art had already reached the peak of the Kaishin realm. The next breakthrough would make him a true deity. A deity under 100 years old. This kid was truly terrifying. No. Gran shook his head. Ashin and Gibbet were both a bit surprised. Why was the little one shaking his head? Hadn't he always loved cultivation? Whis, didn't you say I was too tired before? Gran looked at his small hands. I've only rested for a month. I feel my condition hasn't fully recovered yet. He had slept for a month this time, and both his body and mind had recovered. However, in terms of both his mental state and his power, he had only recently broken through his bottleneck, and his strength hadn't fully consolidated yet. These two issues couldn't be ignored, or he feared his future foundation would be unstable. Oh ho ho, the probing look in Wiss's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a gratified laugh. Beerus was also very pleased with Gran's act of rebuttal. This little one finally had his own opinions. Beside him, Elephant Palms ground his teeth again. To face one's own problems, to resist the craving for power. What kind of genius was this? Why couldn't he encounter someone like this? Bundy said nothing as she just sighed deeply. Gran was puzzled by everyone's reactions. What was wrong with them? Excellent, excellent. Whis nodded satisfactorily. Although I am your mentor and can constantly create cultivation plans for you. But sometimes only you yourself know the problems on your body. Just like your mental state and power suddenly breaking through. It greatly exceeded my expectations. Even as an angel, I cannot precisely grasp your situation at all times. Therefore, at this moment, you need to make your own judgments. He had merely been testing the little one just now. If Gran had directly agreed to his cultivation plan, Whis would have been somewhat disappointed, but he would still have offered guidance. But he never expected that this little Gran would actually rebut him. This was truly unexpected and incredibly delightful. Huh. Little Gran's eyes widened. Feeling slightly annoyed, he said, Whis, you actually tested me. How mean of you. Mean is mean, but anyway, you passed my test this time. I'm very satisfied. I'm also very satisfied. Beerus chimed in. Gran. Seeing the close master-disciple relationship between Whis, Beerus, and Gran, Elephant Palms' eyes were almost burning with fire. His purpose for coming to the 7th universe wasn't like this at all. I can't hold back anymore. Bundo, quickly take out my dong-dong bird eggs. Elephant Palms had actually come to the 7th universe for 3 purposes. The first was to ask about the reason for the sudden surge in human power levels. The second purpose was to see what kind of talent Beerus's disciple possessed that could earn such high praise from Chris. The final purpose was to let this uncultured Beerus taste the top-tier delicacies of the 6th universe. The first two purposes had filled Elephant Palms with envy and jealousy. Now he only had his last trick left. His dong-dong bird eggs would definitely help him turn the tables. Yes. Bundy felt somewhat guilty, but she still waved her staff, and an oval-shaped storage device suddenly appeared out of thin air by the lakeside. Everyone was slightly startled. What was this thing? Was this the top-tier delicacy Elephant Palms had mentioned earlier? Upon hearing about the dong-dong bird eggs, Gran's mouth corners began to twitch violently. These dong-dong bird eggs were actually the most ordinary bird eggs. But to Elephant Palms, these most ordinary eggs were the most delicious food. This sixth universe's mature angel was truly cunning. Noticing Gran's gaze, Bundy glanced at the little one. Not thinking much of it, she opened the oval storage device. 8 eggs appeared before everyone's eyes. Is this the top-tier delicacy you mentioned? Beerus looked at the bird eggs and the storage device. No matter how he looked at them, they seemed like the most ordinary eggs. Whis and the Elder Kais also frowned. Were these really the top-tier delicacies of the sixth universe? Could they possibly taste good? Looks like we'll need to make a trip to Earth. Seeing these dong-dong bird eggs, Gran muttered to himself. Under these circumstances, how could instant noodles be missing? Kampa seemed oblivious to the stares directed at him. He retrieved an egg from his storage device, placed one hand on his hip, and boomed with laughter. This is the supreme delicacy of Universe 6, the dong-dong bird egg. Its unparalleled savor is something you commoners will never comprehend. I have laid bare my most prized culinary treasures. Now which of you still has cause to envy me? Kampa lifted his fleshy chin, wearing an expression of absolute certainty. What he failed to realize was that beside him Vados was so mortified her toes had long since carved out a 3-bedroom apartment. Lord Kampa, do not hold it against me when you suffer this humiliation. Vados turned her head away, unable to bear watching what was to come. As for the so-called supreme delicacy Kampa boasted about, King Kai and the others, having once savored hot pot, were convinced no dish in this world could ever rival it. Yet facing a god of destruction, they dared not voice their true thoughts. Silence fell around them, the atmosphere turning strangely tense. Since this is Universe SIX's finest cuisine, let us taste it. Beerus broke the awkward silence, clearing his throat. If it truly deserves such a claim, I might even deign to offer my praise. He approached and lifted an egg, curiosity in his voice. Is there a particular way to prepare this? Seeing Beerus take interest, Xiao Jelen trotted over eagerly and picked up a dong-dong bird egg himself. The elder Kaioshin and his companions, intimidated by Kampa, hesitated to move. Jelen therefore returned to collect a few more eggs for them. Soon everyone held a dong-dong bird egg in hand. How are we to eat this? Kampa disregarded Jelen's actions and lifted an egg himself, his tone dripping with arrogance. Premium ingredients require only the simplest of preparations. Surely you are unaware of this. We shall consume it in its most primordial state. With careful deliberation, Kampa peeled away the shell and took a bite, savoring it. The very next moment, oh! An ecstatic moan echoed across King Kai's realm. Even though Kampa had tasted dong-dong bird egg countless times, each encounter with this supreme delicacy remained an exquisite pleasure. Before everyone's eyes, Kampa twisted and writhed like a madman, occasionally letting out strange quivering groans. Jelen could not contain himself and burst into laughter. The 3 elder Kaioshin similarly struggled to suppress their amusement, their entire bodies trembling with effort. You rascal, what are you laughing at? Once you taste my dong-dong bird egg, you will behave exactly the same. Kampa glared at young Jelen. If not for the boy's exceptional talent and Beerus's favor, he would have made the fellow regret it. Then I shall savor it myself. With Beerus present, Jelen harbored no fear of Kampa. With deft movements, he peeled away the shell and tossed the entire egg into his mouth. How is it? Delicious, isn't it? Kampa asked with unshakable confidence. It is extraordinarily flavorful, truly worthy of Universe SIX's finest cuisine. Jelen swallowed with difficulty and cast a sidelong glance at the sinister angel of Universe 6. By now Vados had turned completely away, unable to witness such an agonizing scene. Ha ha ha, I knew you peasants had never tasted such exquisite food. Upon hearing Jelen's words, Kampa was thoroughly satisfied. Beerus and Whis exchanged a glance. Could the brat possibly be pretending? Was there truly any cuisine capable of surpassing his hot pot? Neither of them believed it. They each took a bite and froze, staring at one another in disbelief. What garbage delicacy was this? Noticing Beerus's expression, the elder Kaioshin assumed they had indeed tasted something extraordinary and took a bite themselves. Everyone from Universe 7 fell utterly silent. Ha ha, look at your stunned faces. Have you never encountered such magnificent food before? Only Universe 6 possesses such top-tier cuisine. Are you not envious of me? Beg me, and perhaps I might graciously bestow upon you a few more dong-dong bird eggs. Witnessing everyone's shocked expressions, Kampa felt as exhilarated as if he had consumed an 82-year vintage cola. Unaware that the scene had grown exceedingly awkward, so much so that a single glance might cause an explosion. Vados had already turned her body away. After having carved out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes, she now began excavating a courtyard residence. Cough, cough, cough. He patted young Jellin beside him and said playfully, "Your hot pot last time was quite pleasing. Prepare another batch so Lord Kampa may savor it as well." My Lord Beerus, one grows weary of eating the same dish repeatedly. Let me take you to something far more intriguing. Jellin chuckled. How could such an occasion possibly omit instant noodles? What is the meaning of this? Kampa finally registered the situation. He could not help but sense that Beerus and his companions showed no zeal for the Dong Dong bird egg. From your remarks, it seems Universe 7 possesses cuisine that rivals the Dong Dong bird egg, he said in utter disbelief. Impossible. Dong Dong bird egg is unquestionably the world's most exquisite food. No other dish could possibly surpass it. Earth. It was currently aged 740, or less than 9 years before Bulma would begin her quest for the Dragon Balls. In the heavens above, a Namekian who bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo Daimaku stood at the edge of the heavens gazing down upon the mortal realm. Beside him stood a dark-skinned figure. Over 200 years have passed, and the wounds inflicted upon Earth by Piccolo Daimaku have finally healed. Alas, poor Wu Taidu, the Guardian sighed. Bobo's eyes remained as still as a tranquil pool as he replied calmly. Guardian, it was wrong to separate from Piccolo Daimaku. I know this was wrong, but had I not separated from my inner demon sooner or later, I too would have been corrupted and transformed into the likeness of my heart's demon. A trace of desolation crossed the Guardian's expression. He sighed heavily and turned to walk back into the temple. Left alone at the edge of the heavens, Bobo listened to the Guardian's words, yet his gaze remained utterly unchanged, as impassive and serene as ever. Suddenly, why have they come? Bobo lifted his head slightly, then shifted his gaze toward the Corinne Tower in the distance. Deep within the northern forests of Earth stood the Corinne Tower. Today a group had suddenly appeared near the tower. Aside from a brother and sister, all the others carried an oppressive aura of superior beings. Gran, this is the place you mentioned. Bills gripped Xiangpa with one hand, but before he could finish. Huh. Buds and Whis nearby noticed the Corinne Tower, their expressions turning grave. What's wrong with you two? Bills paused, puzzled. This tower is rather interesting. As Whis spoke, he looked up at the towering Corinne Tower piercing the clouds. Buds narrowed her eyes. Indeed, quite fascinating, especially with the ancient patterns carved upon it. It feels as though I have seen something similar somewhere before. The old Kaioshin and Bills exchanged glances, shock visible in each other's eyes. On this most desolate of planets, could there truly exist something capable of capturing the attention of two angels? Gran shared their astonishment as well. He had never expected their landing site to be so near the Corinne Tower. In the anime, the origins of the Corinne Tower had always been shrouded in mystery. No one knew who had built it. Upon the Corinne Tower rested Corinne himself, Senzu Beans, the sacred water, the hyperbolic time chamber. Each item utterly mysterious. There is no doubt the Corinne Tower holds great significance. Could the angels know something? Gran muttered to himself, studying the solemn expressions on Whis and his companion's faces. After waiting more than 20 minutes, Whis and his companion remained lost in thought. Enough. Bills grew impatient. Can't you finish your meal before thinking? All day long all you care about is eating, and yet you haven't grown fat despite eating so much. Whis snapped back, irritation in his voice. Upon hearing these words, the three old Kaioshin turned crimson with suppressed laughter. Ha ha ha. Gran burst out laughing. Whis's sharp tongue was indeed quite formidable. Meanwhile, Bill's face had darkened like a soot-covered wok. Bang. Bills delivered a sharp crack to Gran's head. Ouch. Lord Bills, why are you hitting me? I may not dare to provoke Whis, but you? I certainly can. Bills retorted irritably. Aren't you going to take us to find something delicious? Yes. Seeing no objection from Whis and his companion, Gran then used instant transmission to whisk them away from the area. Yet as they departed, Whis and his companion both glanced upward once more, sensing as though someone was observing them. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, Bobo stood at the edge of the heavens for a while, then withdrew his gaze and muttered, I wondered what brought them here. Turns out they're just looking for good food. What a group of little gluttons. West City, Earth. A group entered a supermarket. At their head was a child who had instructed Gibbet to grab 8 buckets of instant noodles. Lord Bills, it's time to pay. Gran stood before the checkout counter chuckling. Pay? What does that mean? Paying means giving money. I am a destroyer god. Must I pay for food within my own universe? Bills, gripping the back of Xiangpa's neck with one hand, was thoroughly exasperated. Anger boiled within him. Did they think he would not destroy this entire planet if provoked? And now they wanted him to pay. Lord Bills, paying for exquisite cuisine is the highest form of respect one can show a meal. Gran shot him a withering glance. You? Bills opened his mouth to argue, but the boy's words held truth. Paying for fine food. Yes, that truly was the highest reverence one could offer a meal. Just as before when Gran had not yet become a candidate destroyer god, the payment was demanded for gourmet delicacies was instruction in various martial arts disciplines. Whis glanced at the currency others used at checkout, then waved his staff. Instantly thousands of zenny materialized on the counter. TCH. If you can still say such things after taking one bite of these instant noodles, then I'll have to call you a real man. Gran had Gibbet carry the instant noodles as he led the group to a nearby park. The reason he had not brought these deities to an upscale restaurant was mainly to avoid spoiling their palates all at once. If he did, it would be far harder to persuade them later. At that moment, Bills tossed Xiangpa onto the ground and kicked him twice. You fat bastard, aren't you awake yet? Huh, has dawn broken? Xiangpa stretched and yawned. The next second, wait, something felt wrong. It was as though someone had punched him. Bills, I'm going to. Xiangpa leaped to his feet and began cursing fiercely. Bills, everyone. Lord Xiangpa, please taste the cuisine of our 7th universe first. By then Gran had already had Whis fetch boiling water and prepared 8 buckets of instant noodles. A rich, intoxicating aroma spread through the air. Before even tasting the food, Xiangpa found himself unable to hold back tears streaming from his eyes. Wah, what is this scent? Everyone was given a bucket of instant noodles with fragrance wafting delicately from between the lid and the rim. This was the distinctive aroma unique to artificial flavorings. It acted like a hook piercing through the air and rousing the craving within every deity present. In Gulan's previous life, there were some who particularly cherished this exact fragrance. And today none of these gods had ever tasted instant noodles before. Simply inhaling the aroma made their mouths water uncontrollably. What on earth is this smell? I am a god of destruction, yet I cannot stop myself from weeping. Zamasu cupped the instant noodles in both hands, looking at his angel with reluctant defiance. Velma, didn't you claim my dokadori eggs were the most exquisite delicacy in the entire universe? Velma was rendered speechless. How could she admit she had been lying to him all along? You gluttonous fool, what do you think of the cuisine from our 7th universe? Beerus burst into uproarious laughter. He never expected that the food Gulan had procured this time possessed such terrifying allure. They hadn't even taken a bite yet. Merely catching the scent rendered them utterly captivated. If they actually tasted it, wouldn't it absolutely explode the heavens? Beerus, you despicable wretch. Why does your universe possess such delicacies? Zamasu clutched the instant noodles, roaring hysterically. Just moments ago, he had proudly declared the dokadori eggs of the 6th universe the finest cuisine in existence. The mere thought made every cell in his body bristle with shame. Gee. Observing Zamasu's plight, Gulan could not help but laugh aloud. At that moment, Zamasu turned his glare sharply toward him. Young Gulan jumped in fright. He quickly cleared his throat and said, Lord Zamasu, the time has come. We may now eat the instant noodles. The moment those words fell from his lips, the already restless crowd tore open their lids like frenzy itself. The next instant, eep. Whis and the others slurped their noodles, each one involuntarily uttering exaggerated sounds of ecstasy. Zamasu abandoned all pretense of dignity and began devouring his noodles as well. It's extraordinarily fragrant. This is truly the most exquisite cuisine in existence. What garbage have I been consuming all this time? No. Upon my return, I must bring back countless buckets of instant noodles. Ha ha ha. This is the cuisine of our 7th universe. What do you have to say now, you fat fool? If I suppose the 7th universe has some merit after all. Listening to the gods' banter, Gulan chuckled to himself. Even he who had consumed instant noodles countless times before still found them utterly irresistible upon this very taste. This was the sheer power of instant noodles. This was the power of artificial additives. 8 individuals crouched by the roadside in the park, savoring their noodles unconsciously, forming a rather picturesque scene. Especially since their attire as gods was so peculiar, and they held nothing more than instant noodles, a so-called junk food. This tableau carried an unmistakable aura of beggars. A passing earthling noticed them toss down a Sinzabine bill, and then another, and another, and another, 30th in total. Before long, a small pile of money had appeared before Gulan. Gulan, why are they throwing money at you? Beerus asked, slurping his noodles with bewilderment. He recognized the currency. Whis had just used the very same bills to purchase instant noodles. You skinny skeleton, you're so dense. They've surely noticed we're nearing the end of our noodles, and are offering continued donations. Zamasu sneered. Hurry up and finish eating, then collect more money to exchange for additional noodles. Somehow the mortals of the 7th universe possessed such refined taste. Zamasu genuinely envied Beerus now. Gulan gazed at the pile of money before him, his expression darkening with exasperation. Who in their right mind would recognize them as deities? These people clearly thought they were beggars. Of course he dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Should he offend them, and they actually destroy Earth, that would be truly ridiculous. Sigh. I, a candidate god of destruction, am reduced to being treated as a beggar. Young Golan sighed inwardly and prepared to gather the money before him. Suddenly, Mommy, this little brother looks so pitiful. Don't you have money in your pocket? Give him more. Okay, Mommy. A little girl approached and dropped a stack of bills at Golan's feet. Golan looked up, his pupils narrowing slightly. The girl's face was round and adorable, her blue hair tied with a crimson bow. She resembled a porcelain doll in her cuteness. Most importantly, her tiny jacket bore the unmistakable logo of Capsule Corporation. After all, this was West City. Encountering her here was perfectly natural. Little Bulma. Little brother, what's wrong? Bulma held her mother's hand and continued, instant noodles won't fill you up. Take this money and buy something more substantial to eat. Little brother. Golan's lip twitched. Bulma was born in age 733, while he was born in age 731. She was calling him younger brother. However, Saiyan children remained petite, even in their youth. Though Bulma was only 7, she stood taller than the 9-year-old Golan. So being called a younger brother by others was hardly surprising. Young Golan gathered the stack of bills and took a deep breath, smiling. I'm older than you. You should call me older brother. This little beggar is taking advantage of me. Bulma, possessing extraordinary intelligence even from childhood, immediately flushed with indignation. Give me back my money. I won't give it to you anymore. Once the money reaches my pocket, it naturally belongs to me. Golan shamelessly swiftly stuffed all the bills into his sash. You mean little beggar is so mean? Bulma stamped her foot in frustration. The two children quarreled while the gods nearby grew increasingly annoyed. Could they not enjoy their noodles in peace? Especially Beerus. This mortal dared call his disciple a beggar. Beerus handed his noodles to Whis, and his expression reverted to the cold indifference befitting a god of destruction. He raised a single finger, pointing directly at young Bulma. A wisp of violet energy materialized at his fingertip. Dester, Lord Beerus. Young Golan broke into a cold sweat and cried out urgently. Beerus asked irritably, what is it? Don't harm her. Very well. For your sake, I'll spare her. Beerus sneered, dissipating the destruction energy before reclaiming his noodles from Whis to continue eating. Phew. Golan exhaled heavily, relief washing over him. Looking at the still pouting Bulma, he said wearily, you nearly died just now. Bulma, confused, retorted indignantly, you're the one who nearly died. Give me back my money. I shall not return it. Consider it compensation for saving your life. Golan shook his head, studying Bulma for a long moment. So this was the female protagonist of Dragon Ball. Indeed, she had been beautiful even from childhood. Uncertain of what to say next, Golan thought for a moment and spoke. Let me offer you a piece of advice. If you ever encounter someone named Vegeta, it would be best not to acquaint yourself with him. Vegeta. Bulma paused, unfamiliar with the name. Why shouldn't I meet him? This little beggar is meddling too much. As you wish. He and I share past grievances. Even if he manages to survive, he will likely live under my shadow for the rest of his days. With those words spoken, Golan signaled the gods to depart, taking flight. Mommy, they can fly. Bulma covered her mouth in utter astonishment. P.S. This rookie author only now realized Senzu is the currency in Dragon Ball. I watched the anime carelessly as a child. I sincerely apologize. Then my penalty shall be to rewatch every Dragon Ball anime from start to finish. Hehehe. Northern Forest of Earth. You damn fat pig, how many buckets of instant noodles did you take this time? Not many, just 50 billion buckets of instant noodles. Damn it, I wondered where those instant noodles went missing. So it was you who took them. Huh. If I don't take them, do you think I'd leave them for you? By the way, how many did you take? Not many, just 100 billion buckets. Ah, Beerus, you damn scoundrel. In the past week, Beerus and the others had nearly swept through all the instant noodles visible on Earth. A week later, Gran and the rest found themselves back beneath Kanlin Tower. Say, Lord Beerus. Young Gran chuckled mischievously. I seem to recall you mentioning that if the instant noodles weren't good enough, you'd destroy Earth. Beerus. Ha ha ha. Beside them, Xiangpa laughed maniacally. Little one, don't you know yet? Your destruction god is all talk, never means what he says. You damn fat pig, mocking me again. Then tell me, didn't you say your dong bird eggs were the most delicious in the world? Before Beerus could finish, Xiangpa's face flushed crimson as long-buried memories resurfaced to torment him. The shame was unbearable. Ah, Beerus, I'll kill you. Xiangpa launched into their familiar cycle of mutual hostility once more. Meanwhile, Wei and Bardos paid them no mind and walked toward Kanlin Tower. Upon reaching the tower, both reached out and touched it, both feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though they had encountered it somewhere before. Sister, have you remembered anything? I can't quite place it, but it feels so familiar. Bardos shook her head. Whether it was the patterns adorning the tower or the structure itself, everything about this ancient edifice spoke of immeasurable age. Gran, I recall your Senzu beans were also transferred from this planet, correct? Wei asked over his shoulder. During Gran's earlier travels, he had summoned the dragon god on Namek to transport the Earth's Senzu beans there. Yes, those Senzu beans are precisely what rests atop this tower. Gran stepped forward as well. In truth, this Kanlin Tower held far more than Senzu beans. It contained the super divine water designed to unlock latent potential alongside 3 water vats capable of revealing a person's past, present, and future. Bardos looked somewhat puzzled. What are sins of beans? Just this thing. Gran produced 2 senzu beans from his waist pouch, and tossed one each to Wei and Bardos. After receiving the senzu beans, both Wei and Bardos examined them for a moment. There's an incredibly potent healing aura emanating from it. Bardos delicately pinched the senzu bean between 2 slender fingers and brought it close to her eyes, her expression growing grave. I sense this rivals our angelic healing magic. Indeed, it can instantly restore all injuries much like our angelic magic, yet in some respects it surpasses even that. Wei's tone was extremely serious as he tossed the senzu bean back to young Gran. He did not ask how Gran knew of such miraculous senzu beans here. After all, Gran himself was a mystery. How he had even improved his own dimension remained unknown to him. Sister, would you care to venture upstairs and take a look? Wei asked. Bardos returned the senzu bean to Gran, her eyes filled with curiosity. Naturally, Gran caught the senzu bean and exhaled with relief. He was glad Wei hadn't pressed further. Since we're all curious, let's go see then. Gran began to rise into the air. Wei and Bardos exchanged glances and nodded, then began ascending toward Kanlin Tower as well. Witnessing this, the trio of Old Kai and his companions followed closely behind. Below in the open area, only Beerus and Xiangpa remained locked in their familiar cycle of hostility. After a while, where did they go? Beerus finally noticed their absence. Damn it, they've flown up to that tower. Xiangpa roared at Beerus. All day you just want to argue with me. Look at this, everyone's abandoned us. You're utterly useless at everything. Beerus remained silent, his face icy cold, then began shifting his arms and legs. Kakaka. His joints emitted heavy grinding sounds. At the sound, Xiangpa's expression darkened. What are you planning? What do you think? I'm going to show you my fist of love. Before he could finish the next moment, a shriek of agony erupted from below Kanlin Tower. Before long, a battered pig-faced ruin and a skeletal figure caught up with Gran and the others. The group's flight speed was unhurried as they observed Kanlin Tower along the way. Atop Kanlin Tower, Lord Kanlin stood at the railing, gazing downward at those powerful figures ascending. Such terrifying pressure. Is this dimensional suppression? Who are they? Are they all deities? Lord Kanlin broke into a cold sweat. When had this world accumulated so many gods? They're arriving. He hastily leaped down from the railing. Whoosh. 8 figures descended to the great hall at the tower's peak, and the overwhelming dimensional pressure caused Lord Kanlin to collapse directly to the ground. A cat. Observing the feline, Wei and Bardos fell into quiet contemplation. It was merely an ordinary cat, but having cultivated a sliver of dimensional energy, its lifespan exceeded that of typical cats. Clearly this ancient tower had no connection to it. Gran noticed this as well. He had briefly wondered if the cat possessed some grand significance. Setting the cat aside, Gran led Wei and the others on a tour of the tower. After circling the entire structure, Gran and the group returned to their original position. However, Wei and Bardos beside him wore deeply grave expressions. Hundreds of senzu beans, a flask of super divine water, 3 water vats capable of revealing the past, present, and future, all artifacts far beyond ordinary reach. Particularly that flask of super divine water, which seemed to harbor an incredibly potent toxicity. An ordinary person without potential would certainly perish upon consuming it. Lord Beerus, Lord Kampa, could you please tone down your dimensional pressure? After touring Karen Tower, Gran returned to find Elder Karen still pressed to the ground, which left him utterly exasperated. Neither angel emitted any oppressive aura. They had long since attained a state of pure simplicity. The trio of former Supreme Kais maintained their composure, rarely releasing their dimensional pressure during this outing. Only Beerus and that other fellow truly showed no regard for others' well-being. TCH, they can't even withstand a fraction of my pressure. That fat cat is useless. Beerus cast a glance at Elder Karen, then turned his eyes toward Kampa, before finally retracting his dimensional pressure. Fat cat. A vein throbbed on Kampa's forehead. Beerus was clearly insulting him through indirect remarks. Gran suppressed a laugh as he saw Kampa about to explode, so he quickly asked Elder Karen, "You must be the guardian cat of this tower. I have a question. Who built this tower? And it wasn't you, was it?" Upon hearing this, Kampa too withdrew his pressure, and suddenly everyone's attention shifted to Elder Karen. With the terrifying pressure gone, Elder Karen finally rose to his feet, yet he still felt overwhelmed by the gazes of these mysterious powerhouses. Elder Karen did not immediately answer Gran's question. Gathering his courage, he began, "I wonder if you all..." But he never finished. "We are the supreme deities of this universe. Under normal circumstances, we would not harm Earth, so there's no need for excessive concern. Simply answer our questions." Elder Karen breathed a sigh of relief. His suspicions were confirmed. These people were indeed higher deities than the heavenly beings. However, he couldn't shake Gran's earlier words about what might happen under abnormal circumstances. What if things went awry? Reading the elder's expression, Gran anticipated his thoughts, but offered no further explanation. As a prospective destroyer god, some mystique was essential. Tell us everything you know. Yes. Daring not to ask further questions, Elder Karen began his explanation. This tower is called Karen Tower, and I am its guardian. Martial artists on Earth refer to me as Elder Karen. Though they call me Elder Karen, I did not create this tower. I am merely its current guardian. As for who built it, and when I have no clear answer, my best guess is that this tower has existed since the dawn of Earth itself. The deities exchanged glances. Their suspicions were confirmed. The tower predated this fat cat entirely, which meant someone else had constructed it. But who? Then what purpose does this tower serve? Gran asked with narrowed eyes. Whis and Batia perked up, their interest piqued. Karen Tower is a sacred training ground for Earth's martial artists. Anyone who climbs it through their own efforts receives my guidance. Elder Karen paused before continuing. Its true purpose must be to preserve and pass down various martial arts to Earth's practitioners. Martial arts. Whis and the others turned their gaze toward the fat cat. Despite his weak physical strength, his martial spirit and comprehension were remarkably refined. He had even cultivated a martial heart. Beyond that, his body's instinct had reached the second stage, meaning he could be called a mortal martial arts grandmaster. Gran naturally noticed this as well. No wonder Son Goku consistently outperformed Vegeta in the anime. With so many grandmasters passing down their martial arts to Goku, how could Vegeta ever catch up? Even if Vegeta did close the gap, it would only be temporary. Son Goku's martial spirit was simply too formidable. Since you mentioned that anyone who reaches this place through their own strength receives your guidance, perhaps you could point out areas where I might improve. Young Gran shamelessly spun in place twice. Elder Karen. Everyone. Wasn't this simply bullying? How much more shameless could this child possibly be? Why, your divine grace, in my assessment, your martial cultivation has already surpassed mine. It has reached the very limit of mortal capability. Wiping the cold sweat from his face, Elder Karen stammered. I am truly unable to offer any guidance. That is rather unfortunate. Gran chuckled, deciding to stop teasing, and continued his questioning. Those senzu beans, the 3 vats that reveal past, future, and present, and that flask of divine water with its extraordinary toxicity. Where did you acquire them? Gran had already deduced the answers himself, yet he asked anyway. The moment those words left his lips, Whis and Batia exchanged knowing glances. Their eyes grew deeply thoughtful. Those artifacts were far from ordinary. I have no knowledge of their origins. When I assumed the role of Tower Guardian, they were already here. Elder Karen pointed upward. They may be connected to the heavenly realm, given that these items exist to cultivate Earth's martial artists. Furthermore, according to the heavenly will, any Earth martial artist who passes my trials earns passage to the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm. Everyone looked upward in unison, including young Gran, who tilted his head back. The fat cat's words aligned perfectly with his suspicions. Everything pointed back to that Pope figure. If this ties into that so-called heavenly realm above, let's go investigate. Beerus had noticed a floating island-like structure hovering above Karen Tower when they first observed it from the ground. That had to be the heavenly realm the cat mentioned. What say you, Whis? Shall we ascend and take a look? Gran asked. We've come this far. We should certainly see for ourselves. Whis agreed, confident the cat hadn't lied. Batia said nothing, but nodded in agreement. Very well, let's go. With everyone in agreement, Gran shot out of Karen Tower, first the others following closely behind. Whoosh. In an instant they vanished without a trace. After a moment passed, what kind of deities are these? I was absolutely terrified. Elder Karen patted his chest, finally daring to draw a full breath. Then something struck him. Those beans the child had mentioned. Elder Karen hurried to check where he stored them. Thankfully, the senzu beans were still there. Elder Karen breathed a sigh of relief. Over a year ago, someone had stolen his stash, leaving him wondering who could have done such a thing. Fortunately, the thief had left behind 100 beans as seeds, some shred of conscience at least. He resolved to be far more careful with his storage going forward. The celestial realm. After observing the mortal world below, the celestial god had long since returned to his temple, leaving only Popo standing alone at the edge of the heavens. In truth, he had noticed the moment Gran and the others set foot upon Karen Tower, yet he showed no reaction, preserving an unwavering calm, as ever. Suddenly, 8 figures soared up from beneath the celestial realm. Their speed was not particularly great, yet the pressure radiating from them was utterly terrifying. It must be those 2, Beerus and Compa, releasing their pressure again. With rapid footsteps, young Gran led a host of deities and descended upon the celestial realm. Seeing only a single figure standing there, everyone naturally noticed that dark-skinned man. No words were exchanged, the 2 sides merely stared at each other. For a moment the atmosphere grew strangely tense. In Gran's view, Popo looked no different from his anime counterpart. His skin jet black, his expression composed. In his past life, many had speculated that Popo was definitely no ordinary being. As for what his origins truly were, Gran couldn't say, but at the very least, in terms of sheer longevity, Popo's lifespan was absolutely terrifying. For deep within the celestial realm lay a cemetery of the gods, a burial ground for every successive guardian deity Earth had ever known. And the lifelong attendant of every one of those guardians was Popo alone. So many gods had died, yet Popo had always survived. This alone defied all reason. Whis, have you noticed anything? Gran asked in a hushed tone. In his speculation, the wondrous relics atop Korin Tower and the very existence of the celestial realm must all be linked to Popo somehow. Now it all came down to whether Whis and Vados could discern this fellow's true identity. Notice something. Whis swept his gaze across the celestial realm, absorbing the entire layout into his mind. The hyperbolic time chamber, the cemetery of the gods, and a chamber capable of sending one's consciousness back to a past time. Naturally, I have noticed something rather astonishing in fact. Whis wore a grave expression. Indeed, it is truly astonishing because time itself is involved. Vados suddenly interjected, for she too had glimpsed the full layout of the celestial realm. When Vados uttered these words, what? Beerus and the others widened their eyes in shock. Within the cosmos of the Omni King, time ranked among the most mysterious of all forces. Even angels like Whis and Vados could only rewind time by a mere 3 minutes. Does this mean this fellow has committed the grave offense of manipulating time? In the Omni King's universe, tampering with time was a grave sin. Once discovered, it was the Destroyer's duty to eliminate such criminals. You two hold your hands for now. Whis restrained the two brothers, then turned to look at his sister, only to find that Vados was also looking at him. The two angels' eyes met, and both saw nothing but confusion reflected in the other's gaze. Gran, go test him. Whis suddenly called out to Gran, gesturing toward Popo across from them. Under these circumstances, his origins must certainly be astonishing. Yet you expect me to approach him. Are you sending me to my doom? Gran was utterly speechless. Mr. Whis, Gran doesn't even know how to use destruction yet. If you send him. The elder Kai, who had remained silent until now, was startled by Whis' suggestion, but before he could finish, old man, hold your tongue. With us here, what is there to fear? Beerus retracted his destructive energy and remarked indifferently. The elder Kai glanced at young Gran, then at Whis, and finally chose to remain silent. Then I'll go. Though somewhat exasperated, Gran knew Whis would never betray him. And so whoosh. A silvery light enveloped his body, and his hair instantly shifted from black to silver. The nascent form of Ultra Instinct. Facing the enigmatic Popo, Gran chose to honor him by unleashing his full power right from the very start. Shrouded in searing silver aura, Gran made his move. With incredible speed, he appeared instantly behind Popo, fist clenched, striking straight forth. Gran's fist contained every ounce of his power. Under this single strike, even an entire starfield would be obliterated before him. And yet, boom, Popo actually exploded. Silence. The celestial realm fell into dead stillness. Everyone except Whis and Vados had their mouths hanging wide open. How is this possible? Clearly the scene had defied all their expectations. And Gran, the one who had just obliterated his opponent, stood frozen in place as well. Wasn't Popo supposed to be this mysterious, awesomely powerful figure? Why did I blow him to bits with a single punch? Is it possible my strength has risen again recently? Young Gran stared at his small fist, utterly unable to believe what had just happened. While everyone was still frozen in shock, Vados waved her staff, and the utterly obliterated Popo was revived once more. There's nothing more worth seeing here. Let us leave. The confusion on Whis' face had vanished at some point, and he resumed his usual elegant demeanor. Leave? Just like that? Young Gran snapped back to reality and stared at Whis in disbelief. Not only Gran, but even Beerus, Kampa, and the elder Kai were all utterly bewildered. Hadn't they said that tower below was ancient and strangely familiar? Hadn't they wanted to come to the celestial realm to uncover its hidden secrets? Hadn't they also said this realm was connected to time? Why were they suddenly leaving? I believe I have a rough understanding now. Come, let's go. Whis gave Popo a meaningful glance, and without waiting for anyone's response, he soared skyward with the entire group. Once Whis and the others vanished completely, the celestial realm was left with only Popo again. So they figured it out, have they? It seems I was just killed a moment ago. Popo clasped his hands behind his back and walked back into the temple. Amid the pitch-black cosmic starfield, a streak of iridescent light flashed across the void, heading straight toward the Kaishin realm. Watching the scenery around him recede, Gran felt a little helpless. In truth, this trip to Earth was not only for bringing Beerus and the others to eat instant noodles, but also to see Sun Wukong. Compared to that treacherous Vegeta, Sun Wukong was the one he admired most. No, now that Sun Wukong was his clansman, he should be called Kakarot. A pure heart, kindness and tolerance, unyielding spirit, never giving up. Kakarot, you truly are fascinating. But, calculating the time, he had only been transported into this world for a little over 3 years. In other words, Kakarot had likewise only been exiled for a little over 3 years. Perhaps at this point old Son Gohan hadn't even been trampled to death by him yet. That kid was still far too young. Meeting him now would be pointless. Grow up quickly, and I hope you'll still be able to see my taillights. Young Gran chuckled inwardly, then turned to Whis and asked, what just happened? How was I able to punch that darky to bits with one blow? Darky. The group was momentarily stunned, then thought of Popo's skin color and burst into laughter. Indeed, he was quite the burnt toast. Before you struck, did you sense anything? Whis put away his smile and answered. Gran pondered for a moment. From what I sensed, that darky's aura didn't seem all that strong. And you, Lord Beerus? Whis continued. Beerus folded his arms and said grimly, same as Gran. That fellow's energy felt very weak, like an utter piece of trash. Whis swept his gaze across the group once more. Kappa the Elder Kai and the others all nodded, having felt exactly the same way. Your senses were all correct. That fellow's energy is indeed very weak. To put it in Gran's preposterous terms, he's just a weakling. Whis gazed ahead, his voice calm, but to Gran it struck like a thunderbolt. The Sins of Beans, the super god water, the hyperbolic time chamber, everything on Korin Tower and in the celestial realm was wondrous. It was evident that these items were all created by Mr. Popo himself. And Mr. Popo himself, not to mention his longevity in the anime, he once taught Son Goku that the heart should be as tranquil as the sky and the strike as swift as lightning. This was precisely the Ultra Instinct that Whis was teaching Gran. How could a Mr. Popo who mastered Ultra Instinct be a weakling? We thought he was strong, but it seems we were biased by our preconceptions. Beerus and Kampa were not as shocked as Gran, for they had never perceived Mr. Popo as particularly formidable from the start. Lord Beerus is right, it was our preconceived notions. Vados also spoke. That tower and the celestial realm are so ancient and so mystical that we instinctively assumed that fellow was powerful. Whis nodded. And in truth, as we sensed, his visible strength is exactly his actual strength. He does not conceal any hidden power. Measured by the battle power scale of our 7th universe, he is at most a mere 1000 battle power. 1000 battle power. Gran's eyes widened. That was even weaker than Raditz when he invaded Earth. Could this really be the mysterious Mr. Popo's strength? Seeing young Gran's expression, Whis said calmly, what, still don't believe it? It is indeed a bit hard to believe. It's not your fault. When I ascended that so-called celestial realm, I noticed his emotions were eerily serene, and I subconsciously assumed he was a formidable expert. At this, Whis chuckled self-deprecatingly. The mindset of preconceptions is terrifying. Even I, an angel, fell into this cognitive trap. Vados extended her jade-like hand and ruffled young Gran's hair. But that is his true strength. Otherwise, why would he have been blown apart by your punch? At those words, young Gran fell silent. Indeed, if Mr. Popo were truly powerful, how could he have been obliterated by a single punch? At that moment, not only Gran, but also old Kai and the others accepted the fact that Mr. Popo was a weakling. Was, according to you, that fellow is just an ordinary person? Beerus frowned, feeling it was illogical. How could an ordinary person possess so many miraculous items? And from Whis's earlier words, that fellow seemed to have committed the grave crime of manipulating time. Lord Beerus, you are mistaken again. Whis's expression shifted abruptly, becoming serious. I never said he was an ordinary person. Everyone was taken aback by the successive twists. Gran asked in confusion, didn't you say his strength was weak? How is he not ordinary? The trio of old Kai nodded in unison. Whis, you're really keeping us in suspense. Can't you just finish what you're saying? Kampa grew impatient. With a thud, Vados punched Kampa on the head. How dare you speak to my brother like that? Kampa held his head and dared not speak further. The scene of Kampa being hit was humorous, but Gran had no time to watch the chubby cat. His eyes were fixed on Whis. His strength is indeed weak, but I never said he was ordinary. If he were truly ordinary, how could he have obtained items like the Korin Tower, Sins of Beans, and so on? Whis glanced at young Gran and then at Beerus. Both of them, one young and one old, nodded vigorously as Whis's words struck at the heart of their confusion. Gran, let me ask you. At this, Whis fixed his gaze on young Gran. Under that stare, Gran tensed up. What did Whis want to ask? When you attacked that charcoal head, did you notice that he also knew Ultra Instinct? Boom. Except for the two angels, everyone's hearts trembled violently. Among all the gods of destruction, only Beerus had mastered Ultra Instinct. Now young Gran had joined him. But both Beerus and Gran were extraordinarily gifted geniuses. It was natural for such prodigies to master Ultra Instinct, but what right did that charcoal head have? Wait, Beerus suddenly spoke. When Gran blew up that charcoal head, I also sensed a faint ethereal aura, almost imperceptible. But I thought it was Gran's aura rubbing off on him. According to what you're saying, that faint ethereal aura belonged to that charcoal head. Whis did not answer Beerus immediately. He was still looking at young Gran. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on him. It seems there really was. Gran thought for a moment, then nodded his little head emphatically. When I blew up that charcoal head, I was completely stunned. Now that I recall, when I struck, he did try to dodge my attack using his body's instinct, but perhaps because the gap in strength was too great, he failed to evade. Boom. With Gran's confirmation, everyone's hearts trembled once more. Kampa in particular had veins bulging on his forehead on the verge of bursting. Beerus and Gran were so talented that they could master Ultra Instinct. But what right did that utterly insignificant charcoal head have to grasp this divine technique? That's it. Whis continued, let me ask you again, senzu beans are equivalent to healing magic. The 2-time rooms are equivalent to time manipulation. He possesses eternal life, and he also has perfect ultra instinct. He looked at everyone and said gravely, what do these things combined suggest? An angel, Gran blurted out without hesitation. As soon as the words were spoken, a golden light flashed through everyone's minds. Boom. It was like a thunderclap. It had to be an angel. Only an angel could accomplish all this. At that moment, everyone felt their heads buzzing. That fellow was actually an angel. Smart, that fellow is indeed an angel. Whis looked at Gran with admiration. Gran, however, did not look at Whis. He was completely stunned, repeatedly murmuring the word, no wonder. No wonder Mr. Popo had taught Son Goku that the heart should be as calm as the sky and the strike as swift as lightning. So Mr. Popo was an angel. Everything made perfect sense. Whis, are you saying that fellow is an angel? But why is an angel so weak? Beerus raised his question. The old Kai trio also looked at Whis. We don't recognize that angel, but I recall my father once mentioning that among the angels of his generation, there was a very peculiar one. Then Vados spoke. That angel hardly used any of an angel's innate abilities. He had to create various artifacts to manifest the angel's powers. Just as Whis said earlier, senzu beans equal healing magic. The time room equals time manipulation. Perhaps the angel my father spoke of is that pitch black fellow. Hearing this, everyone fully understood everything. It all stemmed from the fact that fellow was an angel. Yet even after knowing the truth, their hearts still could not calm down for a long time. There existed in this world such a weak angel. It was simply inconceivable. Young Gran felt the same way. Looking at his own hands, he had just killed an angel. After a few minutes, everyone finally returned to the Kaishin realm. No one spoke. The look of astonishment on their faces had not yet faded. Go on. At this moment, Whis shouted, then continued. Earth has that Karen Tower, that fat cat, and senzu beans. Obviously, the angel intends to impart various martial arts to Earth's martial artists. With him, their Earth is a martial arts sanctuary. In my perception, although that Earth currently has no strong beings yet, I know that its foundation is accumulating. One day Earth will surely produce an extraordinary powerhouse. The old Kaishin and the other two raised their heads abruptly, and Beerus narrowed his eyes. They too had thought of this possibility from Whis. Would Earth really produce an extraordinary powerhouse in the future? They were increasingly looking forward to it. Unlike Beerus and the others, Kampa had already clenched his fists. Was it not enough that the 7th universe had little Golan? Now there would be another extraordinary powerhouse. How frustrating. As for the extraordinary powerhouse, Whis mentioned Golan guessed who it was. Kakarot. The person Whis spoke of was Kakarot. It seemed everything was destined. Interesting. Golan couldn't help exclaiming. What? Feeling pressured. Beerus laughed. Pressure? Golan's lips curled slightly. What pressure could I have? Not to mention that guy hasn't even appeared yet. Even if he stood before me now, if he could see my taillights, I'd lose. Beerus and the old Kaishin trio were instantly speechless. The kid's talent was indeed terrifying, but wasn't he being a bit too cocky by saying that? Meanwhile, Kampa and Vados sighed deeply again. How vexing. They were once again envious that the 7th universe had this candidate god of destruction. How could the 7th universe's foundation be so strong? No one spoke again, and the Kaishin realm quickly fell silent. I'll stop chatting with you all. After spending some time fooling around with you, I should go and consolidate my state of mind. A little over a month ago, Golan's state of mind had broken through to the Wua selflessness realm. Later, to explain that the path of the Super Saiyan was not wrong, he had come to the Kaishin realm. Then there was sleeping, then going to Earth to find delicacies. A month had been wasted. It was time to return to business. Golan waved his small hand and everyone walked to a large tree and sat down cross-legged. What he needed to do now was consolidate his state of mind, and then consolidate his power. According to Whis's training plan, only after both were honed and solidified could he proceed with what Whis called dimensional cultivation. Only by stepping into the divine level could he be considered on par with the gods of destruction. Divine dimension. I can't wait. He closed his eyes and soon entered a meditative state. Seeing his disciple so diligent, Beerus was quite satisfied. He glanced at Kampa. You came to my 7th universe, it seems, to ask about the reason for the surge in the human level index here. Now you know the reason. You've seen my disciple, and in the end, I even got to eat your dong dong. Before Beerus could finish saying dong dong bird eggs, Kampa's face instantly turned red hot. Now the dong dong bird eggs were his shame. Anyone who mentioned them would incur his wrath. Don't you dare mention dong dong bird eggs. I admit that your 7th universe's cuisine is delicious, but my 6th universe can definitely match it. Kampa's voice grew weaker. Beerus's lips curled slightly. Match what? Kampa clenched his fists tightly. Skinny, why are you so annoying? Stop your nonsense. You've been in my 7th universe for so long, why don't you scram back? I'm not leaving if you've got the guts. Hit me. Oh. Suddenly Kampa's screams echoed through the Kaishin realm. Fortunately, Whis had already placed a protective barrier around little Golan, otherwise the little one might have been disturbed by the cries. While Golan was consolidating his state of mind, the old Kaishin continued to take Shin away from the Kaishin realm. At this stage, without the unqualified planets holding them back, it was a period of rapid development for the seventh universe. The old Kaioshin would naturally not let this critical period slip by, and at the same time, he would take the opportunity to teach Shin various knowledge about the Kaioshin. Mainly because he had already cleaned up all the unqualified planets in the seventh universe, and there was no extreme evil appearing in the universe. So there was no need for him to act. Matters in the universe did not require Beerus's intervention, so he stayed in the Kaioshin realm to guard little Golan. Because that guy Kampa had never returned to the sixth universe from the start, and was also guarding little Golan. Beerus also noticed that Kampa had been eyeing little Golan covetously, and even Vados was the same. These two seemed to be plotting something. How could Beerus dare to leave the Kaioshin realm casually? If his precious disciple were taken away, he would cry. From that day on, Beerus and Whis guarded Golan day and night. A month passed. Golan finally woke from his meditative state, his Wua state of mind fully honed and consolidated. Next came the consolidation of his own power. Since Golan had awakened from his slumber, his combat power had reached 1.2 billion. If he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would have a combat power of 60 billion. However, as Whis said, if not necessary, it was best not to use the Super Saiyan form. So Golan rarely used that form. After consolidating his state of mind, he began to consolidate his base power. Another month passed. Golan had been training by the lake, and the power within him was nearly consolidated. This little one will soon be able to cultivate dimensions. Only when he becomes a true god will his mortal power be transformed into divine power. Just wait for him to completely consolidate his power. He's still a bit short. Under a large tree, 4 lounge chairs were placed. Beerus and Whis lay on them, watching Golan training by the lake. At this moment, Beerus glanced at the empty chair beside him. By the way, where did that fat pig go? Today Kampa and Vados had disappeared early. I didn't notice them either. Before Whis finished, he suddenly sensed something and smiled. My sister and Lord Kampa have left the seventh universe. Huh. Beerus laughed heartily. Those two annoyances had been eyeing little Golan covetously, and I was so worried. Looks like they couldn't hold on. While Golan was consolidating his power, he didn't even dare to sleep, fearing those two would steal his precious treasure. My sister is indeed quite annoying. Whis's expression suddenly changed. Lord Beerus, someone is manipulating time. What are we waiting for? Take me to kill that criminal. What about that Jelen? Are we really leaving him alone in the Jiwanshan realm? Nonsense. You yourself said that Xiangpa and BOTH Whis, those two nuisances, have already left the seventh universe. Who else in our seventh universe could possibly defeat Jelen? Just leave him here to cultivate. That's true, Lord BOTH. Let's set off then. Hurry up. I want to see which bastard dares to manipulate time. A rainbow-colored beam shot into the sky, and BOTH was taken away from the Jiwanshan realm by Whis. It was also at this moment that young Jelen, who was cultivating by the lakeside, finally consolidated his power. From now on, he could proceed to cultivate the dimensions. Just as young Jelen was about to turn and ask Whis how to cultivate the dimensions. Where did Lord BOTH and the others go? He had been so focused on his cultivation that he hadn't noticed BOTH and the other at all. Jelen looked around again. Not only had BOTH and the others vanished, but Xiangpa and BOTH were nowhere to be seen either. Strange, why has everyone disappeared? Jelen returned to beneath the great tree, but barely had he finished speaking when, "Ha, little one, are you looking for us?" A voice echoed across the Jiwanshan realm, followed immediately by another beam of light descending from the sky. It was Xiangpa and BOTH. Both of them were carrying a burlap sack, one pink, one black. If BOTH and Whis were still here, they would be utterly stunned. According to Whis' divine sense, his sister and Xiangpa had already left the seventh universe. Yet these two had now reappeared here, each still clutching a burlap sack, and both were gazing at Jelen as though he were some priceless treasure. The situation was clear now. BOTH had deceived Whis' divine sense, and then disrupted the flow of time within the seventh universe. This would draw Whis and the others out of the Jiwanshan realm. Lord Xiangpa, you asked me to disrupt time. Aren't you afraid of Lord Xuanwang's wrath? Afraid? There are countless people in this world who possess time-related abilities. Furthermore, there are countless scientists who yearn to build time machines to traverse through space-time. Compared to those notorious criminals, what we've done is merely a minor offense. Xiangpa glanced at BOTH and retorted gruffly. And besides, who knows how many times you've used time reversal throughout the year? Strictly speaking, you've also been manipulating time all along. How can we angels be compared to them? BOTH's lips twitched, and she replied, "Fine. Even if Lord Quanwang holds a grudge, the one who would die is you, Lord Xiangpa." You? BOTH's words made Xiangpa's teeth grind with anger. He glared at her. "Cut the crap. I know you're just as eager for this kid as I am. Stop wasting time and act." Eager? BOTH shifted her gaze to young Jelen. As she looked, drool began to well in her mouth. "Wipe that drool off your face. Let's start bagging him." Xiangpa chuckled sinisterly, dragging his burlap sack toward young Jelen. BOTH Whis also approached from this direction. By this point, young Jelen was perfectly clear about what was happening. It turned out that these two, Xiangpa and the other, had planned from the very beginning to take him to the 6th universe. They had even managed to lure his god of destruction away from the Jiwangshan realm. Jelen knew he couldn't possibly stand against those two human traffickers. At this moment, he didn't know whether to feel happy about his extraordinary talent or resigned to the fact that he was about to leave the 7th universe. Lord Xiangpa, wait. Jelen found himself in a comical predicament. I'm the candidate god of destruction of the 7th universe. Even if you take me there, I wouldn't be able to inherit the position of candidate god of destruction in the 6th universe, right? It's merely a candidate position. As long as you haven't become a true god of destruction, BOTH Whis can easily make you the candidate god of destruction of my 6th universe. But I'm after all Lord BOTH Whis' disciple. Aren't you afraid he'll be angry if you do this? Jelen naturally had no desire to become a candidate god of destruction in the 6th universe, for he had been unwilling to even take that position in the 7th universe. Being a candidate god of destruction would only create a fatal weakness, a life link with the Supreme Kai, in the future. But back then BOTH Whis had forced him, leaving him with no choice. Now that he had become the candidate god of destruction of the 7th universe, he certainly had no intention of becoming one in the 6th universe. As for the reasons, first, BOTH Whis was the strongest god of destruction. He wouldn't die so easily. As for the second reason, that was his lord BOTH Whis. You could form emotional bonds even with a dog. How could young Jelen bear to leave his lord BOTH Whis and Mr. Whis? Angry. Xiangpa thought of an angered BOTH Whis and couldn't help but shudder, yet he gritted his teeth and said, "So what if he's angry? Who told you to have such extraordinary talent? Who wouldn't be envious upon seeing you? I've already gone to such lengths. Am I really afraid of his anger? He's my own brother. At most he'll just beat me up. Stop talking nonsense. I have 2 sacks of different colors here. Pick one quickly." Xiangpa and BOTH Whis drew ever closer, looking at the sacks in their hands. One pink, one yellow. Jelen was momentarily at a loss for words. I am mighty Saiyan warrior and being offered a pink sack. What is this supposed to be? I'll choose. Young Jelen's voice sounded utterly despairing, but he suddenly pressed his hand against his forehead. Instant transmission. Go. However, an overwhelming aura of destruction erupted from Xiangpa, and the space within tens of thousands of li was instantly disrupted. Jelen remained frozen in place. His instant transmission had failed. Damn, it was even Xiangpa this terrifying. Ha ha ha, go. Where do you think you're going? Xiangpa said with a mocking expression. Your little trick might work on mortals, but you're facing a god of destruction and an angel. Not only had Xiangpa long known that Jelen could use instant transmission, but even if he hadn't, Jelen absolutely could not have escaped right under his eyes using that technique. With your current strength, the gap between you and a god of destruction is still far too great. You'd better obediently come back to the 6th universe with me. Xiangpa no longer wasted words. BOTH Whis, use your pink sack to catch him. As he spoke, he unleashed an even more terrifying pressure, and Jelen was instantly immobilized. Yes. Seeing BOTH Whis approach him, young Jelen was unwilling to be taken away so easily. He continued to struggle, and a silver light surged around his body. Ultra instinct, prototype form. Yet even as Jelen exhausted every possible method, he couldn't break free from his opponent's constraint, unable to move his entire body. Whis, save me. Jelen could only cry out weakly. Before Whis appeared, the pink sack ultimately covered him. They must have discovered something. Let's leave quickly. BOTH Whis, having accomplished her nefarious deed, was quite excited. She clutched young Jelen to her waist and rapidly tapped her staff, and the two vanished instantaneously. Within a stretch of starry sky, Lord BOTH Whis, I just sensed an extremely strong temporal aura appearing here. Whis gazed at the universe ahead. There wasn't a single planet in sight, only an endless pitch-black starry expanse. Is that so? I don't see any notorious criminal who manipulates time here either. BOTH Whis scanned the surrounding area and couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. I find it strange as well. Before Whis could finish speaking, a panicked voice suddenly reached his ears. Whis, save me. Upon hearing this, Whis' expression changed drastically. Deceived into leaving the Jiwangshan realm by a temporal aura, and Jelen immediately fell into trouble. How could he not understand what had happened? What's wrong? BOTH Whis was taken aback. Lord Xiangpa and my sister never actually left the 7th universe. I was deceived by them. Whis gritted his teeth. They are currently taking Jelen to the 6th universe. If we're any later, they'll likely make Jelen the candidate god of destruction of the 6th universe. Whis' face paled. Without hesitation, he activated his instant transmission and vanished from the spot. Wait for me, Jelen. In an instant, Whis reappeared before BOTH Whis. What's the matter? BOTH Whis asked, sensing the urgency in Whis' demeanor. Lord BOTH Whis, Xiangpa and Vados have deceived us. They never left the 7th universe. They're trying to steal Jelen and take him to the 6th universe. BOTH Whis' eyes narrowed dangerously. How dare they? His voice trembled with suppressed rage. Jelen is my disciple. If anything happens to him, Wei placed a calming hand on Beerus's shoulder. Calm yourself, Lord Beerus. We must act swiftly but carefully. Xiangpa and Vados are powerful opponents. I won't tolerate this insult. Beerus clenched his fists, dark energy swirling around him. They've crossed a line. No one touches what belongs to me and lives to regret it. Wei nodded gravely. Then let us depart at once. I will locate them using my divine sense. With a flash of light, both Beerus and Wei vanished from the Jiwangshan realm, racing against time to rescue their precious disciple before it was too late. What? Endless rage seemed to be surging from Beerus's eyes. How dare that fat pig? Boom. Accompanying his fury, immense destructive energy erupted, causing the entire starry expanse to collapse. Beerus never could have imagined that Kampa would dare to steal away his disciple. Damn it, what should we do now? Beerus was extremely anxious. Since both Vados and Whis were angels, if instant transmission were disabled on both sides, there was a high probability they would not be able to catch up. Whis, come up with something quick. Let me think. At this moment, even Whis, who was usually calm under pressure and humble and polite, could not help but feel furious. After Beerus, he had finally managed to recruit another peerless genius, and yet his sinister older sister wanted to steal the fruits of his labor halfway. Whis, have you come up with a plan? If we're any later, they'll have returned to the 6th universe. Beerus was truly anxious. If those two managed to return to the 6th universe, even if they could rush over afterward. With Kampa on guard, it would be impossible for Beerus to bring Gran back. Fight Kampa. Whether it was their usual playful sparring or a full-out clash, Beerus could easily suppress him. But at a time like this, that guy Kampa would certainly fight to the death to stop them. Remember, within the Omni King's universe, destruction gods are forbidden from fighting each other without the Omni King's command. So by the time that guy returns to the 6th universe, it'll be too late. Damn it, there are so many criminals who manipulate time across the universes. If I hadn't interfered, I wouldn't have been tricked. The more Beerus thought about it, the angrier he became. Suddenly, Lord Beerus, I've thought of a way. Whis was so excited he almost forgot about those three. What way? Ha ha ha, within this universe, even my speed cannot match theirs. Who else could possibly help? Speaking of which, Whis quickly raised his head and shouted loudly, Elder Kaioshin, come here at once. At these words, Beerus's eyes suddenly brightened. He had been so flustered by worry that he'd lost his composure. As Whis had said, within this universe, even an angel's speed could not surpass that of the Kaioshin. With Whis's voice fading. The Elder Kaioshin and the others who had been observing the development of civilizations in the 7th universe instantly appeared beside Whis. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis. Before the Elder Kaioshin could finish, Whis impatiently interrupted him. Don't ask questions now. Quickly take us to the edge of the universe in this direction. The situation was urgent. Whis quickly pointed in a direction, the very direction his older sister had fled. The Elder Kaioshin naturally had keen perception. He knew something major must have occurred. Without a word, he immediately led Beerus and Whis toward the direction Whis had indicated. Meanwhile, not far from the edge of the 7th universe, a shuttle cube was approaching. Ha ha, Vados, we've struck it rich this time. Inside the shuttle cube, Kampa looked at the pink cloth bag at Vados' waist. Inside the bag was little Gran. With this kid around, wouldn't the 6th universe soar to new heights? Lord Kampa, we haven't escaped the 7th universe yet. Let's not celebrate too soon. Unlike Kampa, the closer Vados got to the edge of the 7th universe, the more nervous she became. Victory was within reach. Her foolish younger brother must not chase after them. Lord Kampa, Miss Vados, you're being too shameless. A childish voice came from inside the bag. The speaker was little Gran. What could he do? This time an angel and a destruction god had intervened. Even if he used every possible method, he could not resist. Shameless it is then. Who asked you to have such terrifying talent? Kampa showed no embarrassment. He crouched down, leaning against the pink bag, and grinned. Beerus and his people guarded against me and Vados for over 2 months, yet in the end, I still succeeded. Gran was utterly speechless. He wanted to say that even if you took him to the 6th universe, he could still return on his own. Just then Vados suddenly spoke. Lord Kampa, we're about to leave the 7th universe. Good. Kampa grew even more excited. Meanwhile, little Gran inside the bag sighed helplessly. Whis still hadn't. The next second. You fat pig, are you tired of living? Hi. Sister Vados, it's been ages since we last sparred. This time I absolutely must have a match with you. A voice like the Big Bang resonated throughout the entire 7th universe. Instantly, the entire 7th universe erupted in chaos. Whose angry voice was this coming from such a powerful existence? It's Lord Beerus and Whis. Gran inside the pink bag suddenly grew excited. He never expected that Whis and the others would still arrive in the end. Damn it. Kampa's expression darkened immediately. Aren't those two supposed to have been lured away? How could their speed be so fast? Lord Kampa, it's their Kaioshin. After Vados brought the shuttle cube to a halt, she saw the Kaioshin beside Whis and instantly understood everything. She glanced again at little Gran strapped to her waist. Alas, what a pity. They still hadn't managed to take this kid away. Meanwhile, the trio of Elder Kaioshins who had brought Whis and the others also understood everything at this moment. Those two from the sixth universe were too shameless, actually attempting to kidnap their peerless genius. Lord Beerus, even though Lord Kampa is your brother, you must give him a sound beating this time. The elder Kaishin was so angry his chest heaved up and down. After saying this, he turned to Whis and added, Mr. Whis, you're the same. You must properly discipline your sister.